Chapter 321. Thor admitted that there were many things that could shock him. The truth about Mrs. Euler's death, the inheritance of the wizard tower, the source of the cursed blood in the beginning. But none of them could make him spit directly. Ahem, Hayden, why did you choose to participate in the soul infusion experiment? Thor couldn't calm down until now. 147. No, it was Hayden who raised his head and looked up at Thor. Because he couldn't control his facial expressions well, he looked a little innocent. Sir, you told me that apprentices who are less than 30 years old and have not reached level 3 are likely to be contaminated and alienated in a short period of time, but I am already 28 years old. Even if you can help me, it is impossible for me to reach level 3 before the age of 30 with my qualifications. So you took the risk to sign up for the soul infusion experiment? Yes, sir, this is the fastest way I can think of to reach level 2, and with the strength of level 2, I can also help you with more experiments. Thor held his forehead. He always knew that in the soul infusion experiment, the gender of the soul must be inconsistent with the body container. Therefore, when he saw the beautiful experimental subject, he had no extra thoughts at all, just like looking at a group of corpses in the warehouse. But when he knew that the soul inside came from an acquaintance, he was somewhat upset. So your leaving the tower early was just a cover? Yes. At this point, Hayden leaned down again, his forehead touching the ground. Except for Teacher Rum, only you, the sir, know about this. Please, sir. Don't tell others. Thor nodded, and then teased, you have the courage to participate in the experiment, but not the courage to reveal your identity? Who knew that Hayden said honestly, no sir. In fact, even the courage to participate in the experiment is not mine. Oh? Is there anyone else helping you? Actually. Hayden straightened up and raised his head so that Thor could see his face clearly. Suddenly, he pulled a stiffer smile on his stiff face. Actually, it was me, sir. I'm sorry to meet you officially only now. Thor narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Although her appearance, voice, and expression did not change much, her eyes were different. Compared with the hesitant and timid look just now, this one is bolder and more resolute. Who are you? Actually, I am also Hayden, but I appeared later. According to the academic community, I am Hayden's second personality. Thor immediately narrowed his eyes and practiced meditation. In his eyes, the number 147 experimental subject is still the same, and there is nothing unusual. It seems that Hayden's spirit is usually locked in this container. When waiting for the experiment later, we can observe whether Hayden's spirit is abnormal. Will split personality be reflected in the soul? Will it be reflected as two souls in one body, or two consciousnesses in one soul? The person in front of her obviously turned back into the cowardly Hayden, and her straight back slumped slightly. I have never studied my soul. I am afraid of uncontrollable changes in the middle. That's true. If there is no diary to back it up, Thor would not dare to study his soul at will. And Thor's spiritual body is indeed very plastic and adaptable. Perhaps this is the specialness that Teacher Gorza mentioned. This peculiarity is likely due to the changes brought about by the time travel experience. But Thor still has no memory of the time travel experience. Even if he tried hard to recall, he could only see darkness. The other personality appeared later. Was it caused by some accident? Yes, when I was a child, there was an abnormal evil spirit tied in the territory where my family lived, and I was the only one who survived. The second personality appeared at that time. He helped me survive. Are you sure it's the second personality, not the spirit of the second person? Thor motioned Hayden to lie down on the experimental bed. Hayden had obviously prepared himself to cooperate with Thor before coming, and climbed onto the experimental table without any hesitation. Because these experimental clothes are specially made, they will leave the same opening on the back as the front, which is convenient for checking the special magic circle behind them. Thor walked over and untied the clothes on Hayden's back. After entering the experimental state, he no longer paid attention to whether the person in front of him was a man or a woman. They are all experimental subjects anyway. There is also a magic circle drawn with golden runes behind Hayden, which is specially used to imprison the soul of a first-level apprentice. Now this soul has faintly formed Hayden's appearance, but if no one reminds it, it is probably difficult to recognize it. A gray glimmer emerged from Thor's fingertips and touched the magic circle. Hayden's body did not move at all, but the human face pattern formed by the magic circle suddenly struggled. Thor said indifferently, "Don't restrain yourself, I want to see your normal reaction." After saying that, he loosened the seal on Hayden's back again. Once the seal was released, the magic circle deformed even more severely. Finally, Hayden's skin began to bulge upwards, as if something was about to break through his flesh and blood. Thor immediately narrowed his eyes, and stared at the constantly deforming skin. He saw a distorted gray translucent face, desperately trying to squeeze out, and the pain and madness on his face were very obvious. "You can talk to me calmly. Why does the essence of your soul show such pain? Could it be that someone used the magic circle to deliberately cut off the transmission of some painful emotions? Is that why their emotions are restrained and their micro-expressions are lost, just like some female stars who failed plastic surgery?" Soul did not stop and continued to apply pressure to the magic circle. With his actions, Hayden's spirit became more painful. But at this time, a groan came from the head of the bed. Soul stopped applying pressure to the soul, and leaned over to carefully observe the expression on Hayden's face. The more painful the soul is, the more comfortable the container is. The performance of the two is completely opposite. This means that the body's rejection of the spirit has not changed, and it is only by relying on this soul-binding magic circle that the spirit and the body are connected. It's a rather rough method. No wonder there has been no substantial progress in all these years. Can't Mr. Rum find this problem? Is he unwilling to improve, or is this the method with the least side effects? Thor stopped torturing Hayden and pressed one hand on the gray spirit that was about to break through the skin. The skin on his hand also became slightly transparent, and then he used force on his wrist to directly press the spirit that was about to escape back into the body. This preliminary test ends here. Soul let Hayden take a rest, and stood up on his own, while he returned to the lab table to record his findings. It is indeed a second personality. The essence of the soul has not changed, but the consciousness has changed. However, I am not a psychiatrist. Unless I use soul fishing to seal Hayden's spirit in the pages of the book. It is not impossible. As Soul wrote, he suddenly felt that Hayden's appearance seemed similar to the 4 consciousnesses in his diary. He had already read all the information about soul infusion, and found that the lifespan of most experiments was less than 3 years. And the ones that were mutated and contaminated were the spirits. After those spirits were contaminated, Instructor Rum would entrust Instructor Kaz and others to help clean up the pollution, rewash the containers, and wait for the next first-level apprentice, who volunteered to participate in the soul infusion experiment. The first-level apprentices, who had no hope of promotion, chose to take shortcuts and become second-level apprentices, but they still could not survive the fate of being contaminated. Just like despair has never been far away. Chapter 322. The idea of turning Hayden into a black page only flashed through Thor's mind, and he had no plans to implement it for the time being. Since the diary became a locator, Thor's connection with it has become closer. He could vaguely feel that the diary gave him some upper limits on his abilities. For example, with his current strength, he could only control one more black page. Unless he destroyed one of the first 4, he would not be able to absorb other consciousnesses after he reached full capacity. Thor currently gets along well with the 4 consciousnesses, and does not intend to treat any of them as experience points. Therefore, the choice of the 5th page must be cautious. Either it is an existence that can be abandoned at will like an enemy prisoner, or it is a consciousness with a strong reserve of knowledge. This preliminary test of the soul infusion experiment allowed Thor to confirm that the physical container has not lost the ability to reject foreign souls. Then, there must be some ability to distinguish spirits in the physical body, just like the human immune system, which will cause a strong rejection reaction to allergic things. If we can find this organization, shut it down, or kill it, can we make the soul and body merge smoothly? But this is not the case in my case. It turns out that no one has touched Thor's body. So, is there another idea to prevent foreign souls from being discovered by the immune system? Thor knew that most of what he was thinking now was based on assumptions. What he had to prove first was whether this immune system existed in the human body. Each experiment has a subject name. Let's call this one the desensitization experiment. So Thor turned the notebook in his hand to the first page and wrote the word desensitization. In the following days, Hayden followed Thor to conduct several painful experiments. On the last day, Thor even dismembered Hayden alive after obtaining his consent. He used the life-preserving ability of the Heart Guardian potion to temporarily maintain the vitality of Hayden's container, and then dismembered this unusually beautiful container into more than 10 pieces according to the type, while trying not to touch the vital parts, and injected the soul fragments he kept in his body into each sample. In the next hour, observe and record the degree of rejection of soul fragments by each sample. As for Hayden, he was naturally unconscious throughout the whole process. However, the first large-scale experiment did not achieve the desired effect. Every part of Hayden rejected other spirits in the same way. Although Thor was more or less mentally prepared for failure before the experiment began, after all, it was a topic that many formal wizards and second-level wizards had studied for decades. But when it really failed, and there was no discovery at all, he still felt a little frustrated. But he quickly calmed down and put Hayden back together before the activity of the sample dropped significantly. Then he used the black amber, which has a strong ability to repair limbs, to restore Hayden's body to its original state. This prevented her body from turning into a horrible ceramic doll that was broken and forcibly glued together. After pushing the person to treatment, Thor returned to the laboratory table again and recorded the whole process. Blood, hair, internal organs, bones. More than a dozen parts have been basically ruled out. Sol kept turning the quill in his hand. Did I not find that special organ, or was there a loophole in the experiment? Sol knew both were possible, so he tried hard to summarize the lessons learned from this experiment and tried to make it more perfect next time. All samples reacted the same, probably because I did not extract some common factor from these substances. I should consider it at a microscopic level, such as cells or... Sol, who was writing, suddenly stopped and his eyes widened slightly, or genes. He stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly slapped his head hard. Extracting genes, interpreting genes, editing genes. This question is beyond the scope. Sol immediately shook his head, as if to get rid of the water in his brain. Resurrection itself is beyond the scope, and the identification point of soul consciousness may not exist in the gene. Boldly guess, carefully verify, only one experiment, too few cases to explain the problem. Sol turned back slowly, and looked at the rows of corpses standing in front of the warehouse. I do have some samples, but the activity is too low, which may affect the accuracy of the experiment. Thor suddenly smiled, but it's not impossible to try. The corpses standing behind the shelves trembled collectively. A month later, a fairly luxurious single-passenger carriage drove on the streets of the bustling town. This town is the closest bustling town to the Gorza Wizard Tower. It is equivalent to an outpost entering the absolute domain of the Wizard Tower. So many people have stopped here every year, wanting to communicate with the Wizard Tower or participate in the apprentice selection of the Wizard Tower. The town is becoming more and more prosperous, and many of its residents are even related to wizards. Winter is approaching, and the chill in the north wind is as obvious as the fallen leaves on the ground. The carriage is driving on the street, neither slow nor fast, and Thor occasionally opens the window a little and looks out. The original name of this town is unknown, and now it is called the Outpost Town because of its special geographical location. Thor came here this time to find a place to stay outside the Wizard Tower. This is not surprising. Many third-level apprentices, and even some powerful second-level apprentices, have their own footholds outside the Wizard Tower. If Thor was not a loner, with his strength and status, he should have established a base outside the tower long ago. His consciousness platform array is not suitable for the second warehouse, which will alarm the zombies. But except for the second warehouse, other places are not suitable. Although the dormitory is large, Thor can rely on his soul to move between floors. If others are running around in the middle of the night, he may not be able to perceive the information from the outside world when he enters the consciousness platform state. So Thor will try to keep some of his energy outside the platform in the future, but it will take a long time to achieve this step. The magic array of the consciousness platform also needs to be compressed. If I really want to turn the consciousness platform into a consciousness battlefield, the enemy will not give me time to draw. Arrangements in advance are prone to accidents. Thor lowered his head and looked at his gray hands. How about fixing the magic array on a certain piece of equipment? Well, the compression of the magic array can also be listed in the plan. He was lost in thought for a moment as he looked at his hands, which had been transformed to look like those of ordinary people. At this time, the mushroom driver in front slowly stopped the car. "Sir, we are here." Thor looked out the window and saw that they were parked outside a 4-story building. Such a brick and wood mixed house would be a tall and majestic building even in some prosperous towns. The house had a huge sign that extended from the second floor to the first floor, with the words "Home of the Inn" written on it in the common language. Thor was going to a place similar to a real estate agency, and the mushroom driver led him here with ease. It looks like a comprehensive hotel. Thor closed the car window, and he snapped his fingers lightly, and his skin immediately changed from a scary grayish white to a slightly whiter skin, which was more in line with the impression of ordinary people on wizards. When Thor jumped off the carriage, 2 people came up immediately. One led the mushroom driver to the designated parking space, and the other walked to Thor with a cautious and respectful smile. "Good day, wizard. Is there anything I can do for you?" Chapter 323. Sol did not answer the visitor immediately. He scanned the surroundings and found that many people were coming in and out of the first floor hall. A few were led by people wearing the same clothes, and most were alone. During the period of observation, the man next to him, who was suspected to be a waiter of the hotel, was waiting quietly. The man was taller than Sol, so he kept his neck hunched and his waist bent when talking to Sol. Sol did not deliberately leave anyone alone. After a quick scan, he followed the waiter's instructions and entered the hall. I hope to find a quiet, remote house, preferably in the suburbs, but no more than half a day's journey from the outpost town. The lobby on the first floor is decorated like a luxurious tavern, but there is a wide aisle in the middle of the hall for people to walk. In the middle of this aisle, there is a black short pile carpet. When Thor walked in, no one else walked on the carpet except him. Even the man who led him walked close to the carpet, but did not dare to step into the carpet half a centimeter away. Fortunately, when Thor came in, the hall was still very lively, and did not become quiet immediately after his entry, otherwise Thor would have felt a little embarrassed. Although he did not care about other people's eyes, he did not like being treated as a national treasure all the time. The attendant who guided Thor leaned towards him, and said in a low voice that he could hear, "We can provide you with a variety of options. Please sit in the private room for a while. We will present you with detailed information." The man led Thor to a place similar to a private room, at the deepest part of the hall. After Thor went in and sat down, the male attendant was about to call for someone to pour water and serve food. "No need." Thor stopped his unnecessary actions. "I heard that you can complete my request the fastest, so I came here. How long do I have before I can see your information?" The attendant's smile froze, and he bowed and said, "Within 3 minutes." After that, he saluted Thor again, then quickly walked to the door and explained Thor's request to the people waiting outside. At this moment, a distant quarrel came in through the half-open door. "I told you my luggage was lost in that haunted house. You must help me find it." "Sorry, Mr. Sander, we have sent people into the house you vacated, and your luggage was not inside." "Impossible, I was just about to move in, and I hadn't even opened my luggage when I ran into a ghost. You sold this house to me, you must be responsible." "But Mr. Sander, we have sent 3 groups of people into the house in succession, and you were there the last time. You know the situation at that time. There was no ghost inside, nor your luggage. It must have been hidden by a ghost that time. I don't care. You must find my luggage back. There are very important things in it. If you lose my luggage, I will tell everyone that you rent out a house with ghosts to outsiders." "Lord Sander, we sympathize with your experience in the new house. Now we cannot rule out that your luggage may have been stolen by others after you left without closing the door." "Others, huh? The house you introduced to me is deep in the mountains and forests, next to a lake, and I can't even see the roofs of the neighbors around me. Tell me there are other people?" At this time, another voice was a little impatient. "Mr. Sander, it was you who asked for a secluded environment, no more than half a day's drive from the town, and preferably a lake next to it for you to stroll under the moon. The house we offer absolutely meets your requirements." "But I didn't ask for the house to be haunted." At first, the 2 people's voices were not loud, but wizards have strong mental power, and their 5 senses are much better than ordinary people, so Thor heard them clearly. But soon, the voices of the 2 people could not be controlled and became higher and higher, and it was estimated that everyone in the whole hall could hear them. At this time, the original male servant came back with a few stacked papers, and was interrupted just as he was about to present them to Thor. Thor raised his right hand and pointed outside. "My lord, I will let them be quiet immediately. If you need them to come over to apologize to you. I want the house that Mr. Sander has vacated. If you haven't completed the formalities yet, please invite him over as well." The attendant was stunned for a moment, but he immediately adjusted his expression and bowed his head respectfully. "No problem, sir." So, just 2 minutes later, Sander, with an awkward look on his face, sat opposite Thor. Coming in with him was the rental agreement that had not yet been signed. "Sir." Sander raised his head cautiously, met Thor's gaze, and immediately lowered it again. Thor scanned Sander's body without hesitation. Sander, who seemed to be making trouble for no reason, was actually a gigolo. This gigolo was a very accurate adjective. Because Sander in front of him didn't know what he had applied on his face, the effect was only a little more natural than using flour as foundation. Fortunately, he knew to apply a little flesh pink on his cheeks to make him look more normal. Otherwise, if he saw a ghost, I wouldn't know who should be afraid. He also had a slightly curly long hair that fell to his shoulders. However, seeing the servants in different expressions, Thor knew that this might be a custom of dressing up in a certain place. "Are you saying that there is a ghost in the house you just rented?" Thor asked. "Yes, Master Wizard." Sander didn't dare to look at Thor again, and could only look down at the ground in front of Thor's toes. "What kind of ghost?" Sander rubbed his fingers unconsciously. I I didn't see the ghost directly. After saying that, he seemed to be afraid that Thor would misunderstand that he was lying, and hurriedly speeded up and continued, although I didn't see it directly, there is really a ghost in that house. As soon as I walked in, the door closed immediately. I swear, my clothes didn't get caught on the doorknob, and there was no wind at the time. Perhaps he had been suspected by countless people, Sander explained while narrating, fearing that Thor would also misunderstand him as a liar. And when I was going upstairs, someone pulled my trouser leg. I swear I didn't slip. I really saw a gray-white hand. His nails were also black, and he scratched a hole in my pants at the time. Then Sander told about his experience in a guest room on the first floor. Prying eyes, strange laughter, windows that can't be closed. Sol noticed that the servant standing at the door and listening had rolled his eyes impatiently. But Sol knew that the man named Sander was not lying. When he squinted at Sander, he saw a rotten, maggoty gray arm hooked around Sander's neck. Looking at the bones and skin of the arm, it should belong to a girl or a slender boy. However, the elbow and wrist of the rotten arm were hidden in Sander's curly hair, and it was impossible to tell whether there was another person hanging behind him. A maggot fell into Sander's collar because of his excited movements, and the latter happened to raise his hand a few seconds later and scratched his chest casually. My lord, what I said is true, please believe me. After telling everything, Sander finally raised his head and stared at his sincere big eyes, trying to impress the powerful wizard in front of him. Chapter 324. Thor did not disturb Sander and listened to his story quietly. When Sander finished the last word, Thor stood up from his seat. In that case, let's go now. Ah? Sander was stunned. Sir? The attendant hurried forward. He wanted to dissuade him, but when he saw Thor's expression, he immediately changed his words. Please let us go with you. If you like that house, we can help you clean it up. No thanks. Sol refused the servant's suggestion to follow him. From Sander's mental state and the abnormality on his body, this guy is indeed in trouble. Others didn't see it. It is likely that the vengeful spirit has entangled Sander, so he can't take care of others. Some vengeful spirits are more professional in harming people, and generally will not change their targets until the current target dies. And when they kill enough people, their soul power is replenished, and with further pollution, they may become evil spirits. This is probably the lifelong pursuit of many irrational ghosts. A conscious ghost must have a lot of soul fragments. Thor has consumed a lot recently, so he went to replenish the stock. Of course, the more important thing is the house mentioned by Sander, which just meets all of Thor's requirements. Thor took Sander to the lakeside cabin in the Academy's carriage. This place is closer to the Wizard Tower than the outpost town, and it is difficult to find because it is hidden in the mountains and forests. I don't know who would build a house in such a place. The house was made of local materials, mostly wooden structures, but Thor found stones shaped by witchcraft in some corners. It seems that the person who originally built this house was a wizard. Maybe he was a wizard apprentice who wanted to live in seclusion away from the town. Thor came to the door and waited for Sander to climb down from the carriage tremblingly. The mushroom driver drove very fast, and his best skill was to shorten the original half-day journey to 2 hours. Sander, who had never ridden in a speeding carriage, turned pale with fear, but because the person sitting opposite him was a wizard, he managed to hold back his screams. But after getting off the carriage, Sander, who had been a little droopy, immediately straightened up and walked out of the carriage like a noble. In fact, the clothes he wore were of good quality, but a little old. He had no servants around him, and he didn't even have his own carriage even though he lived so far away. He looked like those nobles, who had been down and out for many years. This is it, sir. Sander went forward to help Thor open the door, but saw the door lock open automatically. He was startled and just wanted to jump up and shout that there was a ghost, but saw Thor had already walked in leisurely. Sander then remembered that according to rumors, the wizard did not need a key to open the door. He looked at the door that suddenly opened in front of him and the dark hall, and hesitated. The sunlight shone through the door on the old wooden floor, and the light and darkness formed an unclear boundary line. It was like the distance between life and death. Sander obviously didn't want to enter this haunted house, and the figure of the little wizard in front of him was about to merge into the darkness. Following a wizard to the haunted house did not make Sander feel confident. On the contrary, when the other party left the outpost town in a carriage, the humanity on his body was disappearing rapidly. Sander's face was pale, half of which was frightened by the speed of the galloping carriage, and half of which was frightened by the aura around the wizard in front of him. In fact, he could have waited for Thor to check the room and come out to sign the house transfer and lease agreement with him after he thought there was no problem. But Sander's eyes turned around, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but he still mustered up his courage and walked in. At this time, Thor had finished the first floor and went up to the second floor. The stairs, which had not been maintained for a long time, were a little damp, and they would make a creaking sound when walking up. Thor walked around the first floor and did not see any soul fragments or vengeful spirits. It was indeed, as the servant of the inn said, it had been cleaned inside and out. But according to Sanders' description, the vengeful spirits here can already affect actual objects, so they should have taken shape and have a certain consciousness. Ordinary people can only deal with some contaminated soul fragments. For more powerful ghosts, wizards need to use their methods. Given the cleanliness of the wooden house, it is obviously not haunted. Thor stepped onto the second floor, and then he heard someone walking on the first floor. Did Sander just come in? He glanced down and saw a figure tiptoeing and cautiously. He smiled and continued to check the room. The second floor was divided into 3 rooms, 2 small and 1 large. But the bed was in the smallest room. Each room had only a small air vent, as if the people who first built the house preferred darkness and hated sunlight. The largest room was empty, with only a wardrobe with half of its door broken. But when Sol squatted down to check, he found many old traces on the ground. There should have been many cabinets and tables here, just like the labs of the mentors. Sol stood up and waved his hands lightly, and the dust that had accumulated for several days was rolled up and sent out of the room through the air vent. When the house became clean, the traces of furniture on the ground became more obvious. This layout is very similar to the laboratory of Teacher Kaz. The person who built this house was indeed a wizard apprentice. Thor was very satisfied. He even planned to rearrange the laboratory according to the layout on the ground. I just don't know if the owner of this house was a temporary place like me to build outside the tower, or an apprentice who was expelled from the wizard tower and had to live here. Just now, Thor's magic pushed open the air window in the room, and some air from outside rushed in. The damp smell of the fibers mixed with the chirping of unknown insects and birds, and there was a sense of leisure in the countryside. Thor walked to the air window and looked out, and unexpectedly found that he could see the top of the wizard tower from this angle. Very good, it can be basically confirmed that it is the apprentice who was expelled from the tower. After the tour, Thor walked out of the room and went down the old stairs. The sound quickly alarmed Sander in the hall, and he hurried to the stairs, raised his head, and tried to force a smile. Thor noticed that he had just run out of a room. This man seemed to be looking for his luggage. He was afraid of ghosts, but he still came in to look for his luggage. It seemed that there was something very important to him in the luggage. "Sir, did you see a ghost?" Sander asked tremblingly. "No, every room is very clean." Thor shook his head. But sir, I really saw a ghost here. I dare not lie to you," Sander said anxiously. "I know." Sol's eyes fell on Sander's neck. The gray rotten arm was still wrapped around his neck. If we make a connection, the owner of the arm might want to strangle Sander from behind. Then, maybe the ghost ran away when he saw the adults. Sander's eyes moved left and right at this time. "My lord, do you see a huge rattan box upstairs?" Sander gestured with his hands. According to his description, the rattan box was not small. It felt like it could hold a person. Chapter 325. Thor slowly moved his eyes away, and finally his eyes fell on the center of the first floor hall. "Is that it?" Sander turned around and froze in his tracks. "Yes, it's my box, but why, I just walked from there," he said, and walked quickly to the box, stroking it up and down with both hands, and finally even hugged the whole box in his arms. Thor was also a little confused. This box was definitely not there when he came in. After checking just now, he found no mechanism on the ground that could hide things, nor any supernatural existence. So how did the box suddenly appear? Is this box special, or is there something abnormal about this house that Thor didn't find? Thinking that an apprentice who was expelled from the wizard tower once lived here, and that apprentices under the age of 30 who have not reached the 3rd level are prone to mutation, Thor is more inclined to believe that there is something wrong with this house. But when he used the meditation method again and looked over, the house was still clean. The dirty thing was the half-man-high rattan box. The ominous gray mist escaped from it, and finally merged with the arm on Sander's neck. But to Thor's surprise, the gray mist deliberately avoided Sander's body and just surrounded him. It seemed that they were afraid of hurting him. After confirming that the gray mist was the resentment of a corpse, Thor raised his eyebrows. "It doesn't seem to be the murder and corpse hiding that I thought at the beginning." He originally wanted to sign an agreement with Sander and let him leave with this dangerous rattan box. Although the other party might be a perverted murderer who carries a corpse with him, Thor does not intend to meddle in other people's business, and the arm may avenge him with its own hands. But now it seems that there is another reason for the death of the corpse. A down-and-out man, carrying a corpse around. After the corpse was lost, he returned to the terrifying haunted house several times to find it back. A vengeful spirit, tightly entangled with the man in front of him, but carefully did not let his breath hurt him. What is the relationship between Sander and the body in the box, or the owner of the arm on his neck? Soul suddenly became interested. He held the handrail of the stairs and walked down slowly. What is the relationship between you and the person in the box? Sander, who was hugging the box intimately, froze all over. He looked back at Soul, who had walked in front of him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head in frustration. As expected, you saw it. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, put it on the leather belt wrapped around the rattan box layer by layer, and slowly untied it. Then, he gently laid the box down and reached out to open the brass buckle. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened the lid of the box. Thor looked into the box calmly. As expected, it was a female corpse. She looked about 12 or 13 years old, lying on her side in the box with her hands on her knees. Her face was not very pretty, but if she were alive, she would be cute. She was wearing a light pink dress that was a little yellowed and faded, and there was a small gold hairpin on her head. She looked like a corpse that had just died. The only special thing was that she had no wounds or signs of decay. Thor's eyes fell on the golden hairpin. This hairpin was as new as its owner, without any signs of corrosion from the years. It should be this witchcraft prop that kept her body from decaying. Thor squatted down and looked at it carefully, and found that the pattern on the hairpin was indeed a witchcraft symbol, but it was a witchcraft text he had never seen before. Seeing that Thor had no intention of touching the female corpse, Sander's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He began to slowly tell the story of himself and the female corpse. In fact, the story is very simple and common. In order to prevent his sister from being sold to an old man as a plaything by his stepmother, who was in debt, Sander, as a brother, took his sister and fled overnight. However, the old man was a rich and powerful man, and even worshipped a wizard. For some reason, he chased Sander and his sister. He even spent a lot of money and manpower to track them. Young men and women walking on the road are easily questioned, so Sander bought this big rattan box for his sister to hide in. With this stupid trick, they avoided the search. Everything was going well until he took a boat from the eastern continent across the bay to the Blue Water Bay, the estuary here. When he got off the boat, there were some collisions in the rattan box. But because his sister had sneaked on the boat without a ticket, he looked at the sailors chatting and laughing around him, and didn't dare to move. He just patted the box to make his sister quiet down. And the box was quiet immediately. Sander thought that the noise just now might just be his sister adjusting her posture because she was uncomfortable sitting somewhere. But who would have thought that when he quickly got off the ship and found a secluded place, and opened the box, he would find his sister curled up inside, motionless, without heartbeat or breathing. Her body was already stiff. Although many years had passed, Sander still shed a line of tears when he said this. These tears were very quiet, silently dripping down the corners of his eyes, rolling over his skin that had experienced the vicissitudes of time, and falling on his faded and yellowed shirt collar. Sander wiped away his tears skillfully, then wiped his hands dry on his pants, and then carefully closed the box. He would reach out and carefully arrange the skirt and hair of the female corpse to prevent them from being caught in the box. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, sir. This box is worthless, but it contains my most precious treasures. He even smiled at Thor. Although Sander tried to remain calm, Thor could still feel the huge sadness that had been suppressed for a long time from him. Seeing that Thor did not look impatient, Sander could not help but pour out some of his thoughts. Later, I often thought, if I had not thought about saving the little money for the boat ticket at that time, and opened the box immediately to check on my sister's condition, would she not have died? I always thought that rattan boxes are more breathable, but I didn't expect. Maybe it was a little hot that day, and there were a lot of people crowded around me, making her uncomfortable. She wanted to change her position to get some fresh air, but because of my instructions, she endured it obediently. Soul looked at the rattan box that was wrapped again. Then why did you put her in the box? Mitter likes. Oh, Mitter is my sister. Her name is Miska, my mother, and I have always called her that. She doesn't want to leave the box. Once I take her out, she will cry. She will cry? Yes, sir, I am not lying. Thor supported his chin, then pick her up and let me see. This. Sander showed a hint of reluctance, but after struggling for a moment, he still reached out and opened the box. He was afraid that if he didn't do it, the wizard would do it himself. As Sander said, When she gently lifted her sister's head, a drop of water seeped out of the girl's tightly closed eyes. When Sander lifted the girl's shoulders again, the tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Sir?" Sander looked at Thor beggingly, obviously not having the heart to lift his sister's body again. "Okay, I saw it, put her back." Sol did not force Sander, but after Sander put his sister down, he immediately said, "Your sister did not die of suffocation. She was killed by the evil spirit." Chapter 326. What? After hearing Thor's words, Sander froze in place. After 3 breaths, he asked again in disbelief. "Do you remember anything special that happened before you got off the ship?" Sander's eyes kept shaking. The long-buried truth came to light, and he was about to lose control of his emotions. "Calm down. Don't you want to know why Mitter died?" Sander sniffed hard and said in a trembling voice, I remember, before the ship docked, there was a soul tide in Blue Water Bay, so we waited on the sea for a night and docked in the early morning." "What is the soul tide?" Sol had never heard of this term. It is said that many years ago, a tragic war broke out in the western continent, and many countries were affected. An empire was almost destroyed because of it. At that time, 2 armies clashed in Blue Water Bay. Who would have thought that during a night battle where both sides fought with all their might, the sea water in Blue Water Bay suddenly rose, swallowing up all the soldiers, and only a few officers who were commanding in the rear escaped. After that, many people were inexplicably swept away by the waves in Blue Water Bay every year. It was not until the end of the war that a wizard came to deal with it, and this phenomenon of unexplained mass death stopped. But occasionally, a large number of blurry figures would come ashore with the high tide and retreat with the low tide. The residents of Blue Water Bay called it the soul tide. Whenever the soul tide appeared, someone would disappear, so the captain notified us to stay on the sea for a day and wait until dawn before docking. Could it be that night? Did Miwa behave strangely that night? No, because I was tired from the journey, I waited for her to fall asleep on the bed, and then I fell asleep leaning against the chair. Oh, right. Sander seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned his head to stare at Thor. In the middle of the night, I suddenly heard my sister calling me, but when I woke up, she asked me to go back to sleep, saying that nothing was wrong. I thought she was playing a prank, and I was too sleepy at the time, so I fell asleep again. If I'm not mistaken, she died before she got off the ship. Sol lowered his voice. He felt that Sander in front of him was like a little man made of sand, which could be blown away by the wind at any time. Impossible. I clearly talked to her before getting off the ship. Sander waved his arms excitedly, and I saw him get into the box with my own eyes, and I sealed the box with my own hands. At this moment, he was like a child who was at a loss, and had forgotten to respect the wizard. Maybe what you saw was an illusion, maybe Midgewar still had her own consciousness at that time, but if a person was suffocated, her skin would not be in this state now. No. Suffocated? Sander stared at his sister in a daze. She was the same as she was a few years ago, as if she was just asleep, not dead. Sol lowered his eyes, supported his knees with his hands, and slowly stood up, seemingly casually saying, "In short, she was not suffocated by you accidentally." Sander suddenly raised his head, his dry eyes suddenly turned red. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't speak. Thor didn't let him say anything, and interrupted him directly. "Okay, I have checked the house, and you have found the lost things. Let's not delay any longer, and sign the sublease agreement now." Sander had not yet calmed down, so he could only nod vigorously. After packing the box again, the two returned to the carriage outside the house, and signed the agreement. After that, Thor asked the mushroom driver to send the people back to the outpost town, and he returned to the lakeside cabin. Blue Water Bay soul tide. If that's the case, there should be a lot of soul fragments and vengeful spirits there. With such a large scale, there might be a few evil spirits. Sol closed the door, and stood back in the center of the hall, where the box just appeared. You can go there to replenish your soul energy in a few days. If you always eat up all your energy, you will easily drain yourself dry. Sol suddenly stamped his feet when he said this, but before that, we have to solve the problem in this room first. Do you want to come out by yourself, or do I have to drag you out? There was no response in the room. Thor was not in a hurry. A black tentacle stretched out from the back of his neck, hanging down to the ground, and crawling on the ground like a black python. A rattan box suddenly appeared. Do you want us to leave as soon as possible? Xiaozao's head stopped at a corner of the wall, and finally it stretched upwards, crawling along the wall, going straight and then turning a right angle, and finally going straight and turning a right angle again. Thor walked over and watched Xiaozao draw a square on the wall with his body. Well, It seems that the one who controlled the box to appear was not a conscious mind. Not finding the vengeful spirit that was originally thought to be hidden here, but finding a strange passage, Thor touched his nose, and the embarrassment flashed away. He asked Xiaozhao, who was extremely sensitive to the smell of death, to come back, and went forward to check. A well-hidden dark room. Thor's hand gently brushed against the wall, and did not feel any unusual touch. He closed his eyes, and recalled the area of the wooden house when he saw it from the outside. There is indeed a secret room, but the area should be very small. Is there something hidden there? Thor's hand pressed on the wall gradually became transparent, and his fingertips suddenly passed through the wooden wall. But he did not go deeper, and quickly pulled his hand out. At the moment when his hand was pulled out, a gray-white tentacle turned into a human palm. There is nothing inside, not even defensive magic. After a simple exploration, Thor went straight along the square that Xiaozhao had drawn before. His magic power was released from his fingers, turning into a black touch of torture. The power of corrosion soon broke the magic circle on the wall, and a hidden door appeared. Thor opened the door, and saw the witchcraft magic circle engraved behind the door. What a complicated magic circle. Thor only took a glance, and with his current mental power, he actually felt dizzy. However, when he started to meditate, the symptoms of dizziness were much relieved, and when he opened the diary again, the negative mental effects of the magic circle on him were completely eliminated. This magic circle focuses on hiding fluctuations, and the formula used is something I have never seen before. What did the original owner of this house want to hide? Thor walked in and found that there was a layer of dust inside. He used witchcraft to remove the dust on the surface, and finally saw the pattern on the floor that had been covered in dust for who knows how many years. Another magic circle? Using magic circles to hide magic circles? Thor did not approach immediately, but looked at both sides of the room. After making sure that there were no other magic circles in the room, he approached the magic circle carefully. Using mountains and forests to hide houses, using witchcraft similar to sleight of hand to hide dark rooms, using dark rooms to hide magic circles. I want to see how rare this hidden thing is. Thor looked at the entire magic circle, his brows gradually furrowed. Why does this magic circle look familiar? A light suddenly lit up in his mind, and his puzzled expression gradually turned into surprise. In order to confirm his memory again, Thor hurriedly searched for the notebook he carried with him. He took out a notebook that was not very important, but recorded rare witchcraft knowledge, turned to the first few pages, and stopped at one of the magic circle formula diagrams. That was the magic circle for extracting souls that he had obtained from the wandering wizard in Mofin Town, and this so-called haunted house magic circle is obviously an upgraded version of the former. Chapter 327. Dusk Forest, Lakeside Cabin. Thor had closed the door of the darkroom, and restored the hidden magic circle. He was now sitting on the only wooden bed on the second floor of the cabin, carefully examining the witchcraft magic circle he had just copied. On Thor's left hand, he was spreading out the notebook that recorded the original soul extraction magic circle. Why is there such a magic circle here? Thor was sure that this new soul extraction magic circle had been very cleverly improved. Now, not only can we extract and create the vengeful spirits of ordinary people, we can even extract the spirits of wizard apprentices. If we create vengeful spirits according to this magic circle, if the materials are suitable, we can even create evil spirits stably. My initial guess was wrong. I thought it was some unsuccessful exiled apprentice, who was unwilling to give up, and continued to live near the wizard tower. But now it seems that this is clearly the base of someone, or even a certain force. Thor stood up. He heard a noise outside, and went downstairs immediately. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the mushroom driver who had rushed back, and was about to come in with a scroll. Seeing Thor, the driver immediately said, "Sir, I brought the agreement." Thor took the scroll and unfolded it. There was no information about himself on it. The in-house did not even write his name on the scroll. It just said that the holder of the scroll was the long-term tenant of the house. Secular agreements naturally have no binding force on wizards. The in-house obviously knew this, and would not verify the identity of the wizards at all. And wizards, who are not short of money, basically pay rent for 10 years. After 10 years, if the wizard who rented the house is still there, they will send someone to renew or terminate the contract. Thor read the agreement, nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the driver, "You go to the town to find a place to stay, and come to deliver food every 3 days." The mushroom driver raised his head and said carefully, "My lord, I can live in the carriage, so if you have any instructions, you can call me immediately." But Thor shook his head firmly. "No, it's easy to hurt you if I do experiments here." The driver said nothing more, nodded neatly, and seeing that Thor had no further request, he took his leave and drove away. What Thor didn't know was that he didn't live in the outpost town, but in an uninhabited mountain forest 1 mile away from the town. He also planted a few white mushrooms nearby. Although he was originally just an ordinary person, after several trips to the Black Castle forest, he had gradually left the scope of ordinary people under the influence of witchcraft. Thor walked into the room with the scroll in his hand and threw it casually into the corner of the room. Just now, for a moment, he wanted to leave or run away. There might be a lot of troubles hidden in this abandoned lakeside hut. But after seeing the scroll, Thor changed his mind. He knew that the magic circle hidden in the lakeside hut was an upgraded version of the one in Mofin Town. And this magic circle was obtained by Shelley, a wandering wizard apprentice in Mofin Town, a few years ago. After that, Shelley began to frantically use living girls to create evil spirits in an attempt to get promoted. But it was obvious that someone was deceiving him. Thor suspected that the person who deceived Shelley was the creator of this magic circle. He told Shelley that the magic circle could help him advance to the second level apprentice, probably just to use Shelley to let him experiment with the magic circle. Thor took out the improved version of the soul extraction magic circle again. The person behind the scenes should have discovered the flaws of the magic circle through Shelley's experiment and made changes. However, there is one strange thing. Although this improved magic circle can extract the soul of the wizard apprentice, it is not cost-effective to calculate the materials consumed. It is not as good as the original soul extraction magic circle. Is it because the input value of the improved magic circle exceeds the output that it was abandoned here? Whether the creator of this magic circle really gave up or pretended to give up, Thor was ready to pretend that he had not found anything and see if someone would secretly find it back. So in the next 2 days, Thor did not start his experiment immediately, but let Shiaza station a branch in the lakeside cabin again. At the same time, he also arranged a defensive witchcraft magic circle, pretending that he would stay here for a long time. In addition, Shiaza also dived into a small lake next to him during his underground exploration. This lake seemed to be connected to an underground waterway. It looked shallow, but it was actually deep. Shiaza picked up several corpses from the deepest bottom of the lake, including the remains of 2 wizard apprentices. This also confirmed that someone had used the magic array in the lakeside hut to conduct experiments on extracting the souls of wizard apprentices. At the same time as Shiaza's expansion of territory, Thor's own experiments were also carried out. He rearranged the consciousness platform magic array in the largest room on the second floor of the hut. After 2 days of renovation, this new laboratory has a set of tables and chairs, and several cabinets placed against the wall. Some of these things were purchased by Thor with the mushroom driver in the town, and some were assembled by him using local materials, and then asked Shiaza to assemble them. Now, the array of the consciousness platform has been built, and new experiments can be started. Thor stood in the center of the array and took out a bottle of reagent. This is the last extract of the grinding fruit. If we can't find a new source of grinding fruit or a substitute, the research on the consciousness battlefield will be temporarily suspended. Thor raised his head and swallowed the potion. In the consciousness space, the endless black starry sky still surrounded the huge circular platform. For consciousness bodies flew out of the diary in Thor's hand one by one, landed in front of him, and bowed together. "Sir!" Then the 4 people posed in 4 different salute postures. Soul, whose emotional fluctuations had been suppressed to the extreme, let them salute expressionlessly. After this, the consciousness platform array may not be open for a long time. For different expressions appeared on the faces of the 4 consciousnesses. Thor ignored their mood and swept his cold eyes over the 4 people. "So this time, I will try to take one of you out." "Take it out?" Agu's heart moved. "Master already has a plan?" Thor turned his head and stared at Agu. "No, only an immature idea. And I have run out of potions in my hand. So whoever I take out this time must be prepared to never come back. And those who stay will not be able to enter the consciousness platform for a long time." The platform immediately became quiet, and the restless minds of several people calmed down. Just as Thor was thinking about who to take away, a person took the initiative to stand up. Herman took a step forward. "Master, if you are doing a trial experiment this time, I suggest you take me with you. In this way, if there is any accident in the experiment, your loss will be minimal." After this, Thor and the other 4 looked at him in surprise. Herman was a little nervous. He knew that if he stood up now, it was equivalent to being a living experiment in the initial stage of an experiment. The danger is quite high, but he has no choice. Although Thor never said anything, he knew that he was lucky to survive. The main reason Thor kept them was that he regarded them as a repository of knowledge. Maybe the master will have other plans in the future, but for now, Herman is the most useless one. Agu was the administrator of the Wizard Tower Library, and this identity alone means a lot of knowledge. And Morton was a second-level wizard 100 years ago. Even if his power is greatly reduced now, the knowledge possessed by a second-level wizard is not something Herman can imagine. And, who originally had no sense of existence, gradually awakened after integrating with the evil spirit consciousness. Compared with Thor, he wanted to continue to dig out secrets from her. As for Herman himself, he was not majoring in dark attributes, and he was only a third-level wizard apprentice. He had even told his master all the secrets about land boats that he knew. His only remaining value now was to contribute to the construction of the master's consciousness battlefield. The experiment was indeed dangerous, but there were opportunities in danger. If he could seize this opportunity. Herman met Thor's gaze. Master, I will implement all your will, and I will not retreat even if my consciousness is consumed. Chapter 328. A smile slowly appeared on Thor's calm face. He said with satisfaction, okay, then you do it. Soul's plan was to absorb Herman's consciousness again through his tentacles that could transform into soul form, and then bring it back to the Wizard Tower to simulate the state of Mrs. Euler, and test all the problems that would arise when the spirit and the container were combined. Although Thor could now access previous experimental data, reading books was always not as thorough as doing it himself, and it also helped him use his soul talent to discover details that the previous experimenter had not noticed. This is why Gorza tried hard to train him, and let him join the experimental team as soon as possible. With the joint efforts of the other three consciousnesses, Thor successfully absorbed Herman's consciousness into his own spirit. During this period, the other three people provided a lot of advice, and explained to Thor a lot of knowledge in fields that he had never seen. Obviously, the remaining three consciousnesses also quickly understood why Herman took the initiative to stand up. After Thor gave up the fifth black page without hesitation last time, they vaguely realized that Thor could not create pages infinitely. In addition, to keep their consciousness awake, Thor needs to continuously inject soul energy. It can be analyzed that if a more valuable consciousness appears in the future, which needs to be preserved, or even closer to Thor, then they may be abandoned. 10 minutes later, Thor opened his eyes again. He looked down at his left hand. His left hand was now covered with a layer of flowing mercury. Herman's consciousness was temporarily sealed in it. It can be preserved in my hands for about 3 days. We need to rush back to the Wizard Tower as soon as possible to find a suitable container for Herman to start the experiment. Today is the day when the coachman comes to deliver supplies, but since Thor's experiment is going well, he may ask the coachman to take him back to the Wizard Tower first. He opened a protective magic circle in the lakeside cottage, and let Shiozao plant a clone here. If someone visits after Thor leaves, he will notice something unusual when he comes back again. At night, Thor got off the carriage, but he didn't expect to see Luokai waiting here at a glance. He had learned from Byron that Luokai and Jiro had blocked their carriage here, but he was not in the carriage at that time. But when Soul returned to the second warehouse that day, he found that the body of Nick that was sent in 2 days ago had a hint of the order for the Lost Soul Flower mark. Whether he would be blocked by Luokai and the others that day, it would not delay the insider of the land boat from exerting influence on the Lost Soul Flower mark. Soul jumped off the carriage, asked the mushroom driver to go back first, and took the initiative to walk in front of Luokai. What a coincidence, President Luokai. Luokai stared at Thor, and a bright smile suddenly broke out on his expressionless face. Hee, congratulations, Thor, you are the person I know who has been promoted to a third-level apprentice in the shortest time. You are worthy of being an apprentice under the Lord of the Tower. From now on, I will call you Senior Thor. No, you can just call me Thor. Soul smiled politely in return. The president of the Mutual Aid Association, Luokai, seems to be 27 or 28 years old this year, but he never has the sense of urgency of other older second-level apprentices, and all day long he is either organizing exchange meetings or teaching first-level apprentices, as if he has no intention of being promoted to a third-level apprentice. Are you going out? No, I'm waiting for you here. Luokai said with a smile, I have sent several first-level apprentices here, and another entrance, guarding every day to see when you will come back. What's the matter? Soul's mind was racing. Is it the aftermath of the last time I went back to the tower? Or is it because of the formation in the lakeside cabin? What else can I do? It's just that after the last exchange meeting, many people want to invite you to go again. Sorry, I just accepted the task of mentor recently, so I'm quite busy. I come back when I have time. Luokai's playful expression was restrained. He naturally knew who the mentor was that Thor was talking about. It's really a pity. Many people are waiting to trade with you. But of course, The matter of the Tower Master is more important. The smile climbed back onto Luo Kai's face. I will notify you every time I have a gathering in the future. I hope to show up at the exchange meeting again one day. Luo Kai smiled and retreated into the shadows, making way for the passage to the Wizard Tower. After hastily bidding farewell to Luo Kai, who had ill intentions, Sol rushed back to the second warehouse. He sent a message to Hayden, asking her to continue participating in the experiment every afternoon starting tomorrow. Then, Sol went straight to a corpse. If there is a container that best fits Herman's consciousness, it must be this one. In front of him, Herman, who had been transformed beyond recognition by the mortician, stood there straight. Sol removed the mercury seal on his left hand, and the hand inside still looked like an octopus tentacle. There was a black shadow in the center of the translucent tentacles. Although there is no harm to the corpse, but we still need to consider where the consciousness is stored. Sol recalled the history he had seen when he was living with Shiezo. In the underground laboratory, Gorza stood behind the chattering Mrs. Eula and cut her head with one palm. At the end of the scene, Sol remembered that Gorza seemed to take off the upper half of Mrs. Eula's head. The mentor put Mrs. Euler's soul into the head of the container. However, Herman's situation is a little different from Mrs. Euler's. He is now completely a conscious body, relying on the soul energy provided by me to maintain a stable form. If a soul only has the conscious body as its original body, and the soul energy comes from others, will it also be rejected by the body? Thinking of this, Thor reached out to the chest of Herman's corpse. He did not choose the head, because the experiment of Mentor Gorza obviously failed. And Thor thought that the head was obviously a very important, but also very dangerous place. For the first experiment, Thor still wanted to be safe. Let's see if Herman's body will reject his consciousness. Thor carefully moved the black light representing Herman closer. His arm slowly deformed as he moved, gradually changing from an octopus tentacle to a huge syringe. Sure enough, the change in form helps my mental power to operate as needed, which is also a psychological suggestion. The needle of the syringe pierced into the chest of the corpse, and slowly pushed forward. Thor also separated a trace of mental power to surround Herman's consciousness, constantly monitoring his condition. The black consciousness seemed to sense the change in position, and began to tremble slightly. And the closer it got to the corpse, the more it trembled. Is the consciousness instinctively afraid? Is the soul afraid of its own body? No, the current container and his original body are still two concepts. Maybe I should be ready to stop the experiment at any time. Although it is necessary to build a consciousness platform to take these consciousnesses out, it is still very easy to send them back. Just ask the diary to absorb them again. It can also cleanse the pollution from the outside world during this period. Although he noticed the abnormal behavior of Herman's consciousness, Sol did not stop the experiment immediately. But his spirit was also tense. If possible, he still didn't want Herman's consciousness to have problems so soon. The injection has reached the final stage, and the black consciousness disappears into Herman's body bit by bit. The trace of spiritual power that Thor released was still steadily transmitting the information inside. The next second, Thor suddenly found that the consciousness body entangled by the spiritual power had disappeared. What? He just frowned, and saw Herman across from him opened his eyelids. The corpses in the warehouse had no eyes, and their eyes had been stored in a special place in the Wizard Tower. So when Herman's corpse opened his eyes, Thor saw a mass of emptiness. But when the head lowered, the emptiness met Thor's sight, and he felt that someone was watching him from behind the darkness. Herman? Pig! Thor's face was dark. Straighten your tongue before you speak. Chapter 329. Yes, Pig, Master. Herman tried to open his mouth. Can't you even speak clearly? Sol took 2 steps back and looked at the corpse in front of him that was moving again. How do you feel now? It's like paralysis. Sol reacted, like being hit by a spell? Herman nodded slowly. Sol picked up Herman and carried him to the experimental table. Since you can't even bend your tongue and your movements are slow, I lead you first, and you should also work hard to strengthen your control over your body. He placed Herman on the side of the table, like a plastic model. I have read the experimental records on soul infusion. The container in it did not show the uncontrollable situation like you. I need to check what went wrong. If you have any changes, good or bad, please tell me in time. Yes, Pig, Master. Sol rubbed his forehead. Well, this is just my trial experiment. It is normal that it is not as good as the research results of Professor Rum and others over the years. No headache. No headache. Just like that, the next day, when Hayden dragged his wounded body to Sol's second warehouse, he saw the tall man following him. Sir, who is he? Hayden immediately became nervous because she didn't know who the other person was, and whether Sol would tell him about his situation. After a night of hard work, Herman could walk on his own without being dragged around by Soul. But his tongue still couldn't be straightened. At this time, he turned his head to face Hayden with his face covered by black cloth. Hayden's address to Thor made him feel as if his eyes were black. "Sir," he also shouted. Very clear, no ambiguity. Thor glanced at Herman and acquiesced to this address. Then he let Hayden in and said casually, "He is in a similar situation to you, you can call him Herman." It was not appropriate to call Herman directly, and Thor quickly removed a pronunciation. "Her?" Hayden still had no expression on her face, but her eyes were no longer alert when she looked at Herman. She even approached him enthusiastically. "So we are in the same situation. Have you just entered the new container? I see your actions are not going well." Herman looked down at Hayden's beautiful face, and immediately knew that this was Thor's experimental assistant in the wizard. However, he didn't know that she was such a beautiful assistant. "Yes." Herman slowed down his pace, not wanting to walk side by side with Hayden. But Hayden also slowed down, as if to take care of the disabled. "Her." She seemed a little more enthusiastic than usual. "When did you enter the container?" Herman looked at Thor, who was walking in front of him. It seemed that the owner didn't mind him communicating with others, so he tried to respond naturally. "Yesterday." "What?" Hayden was stunned. "Then you adapted very quickly." "I couldn't even move for the first 3 days after entering the container." Hearing this, Thor stopped immediately and turned back to ask Hayden, "After you entered the container, you couldn't move for 3 days?" He mostly looked at the various reactions of the spirit after entering the container, and indeed ignored the state when it just entered the container. And the experimental notes often glossed over this. Hayden nodded. Soul looked at Herman again and thought, "My soul corresponds to my body, and there is indeed a big difference." After entering the warehouse, Thor immediately began to record the status of the two. He found that although Hayden performed better than Herman in all aspects, Hayden had been in this body for nearly a month, while Herman had only been in it for the 2nd day. In this comparison, Herman was actually much ahead of Hayden. So, although it has become a corpse, the body still has a strong acceptance of its own soul. Moreover, the original body does not require the original soul to enter with the opposite gender. Thor thought while watching the two people who continued to test various values in the laboratory. Suddenly he discovered a strange phenomenon. Hayden seemed to always take care of Herman intentionally or unintentionally. It was like a cold beauty suddenly licking a paralyzed man with paralysis. Soul suddenly figured out the reason and smiled softly. So Hayden, who has been living in the morgue for many years, has this kind of reaction when facing the opposite sex? But Soul misunderstood Hayden. He secretly took care of Herman not only because he misunderstood that the soul of her was female, but also because he thought they were in the same boat. He felt that he could understand the embarrassment of hell, but he only hinted at it in his actions, with the idea of seeing through it but not saying it. "Look, I know you were originally a woman, and I'm not a real woman either." But he didn't expect that Herman was actually a man. I hope he will never know. On the 5th day, after Herman entered his body, Hayden took a day off, because he needed to go back to Minter Rum to re-strengthen the connection between his body and the container. Thor planned to take this opportunity to let Herman conduct the next experiment. He wanted Herman to enter other corpse containers. After making other preparations, Thor warned Herman seriously, "For a body that is not your own, you may feel a strong repulsion when entering. Don't resist yourself, but if you encounter suspected contamination or alienation, you must respond immediately." "Yes," Herman replied immediately, and after a moment, he added in a low voice, "Master." Thor chuckled and immediately began to record. It will take about 7 days for the end organ, like the tongue, to be more flexible in control. Then, the soul transfer experiment began. Thor used a defensive witchcraft array that could lock the soul and prevent energy from escaping to trap himself, Herman, and the other 2 corpses in the array. Then he began to transfer Herman's spirit into his arm through his arm that could absorb and output spirits. During this period, he found that the container did not produce adhesion. Am I the only one who has a strong suction force when entering other containers? The zombies have no attachment to the souls that originally belonged to them. So why would they prevent my soul from leaving their bodies? Soul's research on his own spirit will definitely be put on the agenda, but he is afraid that the specialness of his spirit comes entirely from the experience of time travel or the blessing of the diary. Compared to them, researching resurrection may be a little easier. Herman's spirit was successfully sucked out by Soul, but failed when entering the first male corpse. The opponent's resistance is very strong, and it has the characteristics of magnetic force. The closer you get, the stronger the repulsion. Thor can resist this repulsion and continue, but Herman's consciousness has a tendency to collapse under the pressure of the 2 forces. Thor stopped quickly. Fortunately, I have prepared another corpse. Thor looked at the female corpse next to him. Try this one again. Thor injected Herman's consciousness into the female corpse next to him little by little. This time the repulsion on the corpse was much smaller, but it still existed, and there was no suction like that against Thor. However, because the repulsion was small this time, Herman finally resisted the pressure from both sides and got into the female corpse completely. Now this situation is the same as soul infusion. Thor did not show a happy expression. He reached out and turned the hourglass prepared in advance upside down and started counting. Chapter 330. Blue sand fell from the top of the hourglass to the bottom little by little. Thor was observing his mental power wrapped around Herman's spirit throughout the whole process, and at the same time he used his unique semi-immersive meditation method to observe other changes in the female corpse. After about 10 minutes, Herman seemed to have completed the fusion and controlled the female corpse to open her eyes. How do you feel now? Thor picked up a pen and paper, and was about to start recording according to Herman's statement. Who knew that the next second, Herman suddenly opened his mouth. Ah! The sound was extremely sharp, extremely high-pitched. The frequency of the sound was abnormally high, and it instantly exceeded the reception range of human ears. But Thor could still hear the scream through his extremely high mental power. Something went wrong. Thor endured the torment of the knife scraping his skull, and immediately stretched out his tentacles towards the female corpse, wanting to suck Herman out. But when his tentacles touched the female corpse, a long-lost sound suddenly penetrated his brain from the outside, as if it had broken through a barrier. Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Thor instantly felt as if a big hammer had hit his head hard, and then his head trembled rapidly and violently like a tuning fork. The limit of his will was instantly broken, and at the last second, Thor almost relied on the inertia of his movements to suck out Herman's consciousness. Then, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Darkness fell. Russell, someone gently turned a page of a book. You can't do this, brother Thor. Who? Thor opened his eyes suddenly. What he saw was the blue, cloudless sky. When the breeze blew, it seemed that green grass sprouts were stirring his skin. A little girl's face appeared above him, and her soft hair swept across Thor's forehead. The girl had curved eyebrows, and her silver eyes shone with starry light. Penny? The girl smiled. Suddenly, her face came close, and her silver eyes almost touched Thor's eyes. Originally, Thor should not be able to see the object in front of him clearly at this distance. But this time, Thor saw it clearly. He saw a pair of silver pupils, but there were countless small eyes in the pupils. Each small eye was a regular hexagon, closely arranged. These hexagonal eyes formed a large circular pupil. They were sometimes bright, sometimes dark, and from a distance, they looked like stars shining. Through these silver eyes, Thor saw himself. Each of his figures appeared in each of the other's hexagonal pupils, so there were thousands of him in the other's eyes. Moreover, each Thor in the eyes was doing different things. Some were researching, some were learning, some were dismembering, and some were meditating. These seem to be things I have done before. Penny is a nightmare butterfly. Is she not dead yet? Is what I am seeing now my history? Thor thought vaguely, and he suddenly became very curious about what happened in his past. This is very strange. When he once had the magical ability of observing history, he never thought of observing himself. Compared with the diary and Xiaozhou, he himself is the person closest to him and the one he is most familiar with. But until he met these silver eyes again and remembered the magical ability of the nightmare butterfly to observe history, he suddenly realized he could also observe himself. But for some reason, he didn't think of it at all at that time. Now he seems to have finally had a chance to follow these thousands of eyes to find his past, the secret of his journey, the truth of his death and resurrection, and the uniqueness of his soul. At the same time, a trace of uneasiness and fear rose in his heart, but this negative emotion was quickly suppressed by the twinkling starlight, and he was left with only curiosity and impatience. Let me see what happened between my death and rebirth. Let me see, I will find it. The tension, expectation, and excitement of the truth being revealed made Thor gradually grin. Then he seemed to really see something. Darkness and light exist at the same time. The dazzling light hides the ultimate darkness. Closer, closer, he murmured. The light began to twist, followed by darkness, and the two mixed together, emitting a sweet fragrance like ice cream. Swish. Soul seemed to hear the sound of pages turning, but this sound was quickly covered by the sweetness. Closer, closer. His voice gradually lost control. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable roar interrupted Soul's frenzy. He suddenly came to his senses, and found that the little girl above him had gone away. She covered her temples with both hands, her expression twisted to the extreme with pain, and black pus flowed out of her tightly closed eyes. "Ah, brother Thor, I was wrong. Ah, it hurt so much." Penny, with silver eyes, fell down in pain. Thor turned his head and watched the girl rolling on the lawn. The soft green branches suddenly turned black and straightened, turning into sharp knife tips, leaving huge scars on the rolling girl mercilessly. Black mucus flowed out of the wound and soon flowed all over the floor. Thor watched the girl's flesh and blood being crushed bit by bit, and watched her roll to one side, no longer struggling but twitching slightly. The girl's face was facing him. Her face was covered by messy hair, and only one eye could be seen. The tightly closed eyelids were deeply sunken, as if something had turned into pus and flowed out of the eye socket. "Penny," he called the girl reluctantly. Boom. All the sound stopped abruptly. As if time had been stopped, the flying hair and the hem of the clothes were frozen in place. Thor felt a little tired. He slowly closed his eyes. Yawn. Before he opened his eyes, he yawned a lot. He stretched his limbs around as hard as he could, feeling the comfort of the stretch. Thor grabbed his hair with one hand and supported his body with the other hand to sit up. "It seems like I had a dream." He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked around, and found that he was lying on the ground. Why am I sleeping on the ground? Did I sleepwalk? However, the next second, the vague memory began to become clear little by little, and Thor's face became heavier. He lowered his head first and asked his left hand, "Herman, how are you?" There was a black mass in his transparent palm, but it looked much more scattered than before the experiment. Just as Thor was watching, the black shadows spread a little more. Sol knew it was not good, and without hesitation, he immediately asked the diary to take back Herman's consciousness. The black shadow on the palm disappeared instantly. Thor sighed. He could have conducted several more experiments, but something unexpected happened when he entered the female corpse for the last time. It seemed that he accidentally touched a certain resentment in the wizard tower. But Thor's experience after being knocked unconscious by the resentment was even more bizarre. Why did I dream of Penny, the nightmare butterfly? She seemed to have done something to me. Thor got up with a start. Why did I dream of Penny? Since becoming a wizard apprentice, he rarely dreams, and every dream has a certain meaning. After entering the third level, he never dreamed again. After fainting this time, he actually dreamed of the nightmare butterfly. The key is that meeting Penny in a dream is not necessarily a good thing. Thor quickly passed the 3 corpses around him and ran to the deep shelf where he sealed the nightmare butterfly's cocoon. However, the eyeball-shaped cocoon sealed in the test tube has disappeared. Chapter 331. The nightmare butterfly has hatched? Sol calmed himself down and recalled the scene in his dream. If the nightmare butterfly really hatched in my dream, its final ending would not be very good, but it called me Brother Sol. Why did it call me that? Penny clearly died in Mofin Town. He recalled that at the end of the dream, Penny seemed to ask him for help, and he was originally trying to observe his own history, and it seemed that he saw something extraordinary. He had no recollection of what happened after that, and when he opened his eyes, he thought he had just had a long, beautiful dream. Was it really Penny in my dream? Sol took the test tube off the shelf. The glass surface of the test tube was not damaged at all. He tightened his fingers holding the test tube slightly until the glass surface made a groaning friction sound, and then he relaxed suddenly. Maybe. It's time to look at the notes I got from Haywood. At the beginning, Sol obtained Haywood's research results on nightmare butterflies on the condition of finding Heidi, the curse that parasitized Haywood, or his sister. But because of Haywood's warning and Thor's own fear of nightmare butterflies, he has not opened it yet. But now the cocoon is nowhere to be found, and it is likely to have hatched, and Thor can't wait any longer. He held the test tube in his hand, and walked straight to the nightmare butterfly research notes at the other end of the warehouse. But after getting the notes, he did not look through them immediately, but returned to the laboratory table, meditated, and checked his condition. Looking back now, when I tried to check my history, I should have been contaminated by something. At that time, I also heard the sound of the pages. That should be the diary reminding me. But I didn't react at all at that time. Is this beyond the safety warning range of the locator? It was like walking out of the platform extended by the glass window for him. After meditating for an hour, Thor was sure that his mental body was stable now, and the pollution he suffered in the dream was not transmitted to his real body. Opening his eyes, Thor's face looked a little strange. It seems that all the influences I suffered in the dream at that time were absorbed by the nightmare butterfly. She didn't die directly in my dream, did she? It was useless to think too much, so Thor solemnly opened the notebook in front of him. He wrote a sentence on the title page of the notebook. This is a dream that I can never wake up from. 10 minutes later, Thor closed the book. Nightmare butterflies. Really hatched in dreams. But the historical reappearance mentioned by Haywood is a bit strange. He did not finish reading the entire notebook, because Thor felt sleepy after reading only the first few pages. This was very abnormal. He had just woken up, and after an hour of meditation, his mental strength was very abundant. So he immediately put the book down and meditated again to stabilize his spirit. Sure enough, you need to be very careful when reading this book. Soul put the notes away again. If what the book said is basically correct, then the nightmare butterfly eggs are indeed hatching in his dream now. I have clearly sealed the nightmare butterfly eggs, and there has been no sign of hatching before. Why did they suddenly hatch after I came back? Did Penny do something to me? The power of the nightmare butterfly is obviously beyond the control of Soul. But something unexpected happened in the dream, and Soul did not report it to the Tower Master immediately. And the diary had not given any warning. Wait, diary? The crimson hardcover book opened. It turned over the gorgeous golden pages, many white pages, mottled black pages, and finally came to the back cover. This is... Soul looked at the thing that appeared in the book in surprise. It was no longer a page, but a bookmark. A silver, hollow butterfly bookmark. Just as Thor was about to touch it with his consciousness, he saw that the bookmark suddenly disappeared. What? Before Thor could look for it, he suddenly saw a silver butterfly appear in his eyes. It was as if the bookmark had come alive. But when he reached out to touch it, he only touched a ball of air. He immediately frowned, and a black light appeared in his palm. The black light suddenly converged and shot towards the location of the butterfly. This was one of the first-level witchcrafts that Thor mastered, the negative energy ray. But the energy beam still didn't touch the butterfly, and went straight to the other side, and was finally dispersed by Thor halfway to avoid hitting other things. But the silver butterfly was still in Thor's sight, and even flew around his head twice. Xiao Zhao. Thor called out his pet. Xiao Zhao came out in response. As soon as it came out, it also saw the butterfly. Perhaps it had never seen such a strange thing. Like a butterfly carved out of silver metal, it immediately rushed up. The butterfly leaped up, flew over Xiao Zhao's head and landed. Xiao Zhao immediately turned his neck and looked back, but he could not see the butterfly above his head. In a hurry, Xiao Zhao spit out his black tongue and licked his forehead. But the tip of his tongue did not touch the butterfly, and it passed by as if it was passing through the air. You can see it, but you can't touch it. It's like a three-dimensional projection, or something that only exists in the retina. Thor's heart moved, and he released another level 1 witchcraft, the Light of Darkness. This witchcraft can release a special kind of darkness that cannot be seen through, and the vision of the people inside is not affected. But when the butterfly was covered by the Light of Darkness, Thor could still see the butterfly. It's not light imaging. Thor recalled that the butterfly had been hidden in his left eye before it broke out of its cocoon. He slowly closed his left eye. The butterfly disappeared, and only a small algae that kept twisting its head was left in front of him. Does it only exist in the vision of my left eye? But why can Xiao Zhao see it? At this time, Xiao Zhao suddenly stopped and turned his head to aim at Thor's left shoulder. And Thor also felt a slight chill on his left shoulder, as if something appeared there. He opened his left eye again, and saw the silver butterfly landing on his left shoulder. But when he reached out to touch the butterfly's wings again, he still couldn't touch it. By the way, Xiao Zhao can't see either. He has no eyes, and can only track the breath of death. But the nightmare butterfly is not the dead. Don't stick your tongue out at me. Even if you can't touch me, I will feel uncomfortable. At this time, a little girl's voice came from the nightmare butterfly, scolding Xiao Zhao, who was gradually approaching. Thor was not too surprised that the nightmare butterfly could speak, Penny. The little butterfly took off briefly and landed again, Brother Thor. The voice sounded a bit like Penny's, but more childish, like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Brother Thor. It called again. You are not Penny. Who are you? Soul's face turned cold. I know you are conscious, and if you don't speak, I will lock you up forever. Since it is already a bookmark in the diary, Thor has control. He believes that no matter what kind of life form it is, it will not want to be a bookmark forever. Brother Thor. But the butterfly still only has this sentence. Xiao Zhao, lick her. Ah, wrong, wrong, wrong. The butterfly screamed immediately and dodged nimbly. Then, it slowly flapped its wings and hovered beside Thor's left ear. Brother Thor, I am not Penny. I should have been, but I am not now. I lost a part of my history in you. Chapter 332. After spending a night asking the nightmare butterflies and reading their notes intermittently, Thor has a rough idea of the current situation of the nightmare butterflies. Haywood's notes say that the eggs of each nightmare butterfly are not their children, but their new bodies. If nothing goes wrong, the nightmare butterflies can be reborn by transferring their consciousness into their eggs. Therefore, they can also inherit their past memories, which is the history they talk about. But this method seems to have problems. Because Haywood once learned from the Tower Master that the process of nightmare butterflies transfer is also their most vulnerable moment. It is said that some formal wizards, Haywood marked here as at least second-level wizards, will focus on this process to capture nightmare butterflies. Of course, the dying explosion of nightmare butterflies is also very terrifying. There are also high-level wizards who died in this. At the same time, the notes recording the transfer of nightmare butterflies often need to rely on dreams, and the stronger the spiritual body, the better the dream. This can greatly shorten their weakening period. So Penny originally wanted to be reborn through my dream? Yes, and in order to gain power from your history, she also observed you. Thor. No wonder she admitted her mistake to me at that time. His history involves traveling between worlds. It's not the kind of travel from a big world to a small world. It's the travel between worlds with many different underlying rules. Even he himself almost got trapped when he tried to observe his own history, so how could he have the energy to save people? Do you remember what you observed? The little butterfly fluttered its wings. If I remember, I am the one who doesn't exist. Okay. Thor felt a little pity. If he could take this opportunity to know what happened when he crossed over, would he have a chance to understand whether there was any change in his soul? However, after experiencing an inexplicable crisis, Thor did not figure out whether he had experienced any special events when he crossed over. And the observer Penny only peeked a little bit, and thus lost part of her own history, and became a proud little butterfly. Why do I feel like I've become a bomb? Soul shook his head. Exploring the secrets of time travel is more dangerous than he thought. So I should still focus on the idea of the resurrection experiment to eliminate the container's rejection of the soul. I may not get any results by studying the special nature of my soul, if I let Professor Gorza do the research in the end. Soul knew too well the consequences of becoming someone else's experimental experience. Hayden and Hermann were living examples. Life and death are beyond our control, and neither is gender. Thinking of this, Thor looked at the nightmare butterfly. Does it still have the ability to observe history? No. The little butterfly answered very straightforwardly. What about the ability to change other people's memories? No. Thor crossed his arms. If it were in the past, he naturally didn't want the nightmare butterfly to have this ability to change cognition. But now that it has become a bookmark, Thor naturally hopes that his pet can be stronger. But on the other hand, if the nightmare butterfly's ability is still as strong as before, Thor may not be able to recover it with his current strength. He simply asked, "What abilities do you have now?" "I don't know." Thor sighed, and was about to take the nightmare butterfly back, but the little butterfly seemed to sense his intention and suddenly flew up, saying pitifully, "Brother Thor, can you please not take me to that dark place?" "Not going back? Can you stay outside for a long time?" "Why not? I have been staying outside all the time." Thor pondered for a moment. The nightmare butterfly was originally a special life form between the witch body and consciousness. Maybe her soul is different from that of the wizard apprentice, and she can act alone outside. Thinking of this, Thor agreed to Nightmare Butterfly's request. "Then you stay outside first. If you feel anything unusual and want to go back, you can call me at any time." "Thank you, Brother Thor, you are so kind." The Nightmare Butterfly turned in the air, and then landed on Thor's cheek, and its antennae gently touched Thor's face. Thor only felt a little cold. Nightmare Butterfly. "Forget it, I call you Penny from now on. Although you have forgotten your history, you should still be her." "Okay, I like the name Penny." The Nightmare Butterfly, who had lost part of its history, had no objection to this name and accepted it happily. "Penny, why can your consciousness exist independently from the body? The consciousness should be very fragile. Without a body, it is difficult to resist the pollution and alienation that may happen at any time. Because I have history, knowing history can make me confirm my existence, and the more history I know, the more stable my power will be. Even if I get hurt occasionally, I can find myself by looking back at history. But you have lost most of your memory now. Will this be dangerous?" "Normally, it would be, but I am in a special situation now." "Are you saying that your connection with the diary can protect you?" "So that dark place is called the diary. What a strange name." Soul did not explain, and Penny did not need to know about the diary. In short, the way the Nightmare Butterfly survives as an independent consciousness is not suitable for wizards. Soul temporarily stopped studying Penny. He put the notes back into the sealed lead box and returned to the experimental area to clean up the mess. He hadn't discovered why Herman suddenly became abnormal when he entered the female corpse. That afternoon, when Hayden came to find Thor as usual, he found that the tall man following him was gone. Before he could ask, he saw Herman standing in the middle of the corpses with his eyes closed at the outermost of the second warehouse. He immediately showed a trace of panic. Master Thor, her? Thor followed Hayden's gaze and looked over. He understood in his heart, but he only said lightly, something went wrong with the experiment. Hayden suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. He followed Thor anxiously. Hells. Death made Hayden nervous. He didn't expect Thor to consume an experimental subject so quickly. Although he took the risk to participate in the spirit infusion experiment, Hayden was mentally prepared to be studied in various ways. Before coming to Thor, he also knew that he would study himself. After all, even normal wizard apprentices would become experimental subjects of mentors voluntarily or forcibly. But when he actually saw the experimental subjects being consumed, he still felt a huge fear in his heart. When Hayden walked to the experimental area at a much slower speed than usual, he was shocked by the instrument in front of him. Electric induction chair? In an instant, the time when he just became an experimental subject reappeared in Hayden's mind. The slow and insensitive feedback of the new body, and the painful experiments day and night made him palpitate. Hayden stood there, unable to take another step forward. The imaginary electric current swept through his body, and he thought that all the hairs on his body were blown up, but in fact, only his eyelashes trembled slightly. Hayden knew that he had no way to disobey Thor's order. Even if he would die in the next second, he could only cooperate obediently. But even though she knew it, her body stood there honestly. Thor walked over and turned on the inductor. He noticed Hayden's fear, so he explained the content of the experiment in advance and told him not to be so nervous. Today we are going to study the repulsion of the corpse to the soul. You will sit on it later, and your consciousness will try to break free from your body. I will record the reactions of various parts of your body. Thor adjusted his chair and looked back at Hayden. Look, I won't shock you. But Hayden still stood there blankly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Thor frowned. What are you worried about? Hayden's trembling eyes moved from the inductor to Thor little by little. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. However, just as Thor was about to forcefully order him to start the experiment, Hayden in front of him suddenly shuddered. The fear on her body faded like a tide, and when she looked up again, her eyes were full of determination and a hint of madness. He doesn't dare, but I do, sir. Hayden's second personality slowly pulled a stiff smile on his face. Chapter 333. Hayden's second personality is adventurous, a little impatient, but very proactive. Without waiting for Thor to speak, she sat on the inductive chair and attached the connection patch to her body. Thor did not object. He walked over to help Hayden organize the equipment. When everything was ready, he took out the operation panel and started recording. Don't move now, stay relaxed. I want to record the initial data. Hayden cooperated very well. 5 minutes later. Okay, now start fine movements, such as bending fingers and toes. Hayden did as he was told, but he also added many actions to himself. For example, he smiled at Thor and stuck out his tongue to sweep across his lips. However, Thor did not respond to this rather suggestive action, and did not even pause his pen for a moment. Okay, the next step is to break free. You try to break free from the shackles of the ceiling array behind you. Hayden's second personality cooperated with Thor to conduct a series of experiments. Thor found that this second personality was braver, or crazier, than the main personality. There were some very painful experiments that even sounded scary, but she could cooperate without changing her expression. Especially in the breakaway experiment, Hayden was particularly cruel to herself. She was obviously in so much pain that she was twisted, but she still tried her best to break free from the golden magic circle on the container. In the end, it was Thor who stopped the experiment for her. For 3 consecutive days, it was the second personality that cooperated with Thor, and it was not until the 4th day that Hayden's main personality came out. Thor was more or less relieved, because Hayden's second personality was also bold in some aspects. But despite the almost unconditional cooperation of the 2 Haydens, Thor was still not satisfied with the current progress of the experiment. No matter how much he measured the change index of Hayden's spirit and the container, her spirit had been fixed in a container by the array of mentor rum. With Thor's strength, he could not break the confinement array that a senior first-level wizard had been involved in for many years, and constantly improved. It is better to use a flexible consciousness like Herman that can go in and out to conduct experiments. One afternoon, Thor crossed his arms and browsed the experimental results of the past few days, thinking about how to break through next. I want to record the common problem of rejection reaction, when spirits enter different containers. Unfortunately, Mr. Rum and his team don't have a diary to solve the problem of contamination of spirits in the outside world, so they don't allow spirits that have entered the container to be transferred again, so as to avoid contamination in the process and cause loss of experimental subjects. Soul can understand the choice of the mentors. He has not yet figured out why Herman's consciousness body suddenly uttered the words "kill me" that he has not heard for a long time when it transferred again and entered the female container. Could it be that when he possessed a body, he accidentally disturbed a powerful soul in the wizard tower? Soul has never found the owner of the phrase "kill me," and no one even mentioned this phrase in the resurrection experiment of Professor Gorza. But he vaguely felt that this phrase might be related to Mrs. Euler. In the resurrection experiment, the one who has the least say is actually the one being resurrected, right? Soul had been staring at Herman's experimental records for a long time, and a silver butterfly floated over from a distance. After the newly born Penny turned into a silver butterfly, she gained a small range of freedom with Thor's permission. Sometimes she landed on Thor's left shoulder, sometimes flew around him, and occasionally wandered in the second warehouse. She seemed to have lost all her abilities, and could only circle around Thor like a mascot. Despite this, Thor still warned Penny not to lead him too far, let alone enter other people's dreams. Every time Penny agreed. Thor didn't ask her to swear, but only told her that if she made a mistake once, she would be stuck in the pages of a book forever. Penny was afraid of being locked back in the diary, and she would swear repeatedly in a little girl's voice every time. Now, she had strolled enough, and was ready to return to Thor's left shoulder to rest. When she was less than a meter away from Thor, a black shadow suddenly flew out from behind Thor's neck, with jagged shark-like teeth wide open, and a black tongue shaking like a snake's tail. The hunter who had been lying in ambush for a long time launched a fatal attack on the unsuspecting prey. Crack! Ah, stinky algae, so disgusting. The nightmare butterfly was swallowed by Shiozo in one gulp, and then emerged from its head again, spinning in the air, as if trying to shake off the non-existent saliva on its body. Shiozo, who succeeded in the sneak attack, stuck out his tongue at Penny. It seems that Penny's arrival has made Shiozo aware of the crisis, and he always sneaks up when the butterfly returns. Although Shiozo can't touch the butterfly at all, he never gives up. And Penny. Thor's eyes are suspicious. This seemingly immature guy is always teasing Shiozo. She just wanted to make a fool of herself, lower her attitude, and integrate into Soul's small group as soon as possible. Looking at his own Shiozo, who was shaking his head with pride, Soul could only rub his forehead speechlessly. Forget it, as long as Penny doesn't intend to do anything bad to Shiozo, just let them have fun. Anyway, there are 6 members including the consciousness in the diary. Maybe I have to adapt to a more lively atmosphere in the future. Penny avoided Shiozo and landed on Soul's notes. Her tentacles were shaking, as if she was really reading. Who knew that the next second, she expressed dissatisfaction with Soul's experiment. Brother Soul, why are you studying corpses here instead of continuing to study the battlefield of consciousness? Corpses are not fun at all, they don't dream. Soul stood up suddenly, even the stool behind him was knocked down by him, and fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Zhao was startled by the sound before she shrank back, and turned her head in surprise, sticking out her black little tongue, not knowing what happened. Thor stared at the butterfly with a cold face. I have never said this word to you. Where did you hear about the battlefield of consciousness? Penny seemed to be startled as well. She flew half a circle in the air before landing. I observed you and secretly saw some history at that time. Although I didn't remember most of it, I still left some fragments. Thor sneered in his heart. He suspected from the beginning that this nightmare butterfly had not lost all its abilities as she said. The form of the nightmare butterfly in the diary is a bookmark, not a page. Compared to a page, a bookmark is actually something that can exist independently. It is not a page, so whether or not to answer the truth when facing Soul's question cannot be judged according to the previous experience of the black page. But the initiative is still in Soul's hands. With just a thought, he can make the diary take Penny back immediately and squeeze her into a pancake. And why did Penny lie and pretend to be useless at the beginning? Maybe she was just imprisoned by the diary and became Soul's property, so she was used to acting cautiously. As for now, Xiao Zhao rolled up the stool and put it back in place. Thor sat down slowly, with one hand on his chin. Since you still remember something, tell me what you remember. Why did it suddenly hatch? Why did it observe my history? Perhaps after knowing that Thor was not a cruel person, it decided to slowly show its talents to improve its own importance and status. The nightmare butterfly stood quietly on the paper, looking harmless. It sighed, alas, who made us nightmare butterflies so curious that we have turned ourselves into an endangered species. Chapter 334. The nightmare butterfly told Thor that it suddenly hatched because Thor brought something back from outside. That thing is actually the nightmare butterfly's dream, the core of their racial heritage. In fact, all of us nightmare butterflies were born in the dream of a high-level wizard. After that, our number has only decreased and not increased. In the past 100 years, even many formal wizards don't know our existence. The egg is not our child, it is actually a new body. When our current body dies and disappears, the consciousness will be transferred to the new egg. And the medium of transfer is a dream. However, not all eggs can complete the transformation, most of them are just dead eggs. This time, the past Penny secretly hid the inheritance dream in your dream, but she couldn't help but observe you out of curiosity after waking up. Soul raised his chin and signaled Nightmare Butterfly to continue. At first, maybe I just wanted to observe your recent history. But your history is too strange, and there are always some fragments that are hidden. This makes my curiosity grow stronger and stronger, and I can't help but see the day you come. Ahem. Soul suddenly coughed lightly, interrupting Penny. This was his subconscious reaction, because he didn't want others to hear Penny's words. But then, he realized that Penny only appeared in his vision, and didn't really exist in the wizard tower. The mist-like people hidden in the room, and the black silhouettes that appeared from time to time could not see or hear it. And at this time, Shiuza was, like a python, entangled Thor and the chair in circles, and then untied them in circles. Looks very bored. After gently patting Shiuza's head to make him quiet down, Thor continued, I'm a latecomer? You know what I mean, right? Yes, I know what Brother Thor means. The nightmare butterfly's wings trembled slightly, like a person shivering his shoulders. It was because of that scene that Penny couldn't help but keep looking forward. And then she became like this now. I almost lost all my power and became Brother Thor's property. You really don't remember what you saw at that time. Even a little bit is fine. Thor leaned forward and stared at the nightmare butterfly. The other party trembled even more and begged for mercy. Brother Thor, I really don't remember. And my dream told me that if I remember, I will die, really die, the kind of death where the number of nightmare butterflies -1. Thor slowly leaned back and leaned on the back of the chair. The oppressive pressure on him just now was disappearing. In fact, he didn't really want to know that history now. Especially in the dream, he almost collapsed because he saw part of the scene that Penny saw. Now thinking about it, it was a feeling of explosion that suddenly filled his mind with a world. Even the diary could not pull him back from the edge of collapse. Fortunately, at the last moment, Thor's body's self-protection function took effect, shielding his perception and making him faint. And the nightmare butterfly, it is very likely that because Thor called its name at the last moment and acknowledged its existence, it gave the other party the opportunity to enter the diary and hide. Now it seems that the nightmare butterfly did see something, and it should have seen more than Thor, which is why such a powerful being almost collapsed. Then keep the nightmare butterfly. Thor thought, I will explore my own history one day. At that time, the nightmare butterfly's past memories should be helpful to me. He smiled and became more and more relaxed. Forget it if you can't recall it. I remember that after I fainted, your first sentence was this won't work. What does that mean? Penny began to flap her wings slowly, as if she was recalling something. Soul just looked at her quietly, without urging her. I remember now. Brother Soul, the consciousness you sent into the corpse was too clean. I haven't seen a consciousness that was stripped so cleanly for a long time. But such a consciousness can easily become a medium for a powerful spirit. When he entered the female corpse, he happened to run into the remnant of a certain thought, and his consciousness was taken away almost instantly. The legacy of thoughts? Soul nodded thoughtfully. Half of the bodies in the morgue were containers prepared by Mrs. Eula for herself before her death. That female corpse might have once carried Mrs. Eula's spirit. But if that's the case, then it can be basically confirmed that the owner of Kill Me is Eula. As Mentor Gorza said, Mrs. Eula's soul independence experiment failed. Not only that, Soul also suspected that Mrs. Eula had been seriously polluted. He could not hear any rationality in the words kill me one by one. Even if the resurrection experiment can create a suitable container so that Mrs. Euler's spirit can survive safely, and for a long time, is Mrs. Euler, who is still polluted, still herself? Thinking of Mrs. Euler who thinks she is Winnie, and is just a substitute, Soul can't help but question. Is this kind of resurrection really a resurrection? Has Teacher Gorza ever considered this question? Of course there is. Soul suppressed his complicated feelings, and continued to ask Penny, but I need to conduct an experiment on the transfer of spirits. This is a mission that concerns life. Do you have any way to make the consciousness in my hand resist the control of the residual thoughts in the corpse? Soul looked at Penny and narrowed his eyes. This was also the first test for him. Penny seemed to feel this pressure. She couldn't help but flutter her wings and flew half a circle, and then quickly landed. That consciousness is completely controlled by you. It is your warrior. You need to equip it with swords and armor. Thor hadn't thought about this yet, and he became interested. Can consciousness be armed? Penny said carefully. Of course consciousness cannot be changed at will, the purer their form, the better. But you could arm them with a layer of energy, just the soul fragments you have in reserve. I understand what you mean. Use energy to wrap the protected to resist external invasion. Then can I solve the container's rejection problem in this way? I'm afraid that won't work. That's right. Thor thought of an explanation himself. The physical body will be more repelled by the energy attached to the consciousness body. Using the human body as a container is really troublesome. It's not your original soul consciousness that is not adapted. Hermann said that when he entered his own corpse, he also felt a slight repulsion, which should be because his body has been completely changed, and his spiritual consciousness has also been transformed by Thor's diary. So now the two have an irreconcilable contradiction, and can only temporarily live a superficial harmonious life with different dreams in the same bed. Now I'm back to square one. Why can my soul be accommodated in this body without any rejection reaction? Not only that, after experiencing the ordeal of the soul leaving the body, Thor is now getting more and more comfortable using this body. However, through Penny's hint, Thor also has a guess. The unrememberable history he experienced has added a layer of protection to his soul. This protective film prevents others from exploring his past, and also makes the body unable to distinguish whether this soul is its original one. At first, this body reluctantly agreed to the entry of the soul from another world. Later, it would occasionally test the new soul of Thor. However, such tests also made Thor alert. After two body transformations, this body is now completely in the shape of the new Thor. Chapter 335. It's a pity that no matter whether Thor's conjecture is right or not, this power cannot be applied to other consciousnesses at present. But this gave Thor a new idea. From my current experimental results, the body will reject souls that do not belong to it. This repulsion does not exist in a single part, but in the whole body, in every inch of skin, and in every bone. It's like the memory of the original soul is engraved in the genes. This part is a conjecture that Thor recorded in his previous notes. But this conjecture is not easy to verify. Even Professor Gorza may not be able to explore the information at the genetic level. Moreover, Thor cannot verify whether there are genes in this world. He just named this underlying basic information existing in cells as genes according to the memory of his previous life. However, although he cannot verify the principle of this conjecture, he can summarize the surface information that the body can feedback based on this conjecture. If I can measure the characteristics of the soul that a container can adapt to, let's call it the soul parameter first, then can I cover the soul with a shell adjusted to the corresponding soul parameter, so that they can live safely in the container? It's like giving an outsider a key to open the door. As long as you figure out the shape of the lock and make the corresponding key, you can let others enter the room. This is how Soul came up with the idea of experiment based on his own experience. But he is different from others. Others make their own keys, but he has a master key. Such an experiment targeting both the soul and the container is definitely not something Soul can do alone. However, he has a whole team behind him. As long as the preliminary idea of the experiment is submitted and approved by Professor Gorza, he can apply for personnel and funding support. Maybe there will be other mentors who will participate in his experimental project and listen to his instructions. It's so cool just to think about it. Soul calmed down and returned to reality. Now all this is just speculation. He must at least have preliminary experimental data to convince Mentor Gorza. Now there is a very serious problem. I don't have any grinding fruit in my hand. If I can't find the inventory or a substitute, I may not be able to enter the consciousness platform again in a short time. Thinking of this, Thor asked Penny, since you know about the consciousness battlefield, you should also know something about the consciousness platform, right? I am currently lacking the key potion for stabilizing emotions, the moshing fruit. Since you have a part of Penny's memory, do you know where else the moshing fruit is? Unexpectedly, after hearing Thor's question, Penny flapped her wings and flew up, until she was at eye level with Thor. Her voice was full of joy and a little proud. Brother Thor, with me here? Why do you need the moshing fruit? Have you forgotten that I am the best at controlling other people's consciousness? Oh! Thor raised his eyebrows. Knowing that this was the second time that Nightmare Butterfly had shown its ability, he pretended to be unconvinced and said, didn't you say that you had lost most of your power? Didn't you say that you could no longer control other people's cognition? Why can you do it now? Are you lying to me? No, no, brother Thor, how dare I lie to you? Penny's voice suddenly dropped another octave. Am I not restricted by your diary? Actually, part of my ability is locked by the diary. But, well, as long as you relax the restrictions of the diary on me, I can use some of my ability. Just relax a little bit. Penny then said, but don't relax too much, otherwise I'm afraid that all my past memories will come back and I will die again. Is this begging Thor to continue to seal it? Thor nodded in understanding. I see. Just don't lie to me. I can't stand my belongings lying to me. No, I don't dare. Then let's get back to the original topic. I will relax the restrictions on your ability, and you help me stabilize my emotions. How will this stabilization be carried out? How long will it last? Penny said with a guilty conscience. Just let you have a dream. As for the time limit, based on my current situation, about 10 minutes? It was worried that Thor would think it was too short. But Thor nodded. Enough. At present, he only needed to stably enter the consciousness platform to bring people out, or replenish their energy. This is the most urgent, and other experiments can be carried out later. Next, go to the lakeside cottage and check if the owner of the house has been caught. After that, Soul thought for a while. Let's go to Blue Water Bay. The soul fragments I have stored are not so sufficient, and I am also very interested in the phenomenon of soul tide. Will the dead from 100 years ago have surprises like Morton? Half a month later, Blue Water Bay. Thor stood on the deck. The wind was a bit strong today, and ordinary passengers were no longer allowed to stay on the open deck. They were basically all enclosed in a specific crystal glass cover, carefully stretching their necks to look out at the sea of clouds outside the ship. Yes, it was a sea of clouds, not blue waves. Thor was now in an airship. The power and suspension force of the airship came from the propulsion arrays at the bow and stern, and the huge balloon above the head. The propulsion array was not uncommon. For example, there was such a device on the land-based sailing boat that Thor had captured. Some wizards also have this kind of formation engraved on their magic tools for quick travel. Rarely seen is the balloon above the head. It is a huge balloon made of leather with biological film embedded inside. It is not floating on the hot air generated by combustion, nor is it the common hydrogen. It is a special gas invented by wizards. This gas has a very low density, and is also an inert gas. It is not flammable or explosive. The only disadvantage is that it is expensive. So those who can travel on an airship are either rich or noble. Even ordinary wandering wizards are reluctant to spend money to ride. They would rather choose primitive, slow but cheap carriages. Thor was able to ride this airship because of his mentor Gorza. This airship was produced by Bidong Academy in the southwest of the western continent, and the balloon above the head is also their exclusive technology. But the people of Bidong Academy will reserve a seat for Gorza on each airship. Even if he does not ride once a year, they will not sell this seat to others. With the handwritten letter from Gorza, Thor could take this airship for free and cross half of the western continent. In just 3 days, he could cross a month's journey. At the same time, as a third-level wizard apprentice, he could walk on the outer deck without worrying about the weather outside. Due to energy consumption, this airship was not very big. The most luxurious cabin was also very small, and with the extra decorations inside, it was even more closed. Therefore, regardless of day or night, Thor almost stayed on the deck to enjoy the real wind and clouds. Even though the strong wind made his cloak rustle, he refused to retreat into the warm glass cover. Such Thor was naturally noticed by those who cared. A middle-aged man in a neat blue and white uniform walked slowly towards Thor, holding the fixed railing on the deck with one hand and holding his hat tightly with the other hand. Hello. The man opened his mouth, trying not to be choked by the wind. I am Captain Harry of the Bluebird. I see you have been looking at the balloon above your head. Are you interested in the gas inside? Chapter 336. The captain of the Bluebird had noticed Thor a long time ago. In fact, he had not stopped tracking and observing Thor since Thor came aboard and showed the silver invitation. This balloon is filled with the new achievements of the Bidong Academy in recent years, which they named Buoyancy. With it, we don't have to worry about being blown up at any time when sailing. After saying that, Captain Harry looked at Thor's expression, which was not surprising, and laughed. I'm sorry, how could you not know about buoyancy, haha. This captain's identity is probably not ordinary. He is the first person who took the initiative to talk to Thor in the past 3 days. Does Bidong College often do such research? Yes, you may find it a bit strange. How can wizards make things for ordinary people? But beneficiaries, like me, are actually very grateful to Bidong College. even though their things are very expensive. Captain Harry shrugged and sighed. Who would have thought that the wizard forces from the borderlands would be the first to open up to ordinary people? It is said that there are some designers there, all of whom are ordinary people. Borderless land? Hearing this place name, Thor's heart moved. Bidong College came from the borderless land? What does it have to do with the Battle of Chueshu Valley 100 years ago? Who would have thought that Captain Harry, who could talk to Thor calmly and discuss Bidong College with excitement, could not help but shudder when he heard the three words Chueshu Valley? Yes, that was 100 years ago, and few people mention it now. The captain was also a man who had seen the wind and waves, and his dark complexion soon returned to normal under the strong wind. In fact, Bidong Academy was the other party that was fighting against the Kerma Empire at that time. Oh! Sol didn't know much about that war, and the new apprentices in the wizard world were the same as him. They only knew that the Kerma Empire was defeated, and hundreds of wizards and apprentices died in the Chueshu Valley. How do you know this history? The wizard world is not a place that emphasizes historical education. Moreover, some dangerous history may bring serious pollution, and ordinary people are even more afraid to learn it. I used to work at Bidong College, and this airship was bought with all my salary. Captain Harry stroked the railing in his hand, with a look of cherishment. Although Thor also liked this airship, he was more interested in Bidong College. I only know that the other side of the war directly dispatched higher-level wizards, and used the terrain to destroy a large army of Kema. Of course, you don't have to say it if it's inconvenient for you. Harry didn't show any embarrassment. It's nothing, sir. The Bidong Academy doesn't shy away from that history. One of their instructors even told me about it. Captain Harry waved his hand. At this time, another gust of wind blew, and even the airship began to sway from side to side. He quickly put down his hand and held the fixed railing tightly. After a while, he continued, almost everyone who works in the academy or has a close relationship with the students knows it. They think it is a brave and innovative spirit, just like they keep developing new witchcraft props. Thor smiled and didn't comment. Anyway, he only knew the truth of that period of history. Let's not talk about that. Do you sell the formula for the gas generation in your airship? Thor pointed to the balloon above his head. Captain Harry shook his head very skillfully. I'm sorry, sir. This is the only thing I can't give you even if I know it. Thor was not surprised. He just asked, this is the internal secret of Bidong College. You only have the right to use it, right? The right to use? Well, the word you said is really advanced. Harry's eyes lit up, and he praised sincerely, yes, all the crew members who participated in the power reaction and I were cursed by the Bidong Academy. They called it the contract curse, which is said to be a curse based on consciousness. Those who break the oath will have their hearts and livers rotten. Another magical witchcraft prop. Captain Harry saw Thor's eyes lit up, knowing that he had achieved his goal, and he finally revealed his true purpose for talking to Thor. My lord, I also have some magical and rare props like this. If you are interested, I can sell them to you at a discount. Thor glanced at him. You are really brave, an ordinary person selling things to wizards. Aren't you afraid that I will just run away? Captain Harry smiled. You are the honorable master of the wizard tower. If it were any other independent wizard, I wouldn't dare to say that. Thor knew that this sentence was more of a hidden compliment. This Harry must have his reasons for daring to sell things to wizards. There might be some hidden cards on the ship that he didn't know about. Then, please lead the way. Thor nodded. He was not afraid of an ambush on the ship. Half an hour later, Thor came out of the captain's room with a strange look on his face. Captain Harry was indeed a businessman. He had a lot of tricks when selling things, and the things he sold were priced very high. Even Thor, a third-level wizard apprentice, could not afford it. Thor did not pretend to be rich. Instead, he carefully selected some props that he was interested in and might be useful in the future. The contract curse is one of them, but what Thor bought was a one-time item, and there was no formula for making the contract curse. Captain Harry said that this thing is only sold at Bidong College, and the price is sky-high. After Thor bought the first item, Harry emphasized another long-distance transmitter. He said that with this thing, the two parties holding the transmitter can talk freely hundreds of miles apart, but if there is a place with a witchcraft defense array, the underlying principle of the array needs to be input into the transmitter to ensure the input and output of the signal. Isn't this just a walkie-talkie? Sol lamented that the research of Bidong College was convenient for people, but he didn't buy it. First, it was inconvenient for him to use it in the wizard tower. It was impossible for him to input the underlying defense principle of the wizard tower into the walkie-talkie. This is only suitable for people living alone, and there are hidden dangers. Second, he wanted to buy another thing, but the funds on hand did not support him to purchase it at the same time. Captain Harry didn't have many goods here, but each one was very suitable for wizards walking outside. Another thing Sol bought was a compression bag. It was said that the Baden College had spent a lot of money to import space compression technology from another continent. This bag can expand the space in a cube pocket with a side length of 10 centimeters to a space with a side length of 3 meters. Taking the compression bag out is like taking a house with you. However, this bag cannot hold living things and has no defensive capabilities. However, Baden College provides one free repair, and the second time will be charged. After taking the compressed bag, Thor felt that his waistline instantly became thinner. Then, he decided to leave. But before he left, Captain Harry recommended a secret product to him. It was a hidden display cabinet hidden in the cabin wall. After the curtain wall was opened, a lifelike model of a charming young woman was revealed. But Thor could see at a glance that it was just a doll. Isn't this a Land Cruiser doll? Are you still selling Land Cruiser goods? Chapter 337. Captain Harry shook his head repeatedly. Sir, the goods of the land boats will not be given to us to sell. They will not sell things to ordinary people. Captain Harry pointed at the neck of the puppet. You see the joint technology here, it is actually the exclusive invention of Baden College. All the detachable joints are well hidden. When you hold her hand and walk on the street, no one will suspect that she is a puppet. What is her function? Captain Harry immediately showed an expression that all men understand, and kept shaking his eyebrows at Thor, of course, to serve all your needs. The veins on Thor's forehead jumped fiercely. I don't need this. If he needs it, wouldn't it be better to find a living person? As a third-level wizard apprentice in the wizard tower, even if he wants to sleep with the princess, someone will send him up. Captain Harry didn't understand what Thor meant. He moved closer to Thor and lowered his voice and said, If you need it, we also have puppets of other genders and other races here. Although it doesn't have a high degree of autonomy like the puppets on land, it's very obedient. Thor was not tempted, and then rejected the other party's proposal. Captain Harry looked a little disappointed, but still sent Thor out of the captain's room with a smile on his face. A small silver butterfly appeared in Thor's sight. Brother Thor, why didn't you buy the doll just now? Don't you like it? Oh, I see, Thor likes girls like Colai, Angela, and Penny, right? In the corridor coming out of the captain's room, you will occasionally meet smiling crew members and gorgeously dressed passengers, but they all avoid Thor, obviously afraid of his gray skin. Thor put on a large hood to cover half of his face. When there was no one around, Thor lowered his voice and responded to Penny. Yes, I like little girls the most. Penny, when you grow up, let Brother Thor eat you, okay? The little butterflies suddenly stopped talking. It always felt that this eating really meant eating in the literal sense. After buying things, Thor did not return to the deck, but returned to the luxurious cabin specially vacated for him. A crew member who just met him told him that the airship would start landing in 2 hours, and asked him to be ready. Of course, the crew member was also trembling when he said it. It was as if Thor would capture him and dismember him at any time. Back in the cabin, Thor took off the flesh-colored glove on his left hand, revealing the translucent palm inside. The glove was originally black, and magic tricks were applied to make it impossible for others to see that Thor was wearing a glove. And this was just to hide the strange phenomenon on Thor's left palm. On the skin of his palm, a miniature witchcraft circle was engraved with golden potion. It was an adapted version of the circle he had engraved on his bones. This magic circle can slow down the dissipation of consciousness energy, and Thor's hands can store consciousness, so after he successfully entered the consciousness platform with the help of the nightmare butterfly, he brought Herman's consciousness out again. Originally, Herman's consciousness encountered an accident last time and should rest for a while. Others also expressed their willingness to become the master's experimental subjects, but Herman said that he already had experience and knew how to avoid risks to the greatest extent, so he took the initiative to continue the experiment. Thor thought about it, and finally agreed to his request. In order to bring Herman out, Thor went to the lakeside cabin again. With the help of the nightmare butterfly Penny, he successfully entered the consciousness platform by stabilizing the consciousness fluctuations and stored Herman, who had been restored with the help of the diary, in his left hand. At the same time, he checked the dark room of the lakeside cabin again, and there was no sign of anyone else moving. The Xiuzhou clone left behind also indicated that no suspicious person approached. Or in other words, no living person approached at all. Thor suspected that the cabin had been abandoned by its original owner, but he didn't understand why the unknown former owner didn't destroy the magic circle in the dark room before leaving the cabin. Thor asked Xiuzhou's clone to continue to be on guard in case someone came back. 2 hours later, Thor got off the ship with his small luggage under the earnest escort of Captain Harry. The landing platform of the airship was built on the outskirts of Bluewater Bay. If you want to enter the city, you often have to take a carriage outside the airship station. However, those who take the airship are either rich or noble, and they are not short of money. Most of them have special carriages waiting outside. On the contrary, Thor, the most special person on the airship, found himself thrown into the suburbs after he walked out of the platform. Although the wall of Bluewater Bay can be seen from here, it will probably take half a day to walk there. At this time, a man with a big belly and wearing a black tuxedo came over. He had round hands and a round face, and almost all of his 10 thick fingers were covered with gem rings. He rubbed his hands nervously, and the sound between his palms was not the friction of skin, but the collision of metal. "Sir, my name is Pound, and I'm a jeweler. Is this your first time here?" Soul turned around. Pound pursed his lips and slit his throat silently, obviously still not used to facing Soul's gray face like a corpse. If you don't mind, please allow me to take you a ride in the carriage." Soul looked at the city wall in the distance and the barren land in front, and thought, although I have learned the art of flying, now is obviously not a good time to practice. "Okay, thank you for your help." Soul nodded slightly to Bond. Bond's face was full of surprise and joy, as if he didn't expect that Thor would be so polite to him. The few people watching from a distance immediately showed regretful expressions. Obviously, after seeing the peaceful communication between the captain of the airship and Thor, several people had the intention to make friends with Thor. It was just that their fear of wizards made them hesitate before taking action, and they didn't expect that they would be preempted by Bond. Those few people looked regretful, but they didn't come up to disturb him. At this time, he couldn't argue anymore, or he would lose face and annoy the wizard. A few minutes later, Thor got on the carriage that the rich businessman Pound had specially prepared for him. This carriage was obviously arranged in advance to pick up the rich businessman, and it was extremely luxurious. Even the frame was inlaid with gems. Before the carriage started, Pound huddled near the door, with a rather enthusiastic smile. Thor knew that he was testing whether he would allow him to stay. It happened that Thor also had some questions to ask him, so he acquiesced to the fat man's attempt to shrink into a thin ball. After the carriage started, the airship behind the crowd also took off again, and with its speed, it quickly surpassed the carriages and disappeared into the blue sky and white clouds. In total, the airship stopped at Bluewater Bay for less than 30 minutes. "Will it return or have other destinations next?" Saul asked Pound. "Captain Harry's airship will go to Port Morland next, and then pass through some small cities with scheduled passengers, and the final destination is Cogley, where Bidong College is located." Cogley? The basic knowledge of the wizarding world that Thor had learned had never mentioned this place. "Is it a country or a city?" "My lord, it is a huge city." Pound looked longing. "It is a region completely controlled by the Bidon Academy, with a unique currency and independent laws. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a country." Chapter 338. Cogley is a big city that was established less than 100 years ago, but its infrastructure and population density far exceed those of the current capital of the Principality of Kerma. There are many new things there that have never been heard of, and even Captain Harry's airship is common there. However, it is very difficult to settle there. You have to go through a series of reviews and pay a large sum of money, even for wizard apprentices. Bidong College is only open to formal wizards, and above for free. "What if it's just a short stay?" Thor asked. "Then you only need to pay this amount. But you need to be reviewed regularly." Pound pointed a number at Thor. Thor immediately gave up the idea of going to Cogley next. During the conversation, the wall of Bluewater Bay was already in sight, but Thor had not seen blue water or black water. "Isn't Bluewater Bay by the sea?" "It used to be, but after the war 100 years ago, the city of Bluewater Bay was moved to a place far away from the sea. In recent years, the Soul tides have become more frequent, and even the villages living near the bay have been forced to move away." Pound opened the large car window and pointed to the direction of Soul. "If you want to go to the beach, just follow that road and go south." Listening to Bond's introduction, Soul slowly frowned. Since the beach has been uninhabited for a long time, why are there still ships docked at the pier there? Pound looked bitter. "Because it's cheap, sir." However, in the past 2 years, fewer and fewer ships are willing to dock at Bluewater Bay, and life has become more and more difficult. Soul glanced at Bond's 10 fingers. "Difficult?" "Uh-huh." Bond pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. "I don't do business in this area. I just come to see my wife and children, who live here occasionally." Soul naturally didn't care about Bond's private life. He kept Bond mainly to learn about the Soul Tide. "How much do you know about the Soul Tide?" A lot, sir. Bond's eyes lit up. He knew his chance to show off had come. Sol did not enter the city of Bluewater Bay in the end. He asked Pound for a horse, and turned silently onto the path to the bay halfway. Although the wealthy businessman Pound regretted not being able to invite Sol to his home, he was more relieved that Sol left. He told his men to hurry up and wanted to go home as soon as possible, but as soon as the carriage accelerated, he saw a group of nobles waiting outside the city gate. Master. Outside the window, the slightly older servant trembled and said, Viscount Olaf, Lady Shetterly, Mr. Odeyu, please go over and sit for a while. Pound was stunned for a moment, then he let out a long breath. On the other side, when Thor arrived at the beach, the sky was already gray. Thick clouds came into view almost instantly. The sky was still clear near the shore, but the sea was covered with dark clouds. It was like a sharp blade, dividing the sea and the land into two worlds, clearly separated. Only the waves wrapped in white foam occasionally crossed the boundary. They were like struggling hands, trying hard to climb ashore, but eventually retreated in despair because of the indifference of the beach. Everything just now was not entirely a metaphor. Thor narrowed his eyes and looked. Between the rising and falling waves, a pair of pale arms occasionally appeared, with their knuckles ferociously grabbing the shore, and then quickly dispersed by the waves. There is indeed something wrong with the seawater here. The sea in the previous life was refreshing to watch, but the sea in front of me always gave people a faint feeling of palpitations. It was like you were not watching the sea on the shore, but a drowning person who could sink to the bottom of the sea forever at any time. The place where the sea and the sky merged in the farthest distance was also distorted, with the pale gray and the deep dark blue gradually merging together, but swallowing each other. The skyline is not a straight line, but a distorted outline. After just a moment of watching, Thor felt his spirit body agitated. He lowered his head, no longer looking at the end of the sky, and only focused on what was in front of him. No wonder ordinary people would rather spend a huge amount of money to move a city. If you really live by the sea every day, looking at such a scene, 9 out of 10 people will go crazy. At this time, he was standing on a cliff some distance away from the sea, and was about to fly to the bottom of the cliff to observe the sea water up close, when he heard other sounds mixed in the waves. That was the sound of soles rubbing against sand and shells, and the sound of walking against the waves. Thor wanted to look around, and finally saw a dozen people on a flat sandy ground below the cliff. This group of people included men and women, old and young. Each of them had a thick hemp rope tied around their waists, which was tied to a large stone on the shore. Their eyes were covered with black scarves, and their feet were on the wet sand, and sometimes they were on the knee-deep sea water. They would stop after taking 1 or 2 steps, and put their hands into the seawater or sand to feel around. Every time they bent down, they seemed very nervous, with their knees slightly bent and tense, ready to exert force at any time. It was as if they were not bending down, but preparing to jump. Are these people going to the sea? Thor used the flying technique to jump silently from the cliff, and then landed 100 meters away from those people. He walked a few steps towards the sea, looked down at the place where the beach was plowed by the waves, and found nothing. There are very few shells and seaweed here, but there are no signs of people walking. This means that it was not dug up by people who were chasing the sea. Rather, this place is inaccessible and lacks plants and animals. At this time, Shiuza suddenly took the initiative to crawl out from behind Thor's neck, looking left and right like a flexible little snake. What did you find? Shiuza immediately turned his head towards the waves. Is it the breath of death? Sol thought to himself, and took 2 steps towards the sea. Suddenly he heard a terrified shout from the crowd. He immediately turned his head to see, and found that one of the men suddenly straightened up, and then turned his head, and ran towards the rope without saying a word. He ran until he was out of reach of the waves before stopping. He had only walked a few steps, but he was so tired that he bent over and gasped. He was obviously very scared. Although Thor turned his head to look after the other party shouted, his quick reaction and excellent eyesight allowed him to see clearly what scared the man. It was a pair of pale hands hidden in the equally pale waves. Those hands turned into substance in an instant, and instantly grasped the man's wrist that was groping in the sea. That's why the man fled to the shore in fear. After the man ran away, everyone else stopped moving and stood up. They turned their heads covered with black scars towards the man, and they were also very nervous. But after a few breaths, no one followed the man to the shore. They seemed to be hesitant, and reluctant. It was quiet for another minute. The first person continued to bend down and grope for something in the sand, then the second, the third. Everyone's face was numb, even the children. And the man who was scared away, after resting on his knees on the shore for a while, stretched the rope again, and after making sure that the rope was tied to the stone firmly, he walked back into the sea. There should be something in the sea that can be sold for money. Soul simply walked towards the location of those people, and prepared to ask directly. At this moment, something unexpected happened again. A boy suddenly slipped and fell into the water. He struggled to stand up, but somehow crawled 2 steps into the deep water. After being choked by the waves, he hurriedly pulled the rope around his waist to determine the direction of the shore. But when he stretched the rope and crawled 2 more steps in the direction of the rope, he found that the water was deeper. The part of his face that was not covered by the black scarf showed a horrified expression, and he obviously didn't know why this happened. Chapter 339. Another wave of seawater hit the boy head-on, and the boy was pushed into the water, struggling and twitching. The sea level there was just above his knees, but he couldn't stand up. The people around him heard the boy's struggle, stopped again, stood up and looked in the direction of the boy, but no one reached out to save him. Between the ups and downs, the boy occasionally showed his face above the water and called for help. But no one saved him, and the others didn't even take off the black scarf on their faces. They just looked in the direction where the boy's voice came from, with numb sadness on their faces. Thor, who was not covered with a black scarf, naturally saw what happened. The rope around the boy's waist had broken at some point. A transparent hand was pulling the rope from the deep sea. So when the boy who fell down wanted to climb up the rope to the shore, he was actually heading towards a more terrifying deep water area. Thor's face turned cold. The transparent hand was not the pale arm like a dead person that he saw between the waves. That was level 0 sorcery, the hand of the wizard. A faint vibration of magic came, and Thor searched for even weaker mental fluctuations in it. He turned his head to look in the direction where the mental power came from, and saw 2 wizard apprentices, a man and a woman, in the shadows under the cliff. The man was tall and strong, with a blank expression, and the woman leaned on the man's chest like a little bird, turned her head, and looked at the boy struggling in the sea with a smile. Just as the boy's struggle became weaker and weaker, Thor suddenly moved his fingers. The cold sea water that was killing people suddenly turned into 2 gentle hands, holding the boy's back and lifting him up out of the water. Until the boy stood up in a panic and confusion, the hands turned into sea water again and slapped the boy's thighs again and again. Thor's act of saving people naturally attracted the attention of the 2 apprentices. The man still looked at him expressionlessly, and the woman rolled her eyes without disguising. But they did not take any further action. Obviously, the killing just now was just a spur of the moment, and they did not want to conflict with another strange wizard because of it. The wizard's hand in the sea water also dispersed. The boy stood there, and finally found that his rope was broken. He licked his dry lips that could not be moistened by the sea water and whispered, "My rope is broken." Because of choking on water, his throat was very dry, and he sounded like a ghost hiding in the dark. After a while, someone finally responded to him, "This is the shore." The man did not lie to the boy. He was indeed standing on a beach without sea water. But the sea breeze and waves distorted his voice, making the boy unable to tell where the speaker was standing. He groped for 2 steps, and almost slipped again. Because of the struggle just now, he had come to a deeper place. If he accidentally fell, he might drown. This is too dangerous. The boy finally managed to stabilize his body amidst the waves. But he had lost his position again. Finally, he clenched his teeth, and blood began to flow from his tight lips. He carefully straightened his head, and lifted a corner of the black scarf on his face. He didn't dare to look at the sky or the sea. He just wanted to quickly scan the surroundings to determine the direction of the beach. However, as soon as he turned his sight 30 degrees, he saw the beach and a person covered in a gray cloak standing on the beach. The person was standing near his companions who were picking snails with him, but his companions obviously did not notice his presence. Judging from the other person's dress and temperament, he must be a wizard. The boy shrank his shoulders in fear, but he suddenly thought of the hands that suddenly lifted him up just now. The hands were so warm, compared with the cold sea water, like a stove in winter. The boy bowed deeply in Thor's direction. When he bent down, his face was wet again by the splashing waves. "He's quite smart." Looking at the boy who bowed to him and almost buried his head in the sea, Thor smiled. "Xiao Zhao, pull him over." Xiao Zhao received the order and flew over suddenly, rolled up the boy's waist, lifted him up directly, jumped out of the sea, and flew in Thor's direction. When he was rolled up by Xiao Zhao, the boy struggled for a while, but soon calmed down and was honestly carried to Thor. "Master Wizard." The boy knelt down on the ground with the force of falling, and rested his forehead on the cold sand. "Get up, I have a few questions for you." The boy hesitated. He had met wizards before, but they always asked him to kneel down to answer. Or rather, they didn't care what position he was in. But thinking of Thor's action of saving him just now, he chose to get up. What are you picking up? To answer your question, we are picking up black conches. There are black conches here. Black conches are also a kind of witchcraft material, but they are not precious and not very useful in the wizard world. Nevertheless, because of its relationship with wizards, it has become a rare delicacy in the eyes of ordinary people. The wizard tower also makes this dish, but Thor is not used to eating seafood and rarely orders it. The most delicious part of the black conch is the internal organs of the conch, but eating too much will cause hallucinations. Some rich people also use it as a hallucinogenic drug to harm others, and occasionally themselves. Since there are black conches here, Thor understands why some people risk their lives to go fishing here. Do you know how often the soul tide occurs here? Although he has asked these questions to the wealthy businessman Pound once. But the perspective of the wealthy businessman and those who risk their lives to go fishing must be different. Hearing the word soul tide, the boy's body with his back to the sea trembled again. To answer your question, it has happened in the past year. Almost 10 times. It happened twice last month alone. Has it become twice a month? Isn't that too frequent? Have you ever seen the soul tide? How harmful is it? I mean, does it kill people every time it happens? To answer your question, sir. The boy pursed his dry lips. Someone dies every time. My father was involved last month. Soul paused. He asked someone randomly, and found the person involved. According to the rich businessman Pound, the frequency of the soul tide was low in the past few years, only once or twice a year. Before entering the port, the ship would receive a signal from the shore and stay overnight, and it could enter the port normally the next day. However, the frequency of tidal events has increased in recent years, and no ship dares to dock here. In Pound's words, the main complaint is that the economy of Bluewater Bay is not as good as before without the support of the port, but the soul tide has not caused many casualties. In the boy's words, these fishermen who originally lived by the sea had to return to the sea to support themselves after the depression of Bluewater Bay. But even such a dangerous job as picking black conchs can only be joined under certain conditions. The boy's father was a snail collector before he died, so the boy had the opportunity to inherit this job. After listening to the boy's story, the sky became darker. The wind began to blow on the sea. The people who were originally collecting snails in the shallows quickly returned to the shore by pulling the ropes. They walked all the way to the dry land, and then they pulled off the black scarves covering their eyes. They found that the boy had returned to the shore, and was still talking to a mysterious person. These snail collectors did not dare to approach or leave, and could only turn their backs to the sea and shiver in the cold wind. Okay, go back, I have no problem. Soul had already learned the frequency of the soul tide from the boy, and did not let him stay. But the boy looked at the people behind him, turned his head again, and mustered up the courage of his life. Sir, please tell me, I have 2 sisters and 3 brothers. Can you see if they can become your apprentices? Chapter 340. Thor lowered his head. What's your name? Bamboo. The boy's courage was exhausted, and his voice began to fade. My name is Bamboo. Bamboo. Becoming a wizard's apprentice is not necessarily a good thing. Half of the people who entered the wizard tower at the same time as me are no longer in this world. The remaining half have been missing for a long time. Bamboo opened his mouth wide. He obviously couldn't touch the cruelty and brutality beneath the wizard's majesty and nobility. The wind rushed into his mouth, and Bamboo choked. Go back, Thor said again. Bamboo's eyes were red, and he felt that his reaction just now disappointed the adults. But he no longer had the courage to ask the wizard in front of him again. Although he saved himself, although his tone was gentle, although he asked him to stand up and talk. But he was a wizard after all. The boy left disappointed, and Thor returned to the beach, watching the increasingly blurred skyline under the disturbance of cumulus clouds and strong winds. The sea water was rising. Especially when the night deepened, the extent of its rise was somewhat alarming. Thor was originally standing 4 or 5 meters away from the sea, but in a flash, the waves began to lick the soles of his shoes. Grayish-white hands quietly emerged in the foam of the waves, hooking their fingers, trying to pull this ungrateful person into the deep sea and drown him. The next second, a black tentacle stretched out from each of Thor's palms, and slowly dropped into the sea water under the cover of his wide cloak. After the black tentacles reached into the sea, they sank and floated in the water like dark seaweed. Then, the pale arms hidden in the white waves suddenly disappeared, leaving only a little white foam, which hit Thor's shoe surface, but could not grab the leather engraved with dust-proof witchcraft, and rolled helplessly to the sand beside. The wind was still howling, but the speed of the seawater rising seemed to have slowed down. Or, it became normal. "I thought you were so kind that you would take in that boy." A voice with a frivolous smile came from behind. Thor turned his head slightly, and saw the two wizards, who had just hidden in the shadows, had walked behind him. The black tentacles quickly withdrew from the seawater, and quietly retracted into Thor's palm along the cloak. There are indeed soul fragments in the seawater, and it is the radiation released by these soul fragments that cause many strange situations in this sea. But compared with the experience of Sander and Bamboo, it is a little less interesting. According to their description, there shouldn't be only these few soul fragments here. Even if there are less than 10 evil spirits, it may not be so terrifying. There must be at least one evil spirit to match the rumors. Because Thor had not spoken, the woman behind him snorted coldly. "Humph, you are indeed an apprentice from the Wizard Tower, you are so arrogant." Thor mentioned the Wizard Tower when he was talking to Bamboo just now. This woman must have eavesdropped on their conversation. The mental power fluctuations coming from the other party were only those of a second-level apprentice. She dared to talk to Thor like this, most likely relying on the tall male apprentice beside her. Thor turned around slowly. "I saved him, and he answered my questions. This is an equal exchange. An ordinary person, in exchange for a level 0 sorcery? Your magic is cheap enough." "Shut up, Andy." The man opposite finally spoke. He lowered his head and looked at Thor's gray face. "You are Thor, right?" Thor narrowed his eyes. "Do you know me?" The male wizard apprentice nodded. "I heard from Jiro that he has a junior named Thor, who has been accepted by Wizard Gorza. He has always wanted to invite you to do a mission together, but you never agreed." "There is indeed no time," Sol explained casually. The male apprentice opposite frowned and then relaxed. "Are you interested in cooperation?" "My name is Parker, level 3, this is Andy, level 2. The tall male apprentice briefly introduced. "We are waiting for the soul tide here." Sol noticed that when Parker mentioned cooperation, the female apprentice Andy immediately became nervous. She didn't seem to want Sol to join. "You?" Thor carefully felt the magical fluctuations emanating from the two people. "You shouldn't be majoring in dark attributes, right? Soul tide is something that can be seen and touched, and generally only apprentices who major in light and dark attributes are more interested." "Indeed not. Your mental power is as sharp as Jiro said. We waited for the soul tide to appear because we wanted to track a ship inside." "Ghost ship? Could it be a treasure hunt in a sunken ship on the seabed?" Andy, who was standing by, lowered his eyes, obviously unhappy. "Almost. But there are no precious treasures, just a few evil spirits. If there were any good things, this place would have been surrounded by major wizard forces long ago." The seawater had already reached the ankles of the three people. Thor noticed from the corner of his eye that Andy's shadow on the water was a little strange. Her body was normal, but her shadow in the water looked like a blurry oil stain. And the oil stain was drifting away little by little with the rise and fall of the seawater, gradually spreading towards Thor. "Forget it, I won't stay here for long." Parker raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't tell Thor what he wanted to investigate on the ghost ship, normal people would ask curiously to see if it was worth it. Unexpectedly, Thor thought for a moment and gave up directly. As expected of a second-level wizard's apprentice, it seems that you don't care about these petty gains. Parker's face was not as good as it should be after being rejected by Thor. Although Thor was not afraid of the other party, there was no need to make an enemy and wait for the other party to come out and trip him up. "I didn't take that many days off." He didn't come here with the ambition to crack the secret of the soul tide this time, but just planned to take advantage of the tide to reap a lot of benefits. According to the experience of the snail-picking boy Bamboo, the soul tide here usually appears once or twice a month. It hasn't appeared this month yet. It's already the second half of the month, and it should appear in the next 2 days. In this way, Thor should be able to return before the end of the month. But if he agrees to cooperate with Parker to chase some ghost ship, he doesn't know whether his return date will be delayed. Besides, as long as Thor doesn't take out the materials from the second warehouse, he can use them at will. Is there any ghost ship that can't compare to Gorza's material warehouse? The most important point is that Thor doesn't want to take risks with someone he just met for the first time, even if the other party is in the name of Jiro. When Andy heard that Thor was not cooperating, she smiled. She turned her head and stood on tiptoe, as if she wanted to whisper to Papak, but she didn't lower her voice. "I've heard that the more talented and capable the apprentices in the Wizard Tower are, the less freedom they have. I didn't expect it to be true." As Andy spoke, her greasy shadow floating on the water slowly spread to Thor's feet. The next moment, the greasy shadow retreated with a wave and touched Thor's calf. Andy glanced at him with a smug look, as if she was casually looking at the subject after gossiping about other people. This was her special ability, to explore the information of the person she touched through the contact of the water-woe mixture. She was able to be kept by the powerful Parker all the time, so she naturally had other trump cards besides her body. But when Andy's eyes fell on Thor, her face changed instantly. The oily black shadows on the sea surface suddenly disintegrated and could no longer be connected. Andy quickly smoothed her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, and with this action she cut off her sight of Thor. Then she turned her head away, leaning on Parker's chest like a little bird, retracting her prying eyes, and never dared to look at Thor again. Chapter 341. It was late at night, and the moonlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. A light lit up on the cliff some distance away from Thor and his companions. There was a dilapidated lighthouse there, and no one knew who was still standing alone by the sea, bringing a little safe light to this dark sea. Thor kept changing his position, so that he always stood where the sea water just covered his ankles. From time to time, he used the touch of torture to push his soul transformation body deep into the sea water to detect the concentration of soul fragments in the water and other abnormal conditions. Occasionally, a pale arm with a short memory would come and flirt with him, and then make a negligible contribution to Thor's soul energy reserve. After Thor refused to cooperate, Andy and Parker quickly left the beach and returned to the shadow under the cliff. The two figures were looming, and they seemed to be under the protection of witchcraft. The three were waiting for the soul tide to appear. According to the description of the locals, before each soul tide appears, the sky is gloomy, and there will be a strong wind on the sea. When many blurry figures begin to appear on the sea, it means that the soul tide has arrived. The sea water will become warmer, but the clothes soaked by the sea water will become heavier. There will be more heavy breathing sounds around the snail pickers standing in the sea. If they untie the black scarf on their faces, they will find that the fish that are breathing are actually emerging from the bottom of the sea. The fish can't breathe on the water, but they stand up one by one, stick their mouths out of the water, look up at the starry sky, and make a sound. Hatchy hatchy. The sound. It was like the dead souls in the sea missing the air. At this time, if the snail pickers could not escape from the fish school in time, run to the shore, and run to a far place, they would gradually be assimilated by the fish around them, raise their heads, open their mouths, and breathe rapidly, but the air in their lungs would become less and less. Finally, they followed the fish school unconsciously, and plunged into the depths of the sea without looking back, and never appeared again. Tonight, the wind on the seashore was very strong, and the night was unusually deep. Perhaps the soul tide was about to appear. The local snail pickers had all left the beach before night fell. As far as the eye could see, only Thor and two other wizard apprentices were still here. But the moods of the three people while waiting were completely different. You are very nervous. What did you just see? Under the shadow of the cliff, outsiders could not see what was going on inside, so Parker asked Andy, who was still trembling. This Thor's mental power is so strong. I have only felt such pressure from formal wizards. Parker frowned slightly, then relaxed. It's similar to what Jiro said. Did he find your test? Probably not. Many formal wizards can't detect my methods. Well, your detection ability is indeed special. The two of them looked at the sea and glanced at Thor from time to time. Why do you think he has to stand in the sea? Isn't it uncomfortable? Andy raised his hand and scratched the skin behind his ear. I suspect he is detecting something through the sea water? These apprentices with backers have many tricks. Who knows what other treasures they have? Andy licked his lips, and his voice became a little colder. Parker, can you beat him? I have a 60% chance of winning. If I fight to the death, he will die, Parker said calmly. But before Andy spoke again, he twisted the woman's butt hard. But that's not what I care about. These apprentices are powerful forces, especially those like him, who have a second-level wizard as their mentor, must have a life-saving trump card. That's fine, we have a lot of cards. But if he still has a tracking curse, it will be troublesome. Curse? Andy looked up in surprise, and she scratched her neck unconsciously. I once saw two people fighting in a forbidden area, and the one who was killed was also an apprentice of a high-level wizard. Except for me, no one else saw the fight between them. But I clearly saw that after the murderer succeeded, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the dead man's body and entered his shadow. Parker's voice was gloomy, and he was obviously thinking of some bad memories. When we left the forbidden area, the deceased's mentor was already guarding the door, and caught the murderer at a glance. Later I heard that it was a kind of tracking witchcraft. Parker did not recall the murderer's tragic death at the end, and continued to warn Andy, high-level wizards generally do not give their apprentices witchcraft props that are too much beyond their strength. After all, that may in turn become contaminated and harm the lives of their students. But this tracking curse is very safe. It can help them save their apprentices' lives. Or secrets. Andy pouted, as if she saw a big treasure chest with legs and slipped away from her. Especially just now, she was shocked by the terrifying mental power of Thor, and now she felt a little embarrassed when she thought about it. Therefore, she wanted to kill him more and more to erase her shameful performance. But after hearing what Parker said, she knew there was no chance. Do we have to bet on whether Thor's mentor Gorza cares about the life of this genius? Everyone knows that we will definitely lose the bet. Got it. Andy reached out to her buttocks again, feeling that the place that Parker had just twisted was getting more and more itchy. Huh? As she was talking, she suddenly turned her head and looked to the left front. What's wrong? I seem to see a butterfly flying over. Well, how could there be a butterfly in this place? I must have seen it wrong. Butterfly? Parker looked around and saw no butterflies, but some flying insects. Could it be that before the soul tie began, the consciousness interference force field began to appear? But how could butterflies appear? Shouldn't it be fish? Maybe I was too nervous. Andy could no longer find any trace of butterflies, and her skin was no longer itchy. She felt happy, and no longer cared about what happened just now. She leaned her head on Parker's chest, and listened to the man's heartbeat. What is he going to do? But Parker didn't notice Andy's ambiguous actions. He had been keeping an eye on Thor with his peripheral vision. The latter suddenly stepped forward and walked into the depths of the sea. Andy glanced at him and saw him stop when the sea reached his knees, but she didn't care. She chuckled, "Are you bewitched? That would be embarrassing." The cold sea water stimulated his calves. Although Thor couldn't hear the conversation between the two wizard apprentices, he knew that they would definitely observe him in secret. As for whether they were planning to deal with him, it was hard to say. The smarter people are, the more cautious they are. Since Parker knows Jiro, he shouldn't be that stupid. After testing the density of soul fragments in the sea water again, Thor suddenly spoke. What did you do to Andy? A small silver butterfly appeared in his sight, slowly flapping its wings, sometimes flying high, sometimes falling. The cold sea breeze couldn't blow its thin wings. Brother Thor, she was just testing you. Humph, you thought you were so secretive, but that thing stuck to your skin, so disgusting. Thor stepped forward and raised his hand. A small yellow ball appeared inside the transparent skin of his palm. Before, the female apprentice named Andy was secretly observing him. The temptation was dissipated as soon as it was touched, and he thought he was doing it very secretly. But they didn't know that Thor's skin was transformed by the soul-eating Esther, and was very sensitive to external forces, especially those with mental power. At the moment when the twisted black shadow on the sea surface was broken, Thor even caught a little bit of the other party's escape. He looked down at his palm, and analyzed it one by one with the knowledge he had learned. Andy is most likely majoring in water-attributed witchcraft, relying on skin friendliness for covert spying. But this ability is nothing special except that it is connected to the original owner's spiritual power. Soul roughly analyzed Andy's witchcraft, and put down his hand without interest. As his palm turned, the pale yellow was gradually swallowed by gray, and there was no residue left. At this time, the seawater had already submerged Soul's knees, and the waves seemed to be pushing him out layer by layer. He stopped again, and tested the concentration of soul fragments in the seawater. There was no difference from the shallows. Thor looked into the distance, and his body suddenly jumped out of the water, froze in midair, and then flew forward in an instant. Brother Thor, where are you going? Penny, who was playing with the waves, flew back to Thor. Are you going to wait for the soul tide to appear on the shore? The concentration of soul fragments in the seawater has not increased for a long time. At this rate, there will be no soul tide tonight. If I have to wait for a whole night in vain, I might as well go and see it myself. Chapter 342. Flying is a level 2 magic that Thor learned in between studying the container. It is a frequently used auxiliary magic that almost every apprentice who enters level 3 must learn. Almost all level 3 apprentices Thor knows can do it. The only one who hasn't mastered it is probably Senior Byron, whose floating method is very strange. Thor's figure remained steadily half a meter above the sea surface, and then moved forward quickly. However, his flying skills were not that proficient, so he usually only flew in a straight line. Away from the coast, he came to a deeper area. A thin layer of fog rose on the sea. The boundary between the night sky and the sea was completely blurred, and Thor seemed to be heading towards a deep, bottomless black hole. The sound of the waves gradually decreased as he moved away from the coast. The whole world became quiet. East, west, south, north, up, down, left, and right, as if he was the only one left in the world. If it weren't for the nightmare butterfly that occasionally slid across his sight, Thor would probably have a strange perception that he was the only one left in the world. But now it won't happen at all. Because that silver butterfly is still a chatterbox. Brother Thor, there are so few fish here. When there is no one around, Penny's attribute becomes more obvious. Fortunately, her voice is still quite nice. The little girl's voice is soft and cute, not annoying to listen to. Brother Thor, if the soul tide appears later, will you inject the energy tube of the soul fragment into Herman's consciousness? He will go crazy. Not directly injected. Thor will naturally filter it through the diary, but there is no need to tell Penny about the specific process. Thor has come to a place far away from the coast. The figure on the shore is not clear. This should be the place where the soul tide will appear at the beginning. Sea fish drowned, and the dead came ashore. Thor lowered his head, and the black tentacles appeared again, hanging down along the hem of his clothes into the seawater and stirring it gently. A few minutes later, Thor retracted his tentacles and shook off the water droplets on his hands. The concentration of soul fragments has not increased, but is still decreasing. According to the current environmental conditions, it is impossible to form a large-scale vengeful spirit force field. Thor looked up, the dark clouds were almost pressing down on him, and the wind on the sea made it impossible for him to put on his hood. However, all the signs are very similar to the environmental conditions that are rumored to cause soul tides. But why is the concentration of soul fragments decreasing? Just when Thor was wondering, he suddenly felt something floating up from the sea. A huge wave of magic swept over. Thor instantly retreated 50 meters and deployed the spirit armor technique. He stared at the sea surface, wanting to see what was sending out danger signals. Could it be the advance of the soul tide? Then, Thor vaguely saw a huge spherical object floating up. It was not fast, and was slowly approaching the water surface. Because the opponent did not launch an attack, Thor did not move. It was very dark, and Thor could vaguely see that the sphere under the water was about 1 person tall, and it seemed to have 4 tentacles, which were thin and short compared to the center of the sphere. A dark black light appeared in Thor's palm, ready to go. Then, the strange sphere finally floated to the surface of the sea, revealing its true appearance that had expanded and stretched to the limit. Thor, The sphere slowly turned, pointing its twisted purple facial features at Thor. Huh? The dark light dissipated, Thor raised his hand and pinched his nose, and said very sadly, Senior, can you stop making yourself look like a monster? The huge sphere began to shrink, slowly changing from a sphere to a person. The purple on the surface of the skin faded, revealing its pale original appearance. Byron sat on the undulating sea, raised one hand and greeted Thor. Senior Byron couldn't speak again. Needless to say, he must have absorbed the evil spirit again. In order to prevent himself from exploding due to internal pressure, he had to keep silent for a long time. At the same time, he had to be careful not to get hurt. However, Byron's skin has a strong self-healing ability, so there is no need to worry about minor injuries. 5 minutes later, Thor used the algae to carry Byron, and the two climbed onto a huge reef far from the coast. There was a concave hole on the reef, which was obviously dug by humans, and it was dug just a few days ago. Senior, have you been here for a long time? Byron nodded, and the moisture on his body evaporated instantly, and then he stretched out his hand to make a 5. Yes, it's not surprising that the senior is looking for evil spirits and would come here. When you went into the water, did you find something under the water? Byron stretched out his hand and gestured. Thor looked at it for a long time, and relied on the tacit understanding between the two of them over the years to roughly understand what the other party meant. You mean, this place has been like this for 5 consecutive days, but there is no real soul tide. Do you think there is something wrong underwater, so you try to dive? Penny, that... Brother Thor, how did you interpret it? Thor raised his hand and waved it casually beside his ear, as if he was chasing away a mosquito. Senior, have you found anything? Byron nodded. He had made some discoveries in the past few days. He stretched out his hand to draw in the air. Ship? Soul interpreted it, and suddenly remembered Parker's invitation to him to form a team. Ghost ship? But Byron on the opposite side shook his head. Soul turned around and looked at the sea as deep as ink, and his sight gradually turned to the water. Shipwreck? Yeah. Byron pointed at Soul first, then moved his hand under the water. Soul understood that the senior wanted him to go down and see for himself. Okay, I go take a look. Senior, you rest here and keep watch for me. Thor took off his cloak that might hinder his movements underwater, revealing his linen shirt and black trousers underneath. By the way, Senior, there are 2 wandering wizard apprentices on the shore, one at level 3 and one at level 2. Be careful. Thor asked Byron to be careful, which was to express his affirmation of the strength of the 2 wandering apprentices. Byron nodded, and then the man's figure suddenly shrank, sitting in the pit that had just been dug, and then covered Thor's black cloak on himself, completely turning into part of the reef. Then Byron restrained the magic fluctuations on his body, and Thor instantly lost his spiritual perception of him. Senior Byron's strength seems to have really improved a lot. It seems that his risky approach of taking the evil spirit into his body is still very useful. Thor did not hesitate any longer, turned his head, and jumped into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, Thor activated the spirit armor technique, and at the same time, several black tentacles flew out from the back of his neck. Although Foresaw is an earth-attributed demonic creature, its original body is a swamp, and it is also at ease in the water. Thor felt as if he was being pushed by someone, and he didn't need to exert any effort at all. He only had to adjust the direction in front. From time to time, a silver shadow flashed in his sight, which was the curious figure of the nightmare butterfly. There was not much light above the sea surface, and the deeper into the sea, the darker it became. The pressure of the sea water began to affect the spiritual armor technique, and the consumption of magic power was also increasing. Thor estimated the time he could dive, slightly increased his speed, and continued to dive along the direction where Senior Byron had just surfaced. When there was no light in front of him, Thor was ready to use more magic power to cast a few more light spells. But at this moment, a few faint white lights appeared in front of him. The white lights became more and more, just like fireflies hiding in the bushes in the middle of the night, suddenly flying up and quickly dispersing after being disturbed by the outside world. So, the abyss in front of Thor turned into the Milky Way. So beautiful. He sighed at first, then was surprised. What is this? These are soul fragments? Chapter 343. So beautiful, brother Thor. Slurp slurp, it looks so delicious. The nightmare butterfly flew back to Thor the moment the galaxy appeared, and a slightly hoarse and clinging voice appeared in its always cute and sweet voice. Thor was a little strange. Don't nightmare butterflies feed on dreams? After raising a nightmare butterfly, Thor began to study Haywood's research notes on nightmare butterflies. The other party is worthy of being the most accomplished apprentice of Minter Gorza. In Penny's opinion, many of the habits of nightmare butterflies he summarized are correct. One of the points is that the main food of the nightmare butterfly is not the soul as Thor originally guessed. It feeds on dreams, especially memories. The stronger the emotional fluctuations, the more dreams and memories will help the nightmare butterfly accumulate strength. Therefore, people who have encountered nightmare butterflies often do not have a good ending. The more tragic the experience, the deeper the fear, the more the nightmare butterfly can grow. From this point of view, Penny has been a villain since she was born. If it were not for avoiding Kismet's pursuit, she would not have stayed in a small town for many years. Penny has never left me since she was caught by the diary. Has she eaten during this time? Now thinking back to Penny's voice just now, is she starving? Soul brushed the wings of the silver butterfly and decided to go back and ask her again, then continued to approach the star-like soul fragments. He still didn't understand why the soul fragments here glowed. This also made him more curious about what might exist on the seabed. Behind the starlight, there was an illuminated arch structure. With the help of the light, Thor saw the huge keel and the inverted bottom of the ship. This should be the sunken ship that Byron mentioned. He continued to approach, and he passed by. Starlight. Thor had no romantic cells. He opened his hands and instantly turned into huge, transparent tentacles with suction cups. He was embracing the Milky Way. Or swallowing the Milky Way. The white light that could easily pass through the real object was swallowed up the moment it touched the tentacles. The suction cups turned into sharp mouths with greedy tongues, sucking and swallowing all the soul fragments it could touch. No one has ever dared to absorb soul fragments so bluntly. Even the crazy Byron could only carefully analyze these strange soul fragments when he encountered them, and he didn't dare to try to absorb them directly. Unpurified soul fragments contain some memories of the original owner before and after death. Broken and rare, but like a thorn in the bone, it is difficult to remove. Unless resources are spent on decontamination and purification for some experiments, clean and usable fragments can be obtained. This is also the reason why there are so many soul fragments accumulated in the candle pipes of the Wizard Tower. Just like a garbage mountain, although it can be recycled, it is often costly and energy-consuming. The effort and reward do not match. But Thor is different. He has the ability to purify the diary, just like a giant whale swallowing plankton, accepting everything that comes. The moment those white soul fragments were swallowed by Thor's tentacles, They turned into huge energy and filled his body. Along with it, there were also many impurities wrapped in the soul fragments. However, these impurities were not absorbed by the diary as cleanly as before. Before Thor realized what was happening, he was knocked to the spot by a strong impact. He felt as if his skull was opened by someone, and then piles of broken images fell out. Countless fragments of images were accompanied by harsh sounds. There was despair, sadness, pain, anger, fear. What was even more confusing was that the images and the additional sounds were usually not original. It was like playing the soundtrack of a gunfight while watching a horror movie. The word chaotic was emphasized. This feeling made people dizzy. Thor almost instantly forgot where he was, what he was about to do, what he was thinking about, and what he was expecting next. After the initial confusion, there was great fear. But the fear was just a touch of the head, and then flashed away. What ended everything was the huge loneliness that made the whole body tremble. Loneliness, dead silence. It was more lonely than when Thor just flew over the sea and the sky eroded each other, and there was only black and white gray around. Thor's sinking movement completely stopped. After absorbing many glowing soul fragments, the transparent tentacles also began to emit light. But the spiritual armor around him, which was originally trembling due to the water pressure, became solid in an instant. But the fullness of energy was accompanied by a crisis of consciousness. In the aperture, Thor faintly felt that those glowing soul fragments actually began to actively drill into him, which further aggravated the confusion in his mind. So, the picture connected to the picture, and the sound cut off the sound. Thor's external body seemed to have turned into a stone statue, unable to move, but his inner consciousness was undergoing a huge shock. The chaotic feeling brought to him by absorbing a large amount of soul fragments this time was more terrible than his first time to commit suicide in the witch body transformation experiment. But in the increasingly intense pain shock, Thor gradually woke up. He felt that he should feel pain in such a chaos, but his brain unexpectedly blocked negative interference. His eyeballs suddenly turned white, and the outside world immediately withdrew from his consciousness. Now he could only see the impurities brought by the soul fragments in his mind. The impact of the chaotic sound and picture became stronger. Every second seemed like an age. However, the conscious Thor gradually saw a line among these fragmented sounds and pictures. A line that runs through the whole. This line connects all the fragments. In the dark, Thor felt that as long as he found the end of the line and gently lifted it, he would find that everything was in order. The chaos was just because of the lack of knowledge. The sound, picture, or the experience of the deceased would be arranged in a predetermined order. As long as Thor shook the line, he could make the things connected by the line perform according to his ideas. Now, in the chaotic picture in front of Thor, a line became clearer and clearer. Thor stretched out his hand. In his cognition, he stretched out his hand and tried to touch the thin line hidden in many consciousnesses. He felt that he was about to touch the line. But when his fingertips were only 1 millimeter away from the thin line, all the pictures, sounds, and the thin line that was so close disappeared in an instant. Thor came to his senses and found himself still in the deep sea. He was standing on the bottom of the sunken ship, with one hand stretched forward. And around him, there were still soul fragments floating like fireflies. Brother Thor. Brother Thor. What's wrong with you? The silver butterfly flew in front of Thor, with a little worry in its voice. And the algae that turned into a propeller also stretched its head in front of Thor, and bit Thor's arm gently with its shark-like teeth. It was also trying to wake up Thor. Thor, who had come to his senses, had no time to comfort the two pets before he felt his lungs were about to explode. The huge feeling of suffocation and the fear of dying instantly occupied the main working area of his brain. He had to float up immediately. The body of the wizard apprentice could hold its breath for a long time, but that didn't mean they didn't have to breathe. In fact, they consumed a lot of energy and actually needed more air. Now Thor had reached the critical point of suffocation that his body could withstand due to an accident. I must float up immediately, he thought again. However, just as he was about to step on the sunken ship to float to the surface, he felt a strange wave of magic coming from under his feet. So looked down. With just one glance, he locked onto a few gray stones in the cracks of the rotten wooden board. Although the gray stones were no different from other stones on the seabed, Sol, who had extremely sharp mental power, quickly distinguished that the wave of magic he had just felt was emitted from these small stones. Thor pointed at the gap in the wood. The nightmare butterfly was still confused, but Foresaw had already rushed over. The worry about Thor just now turned into a huge bite force, and with a grunt, it swallowed several gray stones and the rotten wood around them into its mouth. Then, without waiting for Thor's instructions, Foresaw turned into a thruster again and sent Thor out of the seabed. Cough, 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 cough. Although he had floated up as quickly as his body could bear, Thor still couldn't hold on to the end. He choked on a few mouthfuls of bitter and fishy sea water, and his nose and throat felt a burning pain. At this time, a white light hit Thor. It was a zero-level witchcraft to heal minor injuries. Thor paddled while looking up and saw Senior Byron standing on the reef, frowning and looking at him with concern. Puff. He touched the seawater on his face with his hand and smiled awkwardly. I was careless just now and almost got into trouble. Chapter 344. Byron pulled Thor ashore. He found that Thor's spirit and magic were not stable, so he took the initiative to take over the work of treating Thor. I saw the sunken ship. And those strange soul fragments that glow. Byron stretched out his hand, and a transparent narrow-neck bottle appeared in his palm. The narrow-neck bottle was filled with white mist, and there were 2 light sources floating up and down. Thor looked at Byron's bottle and silently stretched out his hand. Now his arm did not deform. It was still grayish-white, and it did not become a light source. I also collected a little bit, but I wasted my time because of this. Yeah. Byron nodded, and this time the yeah was a little heavier, as if to warn Thor not to be greedy next time. Thor actually found it strange. Every time he absorbed soul fragments, he was never contaminated by the distracting thoughts in the fragments. But this time, he was trapped for a long time before coming out, as if the diary deliberately did not absorb the distracting thoughts in the soul fragments for him immediately. Was it because there were too many soul fragments this time? The diary didn't warn in advance, just because Thor could hold on. I seemed to see a line at that time, but before I touched that line, the diary suddenly absorbed all the distracting thoughts. Is this intentional? What is that line? Did the diary intentionally prevent him from touching it? I always feel that if I really touch that line, something terrible will happen. Well, at least I will never move now that I am sober. Byron didn't know what Thor was thinking. A bottle appeared in his hand, which contained a thumb-sized gray stone. I found this too. Soul snapped his fingers, and the algae came over instantly, opened its big mouth, and revealed the mess inside. Soul reached into the algae's mouth and fumbled around, and took out 2 gray stones that were the same as the ones in Byron's hand. When he got it in his hand, Soul found that although this stone looked like an ordinary stone, it was hard to see the difference with the naked eye because it was mixed in the seabed. But when Soul took it in his hand, he found that this thing was soft, like a piece of rubber. Thor exerted a little force, and the gray stone on his fingertips cracked into 2 halves. But before he could observe the cross-section, the 2 cracked stones deformed and squirmed again, turning into 2 irregular but spherical shapes. It's not stone, nor metal, it should be a synthetic material. There are traces of human intervention. Byron nodded on the opposite side, and he came to the same conclusion. But Byron seemed to have other discoveries. He opened the flask, poured out a gray round pellet, and placed it on the reef, then took out a bottle of red solution and dripped a drop on it. The abnormal magic fluctuations emanating from the gray matter suddenly disappeared, and then began to emit a spiritual power fluctuation. Thor was extremely sensitive to spiritual power, and couldn't help but lean over to see. But the gray itself did not change much. At this time, Byron shook Thor's shoulder and asked him to look at the sea. Thor looked back and saw the Black Sea glowing. First there were 1 or 2 dim light sources, then 5 or 6, and finally a small piece of the city. Although there were not as many as near the shipwreck, it was enough to illuminate the 10 square meters of sea near Thor. They seemed to be attracted by something, drifting over little by little, gathering near the reef. This is the first time I've seen something that can attract soul fragments. Thor sighed at first, and then something moved in his mind. Since gray matter can attract soul fragments, does it mean that it can be accepted by the soul? If it is used as a container, or used to improve the container, can it solve the problem that the spirit cannot stay in the container for a long time? Byron did not participate in the resurrection experiment, but he also valued the properties shown by the gray matter. When Thor looked up, he saw Byron staring at the sea with his eyes shining. Thor held his chin up. Senior Byron, don't you want to melt this thing into your skin? So that night, the 2 research enthusiasts began to dive desperately, collecting gray matter, surfacing to breathe, and then going down again. They had completely forgotten their original purpose. Unfortunately, this strange gray matter was rare. They searched for a whole night, until their magic power dropped to the warning value, but they didn't collect much. As the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, the sun shone dimly on the sea. The sea, which had been dark all night, finally revealed its original color. But there was still gray mixed in the blue, which looked a bit depressing. Senior Byron planned to go back, and he couldn't wait to go back and study the newly discovered gray matter. Thor came here to use the soul tide to replenish the soul fragments that were exhausted in his body. Although he didn't see the weird soul tide this time, he didn't regret it. Anyway, the blue water bay is right here, and there is no way to escape. The two men corrected themselves for a moment, replenished their magic power, recovered their mental strength, and prepared to start walking back. Thor didn't know how Senior Byron, who had not yet learned the art of flying, got here. But he didn't really want to know, because he felt that knowing would reduce his essay in value. So he simply flew himself, and then used Xiaozao to take Senior Byron back together. It just consumed a little more magic power. When Thor saw the coast, he also paid special attention to the cliff where Parker and Andy were. But he was surprised to find that the cliff had collapsed. The place where the two had been hiding had become a tall mound of earth. There was only a faint smell of blood in the mound. They might have been injured, but they left alive. They left? Yes. Byron also looked at the collapsed cliff with a serious face, and analyzed the attack method and intensity through the fracture of the cliff. Thor was alert all around, and his eyes swept through every possible ambush. Hee. The little girl's voice sounded in his mind. Thor instantly understood that Andy and Parker might have been tricked by the trick left by the nightmare butterfly. And it was a terrible trick. Senior, the enemy may have left. Let's leave here quickly. Byron nodded and agreed to Thor's proposal. Soon after the two of them left in secret, it was dawn. Blue Water Bay was no longer so dangerous. Occasionally, fishermen would go out to sea at this time, or pick up some seaweed and shellfish on the beach and reefs. But rare food like black conch will not appear in broad daylight, otherwise the lives of the snail pickers would not become consumables. The coast of Blue Water Bay began to become a little lively. Of course, this so-called liveliness was just a change from being empty to having only 3 or 4 people. At this time, a middle-aged man, with a huge suitcase and a wrinkled suit stepped onto the beach. Sander stared at the sea that looked extremely desolate under the large dark clouds, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Since his sister died in the Blue Water Bay port, he has never come to this place again with a guilty conscience. But when he learned from the wizard that his sister did not really die of suffocation, but her soul was swept away by the soul tide here, he rushed here without stopping. When he arrived at Blue Water Bay, he had almost spent all his money. Sander patted the rot tin box. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely find your soul. But before that, Sander must find a suitable job in Blue Water Bay to make a living. He made a vow at the beach and turned to rush to the city. On the way back, Sander saw a few children from afar, about 5 or 6, walking towards the beach. The weather had turned cold, and the children were wearing thin clothes. They huddled their hands together, and could hear the younger ones chattering as they walked. The sea breeze brought some fragments of words. Wizard. Be good. Remember. Maybe the older brother inside was telling them stories about wizards, threatening them that they would be arrested if they didn't obey. Sander looked at the brothers and sisters with some envy, and his hand unconsciously stroked the box. Maybe we can meet again, Mitter. Chapter 345. Sol took Byron on an airship, and the latter immediately looked at Sol with the eyes of a rich woman. The airship they took on the way back was not the same one they took on the way here, and the captain of this airship did not have the courage of Captain Harry to talk to the 2 wizard apprentices. Therefore, the return trip became a bit boring. In particular, wizard students were strictly prohibited from doing experiments on the airship. If the airship was accidentally blown up, the innocent people on the airship could not take care of them, but the major shareholder behind the airship, Baidong College, might send a large bill. The kind that can't even pay it back if you sell yourself. Although the Wizard Tower Master is behind Thor, Thor doesn't think that Mentor Gorza, who doesn't care about life or death, will pay the bill for him. So when you should be crazy, you should be crazy, and when you should be honest, you should hold it back. With nothing to do, Thor introduced the rumors about Baidong Academy and their new products that he heard from Captain Harry to Senior Byron. Byron's eyes lit up when he heard it, and it seemed that his wallet would bleed again soon. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Thor immediately selected a new body for Herman from the corpses. The female corpse that caused the scream was later confirmed to be contaminated and had been sent to the morgue. And just like the soul infusion experiment, in addition to Herman's original body, he could only enter female corpses. When entering a male corpse, Herman's consciousness would immediately be strongly rejected, and even had a tendency to be contaminated. Herman's consciousness did not show any abnormality when entering the new female corpse, which made many of Thor's advanced preparations useless. Just as Herman gradually adapted to his new body and slowly began to move, Hayden, who heard that Thor had returned, also rushed over. When Thor took Hayden into the second warehouse, Hayden saw the woman walking slowly in the warehouse at a glance. But this time, Hayden was not as enthusiastic as last time, and was even indifferent. This made Herman, who was about to raise his hand to greet Hayden, a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to turn his wrist and change the greeting action to scratching the face, but he couldn't do very delicate movements now, so scratching the face became. Snap! Herman slapped himself. Ha ha ha! Such a crazy laugh, needless to say, must be Penny. If it is Xiaozhao, its laughter is pulu pulu pulu. The harvest is not bad after going out, plus Herman's experiment is going well. Thor is in a good mood. He smiled and introduced Hayden. This is Amon. He originally wanted to say that this is still Hull, but he was afraid that Hayden would be too shocked and contaminated after learning Herman's true identity, so he chose to tell a white lie. After Thor's introduction, Hayden nodded stiffly and expressionlessly to Herman. Herman blinked his hollow eyes, pretending that he could not control his body well, and slowly turned his head to the other side. Ignoring the cold relationship between the two, Thor called Herman and Hayden to the experimental table and continued to record data. Let's continue. Herman Amon, when you entered the container, did you make any other sounds besides save me? Did you see or feel anything else unusual? No, pig. Sir. The tongue of the new body still didn't work very well, and Herman quickly learned to address Thor as Hayden did. Thor asked Hayden again, but Hayden still had no memory of what happened when he first entered the new body. Despite this, Thor still had a lot of new ideas and planned to conduct experiments one by one starting tomorrow. In addition, he named the newly found gray matter himself, so he must be very busy for a while. Unexpectedly, when Hayden learned of Thor's arrangement, he asked for leave. I'm very sorry, Master Thor. Teacher Rum asked me to go there tomorrow morning for regular maintenance. Regular maintenance? Thor recalled the soul infusion experiment notes, and found that there was indeed such a process in it, but it was just like the reaction record when the soul just entered the body, which was marginal information and could be easily overlooked. What should be checked during the regular maintenance? Will the rejection of the container and the soul be checked? Thor immediately became interested and decided to go with him tomorrow. Tonight Thor, who had been running around for a long time, returned to the dormitory. The door of Kelly's room next door was still locked. She was obviously still conducting experiments on the development of radioactive toxins in the Black Castle. I don't know how it is going and when she can come back, although Thor can go to the registration office to communicate with Kelly by letter. The cost of this communication, well, it's a bit expensive. If it's just daily greetings, it's unnecessary. If Kelly has any needs, she will naturally contact him. This guy was never polite to Thor, and Thor never let her down. After a good sleep in the dormitory, Thor opened his eyes and looked at the blue hourglass when the dim candlelight turned bright white the next morning. It was 6 o'clock. Hayden was going to teacher room today. Thor had never seen the teacher conduct soul infusion experiments, so he naturally wanted to see it. Maybe he could find something in the teacher's experiment that he didn't usually notice. Thor went out almost at 6 o'clock. When he opened the door, he saw that the doors of several dormitories were open from the inside. It seems that there are many introverts who are racing against time among the second-level apprentices. An apprentice across the street saw Thor and was stunned for a moment, then greeted him politely. Senior Thor. Thor's gray-white skin has spread in the Wizard Tower. In addition, Gorza publicly accepted Thor, so now even some third-level apprentices will greet Thor respectfully when they see him. If Thor hadn't stayed in the second warehouse all day, he would have been watched every day. He nodded to the second-level apprentice next to him, who was almost twice his age, and walked quickly to the East Tower. But today, the West Tower ushered in another uneasy morning. When Thor went down to the 10th floor of the West Tower, and was about to turn from the passage here to the East Tower, he found a circle of people gathered in the corridor near the passage. Wizards don't like to join in the fun, and with so many people watching, something must have happened. I guess someone died again. Although Thor didn't hang out in the tower much, as the work department closest to the morgue, he still knew a few apprentices who died in the tower every month. Although this kind of thing is commonplace, when Soul squeezed through the crowd, he still subconsciously looked inside the circle. Just this one look made him stop in his hurried steps. The one who died in the corridor was another male servant. He was not very old, and Soul even knew him. He used to live in a big bunk bed. Now he was made into a flower. The limbs were leaves, and the head was a flower. It was a dead flower. Soul looked again, frowned, and continued to move forward. Angela was the instigator of the dead flower. She got the priest ritual of Baikai from somewhere, and committed several murders in order to improve her magic power and dark attribute perception. But now Angela has died at the hands of Billy, and her former accomplice has been locked up by Soul. Who else knows Baikai's sacrificial ritual? The diary was opened in Soul's spirit body, and the black page belonging to him was revealed. And Soul asked in his heart, "Did you teach Angela how to make dead flowers to improve magic power?" And "No, master." And "Actually, I just tempted Angela to make up her mind." And the one who taught Angela the sacrificial method was Luo Kai. Chapter 346. It was Luo Kai. Soul was a little surprised, and then he felt that it was as expected. "Who of you and Luo Kai went to Angela first?" And Luo Kai had come to him before I possessed Angela. But when Luo Kai came to Angela again, I instigated her to accept Baikai's sacrifice. Why? Can you get any benefit from the sacrifice? And I had just escaped from the mezzanine. I was very weak and needed energy replenishment. On the other hand, in order to survive, I merged a part of myself with Angela, so it is also important for me that she becomes stronger. Luo Kai will definitely not give benefits to others for nothing. Just like he established and maintained the exchange meeting, there must be some purpose. What price did you pay for the Baikai ritual? And all the ancillary products of the ritual will be given to a first-level apprentice. But I am sure that those things will eventually flow into Luo Kai's hands. Luo Kai can indeed do this. The high-level gatherings of his mutual aid association are to help senior apprentices exchange things and exchange information, but as an organizer, Luo Kai will definitely get a lot of information and benefits. This is the advantage of the platform. And the low-level members of the Mutual Aid Association can easily become the goo raised by the Mutual Aid Association, and some cannon fodder. Kelly was once planted with parasites, and the weak Annie died directly in front of Thor because of the insect goo. Although Sid finally stood up and said that he was responsible for Annie's death, Thor now also suspected that Luo Kai might have played a role in it. And the person who finally closed in on Angela was Billy. Billy is also Luo Kai's man? He can actually control the third-level apprentice. The influence of this mutual aid association may be more far-reaching than I thought before. And now, Luo Kai has obviously captured new prey. Strip the spirit body. Create evil spirits. Soul's footsteps suddenly paused. The wandering wizard in Mofin Town also got a magic circle to create evil spirits. I also saw the advanced version of the magic circle in the lakeside cabin. Soul couldn't figure it out. Luo Kai's major was earth element. Why was he always associated with dark attribute witchcraft, magic circles and sacrifices? Next time I go out, go to the lakeside cabin and look carefully. Maybe there are some details that I overlooked. Thor's steps were big and fast. While he was thinking, he had already arrived at the 16th floor of the East Tower where Teacher Rum was. As soon as he entered the corridor, Thor saw Hayden wandering around. She rubbed her hands lightly and looked very nervous. When Thor appeared, Hayden let out a long breath. "You are so scared. I thought you would let him out." Thor walked over, and the two walked together to Teacher Rum's dormitory. Hayden was still half a body behind Thor, even though Thor had never asked him to do so. In the quieter Mentor living area, Hayden's voice was also very low. He said, "If I always avoid it, the pollution will come faster." Hayden's second personality is more thorough than the main personality. Escape is definitely not a good way to solve problems, although it is sometimes useful. The door of Mentor Rum's room was not closed, leaving a small gap. There was also a male apprentice standing outside the door. He, like Hayden, was also blonde and blue-eyed. Now Thor knew that this was entirely because of Mentor Rum's own aesthetics. To avoid trouble, all soul infusion experiment containers will undergo cosmetic surgery on the surface. Everyone waited outside the door for about 15 minutes, and then heard a voice from inside. Next. The door was slightly widened, and a slender girl came out. Her hair hung down, covering most of her face, and her beautiful face looked a little gloomy. The male apprentice, who was waiting in the first position, immediately entered the room. While the person was changing, Thor also walked to the door, but when he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, he heard the voice of another instructor inside. "Is that Thor? Come in with me." It was Instructor Kaz. Why was he here too? Thor followed him in, and the level 2 apprentice in front of him suddenly twisted his neck 90 degrees stiffly, and then stopped where he was. When Thor passed him, lifted the heavy curtain, and walked into another room, he continued to move forward. When Thor entered the compartment, he was blinded by a beam of sunlight. The window of Instructor Rum's room was very small today, and the sunlight outside was very bright. A beam of light came in, like a sharp sword that could repel darkness. Passing through the beam of light, Thor saw Mentor Kaz and Mentor Rum. Mentor Rum was still a mountain. It was more magnificent than the last time Thor saw it. The fat on his back was bulging, and was higher than his head. "How is your experiment going? Heh. What are you standing there for? Go up and lie down." The latter part was said to the apprentice who followed Thor in. "I still have a lot of confusion, so I want to come and learn from you. You can already conduct soul infusion experiments independently, and I don't have much to teach you. Like I said before, you can come and see anytime. If you can find something that I haven't found, that's even better. But, let's get started, otherwise Teacher Kez won't have much patience." Teacher Rum seemed to be in a good mood, he smiled. But the corners of his mouth were blocked by fat, so it was not clear whether the corners of his mouth were upturned. Thor watched the male apprentice take off his outer robe, wearing only shorts, and quickly lay on the cold laboratory table. "Thor, come and watch first, and then you can get started. Let me see how much of your skills in the morgue are left." Teacher Kez still spoke in a hoarse and majestic voice. He took off his robe for the first time, wearing a slim black suit and rubber gloves that you would only see during surgery. In front of him was a row of dissection tools, knives, needles, clamps, tweezers, etc., shining with cold light. "Okay, teacher." Thor stood behind Kaz and watched him cut the male apprentice's hand from the shoulder to the wrist. The wound opened up instantly due to the contraction of the skin, like a cut jelly, with little blood flowing, and it was thicker than normal blood. Thor had also cut open Hayden briefly, so he was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. But what surprised him was what Kaz did next. He actually changed a pair of tweezers and kept probing in the wound, as if he was looking for something. Thor also lowered his head, his eyes following the tip of the tweezers. Then he saw Teacher Kez quickly use tweezers to pick something out of the muscle and throw it into the tray beside him. Looking left and right at the tray, he saw an irregular black, white, and gray stone inside, a bit like a stone. Before Thor could analyze the reason for the stone in the container, Professor Kez had already thrown in another similar stone. About 5 minutes later, he found 7 or 8 more stones, and Professor Kez threw the tweezers in his hand. "Thor, you do the rest. Remember to wear gloves." Thor hurried over, took out a pair of brand new gloves from the side of the laboratory table, put them on, and then picked up the tweezers like Professor Kaz. He almost never wore gloves when picking materials in the morgue before, but this time Professor Kez specifically asked him to wear gloves, probably to protect the experimental subject lying on the laboratory table, who could barely be considered alive. And Kaz himself did not rest either. He went to another floor, and cut open the other arm of the experimental subject neatly. Thor stopped watching Teacher Kaz. He lowered his head, and squinted his eyes slightly. Semi-immersive meditation method started. Small white spots appeared in the wound of the arm. There were so many that it was a bit shocking. "Can you see a lot?" Rum's voice came faintly. "Just pick out those with a diameter of more than 2 millimeters. What about the rest? Just ignore it." Thor had already vaguely guessed what those small stones were. They were synthetic bodies processed by Rum and other mentors. With such artificially created bodies produce impurities due to various problems. Just like metal rusting, it was a hidden danger that caused the container to completely decay from the inside. If every soul-infused experimental subject had to be inspected regularly, did that mean that all soul-infused experimental subjects would actually rust? Chapter 347. Although Thor had long known that this artificial soul container would not be as stable as a naturally grown body. But if so many rusts were produced, wouldn't that mean that the lifespan of each experimental subject would not be very long? "What are you daydreaming about? Get started." Kaz's low voice came. Thor hurriedly lowered his head, suppressed the sigh in his heart, and began to carefully pick out the rusts. Kaz stared at Thor for a while, making sure that he did it right, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and then he continued to check the rest of the body. "TSK, Kaz, look at Thor, his efficiency is no worse than yours now." Rum stretched his neck, staring at Thor picking, and did not forget to mock Kaz. "Humph, why don't you get started? There are 4 to deal with today, and this is only the second one." Rum was not angry. He stretched out his 3-section arm with 2 elbow joints, deftly shook his equally slender 10 fingers, and gently pressed them on the male apprentice's head. Soul's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Then, he saw that he didn't know where or what Professor Rum touched, but he just saw the latter gently holding up the skull of the experimental subject. Such a strong sense of déjà vu instantly reminded Thor of the history he had seen on Shiozao. At that time, Mrs. Eula was also suddenly cut off her skull by Gorza behind her. Soul stopped moving, and this time Professor Kez didn't urge him. Soul's eyes fell on the fracture of the experimental subject's head, and found that there was no brain in the skull, but a ball of whipped cream foam. After the skull was taken up, the cream foam was still changing. Old foam was constantly breaking, and new foam was constantly being produced. When Rum saw the white foam, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. It's a little less. I guess it can be used 3 or 4 times. Rum's flexible fingers dripped a few drops of potion into the male apprentice's brain, and then used other props to test it, and finally put the skull back together accurately. It's a pity that the Tower Master doesn't trade with Lu Xingzhou now. Otherwise, it would be better to use the eyes of the thousand-eyed banshee as a substitute for brain matter. Kaz replied without raising his head, but it is easier to lose control. Hearing this, Thor, who was working seriously with his head down, suddenly blinked. He thought of someone. After quickly checking the head and limbs, the instructors did not move the torso. The soul of the experimental subject was sealed there with a witchcraft array, which they would not easily move. Rum simply checked the stability of the array and withdrew his hand. At this time, Thor and Kaz had just cleaned an arm and a leg each. Not bad, the efficiency is much higher. Rum nodded, and his face regained a happy expression. After repairing all the wounds on his body, the male apprentice lying on the laboratory table was awakened. He stood up in confusion, as if he had just taken a short nap. Rum tested a few more movements and waved him out. Just as the apprentice bowed his head and was about to leave, Rum suddenly said quietly, "Today is the last regular checkup. You don't have to come here in the future." The male apprentice, who had just bent his waist deeply, froze there. After 5 full seconds, he raised his head in disbelief. Teacher Rum, but I am only checking for the 3rd time." The expression of disbelief consisted of slightly widened eyes and slightly trembling lips. This was already the limit of what the facial paralysis experiment could do. But Rum did not give too much explanation. He waved his hand. "Go out. You can check yourself later." How to check yourself? Self-dissection? The male apprentice seemed to want to ask something else, but Instructor Rum didn't want him to talk anymore. The male apprentice could only walk out unwillingly and confusedly. Now he finally knew why the first female apprentice had such a gloomy face when she came out. But those who became soul infusion experimental subjects were first-level apprentices who could not be promoted. They had no ability to resist, and even no ability to choose their future path. The male apprentice's movements were more stiff than when he came. When he walked out, Instructor Rum said loudly, "Next." Hayden walked in quickly with the shell of container 147 on her head. Although she also had a paralyzed face, Thor, who had spent a long time with Hayden, could still see a hint of doubt in her slightly flickering eyes. Next, Hayden also went through the entire process of regular checkups. When her body was treated, and she stood up from the laboratory table again, she heard the bad news said by Professor Rum himself. But unlike the reactions of others, Hayden subconsciously glanced at Thor. Thor nodded slightly and said nothing. Hayden also looked a little uneasy, but obviously not as gloomy as the 2 apprentices before. She didn't even open her mouth to plead, and just when Teacher Rum motioned her to leave for the first time, she turned and walked out of the room. After the last apprentice, who had a regular checkup today, also left Teacher Rum's room with a look of disappointment, Rum threw away all kinds of equipment, turned his head and looked at Thor, and said, "It seems that your experiment is going well." 147 trusts you so much that he didn't panic even when he heard that the regular checkup was terminated. Teacher Rum stopped the regular inspection of the container, which actually meant giving up the soul infusion experiment. And Thor was not very sure that he could help Hayden continue. Hayden saw that Thor could create new experimental subjects by himself, and probably thought that he could also conduct soul infusion experiments independently, but he didn't know that Herman's situation was completely different from his. But Thor was also very calm. If there was really no other way, he could also consider turning Hayden into a page at that time. Of course, unlike the situation of others, Thor would give Hayden a chance to choose. We can think about this later. Thor shook his head, and did not admit that he was indeed capable of saving Hayden. She is just ignorant and fearless. Ignorant and fearless. Hearing this, Rum grinned, and this time, the extent of his fat was obvious. Even Kaz, who was quietly packing his things, couldn't help but look up at Thor. "I heard that you often say something very interesting." Kaz packed his things, put his hands into his sleeves, and the big bag of equipment disappeared. Apparently there is a prop similar to space compression. Thor also bought one on the airship not long ago, so he was not surprised. Anyone can say such things, but how many people can really understand their own ignorance? Accustomed to the sharp tongue of Teacher Kaz, Thor leaned forward slightly to salute. Then he looked at Rum. "Teacher Rum, why did you suddenly stop the regular inspection? Is the soul infusion experiment going to be stopped?" "Not stopped, but terminated." Teacher Rum answered him in a good mood. "Now, there is a new breakthrough in the resurrection experiment, and the Tower Master needs us to devote all our energy to the new experiment. Experiments like soul infusion, which have made no progress at all, naturally need to be terminated. Instructor Rum did not tell Thor what the new breakthrough was, and neither did Instructor Kaz. It was as if they were deliberately stirring Thor's curiosity, and they only let out a little hint and then kept silent. Seeing Thor's rare expression of frustration that was in line with a 15-year-old boy, Instructor Rum laughed. Haha, don't worry, even if we don't tell you, you can go ask your Tower Master. But when he said this, Instructor Rum's voice suddenly dropped an octave. If the Tower Master thinks he can tell you, he will tell you. Chapter 348. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. The harmonious and pleasant atmosphere just now suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing the truth behind it. Sol was stunned for a moment, subconsciously twisted his neck, and looked at Teacher Kaz. But Teacher Kaz just remained silent, with a blank expression. Sol then recalled that although Teacher Rum had been in a good mood just now, Teacher Kaz didn't seem to smile much. He even had a kind of anxious mood. Something must have happened that I don't know about. Thor retracted his gaze, bowed to the two mentors one by one, and then left the room of Mentor Rum. And until he walked out of the door, he didn't hear Mentor Rum and Mentor Kaz talking again. Something must have happened. Why can't you tell me? Or why can you only wait for Mentor Gorza to tell me? Hayden was waiting for Thor at the ramp on the 16th floor of the East Tower. But when he saw Thor and greeted him, the latter ignored him, and just walked down with heavy thoughts. This made Hayden nervous. Although he was surprised that the regular soul infusion test suddenly stopped, he was more confident than other experimental subjects when he thought that Thor could perform soul infusion independently. And when he looked at Thor, the latter nodded to him calmly, which made Hayden feel more at ease. But he didn't expect that when Thor came out of Teacher Rum's room, he also acted so solemnly, and Hayden's heart immediately stomped. Master Thor? She couldn't help but trot and followed him. Thor stopped, sorted out his thoughts, and said to Hayden, "You go back and rest first. Although your wound has healed, it is not suitable for you to join the new experiment right away." "Okay." Hayden nodded repeatedly. "By the way, review your skills in the morgue when you go back." Hayden was stunned, and Mumu's expression looked even more stupid. "Starting tomorrow, you will also participate in the experimental test on Amon. You will be responsible for observation and recording at that time. I have other things to do." Hayden finally reacted, but she was a little uneasy. "My lord, my hands may not be as steady as before." Thor nodded. "I know, but don't forget that when I asked you to follow me, I didn't really want you to be an experimental subject. You have lost your first precious thing. Don't let the second one get rusty." After he finished speaking, he walked down the East Tower quickly without waiting for Hayden, who was stunned. And Hayden was still standing there silently. "The second one, my lord should be talking about the ability I have trained in the morgue for more than 10 years. But what is the first precious thing?" Hayden thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Thor asked Hayden to go back by himself. In addition to thinking about the last news revealed by Teachers Rum and Kaz, he wanted to find someone. Teacher Rum revealed to him intentionally or unintentionally that soul infusion used to use the eyes of the thousand-eyed banshee of Land Boat as materials. But because Gorza no longer traded with Land Boat, the original materials could no longer be used. In addition to Rum's behavior of uncovering the skull of the experimental subject today, Thor immediately thought of Kongsha, who only had half a head left, and the new head was full of eyeballs. Since Kongsha got the news about the elves at the exchange meeting, Thor has hardly heard from her again. But judging from Haywood's reaction when he tried to stop her, Kongsha might be doing something very dangerous. I just don't know if she succeeded, or died outside. Thor came to the dormitory area of the second-level apprentices with ease. He raised his hand and knocked hard on Kongsha's door. But after waiting for a while, no one came out. At this time, someone came out from a nearby door and looked up to see Thor waiting at Kongsha's door. "Ah, Thor, Senior." The other party was a little hesitant at first, but still took the initiative to greet him. Thor turned his head and saw that it was an acquaintance. Monroe, a second-level apprentice, who had mastered almost all zero-level witchcraft and many one-level witchcraft. He is still teaching new apprentices the basic knowledge of all things. A first-level apprentice once called him a walking knowledge base. But it seems that too much energy has been dispersed on expanding the breadth of knowledge, and Monroe has not been promoted in the past few years. In addition, he hardly participated in other activities except reading books, and he was actually quite transparent among the high-level apprentices. On the other hand, Thor had been biased in his studies for a long time. But his speed of progress was obvious to all. He became a third-level apprentice in 3 years, which broke the record of the Wizard Tower. He was already a legend among the apprentices. But Thor rarely came into contact with other apprentices. He usually saw corpses and mentors the most. Neither of these two types of people would be too surprised by his rapid progress. Senior Monroe. Sol was not arrogant. Monroe had answered many questions for him. Although these questions were paid, Sol respected the seniors who had helped him. Are you looking for Kong Sha? Yes, I have some questions to ask her. She has been away from the tower for a long time. So long that some people suspect that she has died outside. Sol sighed. He also had this guess. If Kong Sha really went to the Elf Valley that Billy said, maybe she really couldn't come back. She is not young anymore, and only has 1 or half a year left to reach 30. Risking her life to go to the Elf Valley, it might be her last chance to be promoted to level 3. Kong Sha is not in the tower, and there is no one to answer the questions that Thor wants to ask. Thinking of this, Thor looked up and said to Monroe, "Thank you." Thor wanted to turn around and leave, but Monroe stopped him. "Thor, Kong Sha went to find you before she left. But you didn't seem to be there at that time, so she asked me to give you something when I met you." "Give it to me?" Sol was a little surprised. He remembered that after he traded the Elf Whisper with Kong Sha, the two of them had almost no interactions. Why did she come to him before leaving? If it was before today, Sol might not want it at all, but after doing the soul infusion experiment, Sol was really curious about Kong Sha's situation. "What is it? Let me see." Sol did not reach out. He might not accept Kong Sha's things. Then, Monroe rummaged through his clothes. Thor frowned secretly. What is it that Monroe actually carries with him? Huh? Where did it go? I remember putting it on my body. Monroe searched all over his body for a while, but couldn't find it. Surely, this kind of thing shouldn't happen to a wizard apprentice who is very strict in his work. Maybe I left it in the dormitory. Come with me to the room and take a look. Monroe raised his head and invited Thor to enter his dormitory. Thor's foot just followed Monroe's step and stopped where it was. Monroe heard the footsteps not following him, and he turned back with his hand on the door frame. What's wrong? Sol smiled. I wait for you here. Then he added, I don't really want to accept Kong Sha's gift. Monroe didn't seem to expect Sol to say that, and stood there, with only one eye exposed because of the door. That eye stared at Sol for about 3 seconds. The atmosphere became a little weird. Sol raised his hand, his 10 fingers touching each other, and he was not afraid, and he looked back at Monroe quietly. Then Monroe suddenly moved. He walked into the room and searched quickly. About half a minute later, Monroe's surprised voice came from the room. So it's here. Then Thor heard a strange coo sound. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, went directly to the door of Monroe's dormitory and looked inside. He saw Monroe's hand just drop from his face, and he happened to look at him. Monroe was still holding the eyeball that was roughly removed from the eye socket. The eyelid was torn roughly, and blood soon flowed over half of his face and soaked his collar. Thor raised his eyebrows. If Monroe wanted to give him an eyeball that was deformed by being pinched, he would not accept it, but Monroe just looked down at the obviously broken eyeball, threw it on the ground, and then raised his hand again, inserting 2 fingers into the empty, bloody eye socket. The friction between the fingers and muscles, lubricated by the blood, made it strange. Gucci. Sound again. Then, his 2 fingers were pulled out of the eye socket, and the fingertips seemed to be pinching something. It was just as if, because at the fingertips of Monroe's 2 fingers, there was nothing at all. Monroe slowly stretched out his arms to Thor. Come and take it. Chapter 349. Monroe's face was half bloody, but he seemed unconscious. Thor did not go in immediately. He just kept his hand raised, with his thumb and index finger close together, pretending to hold something. Thor almost asked directly, What do you want? But the moment he opened his mouth, he swallowed his words again, because he saw that the pads of Monroe's 2 fingers were slightly concave, as if he was really holding something. Thor took a step forward and stepped on the door frame. Until now, the diary has not given any hint. No big problem. Thor did not feel relieved that the diary did not give any hint. In the past few years since he became a wizard apprentice, he no longer needed the diary to help him judge the white mushrooms for any danger. Based on his mental power detection and intuition, Thor can basically determine that the thing in Monroe's hand is not dangerous to him. But it is quite strange. Do you really want to accept this thing? I feel that whether it is left to me by Kong Sha or not, it is a trouble. Although he thought he could handle what Monroe had, Thor was still considering whether to take over. After all, he had a lot of troubles, and now he had a 5-year mission that could end at any time. But when Thor hesitated, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, with a little impatience and a little madness. Aw, Brother Thor, I want it. Brother Thor, I want it, I want it. A silver light flashed, and Penny suddenly appeared on Thor's left shoulder and shouted into his left ear, then jumped to his right shoulder and instilled a magic sound into his right ear again. Brother Thor, I want that. Master, give it to me, I want it. Thor felt that his face was already covered with black lines. Quiet, he scolded in his heart. Then the diary was opened as Thor wished, as if to throw Penny into it. The obsessive demonic voice disappeared immediately, but the nightmare butterfly did not give up. It flew in front of Thor and kept circling around. Thor could now look at the things around him and ignore the existence of the silver light. His next step was to walk in and stand in front of Monroe. After Monroe finished his last sentence, he waited for Thor motionlessly. Thor stood in front of Monroe, but did not reach out to take it immediately. Instead, he asked in his heart, Penny, what is Monroe holding in his hand? It's cryptocrystalline. It's a substance between physical objects and consciousness, just like me. Master, can you give it to me? With it, I can recover a lot of strength. Crystalline? Thor had heard this word before, but here, it seemed to have become a substance. And it was a substance with the same magical properties as the nightmare butterfly. Master, you can only use flesh and blood to store cryptocrystalline. Using other existing sealing methods will easily lead to the loss of cryptocrystalline. Is it because flesh and blood can touch cryptocrystalline? Thor asked in his heart. Not entirely. Hiss. Penny actually made a sound of sucking saliva. When you use flesh and blood to store, your consciousness will also tell yourself that there is something there, and then your nerves will send back a feeling of discomfort, thereby locating the existence of cryptocrystalline both physically and mentally. But if you put it in a box, and you look at the empty box and have a thought that there is nothing inside, you will never find the cryptocrystalline again. Hiss. After hearing what Penny said, Thor suddenly became very interested in cryptocrystalline. Interesting. He no longer hesitated, put his hand under Monroe's fingers, and then moved up little by little. Thor, who was no longer a rookie in the wizarding world, did not need Penny to remind him, and he strengthened his cognition by whispering in his heart. There is a completely transparent substance there, and my hand is about to touch it now. There is a completely transparent substance there, and my finger is 5 millimeters away from it now. I should touch it now. Just as Thor thought of this, his fingertips suddenly touched something. There was no temperature, or the temperature was the same as his surface body temperature. But he could feel that he had touched something, and his fingertips also sank slightly in front of his eyes. Then Thor's thumb also touched it. He pinched the cryptocrystalline substance from both the top and bottom, imitating Monroe's way. After making sure that Thor held it firmly, Monroe finally released his fingers. You'd better put it in a place where you will feel uncomfortable when you think about it. Monroe pointed back at his eye sockets, so that when you forget its existence, there is still a subconscious in your body, sending out uncomfortable alarms to help you remember it again. He looks much more normal now. Sure enough, fear comes from the unknown. When you are in tune with the self-proclaimed wizard madman, you will understand that the other person is a normal person, and you are the chaotic fool. This is what Kongsha gave me when she came back for the last time. She said that one day you would definitely come to see her, and then she would let me give this thing to you. As Monroe spoke, he bent down and picked up the eyeball he had just thrown away. The eyeball was obviously cloudy and deformed. After Monroe picked it up from the ground, he put it directly into his mouth without caring whether it was covered with dust. Crunch, crunch. Some translucent liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. She also said, Creak. If you want more, go find her on the cliff east of the Hanging Hand Valley. Thor's fingers holding the cryptocrystalline material tightened slightly, and a slight tingling sensation came from his fingertips. East of the Hanging Hand Valley? It's the Forest of Four Seasons. Penny, who had been unbanned, immediately whispered, but this is what we call it. The wizarding world generally calls it the Elf Valley. Elf. Thor's heart skipped a beat. Kongsha actually wanted to trick him into the Elf Valley? Thank you, I don't want it anymore. Sol wanted to say this. But just when he was about to give up, the diary suddenly opened, and black words began to appear on the white paper. New Moon Calendar Year 316 November 13th. Madness called you, you chose to ignore it. Chaos invited you to dance, you shook your head and refused. Pain brought delicious food, you put down the napkin. Resentment took off your clothes, you closed your eyes. So when life leaves you, please don't complain about your powerlessness. This is a death warning. Moreover, through language and text analysis, this is definitely not a death warning that will happen in the near future. It is like the first level of the quest line. If you choose the wrong one, it will change the final outcome. This is not the first time that the diary has issued a long-term warning, but it is the first time that it has issued a long-term warning of death. Thor immediately took it seriously, and even the touch of the cryptocrystalline in his hand became clearer. I know, Thor stared at Monroe, wanting to see what else he knew. I will go when I need it. Monroe smiled. Don't worry, it's going to snow soon, and we can still leave after the snow melts. At this time, Penny also said, there is no winter in the forest of 4 seasons. So you can't go in during the snowy season. Although the diary had issued a death warning, Thor was not panicked. He even laughed. It's just right, I'm afraid of the cold. Chapter 350. The area where the Wizard Tower is located is closer to the tropics. The snow season comes later. But the snow season in this world, that is, winter, is different from Thor's original world. In winter, whether it snows or not is decided by the local wizards above level 3. If he needs a humid experimental environment, it will be rainy even in winter. If he needs a warm environment, even if it was snowy yesterday, the flowers and plants can bloom the next day. The more powerful the wizard, the wider the area he can control. Because of the war 100 years ago, there are no third-level wizards in the western continent, so the weather follows the rules of the 4 seasons. The winter snow fell for 3 months and disappeared overnight. The end of the snow season was as clear as a knife. On April 4th, 317th year of the new moon calendar, Thor celebrated his 3rd birthday in the Wizard Tower. However, the few people who knew his birthday were either not in the Wizard Tower or dead. Thor naturally didn't care whether he celebrated his birthday or not. In fact, he didn't even react on that day. Today, he was lying on the experimental table in the 2nd warehouse. Hayden, who had regained his skill level, was squatting and drawing the magic circle on Thor's palms. The magic circle was studied by Thor himself, and Hayden, who was not as good at theory as practice, could only copy the circle that he did not understand very well. Fortunately, this guy's hands were very steady, and he was better than Thor in drawing complex patterns with one hand. After drawing the last key node, Hayden just wanted to stand up, but because his legs were squatting for too long, his knees softened and he sat directly on the ground. You've worked hard. Take a break. Okay. Hayden, who was struggling to get up, simply lay back on the ground. She spread her arms and legs, trying to relax her numb limbs. Although she looked like a woman, she was still a man inside, without any reserved thoughts. Soul turned around and got out of bed, stepped over Hayden's thigh, and walked to the laboratory table to replenish the magic circle in his hand. Although Hayden already had the strength of a 2nd-level apprentice, his mental strength was not up to standard, so Soul did not give him the complete magic circle to engrave. Without sufficient understanding, Hayden could not complete the core part. Even if he copied it, it would not work. The snow season is over. If I don't set out, I'm afraid the diary will pop up and urge me to act. In fact, because of the long-term death warning in the diary, Thor wanted to go to the Elf Valley as early as the first day of the end of the snow season in the calendar. But when he was really about to set out, the diary reminded him in obscure language that he was not ready yet. If he was not prepared, he might die in the Elf Valley or miss out on important gains. But the diary refused to tell him where the problem was. Thor conducted many intracranial attempts, and with his own analysis of the situation, he finally changed the diary's prompt and got a solution. So he spent another 2 months perfecting his ideas. Those were the 2 witchcraft circles on Thor's palms. Thor spent countless efforts day and night to improve the consciousness platform circle. Yes, he reduced the circle that originally needed to be drawn on at least 4 square meters of ground and engraved it on the palm of his hand. He also divided the magic circle into 2 parts and fixed them separately. In this way, if he needs to activate the magic circle, he only needs to put his palms together in a cross shape like clapping to complete the magic circle. At the same time, he relies on the power of the nightmare butterfly Penny to help him eliminate distracting thoughts and enter the consciousness platform instantly. In the consciousness platform, Thor has more control over his mental power and consciousness, and the diary has also become a physical entity, making it easier to control. Almost all elf props have the ability to cause people's mental bodies to vibrate. Without the protection of the spirit body, human consciousness may be contaminated by the seduction of the elves, leading to madness or even death. However, Thor's consciousness platform is a special battlefield that can separate the gap in physical strength. The ability of the diary can be maximized in it. Thor's spirit body is also the most stable in the consciousness platform, and he can change his form almost at will without worrying about cognitive abnormalities. There are also 4 consciousness bodies in the platform that can also be transformed into actual combat power, no longer just verbal military advisors. This should be the preparation that the diary needs Thor to make, in order to face the rumored rather strange elven relics. Although the magic circle has been designed and the diary has no warning, it still needs to be actually tested several times. Thor looked up and looked around. Through the gaps in the shelf materials, he could still see corpses standing with their backs to him. These guys look honest, but as long as my spirit body is a little strange, they can immediately touch it, more sensitive than a dog's nose. After half a day, Thor perfected the last key point of the witchcraft circle, slowly stood up, and waited for the magic power flowing in the circle to stabilize. After that, he needed to soak in the liquid medicine to fix the circle again, and reduce the loss caused by metabolism. Hayden, come and prepare the liquid medicine after you have rested, Thor called. Although Hayden, who had been an experimental subject for half a year, had recovered the abilities he had trained in the morgue, his lazy personality formed by hiding in the morgue for many years also gradually recovered. Sometimes he lacked initiative, and had to be instructed by Thor before he could move. This made Thor a little disappointed, and sometimes he even hoped that his second personality would come out to assist in the experiment. After all, that second personality was very proactive in all aspects. Although he didn't intend to accept it completely, it was really useful for experiments. Hayden, who was about to fall asleep on the ground, got up and ran to the side to prepare the liquid medicine. In fact, this liquid medicine is also very important, which is related to the durability of Thor's palm magic circle. However, most of the wizard's liquid medicine, except for the finished medicine, needs to be prepared on the spot in order to achieve the highest efficacy. Herman was not in the warehouse at this time. To be precise, he returned to the diary because Thor had damaged his body for the nth time. This was mainly due to Thor's bold ideas and attempts that ignored losses. The number of corpses in the second warehouse has not increased but decreased over the past few decades. Tower Master Gorza did not care after learning about this. He even thought that this was a normal manifestation of the progress of the experiment. In the past 6 months, Thor could also feel that the atmosphere in the Wizard Tower was becoming more and more tense. In particular, the resurrection experiment of Instructor Rum seemed to have made a breakthrough. Almost all the instructors and apprentices in the entire Wizard Tower were mobilized to cooperate with Instructor Rum's experiment. Under Instructor Rum's strict and almost harsh requirements, hundreds of wizard apprentices were like gears meshing together, running quickly. On the contrary, Thor, who was once highly expected by the Tower Master, has been hiding in the corpse room for half a year without any movement. Except for Hayden, he has not applied for any materials, which made other apprentices talk about it for a while. But Thor didn't care. He continued to do his experiments step by step, and improved his strength whenever he had the chance. When he finished soaking the liquid medicine and was wiping his hands with cotton cloth, the communication pin on the table suddenly moved. Could it be that the instructor has a task? Thor clicked his tongue. He hadn't received a task for almost 2 months. Although Instructor Rum was busy with everyone, he didn't use the materials in the second warehouse very much. Therefore, although the records of the experimental content were not kept secret from Thor, he still had a vague understanding of what Rum was going to do. Too complicated. Even if the whole experimental formula was brought to Thor for him to read, it would take him half a month to interpret it. At present, the only thing Thor is sure of is that the direction of Mr. Rum's experiment is completely different from his. The other party is transforming the soul. Therefore, Thor was a little surprised when the communication pin suddenly moved. But when he looked at the parchment with some curiosity, he found that there were only 2 big words on it. Come out! Chapter 351. This familiar font, this familiar tone. Kelly? Has she finished her research on radioactive toxins and returned? Thor smiled, then took a breath of cold air from between his teeth. I don't think I've contacted her for 3 months. Thor turned his head to look at Hayden, who stood there carefully after preparing the liquid medicine. Forget it, you pack up the experimental materials and continue to rest. So I originally planned to let Hayden organize the experimental notes this time, but I was afraid that this guy would ignore some inconspicuous but key experimental details, so I decided to do it myself. After assigning tasks to Hayden, he turned around and strode towards the bronze door. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Kelly stepping back half a step. Why did you open the door suddenly? Kelly stared at Thor with a pair of dead fish eyes. You grew taller? Almost 10 centimeters. Thor raised the corner of his mouth. Kelly was the only one who noticed his height change when they met. Of course, this might also be the reason why she found that she needed to look up at Thor. In fact, I have been growing taller since I completed the second body transformation, but it has become more obvious recently. Thor pointed at the top of Kelly's head with his hand without hesitation. Kelly was only slightly shorter than him before, but now she was only at the tip of his nose. Kelly rolled her eyes in response. Thor was also observing the changes in the other party. Since he was promoted to the second-level apprentice, he and Kelly have been apart more and more. Every time they meet again, both of them will change a lot. And now Kelly's change is also amazing. Her long red hair has completely turned golden. It's not the kind of golden hair that is common in blondes and blue eyes, but the kind of golden color that is close to brass and high-purity gold coins. Her hair was no longer braided for easy movement, but was left loose. The ends of her hair became harder, as if a string of steel needles were attached to the hair of a normal person. The metallic glitter on Kelly's skin also completely faded. I don't know if she hid it or transferred it to her hair. Have you completed the development of radioactive toxins? Of course. Kelly looked at Thor with a look that said, do you even need to ask? Then congratulations, you can finally return to the tower. Thor's congratulations were not sincere. Compared to the increasingly confusing situation in the Wizard Tower, Thor would rather Kelly return to Black Castle to study alone. She was the kind of person who devoted herself to experiments. Except for occasionally discussing knowledge with Thor and going out to collect materials, she hardly participated in anyone's gatherings. Therefore, Kelly's progress was obvious to all. Thor could feel the strong smell of metallic particles from her. She was probably not far from level 3. After hearing Thor's congratulations, Kelly's eyes moved to the left and avoided his sight. That's not the case. I still have some finishing work to do. Sol was stunned. Did you encounter any difficulties? He thought that Kelly returned to the tower to ask him or others for help. Idiot! Kelly was speechless. She suddenly took something out of her pocket and held it in front of Sol. Today is your birthday. As usual, I'm here to give you a gift. Sol was shocked. He ignored the necklace-like thing in front of him and looked at Kelly. I forgot. Kelly, you don't like me, do you? Sol regretted asking this question. This question was so straightforward that it sounded like a young boy who had never seen the world. How could he, an older man, ask this question? Kelly's mouth twitched, and the necklace in her hand changed direction and hit Sol's head with a bang. I think you have a brain seizure. She shook the necklace in her hand again, signaling Sol to take it quickly. Sol was a little embarrassed, and quickly took the necklace and lowered his head to examine it carefully, so as to quickly divert his attention. The necklace chain is a thin silver chain, and the pendant is a thumb-sized transparent glass ball. The glass ball has a dark pattern engraved with a magic circle. Sol recognized it as a sealing circle at a glance. After being modified by Kelly, he could not tell which kind of external nature the seal was aimed at. And inside the glass ball is a silver-white, metal-like substance. Its surface is uneven, and the whole is an irregular cube. When Sol held the pendant in front of his eyes, he felt that the metal-like substance was emitting a dark blue light. What is it? Is it a witchcraft prop you made? This is my latest radioactive toxin. I give you the first one. Kelly put her hands away, crossed her arms, and raised her eyebrows proudly. Oh! Sol was still very interested in Kelly's radioactive toxin. He didn't expect that she really developed it, and gave him the first one. It looks very powerful from its external properties. Is there an antidote? I want to study it too. It's still being developed. Kelly still spoke confidently, with her chin raised at the same angle. This time it was Thor's turn to twitch his lips. The finishing work you mentioned is not to research the antidote, right? Kelly agreed, and turned her eyes to the other side. By the way, be careful when you collect it. It's quite toxic. Well, I can see that you gave me a bomb. Thor actually wanted to ask, you call this a birthday present? But he didn't dare to ask, because if he did, he would only get a roll of the eyes from Kelly. By the way, I haven't named this toxin yet. Since the inspiration comes from your suggestion, you can name it. Kelly shrugged. Sol placed the pendant in his palm and turned it around. He didn't want to study the radioactive toxin inside now. He wanted to see if the seal outside was strong. Will you let me name it? A lot of familiar knowledge flashed through Sol's mind. Then let's call it Alpha. Ah. Alpha? How did you come up with such a convoluted name? Kelly straightened her tongue and repeated the name in full. Oh, a little bit then. Just as Thor was about to change his name, Kelly interrupted him hastily. Forget it, Alpha is Alpha, this is its fate. Seeing Thor put away the necklace with some fear, Kelly's mouth curled up. Well, I actually came back to ask for advice from Teacher Goodo, and to see, by the way, I'm leaving now. Without saying goodbye, Kelly turned around and ran, her hair flying in the air in a fan shape. Halfway through the run, she suddenly braked, shook her head again, and said to Thor seriously, remember to prepare a birthday present for me, don't buy something too cheap. After that, she didn't wait for Thor to answer, and ran into the dark corridor. This guy. Thor didn't know what to complain about. However, before he turned around and walked into the bronze door, another light footsteps came from the dark corridor. It wasn't Kelly's footsteps. Thor turned back instantly, his eyes suddenly cold. Who? The voice came from the middle of the corridor. Someone had been quietly lurking in the darkness while he and Kelly were talking. And neither he nor Kelly noticed it. The person walked slowly out of the foggy darkness, stepped into the area illuminated by candlelight, and revealed his true face. Soul's eyes turned from cold to puzzled. Byron's eyes hesitated, not knowing where to look, and the crack in his throat that replaced his mouth opened and closed with difficulty. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Chapter 352. Senior Byron has become stronger again. Seeing that the eavesdropper was Byron, Thor's vigilance and anger instantly dissipated. At the same time, he also lamented that the other party was getting closer and closer to a formal wizard. Kelly just walked past him without noticing it at all. And judging from the change that Byron can now speak freely, the other party should be able to solve the problem of the spiritualization of the locator immediately. Because he no longer needs the evil spirit to put pressure on him. Maybe in 2 months, the wizard tower will have one more official wizard. Thor was really happy for Byron. Do you have to accept gifts on your birthday according to your custom? Senior Byron actually felt forced to talk about accepting gifts. It's a habit since childhood. Kelly and I actually just gave gifts to each other for fun. Yeah. Byron nodded, then took out a thread-bound notebook from his arms and handed it to Thor. This is your birthday present. Soul was stunned for a moment, and before he could ask anything, he saw Byron lower his head. Well, it's not a birthday gift, but actually my research notes on gray matter. It will deduct the credits I owe you before. This note is worth 300 credits in my opinion, so you owe me 17 credits now. Byron paused and said, then consider these 17 credits as a birthday gift. Soul shook his head and sighed. Your senior will always be your senior. Soul was not polite to Byron. He took the obviously carefully organized gray matter research notes and roughly flipped through them. Gray matter is the mysterious substance that Thor and Byron found at the bottom of the Blue Water Bay. This thing can emit a strange magical fluctuation. At that time, Byron suspected that it was this stone that caused the changes in the soul fragments, causing them to gather together and form the soul tide. Afterwards, Thor and Byron each collected a part and brought it back for research. However, because Thor mainly absorbed soul fragments in the past, and the research and learning tasks in his hands were too heavy, just like he did with the nightmare butterfly, he put the gray matter aside. Unexpectedly, half a year later, Byron actually handed over his research results directly to Thor. Senior, is your current change caused by gray matter? If gray matter was an ordinary thing, Byron would definitely not set it as 300 credits and specially send it to himself. Yes. Thor did not expect that the accidental discovery at the time would just solve the problem of Byron's promotion. He quickly found the key point in his notes. It turned out that gray matter can simultaneously increase the upper limit of the spirit and the body's tolerance for dark attribute particles, and block a certain degree of distracting thoughts. Byron used the gray matter as a material to make a potion. And he also wrote at the end of the notebook, it can improve the mental power of the user to a certain extent, which is helpful for breaking through to the formal wizard. Seeing that Thor had quickly turned to the last page, Byron explained, my current mental power has reached the requirements of a formal wizard. The magic power has long been reached. The only thing left is the spiritualization of the locator. It is estimated that it will take another half a year to a year. Byron did not say the last sentence. He was not the type to show off before doing anything, so even though he was sure he could become a formal wizard, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. But Thor could already understand what he meant, and couldn't help but feel happy for Senior Byron again. Take it back and read it slowly. If you have any questions, you can come to the dormitory to find me. Before I get promoted, I probably won't go out again. Okay. Thor agreed with a smile. After so many years, it was not easy for a third-level apprentice to be promoted to a formal wizard. I think the Tower Master and Mentorkez will pay more attention to Senior Byron. After finishing the business, Byron left. Thor was in a good mood, and was still flipping through the notes in his hand on the way back to the second warehouse. At that time, I guessed that the gray matter was not ordinary, but I really didn't have time to study it. I didn't expect that Senior Byron would get so much information from it. If Thor wanted to use the gray matter, he could actually rely on the early warning characteristics of the diary to make a potion similar to Byron's without knowing the composition and principle of the gray matter. But since he became a third-level apprentice, he has been constantly reminding himself that unless it is absolutely necessary, he should never use the diary to make potions, construct magic arrays, etc. Otherwise, he will be useless sooner or later if he can only rely on guessing without solid basic knowledge. However, it can be seen from Byron's notes that although he has discovered the characteristics and uses of gray matter, he has not yet analyzed the reasons for the formation of gray matter. This is also the most difficult step. However, Thor speculated that it would definitely require a large number of deaths. What Thor didn't tell Byron was that his mental power had already reached the level of a formal wizard, or even surpassed it. It was just that his magic power was still a little lacking. He had already solved the positioning device problem that was the most troublesome for a third-level apprentice before he was promoted to the third level. According to his current progress, as long as there were no accidents, he could reach the minimum requirements of a formal wizard in about half a year. The reason why he could make such rapid progress was actually thanks to the Blue Water Bay. In the winter snow, Thor went to Blue Water Bay twice to collect soul fragments. He also entered the magical state of being surrounded by countless distracting thoughts twice, and saw the thin thread that could connect everything. It was a pity that the diary filtered out all distracting thoughts before Thor touched the thin thread twice, and pulled him back from the edge of being polluted by distracting thoughts. But after experiencing these two distracting thoughts, Thor's magic power and mental strength increased again. It also greatly reduced the daily accumulation time required for him to be promoted to a formal wizard. The only thing that made Thor regretful, or strange, was that he did not encounter the soul tide during these two trips to Blue Water Bay. Even when he asked the locals, he learned that the soul tide of Blue Water Bay had not appeared for more than half a year. That is, from a month before Soul went to Blue Water Bay until now, Blue Water Bay has returned to a peace that has not been seen for 100 years. However, this is good news for the locals. When Soul went to Blue Water Bay for the second time, he saw the snail-picking boy Bamboo again. Bamboo's life seemed to be getting better and better because of the hiding of the soul tide. His clothes and shoes were obviously cleaner and stronger than when Soul first saw him. Thor only watched the boy working hard from a distance, without deliberately going forward to say hello. They were not from the same world, so Thor left quietly in the end. After leaving Blue Water Bay for the second time, he did not go there again. The main reason was that he had absorbed almost all the glowing soul fragments. That place lost the last reason to attract Thor. After the memory ended, Thor also came to the second warehouse with his notebook. Senior Byron developed the gray matter into a medicine, which seemed to improve his mental strength. I will try to make this potion when I go to the Elf Valley in 2 days. It would be even better if I could improve my mental power again. Although Thor's mental power has surpassed most formal wizards, who would despise their own strength, this birthday is a rare happy one. In this terrifying wizard world, in the high-pressure wizard tower where life is the stakes, he can actually meet two simple people, two sincere friends. It's incredible. Thor has a threadpin notebook in his left hand, and an alpha necklace in his right hand. He even childishly used his index finger to hang the chain, and spun it in circles. But after 2 circles, he hooked his index finger, and clenched it again. This is not an ordinary necklace. The pendant is made of glass after all. It would be bad if it broke. Thor didn't want to test the poison on Kelly himself. But the next second, Thor's steps stopped. He gently turned the glass ball in his palm with his right ring finger. Break it? He slowed down his steps, and pushed open the warehouse door with his elbow. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Nick at the front of the zombie group. The other party's body was still transmitting mental suggestions. Break it. Break it. Break it. Chapter 353. Hayden, today's work is over. You go back. Soul's words stopped abruptly when he saw Hayden. Hayden was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall with his back weakly. She raised her head with difficulty, and smiled at Thor. My lord, I may not be able to move now. Hayden's 2 eyes fell off, rolling onto his robe and under the laboratory table next to him. The culprit for his eyes falling off was the white prismatic crystal sticking out of his eye sockets. Thor immediately put the notes and alpha necklace in his hand into the compressed bag, and then walked quickly to Hayden. He carefully examined Hayden's head, and found that in addition to the eyes, ears, and both sides of the neck, there were crystals. They were like bone spurs, protruding from under the skin, but did not cause wounds to bleed. It seemed that the artificial blood in the experimental body was dissolved the moment it flowed out, and became part of the crystal. As a soul-infused experimental subject, Hayden originally needed to have a regular checkup every 6 months. But the last checkup was conducted ahead of schedule, because the experimental project was terminated. Now, nearly half a year has passed, and Hayden's body is showing signs of collapse. Soul could have followed the example of Teacher Kaz, and helped Hayden remove the rust in his body, but looking at Hayden's current situation, the problem might be his brain. That was the part that Teacher Rum was responsible for handling, and Sol didn't know how to do it, and didn't even understand the principle. My lord, am I finished? Hayden's voice was trembling. There were a few crystals on the tip of his tongue, which he occasionally exposed, and there were similar substances on the white skin at his collar. Parts of the body that were farther from the head, such as the hands and feet, were normal. But when Thor reached out to pinch his muscle tissue, he found that it felt hard and also felt like a hard object, so he knew that Hayden's body would be pierced by crystals soon. The soul infusion experiment was terminated, and Hayden's body could not even last a year. Thor seriously suspected that even if the experimental subjects were undergoing regular maintenance, they would probably only last 2 or 3 more years. Thor gently pressed Hayden's body to the ground, and then his fingertips passed over her back. Hayden's clothes on her back immediately split open and fell to both sides, revealing her back and the golden magic circle on her back. There was nothing wrong with the golden magic circle, but as the magic circle changed, a face in extreme pain was revealed. Obviously, Hayden's true feelings had been cut off by the magic circle, otherwise she should be twitching on the ground in pain now, instead of just lying flat on the ground like a dead fish. It's good that there is nothing wrong with the magic circle. Thor was somewhat relieved. Hayden, your body comes from the body of a second-level apprentice who has been transformed. The fillers in the body have obviously undergone an irreversible reaction. Although I can help you remove these crystals temporarily and let you resume basic actions, this can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Thor turned Hayden's body over and found that a layer of white crystals also appeared on his lips. And with my ability, there is no way to completely restore you to your previous state. But you still have a choice. Thor paused for a few seconds to let Hayden digest the previous information. When he saw Hayden slowly purse his lips, he continued, I will temporarily seal you in a solution, which will dissolve the crystals on your body and the fillers in your body, leaving you temporarily paralyzed. And in this process, I will try my best to restore the pollution of your spirit. Later, I will find you another body. But during this period, you will be in a state where you can only think but not move for a long time. To prevent you from going crazy, I will seal your consciousness at the same time and turn all this into a dream. It's just that it's not certain whether you can wake up from this dream. The above are all experimental assumptions that have never been verified. So, are you willing to take this risk? Haidang slowly opened her mouth, and her mouth was already full of crystals, like a crystal cave, not a person's mouth. I do. Her voice was a little vague, but her tone was firm. Thor was stunned, because he heard 2 voices in it. One was Hayden, and the other was his second personality. At this critical moment of life and death, they made the same choice without hesitation. Thor nodded with satisfaction, then I start. Then he stood up and began to prepare the solution. He had already prepared most of the materials, and he just needed to prepare them on the spot. The material for holding the solution was the sarcophagus, which was large enough and well sealed. While preparing the solution, he began to cut off the obvious large prismatic crystals on Hayden's body with a knife and a saw. Can't use witchcraft, afraid of triggering mutation reaction. Amid the harsh friction sound, his consciousness drifted to the necklace in his arms. Then he shook his head and chuckled. Just now, when facing Nick's body, listening to the sound of Smash It, Thor also doubted Kelly for a moment. Her father is the Duke of Megauti, the highest level noble in the Principality of Kima. And the wizard apprentice Bree, who once sent a slender ghost to Thor, is also a court wizard that only high-level nobles can contact. The letter that Kismet gave to Thor was also passed to him by Kelly's brother. Coupled with today's toxic and fragile birthday gift, it was hard for Thor not to have a series of associations, and even began to doubt his friendship in the past 3 years. But when his chaotic thoughts were interrupted by Hayden's accident, he became stable due to the shift of attention. Calm down, and you can think about more problems. At least, when Kelly first helped Thor, no one except the Tower Master knew his talent. This time, even without the help of the diary, Thor was willing to trust his own judgment and intuition. But this also reminded him. Thor clapped his hands, picked up Hayden, who had been clean and slippery, and slowly put her into the solution that had begun to show a violent witchcraft reaction. During this period, Hayden kept clenching her teeth. No matter how much pain she suffered from cutting the crystal and the solution corroding her skin, she did not utter a groan. At the last moment, when her face was immersed in the solution, Hayden turned her head to Thor with difficulty and looked at him with her eyes that had no eyeballs. Thor leaned down, even though his arms were also soaked in the solution because he was holding Hayden, and even though Hayden could not see anything at this time, he still smiled gently and said, "Go to sleep and have a sweet dream." The thick and irritating liquid blocked his facial features, Darkness descended, and the pain was gone in an instant. A little bit of light flashed, and a silver butterfly floated by, revealing the endless black curtain. The sun shone down and shone on Hayden's eyelids. Hayden opened his eyes, and subconsciously raised his hand to block the sun. The bright light penetrated through, turning his palm into a slightly transparent orange red. He propped himself up and sat up, and found himself lying on the grass in the small garden at home. Hayden! His father came over angrily, waving a whip in his hand. If you don't study the common language well, I won't sign you up when the Wizard Tower recruits apprentices next year. Then I won't sign you up. Hayden laughed, and laid down with his hands on his head. The grass supported his body softly. Chapter 354. Watching Hayden completely sink into the solution, Thor pulled his hand away, and shook off the liquid on his hand expressionlessly. The corrosive solution had already turned his arm red, but when he finished shaking his hand, and put down his rolled-up sleeves again, the skin on his arm had completely recovered. Brother Thor, he has fallen asleep. The silver butterfly suddenly flew up from under the water, and the corrosive solution had no effect on it at all. Okay. Thor nodded, took out a piece of paper, recorded the time and Hayden's condition, and then followed the method of the 20-story circular laboratory and pasted the recording paper on the side of the sarcophagus. Then he turned and walked towards the experimental table, with the butterfly following him. This silver butterfly has grown a circle compared to half a year ago. Not only that, but its ability to create dreams is much stronger than before. Because of being bound by the diary, the nightmare butterfly Penny could only use a small part of her ability, but since Thor gave her a little bit of the cryptocrystalline that Kong Shao left behind, Penny has grown a circle, and the patterns on her body have become more complicated. Cryptocrystalline can accelerate the growth of the juvenile nightmare butterfly. That little bit of cryptocrystalline saved Penny about 3 years of natural growth. No wonder Penny went crazy when she saw the cryptocrystalline. And Thor gave Penny the cryptocrystalline to test its material properties. As for the remaining cryptocrystalline, Thor naturally used it for his own research. This kind of thing is difficult to preserve, and must be placed in sentient flesh and blood. But Thor didn't want to put things into his eyes like Monroe did. In the end, he chose to bury the cryptocrystalline under the skin of his wrist, close to the bones and meridians. In this way, he can feel the tingling feedback from there every time his heart beat, constantly reminding him of the existence of cryptocrystalline. In addition, Thor's skin, which had been transformed twice, was also very sensitive to cryptocrystalline, a special existence between consciousness and matter. How long can your dream last? Sitting at the long table, Thor asked Penny. It's just the soul of a first-level apprentice. It can last until he dies, and the dream can continue to exist until the spirit completely dies, Penny said with disdain. But it remembered the identity of the person in front of it, and said in a flattering tone, "But I thought Brother Thor would put his consciousness into the diary. After all, Brother Thor is so powerful. This guy has always wanted a piece of cryptocrystalline, and he did everything he could to get it. After Thor ordered it not to ask for it, it began to flatter, act like a spoiled child, and act pitiful. It's a pity that Thor didn't buy it at all. Hayden is not suitable to stay in the diary. Thor currently only has space for a black page. Before his strength is improved to the point where he can have 6 black pages, he will not give this quota away easily just in case. And he has other ways to preserve Hayden's consciousness, so why should he keep him in his diary? After studying soul infusion for more than half a year, Thor did not gain nothing. He now uses the soul infusion sample as a standard to make improvements, and with the almost organized corpse group materials in the warehouse, he has developed many kinds of containers suitable for storing spirits, and has reduced the intensity of the rejection reaction, or delayed the time when the container has a rejection reaction. The most successful solution can delay the rejection reaction of the container for half a year. Although half a year is not comparable to the 2 or 3 years of soul infusion. But soul infusion uses a golden magic circle to forcibly lock the spirit into the body, and reduces the confusion caused by the rejection reaction by cutting off emotional perception. In other words, Mr. Rum did not solve the rejection problem at all. He used 2 ways to avoid the problem, and forcibly squeezed 2 inappropriate souls and bodies together. It is already amazing that such a body can last for 2 or 3 years. In comparison, Thor's plan is more sustainable. Using his plan, the soul does not need to endure the pain that it cannot perceive. Therefore, the loss of the spirit and the probability of mutation are greatly reduced. Thor's next goal is to significantly extend the time when the rejection reaction occurs. And in the process of studying the extension of the rejection reaction, find a way to completely solve the rejection problem. If he can really find the best plan, not only Mrs. Euler, but also other conscious, well-preserved, and uncontaminated spirits can be resurrected in batches in this way. Of course, this optimal solution is still just a concept. It is unknown whether it can be realized, and how long it can be realized. But Soul's plan to resurrect Mrs. Euler is not to find this optimal solution. It sounds like the innate skill of the goddess of life, which is something that only appears in the stories of the bard. He just wants to delay the occurrence of the rejection reaction by 10 years. Soul believes that as long as he can extend the rejection reaction to more than 10 years, he can make Mrs. Euler resurrect in disguise. After reading the experimental records provided by Professor Gorza, Soul discovered a problem. The reason why Mrs. Euler became abnormal soon after stripping her soul was because the carrier container she chose for herself could not protect her soul like the original body, but would aggravate the pollution due to the rejection reaction. The body is the original shelter of the soul. But this body must be original. Mrs. Euler probably discovered the serious problem when she stripped her soul and stayed in the container for a long time. Previously, her soul had only been out of her body for a short time, and she stayed in a container that had not yet rusted, so she mistakenly thought that she could switch bodies at will and gain the independence of her soul. However, she did not expect that staying in a body that did not belong to her for a long time would cause rejection reactions to aggravate the pollution of the soul, and transferring it out of the carrier would also cause secondary pollution. And the soul of a formal wizard is not enough to resist this level of pollution. Therefore, even if Teacher Gorza kept cleaning her spirit and removing pollution for her, Mrs. Eula still inevitably fell into the abyss of alienation. It is said that after several failed attempts, the Tower Master sealed the soul of Lady Euler, and did not allow her to conduct any more experiments. Gorza himself turned from light to darkness, and personally studied resurrection, a subject that only third-level wizards could do. Third-level wizards study resurrection, and fourth-level wizards can already do limited resurrection. Resurrection is not a subject that first-level and second-level wizards should study. But whether it is Lady Euler or Lord Gorza, they are very proud, and they are unwilling to stop at their own level of strength. But the final result was that both of them paid a considerable price for it. Therefore, Thor never thought about really resurrecting anyone from the beginning. It was impossible for him to give his diary to others. So he chose a solution that only treated the root cause, but not the symptoms. His solution was that if the rejection reaction could be extended to more than 10 years, the soul in the body would not be polluted by the body temporarily. And when the 10-year deadline came, the pollution suffered during the second transfer of the soul to the new body could be gradually restored in the next 10 years. Thus, the cycle repeats and a closed loop is achieved. Resurrection in disguise. Thor has not yet told Gorza about this experimental idea, because he has not yet conducted the final verification. And the final verification can only be conducted after he returns from the Elf Valley. After finishing the records of today's experiment, Thor took out the Alpha necklace given to him by Kelly again. Although I don't think Kelly will be an enemy, this necklace may still be used by someone, just like Nick's body. Why don't I study it first to see if I can come up with an antidote? Even if I get the wrong target, the most I get is a pair of white eyes from Kelly. Chapter 355. The Elf Valley is also called the Forest of Four Seasons. When Thor learned its location, he immediately felt that it was a coincidence. The entrance to the Elf Valley was actually near the Chuishu Valley. There was even only a cliff in between. If Thor and Byron had climbed the cliff on the other side, they would have come to the Elf Valley. If they didn't have the key to enter, they could only wander around the periphery. Of course, few people wanted to get close to the elves. Therefore, the key to enter the Elf Valley was sold by a third-level apprentice to a second-level apprentice. Kasha, who bought the key, was considered dead by many people at that time. Thor was not optimistic about Kasha. After listening to the description of the elves by Mentor Gorza, he avoided everything related to elves. If the diary had not issued a long-term death warning, Thor would have let Monroe swallow his other eyeball as well. Of course, Monroe is not feeling well now. Although Thor did not ask deliberately, he also knew that soon after that day, Monroe never showed up in the basic knowledge of all things class again. This lucrative job was taken over by another knowledgeable second-level apprentice. The spacious carriage turned from the flat land to a small road with few people. But because of the shock absorption of the witchcraft array, Thor and his friends in the car could only feel slight vibrations. Yes, several people. This time, Thor applied for a 2-passenger carriage. There was more than enough room for 6 people in the car. In addition to him, there were 3 men and women with blank expressions and black scarves covering their eyes. The driver was not the mushroom driver. If he took the mushroom driver with him, Thor was really afraid that the driver would plant himself in the Elf Valley, but a man with a blank expression and a black scarf covering his face. These 4 people were actually the 4 corpses that Thor brought out of the second warehouse. At the beginning, Minter Gorza said that things in the warehouse could not be taken out without permission. However, Thor made a report and easily brought out 5 bodies. 4 of them were stationed in Herman, Morton, Agu and in respectively. The last one was kept as a backup, in case he damaged someone's body again, so that he could have a replacement. Under Herman's spirit of dedication, Thor has completely mastered the method of injecting spirits into containers. The remaining problem that needs to be solved is how to delay the rejection reaction. Therefore, before Thor was ready to go to the dangerous Elf Valley, the first thing he did after leaving the tower was to go to the lakeside cabin and bring out all 4 consciousnesses and put them into his body. Now, including the driver, there are 2 men and 2 women around Thor, which is very evenly matched. This is because, except for Herman, no one else needs to change gender. This is also a discovery of Thor. He found that the consciousness bodies that once had the strength of a formal wizard can resist the repulsion of the corpse of the same sex, and thus stay in the body that matches their gender cognition. Only Herman, after trying it once, honestly entered a female corpse of a formal wizard level. In fact, the other 3 consciousnesses can also enter corpses of different genders. For them, who are at the level of formal wizards, the cognitive differences are not an obstacle to overcome. The apprentices who studied soul infusion before probably didn't know this, because they couldn't get the formal wizard souls that voluntarily entered the bodies of low-level wizard apprentices. Several mentors may know, but they have no way to conduct experiments. The principle is the same as above. The carriage suddenly bumped, the height suddenly dropped, and it began to slowly rise again, and turned his head, and pushed open the car window. Several branches stretched out, and seemed to be about to penetrate the car window. Master, the forest outside is getting denser and denser. Do you need me to open the protective shield? Anne's voice was very excited, which formed a sharp contrast with her stiff expression. Open it. Sol still had the notebook given to him by Senior Byron in his hand. He brought a lot of things with him on this trip. There was a faint scar on his wrist, which was the kerosene that Sol cultivated himself. Under his cloak was a doll with red eyes. In the cage next to his seat, there were 2 dying mice. These were the experimental living bodies that Thor prepared to study the toxins made by Kelly. In fact, he prepared more than a dozen mice. But they died too quickly, and now there are only these 2 left. If they are barely saved, they will obviously not live long. Thor estimated that these 2 little ones would die before reaching the Elf Valley. It must be said that the metal toxins made by Kelly are quite strong. Thor can only try to develop an antidote based on some knowledge from his previous life. Although he had some ideas, he had given up the delusion of finding the antidote on the way back and forth. Now his attention returned to the gray matter research notes that Byron gave him. At this time, Agu leaned forward slightly. Master, do you want to make a potion to increase mental power? Thor raised his head from the book. Except for Herman, the other 3 consciousnesses quickly controlled their new bodies. At least no one would call Master Pig when they spoke. Yes, you have all seen Senior Byron's notes. Although the composition of gray matter has not been fully analyzed, this potion does have a significant effect on improving mental power and the ability to sense dark attribute particles. It seems that no side effects beyond control have been found so far. When Thor was preparing to develop the potion for himself, the diary did not warn of any danger. Although Thor no longer uses the diary to make props and potions by guessing, he will not give up on using the diary's warnings to provide himself with a layer of insurance. The wizard world is still very dangerous. Agu nodded in agreement with Thor's idea, but then he put forward his own opinion. Master, although we have not found any problems with this potion, since you are going to a place related to elves now, it is not appropriate to rashly increase your mental power. Before you adapt to the excess mental power, the unrestrained peripheral mental power radiation may attract some unnecessary troubles for you. Sol immediately felt that what Agu said made sense, so he gave up the idea of making great potion in the carriage. In the field of spiritual power, Morton and An are not as good as Agu, and even their knowledge is not as good as Thor. At this time, they can only sit aside and listen. Including Herman, who was driving outside, several consciousnesses were trying hard to prove their value. Then you think about it, what other witchcraft should I prepare before going to the Elf Valley? In half a year, Thor naturally allocated enough time to study and practice witchcraft. But now that the other 2 things can't be done, let's continue to learn witchcraft. When the 3 consciousnesses in the carriage saw Thor take out his witchcraft notebook, they all stood up straight. If Thor wanted to learn witchcraft, they all had their own areas of expertise. This would definitely help, so Thor spent the next few days meditating and learning witchcraft. This carriage, which was occasionally surrounded by butterflies, was speeding through the woods. According to the predetermined direction, it would sometimes pass through the woods and drive on a dirt road with no one in sight for a while, and sometimes it would knock clods of soil and stones down the cliff. Finally, the carriage bypassed the deserted entrance of Chuesho Valley and arrived at the high ground opposite. The cliffside was still bare with no vegetation, but a few meters further west, the vegetation suddenly became lush. Even the carriage with a protective shield could not enter. Thor and his companions got off the carriage. The rest of the road could only be walked on foot. Xiao Zhao watched the carriage. The black tentacles stretched out from behind Thor's neck and split into two. The slender part fell on the land next to the carriage and immediately turned into black mud and sank into the ground. The other part routinely stuck out its tongue at the nightmare butterfly that jumped up and then retracted. More subordinates is better. There are people to do all the work. Herman and Morton walked in front, pushing the road ahead for Thor. Although they were all powerful wizards and wizard apprentices, as containers, their ability to store magic power was limited. In order to save magic crystals, they all used physical means to clear the way. Several containers blocked Thor's surroundings. Their bodies were not as sensitive as ordinary people. Soon, their faces and bodies were scratched by branches, leaving red marks. But they were not afraid of pain. At this time, Herman, who was in the front, suddenly shouted, "Who?" Everyone turned their heads and looked over. They saw a person standing faintly under the dense branches and deep shade. Chapter 356. Morton raised his hand to stop Herman, who was about to go over to check, and slowly walked towards the place where the figure appeared. The dirt and gravel on the ground began to jump, as if some force was pulling them. Thor looked down, and this was the first time he saw Morton perform witchcraft. Although he was once contaminated and his current body magic power is limited, he is still the strongest person in pure combat among the four consciousnesses. 3 meters away from the figure, Morton stopped. At this time, the soil under his feet was surging like waves. "Don't attack yet, see who it is," Thor reminded him from behind. Morton nodded slightly, and then the soil in front of his feet really split to the left and right like waves. The plants rooted above the soil also moved quickly to the left and right with this force. Morton did not approach, but gradually separated the plants blocking the figure. The sun shone from the top of his head, touching the corners that had been hidden in the dark for many years. Thor narrowed his eyes, and finally saw the figure opposite him. Then his pupils widened slightly again. "Mark?" After the branches moved to the sides due to the rolling of the soil, Thor found that the motionless person behind him was Mark, who had not appeared for a long time. The other party used to be a resident senior in Katz's laboratory, responsible for cleaning and tidying up. But later he seemed to go out frequently for promotion. After several changes, the head of the laboratory was fixed on Angela, and after Angela left with Billy, it became an unstable position again. Thor met different people every time he went there. Mark did not respond to Thor immediately. He still stood there, facing southeast. Thor knew that was the direction of the wizard tower. Morton turned around. Now he had to wait for Thor to decide whether to attack or test. Thor took 2 steps forward. When he was less than 5 meters away from Mark, the man who stood still and looked like a sculpture suddenly turned his neck and looked over. "I'm waiting for you," Mark said. As soon as the other party moved, all consciousness bodies became alert. Just now, this person was motionless, and there was no muscle fluctuation caused by breathing and heartbeat. Like a dead person. But when he turned his head and looked at Thor, all the cells in his body came alive in an instant. "Are you Mark?" Thor narrowed his eyes, and did not see any abnormal spirit in the other person. "It's me. I'm here to pick you up. You can't enter the valley by yourself," Mark answered calmly. There was no emotion on his face, and he looked more like a container than the 4 experimental subjects around Thor. "Then who am I?" Thor suddenly asked this question. Mark kept silent for a while, his expression still dead. After a moment, his pale lips opened. "Thor, how do you prove that you are here to pick me up?" Thor's mouth corners raised. "I won't just go with a stranger." Mark was not angry either. He raised his right hand, and a mouth opened in the palm of his hand, revealing a scarlet tongue. The tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue curled slightly, and there seemed to be something transparent in the center, invisible, but pressed tightly against the tongue, making it unable to close. "Cryptocrystalline. Brother Thor, Brother Thor." Penny began to act like a spoiled child again. "Don't worry." After calming down the little butterfly, Thor stepped forward. The 4 consciousnesses stared at Mark opposite them, but judging from their movements, they did not feel any danger or threat. "It seems that Kong Sha has called you along. Are there any other people in the valley? I should be mentally prepared. Mark's head slowly turned as Thor approached, but his body did not move at all. When Thor came to his side, his head also turned 90 degrees. His muscles were tense to the limit, and his veins were stretched. But Mark's expression was still calm and indifferent. There are Mark, Dorothy. Monroe. Mark uttered a name after another. Thor began to frown after hearing the first one, and as the number of names increased, his frown became tighter and tighter. Until he heard a name, he suddenly stopped Mark. Wait, you said Monroe? Mark stopped mechanically reading the name, stopped and looked at Thor steadily, and then said, Yes, Monroe. Monroe? Monroe is in there too? I'm talking about who is in the valley, not who has been in the valley. Yes, Monroe, in the valley. Monroe has cryptocrystalline in his hand, so he may have entered the Elf Valley with Kong Shah. But he has clearly returned to the Wizard Tower, and sent a message to Thor on behalf of Kong Shah. But Mark said that the other party is in the valley. Sol remembered that the first name Mark read was his own, and asked with a gloomy face, Mark. Is he also in the valley? Yes, Mark, also in the valley. Mark answered. Morton also noticed something was wrong. He stood in front of Thor and whispered, Master, this person is not right. Thor knew that Morton didn't want him to follow Mark. But now? Thor looked around. Although the forest in front of him was lush, it didn't block too much of his vision. This forest extended to the mountains in the distance, and no valley terrain was seen. The only valley was the Chuishu Valley in the east. The address Konsha left for me is here. If there is no one to lead the way, we may not be able to get in without the key. Yes, yes. Penny was the most enthusiastic. She was most eager for cryptocrystalline. At this moment, Mark suddenly spoke again. Sol is also in the valley. Several consciousnesses looked at Sol, feeling a little funny and a little weird. I am also in the valley? He subconsciously asked Mark back. Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness appeared, and then everyone felt that they were falling rapidly. Or falling. Everyone looked around and at their feet. Thor's first reaction was to take off. But even though he was already in the air, the intense sense of weightlessness still did not ease at all. He saw that the other consciousnesses also showed some panic expressions. However, the scenery around them did not change at all. Thor could still see the dust flying in the sun, and the leaves disturbed by the wind. Do you feel you are falling? Yes, Master. Several people answered. Especially Herman, his body was shaking slightly, as if he was falling rapidly, and could not stand up. Thor tried to close his eyes, and the feeling of weightlessness became clearer. He seemed to be in midair, and his brain and eardrums were telling him to fall faster. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a peaceful life. Is my brain deceiving me, or is there something wrong with my eyes? Boom. The feeling of stalling suddenly stopped. Except for the stiff Mark, everyone else lost their balance and fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. And spat out the dirt in her mouth and got up in a mess. She tilted her neck to look at Thor's direction. Master, are you okay? Sol was originally flying in the air at a height of 1 meter, but the sudden disappearance of the sense of weightlessness caused his mental power to tremble violently, and he could not maintain the witchcraft and fell to the ground. But fortunately, the impact he felt was just like jumping from a height of about 1 meter, not like the impact of falling for dozens of seconds. Thor felt that he had not been so embarrassed for a long time. He lifted the hood on his head and patted the dirt on his clothes. I'm fine. Are you all right? They seemed to have really fallen from a height of 10,000 meters, but their bodies were not affected at all. This cognitive contradiction made it impossible for everyone to maintain any witchcraft. Everyone, don't use mental power to explore first. Thor stood up with his arms propped up. We may have entered the Elf Valley. Agu also got up from the ground. Yes. A slightly smiling voice sounded. Several people turned their heads and saw that Mark, who was as stiff as a sculpture just now, had a playful smile on his face. Welcome to the Forest of 4 Seasons. Mark opened his arms, and the mouth in the palm of his 2 palms also curled up a twisted arc. Chapter 357. Soon after Thor fell into the Forest of 4 Seasons, a sailing ship on land came near the Chuishu Valley. The captain of the land-based ship, Wild, crossed his arms and his beard covered his expression, and his eyes were fixed on the direction where Thor's carriage disappeared. At this time, a man covered in a black cloak was brought behind him by Wild's men. Thor did not enter the Chuishu Valley, he went to the forest to the west. The man, who was a head shorter than Wild, said in a low and respectful voice. The voice was very low. Wild frowned. That's the Elf Valley. Few apprentices can come out after entering. Who let him in? The visitor lowered his head again. The key to the valley is on Kong Shah. That failure? Wild snorted coldly. How did Thor get together with her? You don't stop them. Aren't you afraid that Thor will be killed by her? The visitor trembled, as if he was a little afraid of Wild. But Captain, we can't stop Thor, can we? Hearing this rebuttal, Wild's pupils instantly turned to the corners of his eyes. Is it you? Yes. Only if you come out will he not suspect you. The man in the cloak finally raised his head, but under the raised brim of his hat, there was still only darkness, no human face. Wild turned around and put down his hands that were hugging his chest. I thought you would be very busy now. Me? The man lifted his hat, and the head that was revealed was just a black silhouette. Shouldn't the experimental subject just lie on the bed? What do I have to do? How dare you take off your hat? Wild smiled, his beard trembling slightly. Mrs. Euler, or should I call you Vinny? As long as Gorza is not here, call me Vinny. I am different from you. Eula walked to the side of the boat and looked in the direction where Thor disappeared. I just came to warn you to stay away from Thor. Since you are here too, it means that Gorza knows exactly where Thor is going, and he is also at ease. He never cares. Eula's black figure leaned against the railing. Half of his arm was sunken into the wood. He once accepted 3 students, only Thor. He just asked me to follow Thor. This is also the student he interfered with the most. I have never understood why Gorza suddenly attaches so much importance to an apprentice. Do I understand? Eula snorted. I always feel that he regards Thor more than Eula did back then. Heh, who are you? Wild wanted to laugh at him, but he found that someone was slowly approaching the land in a boat in the direction of Chuesho Valley. That person was less than 500 meters away from him, and Wild had just discovered the other person's existence. The teasing expression on his face instantly froze into ice. You find a way to leave. He said this to Eula. Suddenly, a person with an unknown identity appeared, but his strength was definitely not weak. Before knowing the other person's identity, he naturally didn't want the other person to find out that he had contact with Eula. Even if Eula had already thought of an excuse for herself, it would be the same. Some things, once caught, would be hard to explain. Especially Gorza was a very sensitive person. Unexpectedly, Eula smiled lightly. Then I leave. But you don't have to worry about our relationship being exposed. I called that guy to kill you. Having said that, Eula had easily jumped onto the railing, turned forward and turned a week and a half, and sank directly from the ship to the ground. Without raising a trace of smoke and dust, he sank directly into the shadow of the giant ship. Wild, Shit! Several gun ports on the side of the ship suddenly opened, but what came out were not gun barrels, but several heads. Then the head shot out like cannonballs, and the necks behind them kept stretching out like ropes. Boom, boom, boom! The heads fell to the ground one by one, and the ground where the shadow was instantly smashed into pieces. But it did not force out Eula, who had just jumped into the shadow. Wild was not disappointed either. He was just cooperating with Eula by doing this. Since the other party was in a running posture, it would be unreasonable for him not to cooperate. After failing to hit him once, he raised his hand and called a halt to the attack, then walked to the other side of the ship with a gloomy face. Who are you? Don't get any closer. At this time, a crew member, who was a third-level wizard apprentice, was shouting. In addition to Wild, someone else finally discovered this uninvited guest. Everyone else on the ship was a little nervous, because no one saw him before realizing that there was a person there. When I saw him, he was almost under the boat. There was almost no grass near Chuesho Valley, and the view couldn't be wider. At this time, the man also walked within 300 meters. If he took one step forward, the slender ghost could launch an attack. But the man stopped one step away. Wild stopped the crew, who was about to continue shouting, and he looked over with a serious face. Your Excellency is very powerful, but there is no need to interfere in the land boat. Wild had never seen this person. He knew all the second-level wizards in the western continent, but he couldn't even find a suspicious person in front of him. Commissioned by someone. The other party finally spoke, and his voice was unexpectedly pleasant, so pleasant that it sounded good regardless of gender, to kill everyone on this ship. After saying that, he raised his head. Hiss. My God. Is this a human? When a group of well-informed crew members saw the other party's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but sigh one by one. Even Wild's eyes twitched when he saw the other party's appearance. It's not because he's ugly, and he doesn't look scary, but because he's so good-looking. How can there be such a good-looking person in this world? Wild had seen many handsome men and women, and had slept with many, but none of them looked as unreal as the man who came. Everyone, wake up! Suddenly, the first mate with the strength of a formal wizard shouted. He has never covered his face, but when he looked up, we found that he was beautiful. This must be an illusion magic. What are you amazed at? Are you not ready to attack? His voice awakened the apprentices. Although they were still amazed at the enemy's appearance, they finally had the consciousness to resist. Only Wild shook his head in his heart. He knew that the other party's appearance was not an illusion. The reason why they noticed the other party's amazing appearance was actually the same as why they noticed that the other party appeared within 500 meters. The other party didn't know how to blur his presence. Wild's eyes flickered a few times, and suddenly he said sternly, "Are you a half-elf?" As soon as the term half-elf came out, even the most carefree and lustful crew member showed nervous and terrified expressions. Half-elf is a person with half-elf blood. If you are not careful, you may go crazy if you come into contact with them. Several people whose spirits are not stable enough have even stepped back in fear. What are you afraid of? The first mate came out again to stabilize the morale of the troops. Half-elf is no match for the captain. He is at most a stronger first level. Yeah. After listening to the first mate's words, the half-elf nodded indifferently, and then he also looked in the direction of the Elf Valley. Then let's start now. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 358. Boom. Boom boom. Several loud explosions sounded from the suspended ship. But the one who ignited the explosives was the crew member who was already on board. The first mate who had just said that the half-elf was only a first-level strength now looked at the sky with an indifferent expression, indifferent to everything around him. Dozens of crew members were running around on the deck. Some were laughing, some were begging for mercy. Some were cleaning the deck with a mop stained with blood, and the passerby slipped and fell into a wooden barrel filled with red dirty water. But before he could struggle to get up, the crew member who was mopping the floor, with a weird smile on his face, picked up the mop and plunged it into the barrel. The sound of a watermelon cracking was heard, and a pile of white unknown objects appeared on the water. The crew member mopping the floor nodded with satisfaction, then pulled out the red and white mop and continued to slide on the deck. At this time, the first mate was still looking up at the sky. He opened his mouth, and his mouth was empty, without tongue, teeth, and throat, only a bunch of red meat balls squirming. A woo sound came from inside. A crew member who was running around accidentally bumped into the first mate. He immediately forgot what he was about to do and imitated the first mate and began to look up at the sky. Ah! He looked at the sky with horror in his eyes and opened his mouth wide. But before he could scream a second time, it was as if something poked into his mouth with a puff. It took away the teeth under his lips, his mouth and throat, and went all the way to the bottom. The horror on the crew member's face disappeared, and he slowly closed his mouth. A few minutes later, when he opened his mouth again, his internal organs and muscles melted into balls of flesh, and then he cried out woo. There was another huge explosion. The wood at the bottom of the hull exploded, and a huge black ball with a diameter of 10 meters rolled out from it. The black ball was like a ball of hair tangled together, and the top of the hair was still shaking. It was a monster formed by the necks of all the slender ghosts entangled together. They bit each other and twisted, as if they had seen an enemy that they had to kill no matter what. Inside the black ball, a painful howl was heard. The people were crazy, and the monsters were not spared. Wild stood on the highest sail, looking at his feet, his eyes twitching constantly. I don't know how much Euler paid you, but I can pay more to stop your pollution. Half-elf, you are also committing suicide. At this time, he was not feeling well. At this time, the skin on the left half of Wild's face was torn off, revealing bright red muscles. The muscles slowly recovered in the wriggling, but were torn off again in the next second. If you look closely, you will find that the red on the left side of his face is too bright red, not like blood, but like a blazing flame, burning his muscles and nerves. And Wild's original beard and curly hair were also torn off, and whenever they grew back, they were ruthlessly pulled out by Wild himself. This is the most terrifying part. All the damage was caused by themselves, and the half-elf in front of him only took action once. That was when the land boat's shells hit him, and the half-elf instantly turned into countless flying snow. So, in the warm spring, a blizzard came. 10 minutes later, the half-elf stood on the top of the sail, a little lower than Wild. There were still small snowflakes floating around him. These snowflakes fell on the boat, and quickly melted away. These seemingly insignificant things were the culprits of the disaster. Wild also had half of his face destroyed, because he was touched by snowflakes. Even now, the pollution there is still stirring, always trying to break through his defenses, invade vital points, and penetrate into his brain and consciousness. I don't know who Eula is. It was Gorza who asked me to come here. Gorza? Wild narrowed his eyes immediately. Although he was eroded by the pollution brought by the half-elf, he was still calm in his heart. After all, in order to track Thor, this ship was just a frigate in his fleet, and it was destroyed if it was destroyed. As for the men on the ship, Wilde had already made up his mind to sacrifice all the crew members when signing the tripartite agreement. After all, in this agreement, he was the enemy who openly attracted firepower. His men were not aware of this. But if the firepower was attracted accidentally and Gorza was attracted here, that would be too dangerous. Thinking of this, Wilde no longer cared about the people on the ship, and immediately flew high into the sky, running his magic at full speed, enduring the mental pressure of the half-elf, trying to stabilize his spirit body, and quickly flew towards the direction of Chuishu Valley. After the half-elf was sure that everyone on the ship had been eroded by the pollution he carried, he turned his head slightly, and the whole person turned into a flying snow, chasing Wilde away. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from not far away. The voice was so penetrating that it made the snowflakes that had condensed into a ball seem to break up. Then the snow and wind turned into people again, and the half-elf looked at the person, who suddenly appeared and stopped him from chasing. "Kiss, met?" His voice was still pleasant, but it was flat. Light and shadow flashed, and an elegant figure appeared on a big tree trunk around the giant ship. Kismet put down the harp in his hand, and bowed to the half-elf. "I'm honored that you still remember my name. Since you remember me, can you let Wilde go this time? I still owe him a life." "I don't believe it," the half-elf said calmly. "TSK. Kismet curled his lips, and changed his excuse. Okay, actually I owe him a request." "I don't believe it." "Yes, this excuse is a bit lame." Kismet thought for a while, put his hands together. "In fact, he is of some use to me, so he can't die now. Can you let him go just once?" This time the reason was a bit more reasonable. The half-elf did not judge the truth immediately, he just turned his toes towards Kismet. However, before the half-elf spoke, another voice answered for him. "No!" Kismet and the half-elf looked in the third direction at the same time. A strong magical fluctuation came from a distance. But the next second, Kismet, who was standing on the tree, turned over and jumped down instantly. After landing on his toes, he continued to move quickly, and moved nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, Gorza, wearing a reddish-brown cloak, appeared where Kismet had been standing. He stared at Kismet, but urged the half-elf, "Don't forget my commission, half-elf." The half-elf retracted his toes, which had already changed direction, and turned into a ball of flying snow again, rapidly rolling in the direction of Wilde's escape. Now, Gorza and Kismet were the only ones left here. Gorza's silver eyes met Kismet's silver eyes. One was gentle, the other was playful. Suddenly Gorza moved. He stretched out his right hand, and the pink bandaged palm suddenly opened. A black shadow flew out from the palm, and quickly grew larger, like a large net covering Kismet. The black shadow expanded rapidly, covering Kismet's head, almost turning day into night. Kismet immediately became alert, and his slender fingers quickly plucked the harp. At the same time, he opened his mouth and screamed silently. Voila! Like a mirror falling from a height of 100 meters, the black curtain above Kismet's head turned into countless fragments and fell from the sky. It was like a heavy black snowfall. The moment the snow landed, it quickly burrowed into the shadows of the grass and trees and disappeared. Kismet's fingers did not stop even after the black curtain was broken. The sound of the harp was rapid, and the sound waves seemed to become solid, so that none of the falling fragments could get close to him and his shadow. Only when all the fragments disappeared did Kismet put down the harp. His face turned pale, but the corners of his mouth were still smiling. "Are you really changing to the dark attribute element? Aren't you afraid of being spanked by your glorious ancestors?" Chapter 359. Golsa was not embarrassed to use the word spanking for Kismet, and he even laughed like Kismet. "Ha, they don't have time to spank me now." As soon as the two began to talk, the tense atmosphere before the war disappeared instantly. They fell into a strange silence again. After about a minute, Golsa broke the silence first. "Why are you following Thor?" "Oh, I have to think about this excuse carefully." But Kismet held his zither, and thought for less than 3 seconds. "Maybe it's because I'm curious about what happened to him." Kismet seemed to have fallen into memories, and smiled with great interest. "I haven't seen such a twisted fate. So I'm curious, what secrets does he have?" Gorza's eyes curved, as if he was smiling proudly. "I have sent the news of your presence in the western continent back to Sky City. I think many people want to come and talk to you." The smile on Kismet's face disappeared. Gorza added, "Oh, by the way, Mrs. Alephia also wrote to remind me that you should go back to Sky to see her." Kismet's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He stared at Gorza for a long time before speaking, As expected of a young genius of the glorious family, your network of relationships is really wide. Is Ophelia even your customer? His words were already full of sarcasm, but Gorza had no intention of arguing with him at all, and just looked at him with a slight smile. Kismet knew that he was already slightly inferior at the moment, and the heart turned a corner at his fingertips. Okay, you win. Alas, what a pity, the story of the Western continent has not yet begun, and I have to temporarily withdraw. It's so boring. Climbing high and looking far, but turning away just before the sun rises to the sea. My life is always full of so much helplessness. Ah, fate, you always weigh on my head, teasing me to struggle, and letting me sink in a joking way. He began to play again with a sad face, singing in a strange tone, and turned to walk towards the Chuishu Valley. The wind and sand blew up, covering his figure. Gorza watched Kismet leave until he could no longer see him. Then he suddenly slid down the tree trunk. He covered his chest, his body twitched twice, and then gradually calmed down. Are you dying? A pleasant voice floated into Gorza's ears from under the tree. Gorza looked down and saw the half-elf, who was a little embarrassed but still good-looking. He did not answer the half-elf's question, but smiled gently and asked, Kill? He ran away. The half-elf answered without any burden. Gorza was not disappointed. Wild used the lost soul flower, right? Yes. That's fine. He suddenly appeared recently, but I am in a critical period and can't spare too much energy. If you can't kill him, you can cripple him for 10 years. Then the commission is completed. The half-elf nodded, then turned and walked into the woods. Gorza frowned slightly, with a pink bandage piled on his forehead. Don't you never go near the Forest of Four Seasons? The half-elf stopped and turned his back to Gorza. I don't want to live anymore. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The pollution in my body is almost uncontrollable. What I did just now has brought forward the time of collapse. Gorza sighed softly. In fact, when he entrusted the half-elf to attack the land boat, he had already expected that it would aggravate the other party's collapse. He thought the half-elf would ask for a high price, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. It turned out that the half-elf was willing to use his ability to kill the ship with pollution, which was actually self-destructive. Gorza also understood that the other party was really tired of living. I heard the call of my ancestors. The half-elf suddenly turned around and let Gorza see his face clearly. Gorza, this world hates elves, and I can't change that. Seeing the half-elf turning around, Gorza's facial muscles suddenly tensed. The half-elf noticed Gorza's reaction, said nothing, turned around, and continued to walk deep into the forest. Half-elf, kick Thor out before you die. Seeing that the other party's figure was about to disappear, Gorza suppressed his throbbing chest and shouted. The voice was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air and plants, and clearly reaching the ears of the half-elf. The latter waved his hand, which was considered as an agreement. Gorza breathed a sigh of relief. Really. He always knew that half-elves were very beautiful, but if he was asked to describe it, he couldn't say it. He couldn't even remember what color the half-elf's skin was, how many eyes they had, how long their hair was. He only knew that the combination of their facial features was indescribably beautiful. But such a beauty is not even allowed to exist. Half-elves don't even dare to have a decent name. Although he is already a second-level wizard, Gorza still doesn't know the real reason why the elves disappeared. After getting to know this half-elf, he had some guesses, but he didn't want to think deeply. When the half-elf said that he was hated by the world, his originally beautiful and harmonious facial features suddenly became extremely distorted and terrifying, and all the once beautiful nouns were instantly replaced by disgust and weirdness. Gorza, who possessed the strength of a top-level second-level wizard, felt sick and wanted to vomit after just one look, and even wanted to personally make this guy disappear from the world. Fortunately, he suppressed this thought. The hidden information in it made people's hair stand on end. There are too many unknown things, not just this one. Gorza knocked his head to make himself forget the scene just now. Now let's talk about you. Gorza suddenly lowered his head and said. A black human-shaped shadow emerged from his body. The figure was slender and petite, like a girl, as thin as paper, and swayed when the wind blew. I asked you to locate him. Why did you talk to Wild for so long? Yura's voice came out. I knew him before. Since he is going to die, let's say goodbye. No extra words? Yura laughed. Are you angry? Golsa reached out and stroked Yura's head, and his pink fingers occasionally sank into the black shadow and came out. His voice was still as gentle as water. Yura, you must remember that only I will spare no effort to revive you. When Golsa touched her, Yura's shadow began to tremble, and her laughter stopped abruptly. She trembled and said, I know that only after completing the resurrection experiment can I live like a human being. Yes, Living like a human being, I once thought it was so easy. Look at the half-elf, he also wants to live like a human being, but his other half of the elf blood keeps pulling him into the unknown abyss. Gorza exerted force, and stuffed Eula into his body again. When the black shadows sank obediently, he whispered, "So you have to thank me. I allow you to be naughty, but you can't betray me." "I understand." Eula's suppressed answer came from Gorza's chest. Gorza smiled with satisfaction, and the next moment, his figure disappeared in the woods. As if he had never appeared. Outside the woods, the flying boat that was performing a purgatory on Earth suddenly began to freeze. All the struggles and pains turned into sculptures. In the end, everything turned into a huge ice sculpture. The sun shone, the temperature rose, and the ice and snow began to melt. Melting into the soil, melting into the cracks of the stones, melting into the spring breeze, being absorbed by the trees, absorbed by the flowers and plants, and absorbed by the flies and insects. The huge ice sculpture disappeared without leaving any trace. While the outside world was peaceful, Thor could only run with his legs in a dense forest. He jumped over the bushes, dodged the branches that suddenly fell, and ran wildly in the primeval forest following Mark. And they ran away because Mark suddenly shouted, "The elves are coming!" Then he dived into the dense forest next to him, leaving only a sentence. "If you don't want to die, follow me." Chapter 360. Then Mark pushed Thor and ran without saying anything, and warned him that if he didn't want to live, he could stop. Thor didn't insist on not moving. Before he knew the strength of the enemy and us, he didn't intend to let him run like a cannon fodder in a horror movie. Of course, Mark in front of him was not normal, but the energy coming from him was that of a third-level apprentice. Thor thought that beating a third-level apprentice was still easy for him now. What's more, there were 4 consciousnesses around him. So, although Thor was running awkwardly now, because the flying technique could only fly 3 to 5 meters above the ground, and the towering ancient trees around him were tens or hundreds of meters high, with uneven branches and entangled vines, he was not flying as fast as running, but he was still calm in his heart. Several consciousness containers could store even less magic power, and they all ran wildly behind Thor, with expressionless faces. And when running, Mark specifically reminded Thor not to use his mental power easily here. Thor understood what Mark meant. Just now, he simply detected the energy fluctuations on Mark's body, and found that his spiritual body began to vibrate. This small vibration did not calm down with the passage of time, but maintained the original frequency. Although it does not delay Thor's witchcraft at present, if the tremor intensifies and cannot be recovered, Thor will sooner or later be abolished. His greatest reliance, soul fishing and consciousness platform. The few people ran for a long time, almost an hour, before they stopped to rest on an empty grassland. Even with their transformed bodies, the 2 third-level wizard apprentices were still exhausted and panting. The containers were calm, they ran with energy, not lungs. Even if they ran too much, they would consume magic crystals. When did Senior Mark get promoted to level 3? I haven't congratulated you yet. Thor paused for dozens of seconds, straightened up and asked. Mark looked over, his expression was still lively. There's nothing to congratulate. You could also get a substantial improvement if you stay in the Elf Valley for 10 days or half a month. Thor admitted that after experiencing weightlessness just now, he found that the concentration of elemental particles in the new world was terrifyingly high and surprisingly active. Even if he didn't meditate, the elemental particles suitable for him were jumping into his body one after another. After running for a while, he felt that his magic value increased a little. But Thor believed that all gifts had already marked the price in the dark. Such an easy way of upgrading must contain huge hidden dangers. When Mark stopped at an open area on the grass where the sun could shine directly, he asked curiously, "Have we gotten rid of the enemy? Will it be too conspicuous in this place?" Mark shook his head and smiled. "This is our safe zone. Only in such an open place will you not be suddenly patted on the shoulder by someone." Sol began to look around the small open space with a diameter of less than 5 meters. Mark reminded him, "Don't think about cutting down trees. If you create an open space artificially, you may not cut down trees." Thor looked back in astonishment. He had just had this thought. "Are you saying that what I saw in the Elf Valley might be an illusion?" "No, it's not an illusion. Those plants, even the grass under your feet, might be sleeping elves." "Ah?" Thor lowered his head in surprise, raised his foot, and saw a branch broken by his foot. "Elves, are they so worthless?" "It doesn't matter if there is natural destruction during small movements. The plants here also follow the laws of nature, growing, aging, and decaying. But if I move too much, they will wake up. You see, when I was clearing the way, I never used a knife to cut the trees and vines that blocked the road, right? Is that so? Sol squatted down and gently picked up the branch that he had stepped on. The broken end of the branch was the same as normal. The color in the middle of the broken branch was the freshest, and gradually darkened and aged to the outside and turned into bark. Sol squinted carefully, and did not see anything unusual on the branch. He slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the open space, and stretched out his hand to a towering tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. Be careful, Mark reminded him from behind. But Thor couldn't just listen to Mark's words. He had to observe this new world with his own eyes and senses. Otherwise, he would be led by others. Mark seemed to understand Thor's worries, so he just reminded Thor, but didn't stop him. Thor put his hand on the trunk and observed the texture and branches of the tree again. Still nothing was found. But Mark couldn't tease him with such a lame excuse. This is the Elf Valley, a place where there is no return. Senior Mark, Thor's palm was still on the tree trunk, and he turned around and asked Mark, since it is temporarily safe now, can you tell me about? Thor's voice suddenly stopped halfway through his words, because he suddenly felt that the rough bark under his palm turned into soft and delicate skin in an instant. This change in touch lasted too short a time, and before Thor turned around in shock, it had turned back into a hard tree trunk. Thor pulled his hand back suddenly, and his fingers still remembered the warmth and softness of the skin just now. His heart was beating wildly, and he took 2 steps back. You feel it, right? Mark didn't mean to laugh at him. He was not much better than Thor when he first came in. Sometimes I wonder if I am hallucinating. Are these big trees, flowers, and vines in front of me elves standing there in different postures? They may just close their eyes. When they open their eyes, they will see us breaking into the valley. Mark's voice revealed a little fear. Obviously, staying in this place for a long time also made him nervous. Aga came over and carefully checked the tree trunk, but he didn't find anything. Master? Although Agu had no expression on his face, there was doubt in his voice. Thor calmed down. Here you have to learn to relax your mind, accept all the abnormalities you see, and treat them as ordinary things in your daily life. This will prevent your mental fluctuations from being too large and causing the mental body to vibrate. In the Elf Valley, vibrations cannot be recovered. After calming down, Thor suddenly found that Penny was gone. He had no way to ask others if they had seen Penny. Because the 4 consciousnesses were in a semi-independent state after leaving the consciousness platform, they could not see the nightmare butterfly that only existed in Thor's field of vision. Xiao Zhao? Thor called out Xiao Zhao, but Xiao Zhao looked around and found nothing. Thor opened the diary in his spirit body again. The silver bookmark was gone, but he felt that as long as he called Penny, he could force it back, but Thor blinked and did not do so. Penny must have known that it had not escaped the control of the diary, so it must have encountered something if it did not appear at this time. This matter may not be a bad thing for Thor. Thor decided to wait quietly. If Penny called for help from him through the diary, it would not be too late to pull the butterfly back. He sighed and made himself look as if he had just recovered from the shock. Senior Mark, let's continue the topic just now. Mark understood what Thor meant. He nodded, sat down cross-legged, and tried to relax his limbs. Thor followed suit and sat down. The 4 consciousnesses still stood around him, as if on guard. Mark looked up and glanced at the 4 people, and sighed. As expected of the Tower Master's apprentice, you can even bring bodyguards when you go out. Thor did not explain, and Mark just sighed. I have experienced too many things in the past few months. Where should I start? Thor stared at Mark. Let's start with your strange state outside the Elf Valley, and the reason why you returned to normal after entering the valley. Chapter 361. Mark was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to explain his change. Just tell him the truth. Do you really want to stay here forever? Suddenly Mark's palm made a sound. Sol had long known that Mark's split mouths were conscious, but now it seemed that this consciousness was quite independent and rational. Are you the vengeful spirit from the candle pipe? Sol suddenly asked. Mark was startled and looked at Sol. How do you know? Yes. Mark answered with both hands at the same time. The sound was not very consistent. There was a sense of disjointed echo. Sol nodded and answered Mark. I saw another guy running out of the trash can. And moved her feet, but Sol did not look at her, so she pretended that she knew nothing. Okay. Mark said helplessly, after all, you are the apprentice of the Tower Master, and this wizard tower should have no secrets for you. Mark lowered his voice. In fact, what you saw outside was not the complete me, but a part of my spirit body. Currently, the Elven Valley has been closed, and no one can leave. Kong Sha said that among the apprentices, only your spiritual power may be able to solve the problem here. Others either dare not come here, or do not care about the lives of people here. Soul crossed his fingers, but when Kongsha asked me to come, she only mentioned cryptocrystalline, and did not say that you encountered difficulties. Mark was stunned again. It's impossible. Cryptocrystalline is just the reward we can afford. The most important thing is the message for help. I remember Kongsha should have used Monroe's knowledge-seeking clone to ask you for help. Is there something wrong with Monroe? If he just asked me for help, I probably wouldn't come. Mark suddenly realized, that's right. This sounds like a big problem. He looked at Thor, wondering if he regretted it at this moment. Soul was thinking about something else. You mean Monroe has two bodies, one in the Elf Valley and one in the Wizard Tower, and the thoughts of the two can transmit information? I don't know the specific manifestation of his ability. I just know that it is related to his locator, and it is also the fundamental reason why he can learn so many witchcrafts at level 2. Mark smiled bitterly. It is also the fundamental reason why he has not been promoted to level 3 so far. He looked at Thor, his eyes revealing undisguised envy and jealousy. Thor, not everyone is as smooth as you, or I have never seen an apprentice as smooth as you. Thor lowered his eyes. He understood that judging from the time alone, outsiders would only think that he went from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 more and more smoothly and faster. But in fact, the difficulties and enemies he encountered were not the heights that he should have encountered at his level. The reason why it took more than 2 years to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 was because he had too few means at the time, and he could only increase his magic power through witch body transformation and improvement of witch body transformation. In addition, it was the study of basic knowledge and the original accumulation of mental power and magic power. After laying the foundation, he encountered bugs like Morton, Ralph, Kismet, and Penny one after another. Even in the Wizard Tower, he was coveted by the ghosts in the mezzanine. If it weren't for the death reminder in the diary, he would have died and his bones turned into ashes. But high risk also means high returns. Every time he survived a disaster, his mental power would get various opportunities, which greatly improved his magic power. As a result, the witchcraft he learned could not keep up with his magic power and mental power. Even though he had reached the critical edge, he still had to go back to learn the basic knowledge that he should have mastered first at this level. It can be said that he was forced to grow too fast. He himself could not tell whether there would be hidden dangers in the future, and how big the hidden dangers would be. Only bystanders, who did not know the pros and cons, would be so envious. Thor did not want to explain anything. It was useless. People who had not experienced it could not empathize with it, and they would not even believe it. Mark also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He coughed twice, and recounted the experience of his group. When Kongsha got the key to the Elf Valley, he brought 2 highly capable second-level apprentices here. But in the end, she was the only one who left alive. Later, she gathered more than a dozen people to come in for adventure together. More than a dozen people? Soul felt a little strange. Don't you care about the legend of the elves? If the diary hadn't told Soul that he had to come, he didn't want to have anything to do with the elves at all. Mark looked up and said with some difficulty, I know. But what can I do if I know? Kongsha is very smart. The people she finds are all second-level apprentices like her who are about to turn 30, but have no hope of promotion. Unless we really accept our fate and are ready to enjoy a few years after the age of 30, and then die from inexplicable alienation, everyone will want to struggle one last time, right? I understand. Soul nodded. Then why did you ask me for help, and how did you pass the information to me through Monroe? In fact, you will know all this after meeting Kongsha. But if I don't say anything, you won't go with me. Let me make it short. After we entered the valley, we began to look for the cryptocrystalline that Kongsha mentioned. But I know Kongsha is still looking for the remains of the elves, which seems to be related to her promotion. At the same time, I also know that there are other people who are also coveting the elves' things. The more dangerous something is, the more powerful it is. And wizards always like adventure. Following Kongsha's last route, we found 2 cryptocrystallines and nothing else. And how could 2 cryptocrystallines be enough for us to share? So we went deep into the forest. Although some strange things happened during the adventure, there were not many dangers, which made us relax a little, thinking that the Elf Valley was just a more difficult adventure. But no one expected that when we were about to leave, we suddenly found the palace of the elves. Elf palace? Don't elves worship nature? Can they build palaces? Soul shook his head. The elves in this world are different from what he had seen in books before. He didn't understand, and shouldn't just stick to his impressions. Soul gestured to Mark to continue. We were as surprised as you were. Of course, that palace is very elf-like. Almost all of it is transformed from plants, and even the tables and chairs inside are still growing plants. They all grew according to the established plan, very delicate, without the sense of desolation of overgrown weeds. Everything looked very peaceful and tranquil, but we walked through the palace and didn't find anything valuable, not even a single elf relic. As a result, just when we were disappointed and ready to leave, everything in the space came alive. Mark shuddered, and the whole person was stunned and stood there without saying a word. Mark, Mark, Mark. His hands began to call him, one by one, more and more shrill, but he could not bring back his consciousness. Soul stood up suddenly. Mark's state was obviously due to his memory, which caused his mental body to be abnormal. It might not be possible to wake him up simply by sound. At this time, Herman suddenly said, "Master, let me do it." Herman did not want Thor to use his mental power casually. It was impossible to calm the shock of mental power here, so witchcraft must be used in key places. Their consciousness bodies, on the other hand, do not have this concern. When there is a risk due to the shock of the spirit body, they can just let Thor put them in the diary. First, use the most basic awakening consciousness. If it doesn't work, I will use consciousness recovery. Egu also came over. They knew that the information Mark mentioned now was very important, and they had to wake people up. Even if you want to go crazy, you must finish what you say before going crazy. Mark's hands fell down, and the two mouths in his palms kept trembling, feeling great pressure. Chapter 362. Mark's entanglement in memories was not very serious. Herman's first-level witchcraft awakening consciousness pulled him back from the confusion. Mark had not yet reacted to what happened. Egu, who was standing beside him, said in a cold voice, "You better calm down when you recall. If you can't do it, I can help you." Mark looked up at the two pale, tall men and women with black scarves tied around their eyes, and suddenly felt a great pressure. Obviously, the magic fluctuations on them were not very strong. No need. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, and looked at Thor behind them again. This time, he didn't dare to make any more unnecessary jokes. I remember. The moment we were about to step out of the door, everything in the castle came alive. The doors and windows all closed automatically. Whether it was the tables and chairs, the table lamps, or the carpets under our feet, they were questioning us harshly, saying that someone had stolen their treasures and asked us to leave them behind before we could leave. At first, no one took it seriously. To be honest, even I took a small item and planned to take it back to the Wizard Tower for research. So we started to act directly, and prepared to force our way out of the palace. But we found that casting witchcraft in the palace would cause more intense shocks to the spirit body. I watched an apprentice just cast a level 1 witchcraft, and his head suddenly exploded. The mental shock was too intense, causing a conflict between the magic power and the spirit power, which detonated the most energy-dense part of the body. Thor immediately made a deduction. Yes, and he was just the first victim. Later, he attacked us because of the furniture and decorations. In order to protect ourselves, we had to continue to cast witchcraft. Then the second and third victims appeared. More and more people suddenly became alienated or exposed themselves. Mark swallowed his saliva. Obviously, the battle that ended in death left him with a heavy shadow. So we were afraid, and we started to take out everything we brought out of the castle. But after we took out everything, the monsters in the castle still said that we took their treasures, and the fight continued. In the end, only 4 of the 12 people escaped. Mark smiled bitterly at Thor. It was thanks to Kong Sha that she broke a window at the last moment, so we escaped from there. But obviously, you are not completely out of danger. Soul said. Yes. Mark gritted his teeth and slapped the ground with his right hand. I really don't know who is still holding the elves' treasures at that moment. Now, the Elf Valley has been sealed, and people can only enter but not leave. And those elves will appear from time to time and ask us for their lost treasures. So Kong Sha asked you to ask me for help? Yes. Kong Sha said that now only her mental vibration is still within the controllable range, and none of us can cast witchcraft above level 1. We must find someone with a stable and powerful spiritual body to come in and break through the closure of the valley together. After Kong Sha came out of the valley for the first time, he gave a cryptocrystalline substance to Monroe's knowledge clone. As a price, he needs to pass on information for us at a critical moment. Soul thought, but Monroe didn't come to me on his own initiative. He only made the invitation when he saw me looking for Kong Sha. Rather than being a caller for help, it's more like a note stuck under the door. And his calm attitude doesn't show that Kong Sha is in danger inside. He pondered in his mind, but didn't say the question out loud. He looked at the 4 consciousnesses, and each of them nodded slightly when they looked at Soul. Thor turned to Mark again, walked in front of him, and stretched out his hand to pull him up. That means now we either have to find someone's hidden elf treasure, or break out of the seal of the Elf Valley. In this case, take me to see your main force first. The way to enter the valley is very mysterious, and Thor has no idea of leaving. And so far, he has only listened to Mark's words. He still wants to meet Kong Sha. This person who once left the Elf Valley alive must know more things. The two had almost recovered the energy they had just used up while running away. Mark looked at the sun above his head and identified the direction. This way. How did you find out that there were elves chasing us? Thor followed Mark back into the woods. Will they appear again? He looked at the trees around him warily, wondering if they would turn white again in an instant. As long as we don't use witchcraft above level 1, or don't attack the plants around us, a little magic fluctuation will not attract the elves to chase us. Mark answered while running in front. When you came in just now, I was casting a second-level magic, and I was pulling you, so it was a bit noisy. Most of the forest was densely covered with trees, and only occasionally there was an open space where Thor had just rested. He followed Mark, and at the same time asked the 4 people around him to be careful and alert. The 2 of them ran for about half an hour. Because they didn't run as fast as before, their breathing was relatively stable. Where did you find the cryptocrystalline? It's also in the elves' habitat. Don't worry, there are still a lot. We didn't dare take too much. If we took too much, it would also affect the spirit body. Now everyone is afraid that they will also be shot in the head. After running for a while, Thor stopped. As soon as Thor stopped, the other 4 people also stopped instantly and looked around. What's wrong? Mark turned around immediately. His nerves were always tense until he met Thor, and then he relaxed a little. Seeing Thor stop without any signs, he immediately looked around nervously. This terrain is wrong. Sol had also looked at this area from a distance before entering the forest. It stands to reason that they had been running for so long that they should have entered the mountain area and walked upwards, but the forest in front of them was still flat, with no slope at all. What's wrong? Mark didn't understand what Sol was talking about. We should have started to climb the mountain here. I remember there were not many trees on the mountain, but it seemed like we had entered the primeval forest here. Sol looked up at the sky, and there was nothing wrong with the direction of time. 300 years, even if time can change the topography of the forest, it will not change the direction of the mountain. We seem to be no longer in the forest where we entered. Mark was very nervous at first, but he suddenly laughed when he heard Thor's words. Of course not. This is the Forest of 4 Seasons, the world side, not our original world. The world side? Thor was still confused. At this time, Aegu approached and said to Thor with his head down, "The world side is just a way of saying it, and some people call it a secret realm. Usually it is a region or illusion with disordered space." And also nodded, either there is something wrong with this place, or there is something wrong with us. Sol looked at Mark, and was about to continue asking, but suddenly, he found that there were many people standing behind Mark. It was so crowded that everyone lowered their heads, and could not see their faces clearly. And Mark was still waving at Sol without knowing anything. "Sol, let's go quickly, Kong Sha and the others are still waiting for us." Sol took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe, both of them are wrong." Chapter 363. Mark, go forward. Is this really the elves' residence? Sol asked in a deep voice. Mark hadn't realized that something was wrong yet. He nodded anxiously yes. The rows of human figures behind him had not disappeared yet. They stood quietly behind Mark, surrounding him. Sol didn't rub his eyes, nor did he close his eyes, and then open them again. He raised his hand and pointed to Mark's side, Xiao Zhao. The black tentacles flew out immediately and swept around Mark. Like a stone thrown into the water, the air around Mark rippled, and the human figures with their heads down gradually disappeared in the ripples. Mark wanted to defend himself the moment he saw Xiao Zhao, but he saw Thor's solemn expression and held back. When Xiao Zhao whipped twice in the air, Mark looked around him. "Did you see anything? There were many figures around you just now, but they disappeared in a sweep." Thor paused for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Maybe it's also an illusion of this forest, like a mirage." "Is it an illusion?" Morden turned his head to Aegu. He was not good at this. Aegu could not give an accurate answer, yes. "But my spiritual body is very stable, and it doesn't seem to be affected by an illusion." And also followed, "Yes, I am very sensitive to changes in my spiritual body. When those figures appeared just now, I didn't notice anything unusual." While several people were thinking about what the scene they saw meant, Mark just sighed. "Since we came to the Forest of 4 Seasons, we have encountered many phenomena that cannot be explained with existing knowledge. Now I am used to it. As long as it does not threaten my life, I don't care about the shadows of others or ghosts." Sol nodded and followed Mark. Yes, the abnormality here is definitely not something we can solve. Let's find Kongsha first. The few people walked in the deep forest for 2 hours and encountered several strange phenomena during the period. However, they did not encounter the elves that Mark said would come to hunt them, so they did not run for their lives again. When Sol felt tired again, the scene in front of him was finally no longer just trees, vines, and grass. The growth of the forest seemed to have been paused. After passing a row of towering old trees, Thor suddenly saw a wide-open green meadow. The sun could finally shine freely on it, and the breeze no longer had to worry about being blocked by dense branches and leaves. Simple white wooden houses stood on the meadow. These houses were built and distributed randomly. It was like a tent set up randomly for a spring outing. When Mark stepped onto the meadow, Thor finally saw the third person in the valley. He had just met this person not long ago. Monroe. Monroe was standing sideways at this time, and Thor could only see half of his face. He stared into the distance, his mouth slightly open, as if he was in a trance. Monroe. Mark saw this and shouted immediately. Monroe's body trembled and turned his head suddenly. Thor's steps that were about to follow him stopped in place in an instant. Monroe, he was missing an eye. If Thor remembered correctly, it was the one he ate in front of him. Monroe saw Thor, his remaining eyes lit up, and he ignored Mark, who was walking past, and trotted all the way to Thor. You're finally here. Kongsha said that you can definitely help us escape if you come. I'm afraid you don't need cryptocrystalline. Monroe was excited, and his empty eye sockets were twitching. He reached out to grab Thor, but was blocked by several consciousnesses with their bodies. What's wrong? Monroe didn't understand. Who are they? What's wrong with your eyes? Thor asked him. Monroe raised his hand and touched his empty eye sockets, poking his fingertips in a little bit, and then quickly pulled them out. It was broken when the elves attacked, and I was eating at the time. Mark saw that Thor and Monroe did not have a conflict, so he walked into the depths of the scattered houses with confidence, calling out a few names. The one he called the most was Kongsha. Thor was still a little worried about Monroe, and since Mark was not here at this time, he just asked Mark the question again. Monroe also gave the same answer, and the details were not much different. After listening to Monroe's description, Thor also told Monroe about the knowledge clone he saw in the wizard tower. He suddenly ate his own eyes. Monroe was not very surprised. My eyes are gone, so his are naturally useless. Then he licked his lips. It's delicious. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. He was even more surprised by another thing Thor mentioned. Has it been half a year outside? Don't you feel it? Thor thought that wizards should be very sensitive to time. Monroe smiled bitterly. The alternation of day and night in the Forest of Four Seasons is irregular. Sometimes the sun doesn't set for 3 or 4 days, and sometimes the night doesn't end for 3 or 4 days. Not only the day and night, the 4 seasons here are also different from those outside. At this time, Mark had turned back. He looked worried and kept muttering, "Where did they go? It's so dangerous here. Don't you say you can't leave without permission?" Thor glanced at Mark, but most of his attention was on Monroe. The 4 seasons here are divided by region. The farthest place from the center of the valley is spring, the dense forest you encountered when you came here is summer, and going further from here is autumn. Hearing this, and couldn't help but say, then the center of the Elf Valley is winter? Will it snow here all the time? Unexpectedly, Monroe looked at him strangely. What winter? What's snowing? Of all the 4 seasons, the last season is of course the dead season. And paused, wondering if the one-eyed apprentice in front of him was teasing him. Sol raised his hand and turned his head to ask Mark, who had walked behind Monroe and stood there blankly, wondering what he was thinking. Mark, don't you know what winter is? Standing behind Monroe, Mark was in a trance for a moment, and seemed to realize that he was about to hit Monroe's back, so he quickly took a step back. He rubbed his eyebrows and muttered, I know that the snow season and winter are different in different places, that is, it is very cold, and a period of time when white crystals will fall. It would have been fine if Mark didn't explain. Once he did, Thor immediately felt that he was also very ill. Are the two people's awareness of winter a little fuzzy? Thor thought to himself, and then he made a gesture to tell the 4 consciousnesses not to interrupt casually. He wanted to see what other cognitions of these people were blurred from future exchanges. And the blurred place might be the key to leaving the Elf Valley. Although Thor's purpose of coming here was not to save people, he needed to find something in the Forest of Four Seasons that was very important to him, and could save his future life. Unfortunately, there is no hint in the diary this time. Next, everyone will look for a way to leave the valley while looking for that important thing. So, Monroe, is the center of the valley the dead season? What does it look like? Monroe did not regain his cognition because of Mark's explanation just now. He said, as a matter of course, "Did something happen outside? You don't even know this? The dead season is a season where there is nothing, as if time is out of touch, and the dead season is also the season most vulnerable to attacks by elves." Mark also put down his hand. His nose was already red from pinching himself. "The palace I just mentioned is at the junction of autumn and dead season. The edge of the 4 seasons here will fluctuate by several hundred meters. When autumn expands, there will be more food, but the corresponding danger will also be greater." Monroe nodded repeatedly. "My eyes were attacked when I was eating mushrooms. It was that mushroom that attacked me." He looked angry. "Then I pressed down on that mushroom and ate it." Chapter 364. This Monroe's mental state is not quite right. Thor blinked and did not point it out. Mark on the side also did not react. It was only after hearing the two people mention it that Thor remembered that they had been in this hellhole for more than half a year, or even longer. How did they solve their physiological needs such as food? Sol himself had no problem. He had learned from Kong Shaw's request for help that they were trapped here, and he put a lot of food in the compressed bag before coming. But the stock is definitely not enough for him to eat for another half a year. "Where is Kong Shaw?" Sol asked. Mark shook his head, a little worried. "Kong Shaw is the initiator of this adventure, and the craziest one. She even entered the dead season and ran back with serious injuries." "Will the exit of the valley be inside the dead season?" Sol asked. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Monroe reacted strongly, and said with a look of resistance, "If the exit is inside the dead season, then I would rather not go out for the rest of my life." Mark also sighed. "The deeper you go into the dead season, the more terrifying it is. You will see it later. The dead season is not far from here." A gust of wind blew, and the ankle-high grass on the ground was pressed down. When they stood up again, they had turned from green to yellow. "Autumn is here!" Monroe shouted happily. "Go find something to eat." "I want to find something to eat too." Mark also seemed to be unable to hold back. "Thor, you can look around by yourself. These houses may contain cryptocrystalline. Remember, the place where the ground turns black under your feet is the dead season. Just don't go there." Mark said, and wanted to escape, but was caught by Thor. "It is possible to encounter elves in autumn, right? What do elves look like? Is there any other way to encounter elves besides running?" Mark struggled to break free, but failed, so he turned back and said quickly, "You can't see what they look like. If something strange attacks you, it must be an elf. If you don't want to use witchcraft, just run away. After you are out of their sight, just find a house to hide in. This is why we stay in this habitat." Mark's eyes were red, like a lone wolf that had been hungry for a few days. Thor let go of his hand, and the other party disappeared behind a white wooden house. There was no one else around, and in whispered, "He was so calm just now, but suddenly he was like a starving ghost." Morton had a guess. "Maybe the appearance of autumn is very short. They must take the opportunity to prepare enough food." Agus suggested, "Master, although you have prepared food, we can also collect some food just in case." Sol nodded and assigned tasks to the 4 people. Herman followed Mark's trail to find food. Agu Enin, who had a more sensitive spiritual body, went to find cryptocrystalline separately, and Morton followed Sol. "Don't go too far. If you find cryptocrystalline, call me immediately. Your body perception is slow, and you can't carry cryptocrystalline." And Agu nodded. Agu said, "I know. After we find the cryptocrystalline, we will keep an eye on it, and not let it disappear." Several people acted separately. Thor took Morton and decided to start from the house on the edge. Although this place may have been searched, Thor was confident that he had a strong mental power and might find what others had missed. This white wooden house is the habitat of the elves, and it is also where Mark and his team found the cryptocrystalline. Approaching the white wooden house, Thor did not rush to enter. He first walked around outside and found that the exterior structure of the house he chose was a bit strange. It has a door and 4 windows. 2 of the windows are on the same wall as the door. The other 2 are on the walls on the left and right sides, and there is no window on the back wall. The door is not big, and Thor has to lower his head to pass through. The window is even smaller, but the head is big, like a vent. There is no door handle or door lock, and the elves don't seem to need to lock the door. Thor lowered his head to enter, and Morton had to bend down to walk in. The house is less than 2 meters high, and it is a bit depressing to stay inside. At a glance, except for a few straw mats, there are no other furniture decorations. Do elves live so simply? Thor's hand turned into an octopus tentacle. This had almost become his instinct, and would not cause any shock to his spirit. He observed with his eyes, and brushed every inch of land with his tentacles, while analyzing the living habits of elves in his mind. Although he was somewhat resistant to knowledge related to elves, but he was already here. Unfortunately, he and Morton searched the first room and found nothing. So they went to the second adjacent house. The second house has 1 door and 6 windows. 4 windows are on the same wall as the door, and the other 2 are on the left and right walls. Before entering, Thor stopped and looked. Morton, do you think this house looks a bit like a human head? Very much. Morton agreed, and it's ugly. Thor laughed. Indeed, if someone looks like this, he must be very ugly. This house is slightly larger, but Thor still didn't gain anything inside. Should we call Penny back? Thor hesitated for a moment, but then rejected his idea. Penny didn't come back on her own initiative, so she must have something to do. Finding cryptocrystalline is not the most important thing at the moment. Now, in addition to using cryptocrystalline as a resource to replenish Penny's energy, Thor has no special need for it. The two walked out of the house, thinking about whether to continue looking for cryptocrystalline or check on Mark and Monroe first. I'm afraid the other two haven't found cryptocrystalline either. If In and Egg have found a clue, they would inform Sol. However, when Sol lowered his head and came out of the white wooden house with 6 windows, he saw 2 women coming around from behind the house in front of him. Sol was in a trance for a moment, then hesitantly asked, Kong Sha? The woman walking in front also saw Sol, and a smile appeared on her red lips. Ah, you are really here. Even if she was wearing a loose wizard robe, Kong Sha's slender figure would still be vaguely outlined while walking. Judging from the fluctuations of magic power on her body, she was still a second-level apprentice, but her complexion was much better than in the wizard tower. It was as if being trapped in the Elf Valley was torture for others, but it was enjoyment for her. In comparison, the female apprentice who followed her closely was much inferior, and she seemed to want to shrink into the wizard robe. When you invited me, you didn't say that you wanted me to come to the rescue. Thor turned his gaze back to Kong Sha's face. Kong Sha blinked and smiled provocatively, but you still came. I was afraid that if I really asked you to come to save my life, you would not come. Kong Sha pointed to the female apprentice behind her. Let me introduce you, Kasiro, who just got promoted to level 3 after coming in. Sol had actually noticed Kasiro a long time ago. She followed Kong Sha timidly, not daring to look up at Sol. She only raised her head quickly when Kong Sha introduced herself, but Sol immediately lowered his head after only letting Sol take a look at her face behind her bangs. Through the broken hair, Sol could still see her pale, trembling lips. Such a person turned out to be a level 3 apprentice whose strength had surpassed Kong Sha. Why did she look like her follower? Or a captive? Chapter 365. Although your companion has been promoted to level 3, he seems to be in a bad state. Sol frowned and reminded Kong Sha. Normally, the second level to the third level means that the apprentice has fully recognized his locator. Whether his locator is suitable for him or not, the relationship between the apprentice and the locator should be unprecedentedly close at this time. This is reflected in the apprentice's energetic and stable mental body. And when Sol looked at Kong Sha and Kasiro, he always felt that Kong Sha should be the apprentice who was promoted. The apprentices who entered the valley with me this time are all people who have no time to be promoted. They should be grateful for the opportunity one gave them. Kong Sha didn't care about Kasiro's abnormal state. Don't worry, I don't mean to criticize you. I just don't understand how she was promoted in such a bad state. Kong Sha smiled and said, if your cognition has been completely overturned, then it would be easy to accept a mere positioning device. It's probably similar to as long as I'm shameless. You can't use morality to blackmail me, right? Thor compared Kasiro with Monroe, who was also promoted to level 3. He suddenly felt that Monroe, who had behaved strangely before, was much more pleasing to the eye. At this time, an Egu, who went to other houses to look for cryptocrystalline, also left the first house they chose. The two saw Thor staying with 2 people they had never seen before, and they rushed over immediately. Kong Sha wanted to say something, but suddenly saw 3 pale-faced people with black scarves covering their eyes standing behind Thor, and immediately became alert. These people. After all, she knew more about the inside story than Mark. Are they all containers? Yes. Sol knew that Kong Sha had also participated in the resurrection experiment of Mentor Gorza, but it failed and was abandoned. Then it was normal for Kong Sha to know about soul infusion. Haywood clearly said that soul infusion has been terminated. Kong Sha bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and her eyes became complicated when she looked at Sol. Could it be specially for you? Sol did not answer Kong Sha's question. He turned around and pointed at the house behind him. Mark said that his cryptocrystalline was found in these white houses, but I looked around and didn't find anything special about these houses. Of course, the appearance is a bit strange. So I was wondering, what is the principle of the appearance of cryptocrystalline? Is it related to the disappearance of the elves? Kong Sha listened and calmed down. With a smile on her face again, some people once suspected that cryptocrystalline was the remains of elves, but there were records of cryptocrystalline in the world before the elves disappeared. But after being trapped here for a long time, I have a new idea. Kong Sha walked to the left side of Thor. Maybe cryptocrystalline is the collapse of consciousness. The collapse of consciousness? Soul thought it was not that simple. But if the collapse of the consciousness body led to the formation of cryptocrystalline, it was possible. The two discussed the formation and form of cryptocrystalline for a few sentences, and Kasiro did not say a word during the discussion. She stood behind Kong Sha, like her follower. During the conversation, Soul found that the color of the grass under his feet had deepened a little, from the yellow-green color just now to dark green. This means that Xia Tian is back. Along with Xia Tian, Mark and others who went to find food also came back. Herman wore a slender girl's body, holding her robe with both hands, revealing her white, but abnormally purple legs underneath. If the robe was raised a little higher, her white knee-length shorts would be exposed. But no one present cared about this. Master! Herman ran over expressionlessly, and showed Soul his harvest, squash, mushrooms, and sweet potatoes. Soul took a look and then looked at Mark. They had nothing in their hands, and no one knew where they put the things they picked. Kong Sha. Mark saw Kong Sha and ran over in a hurry. Where did you go? Didn't you say that you can't leave the gathering place alone? It was Kasiro, who had been silent the whole time, who answered Mark. Leon disappeared. What? Mark looked up in surprise. Even Monroe, who was walking slowly, looked over immediately. Kasiro trembled even more violently, and she even cried out, Wow, I said that we shouldn't advance in the valley, and now he's gone crazy, and the next one might be me. She rubbed her hands together, and the nails of her right hand kept scratching the back of her left hand, scraping out a few strips of flesh, but not much blood. Before the others could comfort Cassius, Monroe suddenly rushed over with a distorted face. He pinched Cassius' shoulders with both hands. How could Leon be crazy? He is obviously more normal than you. Cassius did not get the comfort she imagined, but was strangled by Monroe's arms, and her face became even more scared. I don't know. How should I know? How come you don't know? You are so scared every day, as if you saw an evil spirit. Why aren't you crazy? Casillo's hand suddenly turned around and pinched Monroe's neck, and her fingertips turned from pale to bright red in a second. Monroe's neck immediately began to smoke, making a sizzling sound, and a smell of cooked meat wafted out. No one expected that Casillo would suddenly perform witchcraft, and it was as if she was going to roast Monroe. Thor watched coldly, but did not intervene. Although Monroe's neck was already a mess of blood and flesh, it was not seriously injured. This injury was nothing for a third-level apprentice, and he could recover with a spell. But Kasiro grabbed Monroe's throat at this time, preventing him from chanting. Although Monroe knew a lot of witchcraft, he could only mute a limited number of them, and he would definitely not waste them on healing his injuries. If he wanted to separate the two at this time, he would probably need to use witchcraft. But neither Kong Sha nor Mark had any intention of letting them affect their spiritual body vibration. Soon, Monroe rolled his eyes because of Kasiro's pinching, while Kasiro was still saying, Who says that people who look sober are definitely sober? How good are you? Mark wanted to separate the two people, and he looked very angry. There are only a few of us left. Why are you still fighting? Mark scolded loudly, but the two of them obviously didn't listen and continued to entangle. Monroe suddenly let go of Kasiro's hand, put his hand into his sleeve, and when he took it out again, there was a witchcraft prop in his palm. Mark's angry expression froze immediately, and he subconsciously took a step back. Suddenly, two black tentacles emerged from the ground under their feet. One instantly attacked Kasiro's arms, then entangled her arms violently, and then pulled her arms back and tied them to her ankles. The other directly entangled Monroe, and the witchcraft props in his hand into a mummy. The two were still struggling hard. However, Shiozao did not touch Kasiro's hot hands at all, and the other side also blocked Monroe's mouth tightly, and rolled the witchcraft props and his arms together in front of his chest. Thor walked between the two people, and seeing that their expressions had not calmed down, he sneered, Let me see, who is tired of living? It just so happens that my container reserves are not enough. The madness on the faces of the two gradually faded, and fear began to emerge in their eyes. It was easy for Thor to deal with ordinary third-level apprentices now, not to mention dealing with two apprentices who advanced by taking shortcuts. He didn't want to pay attention to the two people who suddenly went crazy, But he found that Kong Sha was just watching coldly. Mark, who seemed to be trying to persuade them to fight, didn't put much effort at all. Although their behavior could be explained as not wanting to use mental power in the Elf Valley, Thor intuitively felt that they were happy to see the two people fighting each other. It would be better if one of them died. Chapter 366. As soon as Thor made a move, he completely controlled the two companions who were fighting each other. Mark and Kong Sha looked at him at the same time. Mark's face showed obvious anxiety, and Kong Sha's eyes revealed an interested light. Kong Sha blinked at Thor, and her smile became even bigger. Thor only took a glance, and then looked away. There was something he wanted to ask just now, but he was interrupted by the two people fighting each other. Can the apprentices here disappear? Can you confirm the death? No. Kong Sha finally put away her relaxed expression. Some people disappear after death, and some people disappear suddenly. But they will show abnormality before they disappear. For example, Leon said he saw the exit, and then he wanted Casiro to burn him to death. Mark pursed his dry lips. I think he just wants to be free. Kong Sha nodded in agreement. Casiro naturally disagreed, and then Leon ran away. I was worried that he would attract elves by running around, but after just 2 steps, he disappeared behind a big tree. Heh, it's as if he really found the exit. The two trapped people seemed to be gradually waking up. Especially Monroe, who was whimpering at Sol. Sol asked Xiaozhao to untie him, and Monroe, who was freed, did not attack again. Kazurayu on the other side also stopped struggling, and seeing this, Sol also untied her. Anyway, if they make trouble again, he will tie them up again. It's uncertain what shape they will be tied into next time. Leaving the two people alone, Sol asked Kong Sha, since he disappeared, is it possible that he really found the exit? If the missing people found the exit, someone would have sent the news back in the past 6 months. Kong Sha didn't hold out hope. Sol looked at the mushrooms and other food in Herman's arms again. So you eat these things? No way. Kong Sha raised the corner of her mouth. The bodies disappeared. Sol was horrified. He didn't pursue the profound meaning of Kong Sha's words, and asked instead, where did Leon disappear? I go over and see if there are any other clues. Kong Sha glanced over, and Sol looked at her calmly. Monroe said in a muffled voice, it's useless. We have searched for all the missing people, and there is no clue at all. Let Sol go and take a look, otherwise why did we specially invite him here? Monroe poured cold water on him, but Mark thought that Sol should go and take a look. After all, this guy's mental talent is indeed amazing. Kong Sha chuckled, narrowed her eyes, turned around and pointed to a direction behind her. Over there, walk about 300 meters after re-entering the forest. But the big tree where Leon disappeared is not very eye-catching, and I can't remember which one it is. Okay. Sol nodded, and then instructed the 4 people around him, Morton, you and Herman organize the food here, and continue to search the rooms here. And Agu, you two follow me. Under the gazes of the others, who were either wooden, worried, or complicated, Sol led an and Agu into the woods behind the grass. After entering the woods, and became more lively. She even walked to Sol's side with her hands behind her back, tilted her neck, and had a deliberate and stiff smile on her face. Master, you were obviously in a hurry to find a beauty when you came in. Why didn't you greet her properly when you saw her and just left? And was teasing Sol. But Sol didn't look at her helplessly like before. Sol walked forward quickly, with no expression on his face, but his voice came over. Do you really think she's pretty? And was stunned, not understanding why Sol asked this question suddenly. Sol turned his head slightly, and said to Agu, who was following him on the right, Agu, you should know or have seen Kong Sha, right? Agu said quickly, yes, master, Kong Sha was also a frequent visitor to the library. The figures of several people have gone deep into the forest, and the big trees behind them blocked the view from the grass. Sol stopped. In your impression? Sol pointed to his nose. Is Kong Sha's face above here? A woman's face? Agu also stopped, staring at Sol's nose blankly, with a dazed expression on his face. But soon, this daze turned into astonishment, and drops of sweat flowed down his forehead and temples. Only and didn't quite understand what happened, but looking at the expressions of Sol and Agu, she knew that something strange might have happened again. Before she could ask, she heard Agu's voice trembling slightly. Kong Sha obviously doesn't have the upper half of her face. Thor took a deep breath, and then he continued to walk forward. Yes, Kong Sha now has a very beautiful face. I also thought that face was very suitable for her when I saw her for the first time, but I felt something was wrong when I saw her for the second time. The two consciousnesses also felt creepy. When they saw Kong Sha, they thought Kong Sha was the most normal person among the 4. But now they found that her face had become complete. And they did not notice anything unusual. Sol whispered, I've encountered something similar once. It was the first time I met him, but I subconsciously thought of him as my brother. Kismet, is Kongsha's abnormality related to you? Sol didn't mention Kismet to the consciousnesses. He was wary of this person, who knew the details of the diary, but he also had an unusual trust in her. And finally understood what happened at this time. She rubbed her forehead. So, what we just saw was Kongsha who had changed her appearance, or someone else? Not sure yet. Sol hesitated for a moment, but her tone and movements are consistent with the original. Could it be that you have blurred her tone and movements? Sol had already walked to the approximate location that Kongsha mentioned and began to explore. At the same time, he said with a firm tone, no. Although my cognition was also affected at the beginning, when I recalled Kongsha's appearance, I recovered all my normal memories. The reason why Thor was so sure, besides because the diary did not warn him, was that he believed in his meditation method. Although it is still unknown who put the erosion map into his meditation teaching material, this meditation method was almost tailor-made for him. Moreover, the erosion map itself is a mutual transformation between humans and monsters, and it also involves blurring and modifying consciousness. Therefore, he once saw through Kismet's disguise, and quickly discovered Kongsha's abnormality. What should we do next? Egu asked Thor. Whether it was fighting or acting, all their actions were under Thor's command. Don't act rashly. We haven't figured out what happened to her, and the others yet. Thor was halfway through his words, when he suddenly turned his head to look behind him, and saw Thor's movements and immediately realized that something was wrong behind her. She was about to squat to avoid it when Thor grabbed her shoulder, and the two of them quickly moved 3 or 4 meters. Bang! 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 Something hit the soil. The sound was very dull. Egu, did you see it? Thor still stared at the direction wherein was facing away. Yes. Egu didn't care about being polite at this time. A lot of people suddenly appeared there just now. When Thor turned his head to talk to him, he suddenly saw many pale figures appearing in the place where the staff trees were originally growing. Those figures also appeared behind Mark. But this time, although they still lowered their heads and couldn't see their faces clearly, they all raised bows and arrows in their hands, and reacted quickly. When she noticed the change in Thor's eyes, she immediately thought that there might be an enemy behind her, so she wanted to squat down to avoid it. But she didn't expect that there was not one enemy behind her, but a large group of enemies. They attacked him, and the rain of swords drew an arc, piercing Anne's back like thunderbolts. However, when several people retreated to a safe range, those pale figures disappeared. There was only the sound of arrows piercing the ground. But Thor looked at the ground again, and saw nothing unusual. There were no traces of arrows on the ground, nor were there any broken grass leaves. The sound just now seemed like an illusion. Is it an illusion? Thor straightened in his arms, and was thinking when his eyes suddenly froze. The edge of Anne's wizard robe on his back was torn into a long slit by something. Chapter 367. Is this an illusion? And followed Thor's line of sight, and saw the damage to her clothes, and immediately gasped. Because she had just seen no human figure except for the strange sound, she just guessed that she was attacked. But when she turned around, she saw nothing, so she thought Thor and the others were seeing an illusion again. But now looking at the hem of her clothes behind her, and was a little confused. Calm down, there's nothing to worry about, you were just attacked. Feeling that it was not in a good state, Thor pressed her shoulder with one hand, and touched her forehead with the other. He did not cast any magic, but used this action with a strong sense of attack to call Anne's attention back. Anne's heart skipped a beat when she was pointed at, and she felt numb for some reason when she looked at the master in front of her, but this also stabilized her somewhat out of control emotions. Don't be surprised by the strange, and you will be defeated by the strange. Just treat it as if you have met a powerful enemy, and don't analyze his attack pattern. Yes, Egu responded. He acted very calmly, and he looked like a well-informed person. Then Thor squatted down, stroked the hem of Anne's clothes with his hands, and carefully observed the scars on it. The top one was broken very cleanly. It should be a very sharp arrow. He walked to the place where Anne had just stood, and there was no hard object under his feet. In fact, looking at the state of the ground and the grass and trees, it can be thought that there is nothing left here, but Thor still came over to try. Don't separate, let's stand in a triangle formation, each person guards an area, and go back after a circle here. Thor came here mainly to confirm Kongsha's problem with others, and to look for the missing Leon. The figure will disappear, the arrow will disappear, so it's not surprising that the body disappears. After walking around nearby, Thor and the other two did not encounter any more attacks. He was ready to go back and try to understand what Kong Sha encountered here with a calm mind. "Master, look there," and suddenly pointed to the distance. Thor looked over and immediately narrowed his eyes. Behind a tree, a black robe was revealed, similar in style to the uniforms of apprentices in the Wizard Tower. The three people moved over cautiously, but when they passed, they found that the black robe had disappeared. When they looked up again, the robe appeared behind a tree trunk farther away. "You two wait here for me, be alert." After saying this, Thor rushed out alone without waiting for the two to react. As soon as he approached, the robe disappeared again and appeared in a direction far away from an agu. Thor did not hesitate and continued to chase after him. But he still did not catch him this time, and the black robe also appeared in a farther place. Thor looked around, recalling the location where the black robe appeared. "Is it like cheese on the ground, luring me into a trap?" However, thinking this way, Thor only stayed for a dozen seconds before rushing over again. The black robe still disappeared 1 second before Thor arrived, and then, as Thor expected, it appeared behind a big tree far away from the grass and the consciousness body, which Thor was facing at this time. Thor took another step, but before he ran 2 meters, a black tentacle suddenly appeared on the ground under the big tree. A shark-toothed mouth opened at the top of the tentacle and bit the black robe fiercely. "Ah!" A short scream came to an abrupt end. Thor snorted coldly and rushed to Shiuza's side. Just now, after calculating the direction where the black robe appeared several times, he immediately asked Shiuza to ambush under several big trees in front, waiting for the black robe to appear and then break the ground to attack him. Now Thor saw that Shiuza was biting something in his mouth, which made his mouth unable to close. Sure enough, these elusive guys can't be explained by illusions, nor are they simply invisible. However, the next second, Thor, who was a little proud in his heart, was shocked to find that the top of Shiuza's tentacles suddenly began to twist and deform. "Disconnect!" Thor shouted immediately. Shiuza reacted quickly and immediately cut off the part that appeared above the ground, and the rest quickly drilled back into the soil deeper. Then the black tentacle that was still outside seemed to be pulled into a swirling vortex, collapsing towards the center along with the surrounding scenery and air. With a pop, something fell to the ground. "Crystalline?" Thor rushed over and searched the grass on the ground. Once the cryptocrystalline is out of sight or physical contact, it will easily disappear. But before Thor transformed his arm into a translucent spiritual tentacle, he found a very conspicuous cryptocrystalline on the grass. Because the one that fell on the grass was not completely transparent. It was like a piece of white plasticine mixed with a mass of black. After pulling, squeezing and kneading, there were twisted black lines in the white. "Is this the cryptocrystalline that merged with the algae?" "Algae." Soul called out the algae again, and then handed the cryptocrystalline in his hand to the algae. "Can you touch it?" The algae came closer, then nodded, and his chin touched the cryptocrystalline mixed with black lines in the palm of Soul's palm, making a sound Dong Dong's voice. Thor raised his hand and looked at the middle of his arm. Although he couldn't see it at this moment, he could feel that something was being wrapped by his muscles. He didn't follow Monroe's example and put the cryptocrystalline in the vital parts of his body. Even if he forgot the existence of the cryptocrystalline for a short time, Penny would stay on his arm from time to help him remember. After a long time, he had subconsciously remembered what was in his arm. However, this time, Thor did not put the cryptocrystalline mix with the impurities of the algae into his body, but held it in front of the algae. "Xiao Zhao, can you try to store it?" Xiao Zhao stretched his head over. As a parasite on Thor, Xiao Zhao had certainly seen cryptocrystalline. It tilted its head with some curiosity and licked it with its black tongue. It didn't know what the touch or taste was, but the little tongue shrunk back again. Before Thor could ask any questions, Xiao Zhao opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire cryptocrystalline. It made a sound of biting bones and chewing meat, followed by gulp. A sound. Thor's heart was pounding, and he felt that this was not the right way to store it. "Can you spit it out if you store it like this?" Thor asked hurriedly. Shiuza turned his tentacles around slowly, without answering, and then slowly retracted them to the back of Thor's neck. Did it eat the cryptocrystalline? The kind that can be digested? Thor was a little worried, but looking at Shiuza's appearance, he would not come out to answer him for the time being. Shiuza is usually very smart. Why did he completely misunderstand his meaning this time? Or was it because of instinct that prompted it to swallow the cryptocrystalline? Penny seems to want cryptocrystalline to eat it. If Shiuza really eats cryptocrystalline, should we call Penny back? Soul hesitated as he walked towards him. "Master." Hearing the two people calling him in the distance, Sol thought something had happened and hurriedly quickened his pace. But when he was still more than 10 meters away from the two consciousnesses in black robes and black scarves suddenly turned into pale figures standing with their hands hanging down. Thor immediately braked, and then felt something hit his back. Two pale hands stretched out from both sides of his neck, circled inward, and tried to hug him. Xiao Zhao was dizzy and couldn't get out at all. Thor no longer hesitated and immediately activated his spirit body and operated his magic power. A transparent spiritual armor protection immediately appeared around his body. However, the next second, Thor felt cold all over. The pale hands behind him were not pushed out by the spiritual armor, but were wrapped in it together with him. Two arms were already on Thor's shoulders, and the cold spread throughout his body from the point of contact. Thor made up his mind, retracted his hands, held the arm on the right side of his body, bent forward suddenly, and swung it hard with the inertia of leaning forward. Give back the stolen treasure. Snap! A pale figure was thrown over Thor's shoulder and fell hard to the ground. Thor straightened up. His face was not good, and his back, shoulders, and hands were frozen stiff by the cold. But the next moment, the second pair, the third pair, the fourth pair. A dozen pale arms stretched out from behind him, hugging his head, his neck, his shoulders, his arms. At the same time, accompanied by resentful sobbing. Give me back the treasure. Give me back the treasure. Give me back the treasure. Chapter 368. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the forest. Morton and Herman, who were still collecting food, stood up immediately. They looked at each other, then left the other wizard apprentices behind and rushed into the woods. Casiro, who had been tied up by Thor, was still lying on the ground without moving. When she heard the explosion, she was startled at first, then looked up at the sky and laughed. His head exploded too. Mark seemed a little uneasy, pacing back and forth. Monroe had a gloomy face, and lowered his head without saying anything. Kong Sha's beautiful eyes turned, and she leaned against a white house. Her index finger lightly brushed her red lips, leaving a bright red mark on her fingertips. Several people stayed where they were strangely, and none of them meant to help Thor. Of course, Thor didn't need anyone to save him. Isn't it just cold? He snorted. He crossed his hands, and stretched them out from his armpits on both sides. Two red flame beads condensed in his palms, and then shot out violently. There was a violent explosion behind him, and Thor was also hit by the heat wave and staggered forward. He rolled forward and unloaded the force behind him. Although the spiritual armor technique failed to isolate these pale human figures, but it could isolate most of the power of the flame beads. Thor's back was just hot and cold at this time, and he felt a little uncomfortable, but the heat made other parts of his body fade away. He rubbed his chin hard with the back of his hand, and then looked back at the ground where a pit was blown up. The pale human figure there had disappeared. The moment you attack me, I can also attack you. Haha, this is not a new setting. What other means do you have? Come up with them. As soon as Thor finished speaking, he found that all the trees around him had disappeared. Where the trees originally stood were white figures. These people stepped barefoot on the grass. The wind blew, bringing the most bone-chilling coldness of late autumn. They raised their feet and stepped towards Thor. The speed was not fast, but there were too many people. Thor swallowed his saliva. Well, you don't have to take them all at once. Thor said cowardly words, but he did not hesitate. Knowing that this was not the time to cherish magic power and restrain mental power, he opened his arms, and two black tentacles flew out from his palms instantly. Touch of torture, the first second-level witchcraft mastered by Thor. Under the black tentacles, there are translucent gray tentacles. One is mainly used to attack entities, and the other is mainly used to attack spirits. Thor did not believe that he could not hit anyone this time. The black tentacles turned into phantoms and swept across, followed by transparent tentacles. The white figures did not dodge, but neither the black tentacles nor the transparent tentacles touched them. The white figures disappeared in an instant, and reappeared after the tentacles swept past. Not only that, they continued to move forward in the blink of an eye. Thor was not too disappointed. At least when the tentacles passed by, all the figures that were about to be touched disappeared on the spot. He could probably buy 1 or 2 seconds to escape. Thor immediately used his mental power to control the two tentacles to wave in the air, and deliberately opened up a gap to run out. It's a pity that Xiaozhao is not here, otherwise its ability would be very suitable for clearing the way. However, when he was about to pass through the encirclement, the speed of the white figure suddenly began to increase. Thor hit the iceberg at once, which was cold and hard. The freezing feeling instantly spread from his shoulders to his whole body. When it spread to his arms, the waving of his arms immediately slowed down, and when it spread to his head, his thinking also paused for a moment. The most terrifying thing was that Thor felt that his mental power, which had already begun to shake, became even more unstable. Thor's movements became slow, but he still tried his best to raise his hand to grab the person in front of him, and his fingertips became transparent. However, the moment his palm touched the white shadow, the other party disappeared again. They will determine which actions are attacks, and then disappear to avoid them. Fortunately, when his mind was restricted, the sound of the diary turning pages appeared in time, allowing Thor to regain consciousness immediately. But the chill on his body could not disappear with it. The resistance of the collision force disappeared, and he staggered and rolled forward, taking this opportunity to completely break out of the encirclement. Master! Master! Almost at the same time as he rushed out, Thor heard the voices of An and Aegu. Looking up, the two were not far away from him, but there were also shadowy white figures around them. They didn't care about the shock of their mental power at all, and used witchcraft to attack the enemies around them. But these enemies also disappeared immediately after being attacked. Only when the two people's attacks and the pale humanoid's attacks are launched at the same time, the opponent will be dispersed. Finally, no new humanoids appear in the place where they are dispersed. But more pale humanoids did not attack, but took the initiative to approach the two people, using the coldness on their bodies to restrict their movements. Aegu and An also tried to give up witchcraft and attack with fists instead. But in this way, those humanoids faced the fists again, and no longer avoided them. Every punch hits the flesh, and every punch hits the ice. The chill turned into white frost, attached to the limbs, and quietly moved to the center of the body. At this time, they had to cast witchcraft again to drive away the chill, and temporarily disperse the pale humanoids around them. The consciousness body was already separated from the container by a layer, so it was not very sensitive. In addition, the container was frozen, and their movements became even more rigid. The two were already in trouble. But even so, the two were trying to get closer to Thor, and try to come to his aid. Thor's face was solemn, and he quickly swept the white figures around him. The touch of torture turned around and swept over, defeating several humanoids again. He observed An and Aegu being besieged, and then closely examined the effect of his attack. These people are not simply entities or spirits. They are somewhat like cryptocrystalline, and can appear and disappear. And they only appear in entity when they actively attack. If they are swept by my attack, they will disappear immediately. But if I wait for them to attack before counterattacking, it will be too passive. Suddenly, his right hand dispersed the black and transparent tentacles, and his fingers reached to his waist, and a witchcraft scroll immediately appeared on his fingertips. There are so many enemies. If I continue to fight, my spirit body will probably collapse. I haven't found a way to face the enemy head-on yet. I run first. The black and transparent tentacles on his left hand swept past, and the enemies around him disappeared briefly. Thor raised his right hand, holding the scroll between his index and middle fingers. Then he bent two fingers and touched his thumb with the scroll. Snap! He snapped his fingers. The scroll ignited without fire and burned into a ball of dust in 2 or 3 seconds. But the dust was not black and gray, but a shining golden color, which was a bit dazzling in the sun and instantly blurred Thor's figure. As the wind blew, the golden dust instantly spread around Thor, and was carried farther away by the wind. Next, a magical scene happened. All the pale humanoids touched by the golden dust disappeared in an instant. And when they appeared again, they would soon touch the golden dust and then disappear again. These humanoids kept appearing and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. Sure enough, they can dodge physical attacks according to their mood. But as long as it is an attack with magic, the pale humanoid must disappear. Heh, it seems that the signal of the magic network in your place is not very good. Soul made up a word casually, brushed off the white frost that had just condensed on his body, and unceremoniously lit another identical scroll. After the scroll was lit, it was immediately thrown out by Soul, near An and Aegu. When the golden dust drifted away, the pale human figure disappeared quickly. At the same time, because the dust covered the surrounding air, the pale human figure could no longer approach. Aegu's eyes flashed, and his whole body shook, shattering the ice crystals. So that's how it is. Using the second-level witchcraft flash dust, spread it in the surrounding air. When the dust touches those strange human figures, it is equivalent to attacking them. So the humanoid automatically disappeared into an unknown area. Although we still couldn't actively attack the other party, we also avoided the dilemma of being besieged. Because they couldn't actively attack the enemy, they could only counterattack at the moment when the other party attacked them. Although Aegu and An had some strength, they were still suppressed. They didn't worry about their bodies being in trouble, Even if their mental power was shaken and returned to the diary, they could calm down. But Thor must not have any problems. They didn't dare to bet whether they could be inherited as relics by the next owner if the owner of the diary died. Chapter 369. There was still a dozen meters of distance between Thor and the two consciousnesses that was not covered by the flash dust. When Thor was about to take out the last flash dust scroll and rush the rest of the way, he saw Aga's hand draw an arc in the air. A second-level witchcraft flash dust suddenly appeared between the two sides. He was actively opening up a passage. With a reminder of Thor and Aga using flash dust, and raised his hand and ripped off his right ear. Flash dust consumes too much magic power. Let me open the way. She stretched out her hand and pointed it in the direction of Thor. The blood-stained ear instantly dissolved into plasma. Blood threads emerged from the plasma, spreading like hair, and quickly stretched to Thor's direction. Thor looked up and saw the overwhelming blood-colored threads attacking him. He did not move, allowing himself to be wrapped by the blood threads. Those blood threads did not hurt him, but gently rolled up his waist and lifted him into the air. There were other blood threads all around him, guarding him. Then, the blood thread shrank quickly, and Thor was brought to an ague. The flash dust won't last long. Let's go now. Although the appearance of those pale humanoids was always interrupted by the flash dust could only buy time, and could not completely solve the problem. Agu immediately said, I remember that the woods over there began to become sparse, and we should be out of the woods soon. The original locations of these pale humanoids were all trees, vines, or larger shrubs. If they could leave the woods, or find the large open space that Mark took him to hide before, they should be able to get rid of the pale humanoids. Glitter dust is not very valuable among the level 2 witchcraft scrolls. For auxiliary witchcraft scrolls, like this, Thor put all the ones he could buy into the compressed bag to avoid various unpredictable situations in the Elf Valley. This is also a luxury he can make after he officially became Gorza's apprentice, with his wallet only going in and not out, and his financial resources significantly improved. But now, he only has one glitter dust scroll left, and in order to keep a backup, and use blood to open the way. They ran for about 10 minutes in the direction pointed by Agu, and tall green plants began to appear around them again, and the crunching sound of the pale humanoid's bare feet stepping on the grass finally stopped behind them. Who? The group found an open space with trees far apart and stopped. The faces of the three people were not very good. How are your spirit bodies? Are there any signs of recovery? Sol wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked the other two. No. Aga's face was not very good either. The spirit body is shaking badly. At most, I can cast 2 more level 2 spells. If I cast more, I will explode on the spot. The consciousness bodies hid in the container, and it was hard to tell from the outside how bad their spirit bodies were. If their faces have become ugly, it means that they have been hurt deeply inside. Thor looked at him with a serious face. How are you? If you can't hold on, tell me immediately, and I take you back. And staggered and finally sat on the ground. No. I can still hold on after taking a breath. If I go back now, I won't be able to help you at all until you leave the valley. And looked up at Thor, and tried to squeeze out a beautiful smile. Master, please drain my last bit of magic power. Seeing that Anne couldn't even stand steadily, Thor was a little worried. He didn't care about Anne's little tricks, and he bent down and picked him up. Although his spiritual body was also shaking all the time, Thor could try to make the shaking regular. Regular shaking is easy to adapt to, just like swinging on a swing, or jumping forward on spring shoes, so Thor is not so uncomfortable. The long-range attacks used by those humanoids, when they first appeared, were never used again. Maybe that kind of attack has a cooling time. Thor held an Agu, who was still able to move, and continued to look for a way out of the forest. If you meet so many humanoids again, don't fight, run immediately. The two consciousnesses nodded. The enemy seemed to be cheating, and they didn't want to fight again. Kong Sha and the others have been here for more than half a year. Unless they have been running and not trapped in the kind of siege I just encountered, it is impossible for their spirit bodies to persist until now without any problems. Sol clenched his hands. There must be a way to recover from the shock, but they didn't tell me. He was not very angry. He had thought it through before entering the valley. Not everyone can be as clear-headed as Senior Byron and understand the power of unity. Most people still struggle with the idea that, as long as I run faster than you, I can live longer than you. Master, look. Sol was thinking when Agu beside him suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted. Sol looked over immediately. If groups of pale figures appeared again, they would have no choice but to run away. But when he turned his head, he saw that the trees, which were not too sparse, suddenly disappeared more than 10 meters away, and the ground turned from green to dark brown. It was like a transparent barrier that divided the world into two halves. Outside the barrier, the ground was dry and scorched, and there was no flower or tree. The earth was a chaotic black. Although the sunlight could be projected onto the ground without restraint, it was absorbed and no reflection could be seen. The wind also stopped abruptly at the edge of the forest, turned a corner at the last big tree, and blew back. Is that the dead season? Sol took 2 more steps toward the black land. Master, be careful. It's best not to rush into that place now. Agu hurriedly reminded from behind. Sol said, but we have to go and see. The reason why Kongsha and the others are better than us is the information gap. We can't do nothing and wait for danger to come before taking risks. Agu nodded, then quickened his pace, and moved from behind Sol to the front of him. He was going to explore the way for Sol. When they reached the edge of the forest, Thor looked forward along the clear dividing line between the green forest and the black land, and found a palace standing a few kilometers ahead. Is that the palace Mark mentioned? There was silence on the other side, without any abnormal behavior. Thor asked the diary directly in his mind, is the reason you want me to come in that palace? The diary did not stop talking. Okay, then I changed the question. If I don't enter that palace, will I die? The diary remained silent. It has nothing to do with this most suspicious palace? Sol's brain was working fast, and he turned the diary to the last page with words. They were suddenly attacked after entering the palace. Before that, they seemed to have no deaths. All the turning points happened in the palace. But when I was not going to enter the palace, the diary did not issue a warning. Sol looked at the words in the diary, and repeated it again. Crazy invited me. Could it be that the key node fell on Crazy? The craziest person here is none other than Kongsha. She had already witnessed the horror of the Forest of 4 Seasons for the first time, but she dared to call people to enter the Forest of 4 Seasons for the second time. Not to mention the thing on Kongsha's neck now. Although I don't know why Kongsha's face turned into a complete face. But I suspect it is probably related to the treasure lost by the elves. Agu was also helping Thor analyze at this time. But that palace is very dangerous, and we are not suitable to enter in our current state. The face was vivid, and the skin and texture were extremely sensitive. If Thor hadn't remembered that Kongsha didn't look like this, he probably wouldn't have recognized that the face was fake. Is it a human head or a headgear? Should I rescue Kongsha or take something from her? Should I take away that strange and beautiful head? In fact, it would be better to enter the palace first, find out what was lost there, solve the pursuit, and then wait for the power blocking the valley to be released, and then take Kongsha and the head out directly. But at the same time, all the pursuit was caused by the lost treasure in the palace. If they entered the palace again, they might be in a tiger's den. Even if they could run out, they would be covered with wounds. At this moment, and in his arms suddenly tensed up. Master, look behind. And, who was held by Princess Sol, had been trying to suppress her dizziness and alert her surroundings. She patted Sol's chest and pointed behind her. Sol thought it was not good, and immediately turned around, and found that a pale human figure appeared in the distance again. Those sparse trees were gradually transformed into strange human figures from far to near. Sol narrowed his eyes, and ordered without hesitation, let's enter the dead season first. There are no trees in the dead season. Chapter 370. As soon as I stepped into the dead season, the surroundings were terribly quiet. It was as if my ears had suddenly lost their hearing, as if the world had been paused, and was so depressed by the silence that she curled up her fingers. Just as she was about to speak and break the endless silence, she saw Thor raise his index finger. Silence. Thor was also very depressed, but the more depressed he was, the less he could vent freely. He found that his spiritual body no longer vibrated after entering the dead season, but at the same time he also felt a great pressure surrounding him. But when he looked around vigilantly, he could not find the source of the pressure. Could it be that Kongsha and the others rely on the dead season to calm the shock of their spirits? If so, it is possible that they can persist in this place for more than half a year. At this time, Agu gently patted Sol's shoulder and pointed in the direction he came from. Sol turned his head and saw that the sparse trees at the end of the forest were still there, but there were more human figures standing with their hands down. But the enemy who had just attacked them was now like a tamed lamb, standing quietly on the edge, not moving, not making a sound. Since these strange humanoids did not move, Thor naturally did not want to provoke them again. Their clear sense of boundaries made people feel uneasy. Although they lowered their heads, Thor felt the silent gaze. Now he could not go back. Thor gently put him down. The mental shock of the two consciousnesses had also calmed down, and their condition was much better than before. He looked away from the forest. At the end of the charred land was a high mountain rising from the ground. The mountain was steep, and the mountain wall was the same as the land under Thor's feet, dark brown, without a single blade of grass or tree. It was like a big fire, destroying everything thoroughly. Thor's intuition told him that he couldn't get close to the mountain. At that moment, he decided to walk along the border between the forest and the dead season, neither leaving the dead season nor leaving the forest. The group gradually approached the palace in front. However, just as Thor was considering whether to enter the palace now, or wait until the strange human figure in the forest disappeared and enter the palace with Kong Sha and the others, he suddenly felt a shaking under his feet. He was about to move his steps and adjust his center of gravity, when he found that the ground under his feet trembled violently, and then suddenly lifted up, and a sharp point appeared directly. Thor and his companions immediately dodged to the side. But before they could stand firm, the ground beneath their feet began to surge again. The black land seemed to come alive, shaking everywhere. Thor immediately squatted down, supported himself with one hand, and lowered his center of gravity. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a black object attacking him, and quickly used the spirit armor technique. Bang! Thor felt himself being knocked out before he could see who the enemy was. Master! And ran over immediately. It's okay. Thor stumbled 2 steps and whispered. Egu released a beam of light as thick as his wrist, and hit the black shadow that attacked Thor. The black shadow was directly penetrated, the front end broke, and fell to the ground. Only then did they see clearly what attacked Thor. It turned out to be a black tentacle as thick as a thigh. And it looked very familiar. Isn't this your little algae? And also recognized it, and said in surprise. Thor took another look and shook his head. This is the soul-devouring demon swamp, not my little algae. At this time, another black tentacle stretched out from the wriggling ground and stabbed straight at Egu. Egu cast the first level holy light ray again and easily broke it. Be careful. But Thor, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes and shouted to Egu, regardless of the pressure from all around. Egu also heard a sharp whistle of wind at the same time. The speed was so fast, and his feet were unstable, and his body was not so sensitive, so he could only raise his left hand to block his right face. A shield just appeared on the right side of Egu, and was defeated by a black tentacle as thick as an embrace. Just as Egu was about to be hit by the suddenly appearing, even larger tentacle, a translucent hand suddenly appeared behind Egu, pulling his collar and dragging him back. Boom! The huge black tentacle fell, creating a deep pit in the already cracked ground. And Egu staggered and fell to the ground at the edge of the pit. If he had just been hit, not to mention the consciousness, this container would definitely be useless. Thor retracted his palm. He had just used the magician's hand to pull Egu away, but then he heard a familiar sound of breaking air. He pushed him, who had not yet reacted, away and jumped back. Another black tentacle as thick as an elephant's leg brushed past the two and stabbed fiercely under their feet. Thor could have used witchcraft to resist or jump away, but at the last moment, he chose to jump with his physical strength. Egu had just climbed up from the ground, and was about to come over when he saw Thor making a gesture to him. Stop! Behind Egu was the huge tentacle that was raised high again, but Thor asked him to stop. He was a little puzzled, but he just stood up to the huge pressure from behind and didn't move. The next second, he found that the tentacles behind him were also attacking Thor. Thor also stepped hard on the shaking ground and kicked himself away. But before he landed, the third tentacle swept over, and just retracted her sight from the big hole in the ground, and saw that Thor had been besieged by several tentacles. She widened her eyes under the black scarf and suddenly shouted, I know, Master, don't come over. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately opened her hands, her fingertips melted, and turned into countless blood threads. The 3 huge tentacles that were chasing Thor the last second immediately turned around and ran towards him. When Thor actually chose to jump away to avoid the tentacles, he was already guessing whether these tentacles would attack people based on the fluctuations of magic power. But even if he stopped casting witchcraft, the new huge tentacles continued to attack him. At the last moment, 3 tentacles as thick as elephant legs attacked from different directions at the same time. Thor dodged in a panic, and almost had to use witchcraft. At this moment, and suddenly used her unique and unknown witchcraft to lead it over, alleviating Thor's crisis, but at the same time it also attracted the 4th and 5th thicker tentacles. Thor quickly glanced at the white figure on the other side of the forest, and then looked at the one who kept attacking him, thinking quickly in his heart. Run to the palace, we will take over. Egu and him were both very smart, and they instantly understood what Thor meant. However, just as Thor was about to cast a new spell to attract the tentacles, suddenly, The ground beneath their feet shook violently, and the amplitude of the up and down movement reached more than 1 meter. The spiritual body that Thor had just mobilized was interrupted by the sudden increase in the tremor. The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned into black, entangled huge tentacles, densely packed, entangled and wriggling, from near to far, without exception. It was like they fell into a huge python cave. If you don't change your standing position and center of gravity carefully, you will be trapped in the gaps of the tentacles by the undulating wriggling. Looking at the bottomless black tentacles, Thor felt a chill in his heart. Even with his current physical strength, he would probably be crushed to pieces if he was caught in it, but the more terrifying thing is yet to come. More and bigger tentacles stretched out from the ground. The closer to the distant mountains, the bigger the tentacles. At the farthest point visible to the naked eye, there was actually a tentacle as thick as a hill. These huge and terrifying tentacles stretched toward the sky, and swayed constantly with the ups and downs of the earth, just like seaweed under deep water. But Thor could imagine that once he was entangled by these seaweeds, they would do their best to drown him underwater. These tentacles exuded terrifying pressure, almost making it hard to breathe. Especially the tentacles in the distance that looked like small hills. Even though they were so far away, they brought the greatest mental pressure to Thor. Looking at the dense black tentacles around him, Thor was afraid that if he cast witchcraft again, he would be besieged by dozens of tentacles at the same time. At this moment, Anne, who was barely using blood to block the tentacles around her, screamed loudly, "Don't worry about me, go to the palace." The blood on her hand was resisting 5 huge tentacles at the same time, and it seemed that she couldn't hold on for much longer. As soon as the voice fell, she suddenly opened her mouth, and another blood spurted out of her mouth, stretching between Thor and Aegu, pulling apart the 2 tentacles with force, allowing the 2 to see the palace not far away. The ground near the palace was still soil, and it had not turned into a ball of tentacles entangled together. Thor and Aegu turned around at the same time, stepped on the squirming tentacles, and ran with all their strength towards the passage that had opened for them. After running a few steps, Aegu couldn't help but look back, and was horrified to see that Anne's limbs had turned into blood, pulling the tentacles to prevent them from getting close. But the next second, a black tentacle with a diameter of 3 meters fell from the sky. It directly pressed Anne and the tentacles that besieged her to the ground. Chapter 371. Sol did not look back along the way. He just helped Aegu when he lost his balance. There was no sound of tentacles whipping behind him. It seemed that after Anne, they had lost their target. The 2 stumbled all the way, not even daring to speak, and rushed to the palace with difficulty. The white gate of the palace quietly opened when the 2 stepped on the land again, as if someone was welcoming them in. Sol did not stay in the small open space in front of the palace, but walked through the gate without hesitation and entered the palace. Aegu naturally followed him. After entering the palace, there was a circular hall. At the end of the hall was an arch, and behind the arch was another circular hall. One hall was connected to another, and one was connected to another, with no end in sight. Like 2 mirrors facing each other, the pictures inside were endless. It looked very strange here. From the outside, the palace was not so big. But it was very quiet here. Just like when they had just entered the dead season. The door closed automatically after the 2 entered. There were no windows here, and the 2 of them were immediately dazzled by the darkness when they entered the room. But there were candles burning around the hall, barely bringing in dim light. The palace seemed safe for the time being. Plop! Aegu knelt down in front of Thor. After Thor reminded them that magic power would attract the attack of tentacles, Aegu also thought of letting one person attract the tentacles so that the others could escape. But at the last moment, he hesitated. In the situation just now, Thor had no time to come and retrieve the consciousness. If the container was destroyed, he didn't know if he would die with it. Aegu can't die yet. Therefore, Aegu, who obviously reacted faster than Anne, did not make the same choice as Anne. Thor did not pay attention to Aegu immediately. His eyes were deep as he checked the diary in his mind. The white pages were turning quickly, and he came to the last few pages almost instantly. When Thor saw the only black page belonging to Anne, he breathed a sigh of relief. The powerless reluctance faded, and the cold anger began to linger in his heart. Since those strange humanoids and black tentacles are driving us to the palace, let me see what's here. The diary did not tell Thor to enter the palace, but this palace could resist those terrifying black tentacles and strange humanoids outside, so it must be extraordinary. Get up. Sol calmly asked Aegu to get up. Aegu still felt a little guilty, but seeing that Thor didn't seem so angry, he was somewhat relieved. He stood up and tried to make up for it. Master, those outside are probably the same as Foresaw. They are all soul-devouring swamps. Thor nodded, but they are obviously much stronger than Foresaw. Xiaozhao fell into a deep sleep after eating the cryptocrystalline here, and the soul-devouring swamp here is so powerful. Is it also because of the cryptocrystalline? How many souls did the soul-devouring swamp that can grow to be as huge as a hill eat? This is just one of the elves' settlements, and there is such a terrifying existence. Places related to elves are indeed full of dangers. Thor took a deep breath, looked up at the ring-like hall in front of him, and whispered, "Everyone is in, let's go and take a look." He felt a familiar breath here, and along with his intuition, it called him to go. On the lawn full of irregular white houses, Casiro, who was originally sitting on the ground with a sluggish look on her face, suddenly jumped up. "Fire, fire, fire!" she shouted desperately, and danced on the spot. "What is she crazy about?" Monroe frowned in disgust, and he looked at Kong Sha again. "Sol has come in, but he obviously couldn't solve our problem. Now he is attacked in the forest, and I don't know if he is still alive." Mark heard this, looked up at the direction where Sol left, hesitated and said, "Or, I will go find him." Kong Sha sneered and glanced over. "Since you are worried about him, why didn't you go with the 2 bodyguards when they left just now? It's been so long before you think about looking for someone. Do you really want to find someone, or do you want to find something else?" Monroe looked at him suspiciously, and Mark immediately shut up. "He must be dead, he must be dead. We will be like him, and eventually turn into ashes and become their food." Casiro was tired of jumping and sat down. Monroe sighed, and covered his face with his hands. "I don't think we can escape. What treasure did you take? I really beg you, give it back. Otherwise we really can't escape, we will die here." At this point, Monroe put his hand down again. Maybe dying is a good thing. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and several nervous wizard apprentices all jumped up and looked in the direction of the forest in astonishment. They saw black tentacles that covered the sky, and the sun growing under the dark gray mountains in the distance. The tentacles kept twisting, and the 4 wizard apprentices felt cold, and their legs trembled as they looked at it from such a distance. Casiro suddenly fell to the ground, muttering something in his mouth. Mark gritted his teeth and spoke from his lips. What did Thor do to alarm the ancient soul-devouring swamp? Kong Sha narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to gently touch her cheek. Who knows? He always surprises and scares people. The 2 of them were alert and observed in the circular hall. The first hall had no decorations, and no abnormalities were found. They quickly walked into the second hall. The structure here is exactly the same as the first hall, except that there are more chairs. The chairs were lying on the ground in all directions, as if someone had deliberately pushed them down. Sol remembered that Mark said they had been attacked by the furniture decorations here, and several apprentices died before they escaped. But when he checked the fallen chairs, he did not feel any abnormal aura on them. Of course, he could not completely trust his judgment now. This elf valley was strange and abnormal, and many things did not conform to the common sense he had learned. After all, a great terror had happened to the elves, and the items they left behind alone could drive people crazy, not to mention an entire settlement. Therefore, everything that happened here cannot be viewed with the usual eyes. Sol then entered the third and fourth halls. The decorations of each hall were exactly the same, but each hall had many more things than the previous one. When Sol and Aga came to the fifth hall, there were already many furnitures and exquisite paintings on the walls. There were heavy satin curtains on both sides of the circular hall. But when Sol looked behind the curtains, he found that there were still walls and no windows. Since there are no windows, why do we need to hang curtains? Sol looked back at Agu, but Agu was also full of doubts. Although he was also a ghost over 100 years old, he didn't know much about elves. Until they entered the ninth hall, a dark door finally appeared in front of them, and spiral stairs appeared on both sides. At this time, the distance they traveled was far beyond the depth of the palace that could be seen by the outside world. If we want to continue exploring, we should go upstairs. But these 2 staircases. Which one should I choose? The staircase on the left looks normal, turning a half arc and sinking into the second floor. The staircase on the right is very strange. It grows wildly in the air like a vine, without considering how people walk on it. If you walk along the stairs, the middle part of your body will be parallel to the floor, and the last part will even be upside down in the air, and then sink into the wall on the right instead of the second floor. The staircase on the left, which was originally normal, looks even more strange in comparison with the staircase on the right. Chapter 372. The stairs on the left lead to the normal second floor, and the stairs on the right lead to an abnormal world. Sol paused and said, of course, it could be the other way around. The so-called normal world is only relative to the entire forest of 4 seasons. The reason why it's not all dead ends is, of course, because the diary didn't stop him from entering the palace. But when Sol stood in front of the two stairs and prepared to go up, the diary didn't give any warnings. Isn't the danger on the surface? Thor first chose the strange-shaped staircase that ended up disappearing into the right wall. Because of the previous experience, Thor did not use witchcraft to go up, but chose to climb directly. Anyway, the height of the entire hall was only 5 or 6 meters. The disabled Aga stayed where he was to assist. Although Thor had not learned how to climb, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and his arm strength was even greater. He planned to walk to a place where he needed to be parallel to the ground or even upside down, and he would directly use his strong arm strength to pull himself over. However, when Thor stepped onto the strangely shaped staircase, he found that as he moved forward, the direction of gravity he felt actually changed with the plane of the staircase. Before Thor entered the next floor, he was completely upside down relative to the room. He raised his head and happened to look at Agu, who was standing below and looking up. Thor nodded to Agu, and then stepped into the next floor. When Thor stepped into the next floor, Agu immediately disappeared. It was as if Thor had not entered the next floor, but entered another space. Agu stood there silently, waiting for Thor to come back, or calling him to come in. However, his knee was suddenly hit by something, and then a chair appeared behind him, forcing him to sit on it. Agu was startled, and just as he was about to stand up, another footstool flew over and held his legs, and then the tassels on the chair cover wrapped around Agu's hands and feet, trying to drag him up and take him away. Agu tried to struggle first, but found that these chairs and tassels were very strong, and he couldn't break free with his current strength. Just when Agu decided to take the risk of performing witchcraft, his movements suddenly froze, and then he became quiet, sitting on a chair with a slight surprise but helpless. He let the chairs and stools carry him away. When Thor entered the next room, it was as if he had entered a world with strange gravity. The shapes of everything here were abnormal and unreasonable. Some of the tables and chairs here stood on the wall, and some floated in the air, but the stairs under Thor's feet never stopped, extending all the way to the next room. The next room is above, which is normal to the point of being a little abnormal. Scanning the entire room, Thor's mental power gave him feedback that everything was normal. He could also use mental power here, so there was no need to worry about the shock not being able to calm down. He did not stop here, and quickly walked into the next room. If the second room was just the wrong position of the objects, the third room was even more bizarre. The things here were no longer in their original form. The furniture, decorations, and other things were all in disarray. It was as if the whole room had become a puzzle, and was put together at random. The chair backs protruded from the walls, the carpets were in pieces on the left and right, and the lamps and candles were not in the same place. Even the candle flames were divided into two parts, one above and one below. Only the stairs under Thor's feet remained the same. The fourth room was under the third room. Thor stepped on the stairs in the air, turned around, and entered the next room. In this way, he walked all the way to the ninth room. When he entered the sixth room, Thor had already closed his eyes. He could no longer look directly at the things in the room, and he didn't even know if he was walking in the room. Staring at those abnormal beings for a long time made his spirit body start to vibrate irregularly. In order to explore more areas, Thor closed his eyes. Although the darkness was also disturbing, Thor's mind gradually stabilized as he stared at the diary in his spirit body. During this period, he carefully used his mental power to sweep around his body to avoid abnormal fluctuations that he could not detect. When he entered the ninth room, the steps under his feet disappeared, and the log handrails disappeared. Thor used his feet to probe, and there was a flat ground in front of him. Judging from the feedback from the soles of his shoes, it seemed to be covered with carpet. He slowly opened his eyes, and the diary did not warn him. There was indeed a red carpet under his feet leading straight ahead. At the end of the red carpet was a white throne. The back of the throne was covered with flowers and thorns, and in the middle of the back of the chair, there was a small woven painting. Apart from that, there was nothing here. There were no rooms around, only an empty white light. The white light was not dazzling, but when Thor looked at the white light, his thinking became sluggish. He had no doubt that if he looked at it for too long, he would enter a state of stupidity, and be unable to break free. Thor quickly shifted his gaze back to the throne at the end of the red carpet, and it seemed that he heard a call in his ears. He frowned and walked over. The red carpet under his feet was very stable, as if it was really laid on a flat surface. Thor gradually approached the white throne, and the voice calling from it became clearer and clearer. Shiga Uther, Gagaz. Though he could not understand the words, Thor felt that it was an invitation for Thor to sit on it. It seemed that as long as he sat on it, all problems would be solved. Thor stretched out his hand, and gently placed it on a half-fragrant white flower. Shiga Uther, Gagaz. Shiga Uther, Gagaz. The voice from the white throne became lower, but it still surrounded Thor and never stopped. There was a strange feeling of being watched from behind, and Thor turned around suddenly, and was surprised to see that the red carpet behind him had disappeared. He stepped on the white base of the white throne, and below him was a starry sky. The starry sky was very common, and Thor could see it every night as long as he left the wizard tower. But the starry sky in front of him was different. Right opposite Thor, or the throne, there was a planet composed of black, white and gray. It looked like a sketch, but it was a real planet that was slowly rotating. It was very similar to the planet that Thor had seen on TV in his previous life, except that the distribution of the continents and oceans was different. However, Thor saw a large land plate, which was very similar to the entire land area of the western continent that he had seen in the wizard's basic knowledge of all things. The entire western continent was located in the west of a larger continental plate. This plate had many names, such as State, Binsing, etc. However, people in the western continent still called it State Continent. The State Continent is also divided into the northern continent and the eastern continent. But these three continents are separated by a huge area in the center, and ordinary people cannot travel through it. They can only go to other continents by air or sea around the coastline. That huge area, on the black and white planet at this time and place, appears black. Thor knows that it is called the No Man's Land. It is also jokingly called the Wizard's Burial Ground. As for why it is called the No Man's Land, Thor cannot know it now. In addition to the State Continent, there are two other continents on the planet. Their names are mentioned in the book on the basic knowledge of all things. Nefert Continent and Iskepper Continent. So this is what our world looks like. Thor was like an astronaut going to space for the first time, and his heart was extremely shocked. The northernmost part of the State Continent is actually a huge mountain range. So high, it can be seen clearly from this angle. Hey, why is the end of the mountain range so neat, just like tofu cut by a knife? Outside the mountains, there seems to be seawater. This row of mountains looks like a high wall. Could it be the wall of size at the end of the north mentioned in the book? Beyond the north of the mountains, there is no land. There is no Arctic continent or icebergs on the sea, only endless seawater. The white seawater extends to the end of Thor's sight, flowing to the back of the planet that he cannot see. Chapter 373. Thor lowered his gaze, and looked at the other two continents. The continent at the equator should be Iskepper, and the continent near the South Pole should be Nephrite. Neither of these two continents has a huge mountain range like the Wall of Size, and it doesn't look like a plate split from the Staten continent. Although there is nothing unusual on these two continents, I must travel to these places if I have the chance. Although there is no color, everything in front of him still makes Thor's heart surge. I wonder what the other half of the planet looks like. He was moved, and had some inappropriate curiosity. Suddenly, as if knowing Thor's intention, the black and white planet in front of him suddenly accelerated its rotation speed. In just a few seconds, it showed its back to Thor. Hiss! Thor took a breath and was stunned. The back of the black and white planet turned out to be a huge depression. It was like a whirlpool in the deep sea, constantly sucking seawater into it. It was like a black hole in the universe, swallowing everything and returning to darkness forever, but it was not quite the same as a black hole. It would explode. Just as Thor was watching, an explosion suddenly occurred inside the huge depression. The seawater on the continent was blown out by the explosion, causing a tsunami that covered the sky and the sun. The tsunami spread out in rows, heading north and slamming into the huge mountain range at the northern end of the State Continent. Although the potential energy of the seawater had been reduced a lot at this time, it hit the Wall of Size. The momentum above still made Thor's ears hurt. Even though he didn't hear anything. The tsunami was heading south, and it looked like it would hit the Nephrite continent. Thor couldn't see that side, and didn't know how Nephrite, without the Wall of Size, would deal with this huge tsunami, but that wasn't what Thor was worried about. What he was worried about now was that there was such a huge depression on a planet, and it would explode. Can this planet really exist for a long time? Thor closed his eyes, and he felt that his worldview had suffered a huge shock. Tiredness came over him, and he just wanted to fall asleep quickly. But at this moment, he heard another voice. Brother Thor, are you outside? Thor's heavy eyelids, which were about to close, suddenly opened again. At this time, the strange and terrifying star was no longer in front of him, and he returned to the pure white room. The voice calling him came from behind Thor. He turned around, looking for the source of the voice. Penny, is that you? Brother Thor, I'm here, in the woven painting in front of you. Sol was startled, leaned down, and looked at the woven painting in the center of the white throne. He had seen this woven painting a long time ago, but because the picture was too small and not so conspicuous, he did not observe the content carefully. When he leaned over to look, he found that although the woven picture was blurry due to the material, it seemed to be a forest, and there were several golden embroidery threads representing the sunlight penetrating from the sky. After careful observation, Thor found a little silver under one of the big trees. The silver was a little abrupt. At least this was the only place in the whole painting that used silver. "Penny, how come you are here? Is this also part of the Elf Valley?" The nightmare butterflies seemed to have entered a world in a painting. But Thor had just experienced a shock, so he was no longer surprised and could ask calmly. "This is not the Elf Valley. Brother Thor, I am with the elves." "You mean the elves that disappeared from this world? Are you really with them?" Thor began to question Penny's mental state. Could Penny have been contaminated? Should I call her back to the diary? "Brother Thor, I am not contaminated." Penny seemed to sense what Thor knew and thought, and quickly said, "But I need your help with something now." "What are you doing?" I am trying to determine the meaning of my existence." The topic suddenly became too high level, and Thor didn't know whether to refuse Penny. He thought about it and agreed. "What do you need me to do?" Penny's voice suddenly jumped up. "Master, can you help the elves find the stolen treasure?" "Another stolen treasure? It seems that this thing is quite important." Sol guessed and asked, "Is the treasure you have been talking about on Kongshaw's head?" Penny was silent for 3 seconds, and then suddenly burst into a sharp voice. No way, someone actually put the head of the Elf King on his head." Penny's surprise soon spread to Thor, and he opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what he should be surprised about first. Should he be surprised that there is such a king among the elves? Or should he be surprised that there are still bodies of elves left in this world? Finally, Thor still chose to sigh. What is Kongshawh doing? First, she took the risk to listen to the elves' whispers, then ignored Haywood's obstruction and bought the Elf Valley key sold by Billy, and finally, she actually put the head of the Elf King on her head. Thor had thought that the change in Kongshaw's head was related to the elves, but he never thought it was such a rough way. After all, although Kongshaw's face was beautiful, it was not as beautiful as rumored to be. Penny was also shocked. "Brother Thor, the most urgent thing is to get the head of the Elf King back and put it here, on the pure white throne, so that we can leave the Elf Valley." "Is this the only way to leave?" To be honest, as a wizard, if Thor got the head of the Elf King, his first reaction would probably not be to come back here. Although he was very shy about elves things before, now that people have come here and had almost sacrificed herself for him, it is not his style to leave empty-handed. He did not come here to save people. Penny immediately understood what Thor meant. She paused and whispered, "Brother Thor, I understand, but I have a trophy that is more suitable for you than the head of the Elf King. As long as you can put the head of the Elf King back to the pure white throne, I can convince the elves to open the passage and let you come and take a look. I promise that if you come in, even if you only take a look, the gains you get will be much greater than taking away the dangerous Elf King's head. You have a way to judge that I am not lying to you." Sol understood that Penny's last sentence meant that she was bound by the diary, and could not lie to Sol. Even if it was misleading, it would not work. Sol was silent for a while, and exhaled. "Okay. But the environment here is very special. I am not completely sure that I can subdue Kongshawh, who holds the Elf King's head. Can you provide me with any help?" "I'm sorry, Brother Thor." Penny did not bring any good news to Thor. "I can't provide you with any practical help now. But I can give you all the remaining cryptocrystalline in this palace. You can maintain the stability of your spiritual body by continuously absorbing cryptocrystalline. Of course, you can only do this inside the Elf Valley. Outside, it may attract terrible pollution from the consciousness layer. This is also the knowledge I got here. It seems that the elves inside cannot or are unwilling to provide assistance to themselves." Sol straightened up and thought helplessly. Who lost the treasure? Shouldn't they be the most anxious people? He crossed his arms, tapped his arms lightly with his fingertips, and thought about countermeasures. Kongshawh, Mark, Monroe, and Nat Cassiro. The four of them seem to be divided, but since they can survive until now, they will definitely unite when necessary. If the other three knew that Kongshaw's head was the elves' treasure, regardless of whether they would really send this treasure back, the constraints that made them act together would definitely disappear. Sol nodded lightly. "This is also my chance." Chapter 374. Thor agreed to Penny's request. Next, he had to go back to the elves' settlement and bring those weird wizard apprentices here. Thor walked out along the red carpet. The black and white planet had disappeared. As he started to go downstairs, he closed his eyes again. He couldn't help but think of the huge depression on the back of the planet. Can a normal planet really survive in the universe in this form? And what does the pure white throne watching in space mean? Is the elf observing something? The way back was fast. When Thor entered the room on the 4th floor, he opened his eyes, then sped up again, and quickly returned to the circular hall on the 1st floor. Egu was still standing there waiting for him, but the normal staircase had disappeared. What happened? Thor retracted his gaze, and turned to ask Egu. After you entered the twisted staircase, the normal staircase disappeared. Egu said immediately. Will the other path disappear if I make a choice? Thor looked around the 9th hall, and there was no trace of the other staircase. He followed his intuition and his connection with Penny and chose the twisted staircase. If he had chosen the other normal staircase, what would he have seen? Would he still see a planet that was normal on one side but had a huge abyss on the other? Would he still see the pure white throne? Thor looked at Egu. What did you see after the staircase disappeared? Egu raised his hand and stretched it out from the wide wizard robe. His palm was bloody, and there were 2 piercing wounds on the palm, and the clothes behind could be seen. I picked up 2 cryptocrystalline substances. Why are you saying it now? Thor immediately put the cryptocrystalline substances into his skin. This kind of thing can be lost if you are not careful, so it must be hidden close to the skin. I forgot, and I just remembered it when you asked. Egu said calmly. Thor shook his head helplessly. The consciousness body's perception of the body of the container is much worse than that of normal people. Even if he has used such a bloody way to remind himself of the existence of cryptocrystalline substances, it is still easy to forget. Since the other staircase has disappeared, let's not stay here any longer. The 2 of them passed through 9 halls with the same layout and returned to the 1st hall of the palace. I'm going to bring Kong Sha and the others here. Pushing open the palace gate, the world outside the door has returned to peace. Ega followed out. Master, what do you want to do? Go back to an open place and talk about it. Sol looked outside, and the terrifying enemies just now had disappeared. There were no huge black tentacles on the black land just now, and the mountains in the distance had also returned to peace. The deep forest on the other side was lush and green, and there were no white humanoid figures standing with their heads bowed. Oh, you completed the mission and hid one by one? Neither the strange humanoid figures with cold air nor the huge soul-devouring demon swamps were enemies that Thor could deal with. But they themselves were also restrained by some kind of power, and could not move freely in the valley. Otherwise, the wizard apprentices hiding in the elf settlement would have been slaughtered by them long ago. These guys should have the same goal as Penny. But Penny is looking for the meaning of existence? Thor's eyes flickered, and he waved, asking Egu to follow him. Not long after the 2 of them re-entered the elf valley in autumn, they saw Morton and Herman, who came to look for them. Master! Herman rushed forward stiffly, almost colliding with Thor. He looked Thor up and down and breathed a sigh of relief. Master, are you all right? Just now those trees suddenly blocked us from coming, and then we saw huge tentacles in the distance. But Master, those tentacles are similar to Shiazao. Could Shiazao be out of control? Morton found that it was not beside Thor, and looked at Egu. Egu raised his hand, and pointed at his head. Morton suddenly realized, and his face became a little heavy. Thor pushed Herman away, who was about to rush in front of him. There are many things to do. Let's go back and talk about it. This is still the elves' territory. It's not safe. They rushed all the way back to the White House. There were no trees within 100 meters, only grass just above the ankles, and a bunch of strange white houses. There were also 4 wizard apprentices with different expressions. You are still alive? Impossible. I clearly heard the sound of life disappearing. Thor's face turned cold. I did lose a guard. He looked at the other 3 people who had gathered around him. These people were approaching him with a tendency to surround him. He sneered in his heart, and then raised his voice. Although 1 person died, I also found a way to leave the Elf Valley. The 4 wizard apprentices stopped in their tracks. They looked at Thor one by one. Some were happy, some were surprised. Thor's eyes swept across the faces of the 4 people, and finally stopped at Kong Sha. Kong Sha was smiling at Thor, and seemed very happy to see him back alive. How can we leave the valley? Monroe came up impatiently. We need to enter the palace again. As soon as Thor said this, everyone's face changed again. It was like a dying factory, colorful. Monroe didn't expect it either. He seemed to want to say that Thor must be crazy, but he couldn't say it. Have you been to the palace? Seeing Thor nod, Mark frowned. If you had entered the palace, we would not be able to confirm your current mental state. After they were chased out by the palace's furnishings, some people did re-enter the palace to try to find a way to leave the valley, or negotiate with the existence in the palace. But when they came out again, They were either crazy or dead. What's more terrifying is that they would also attack their companions. It's hard to guard against. Later, they began to be wary of everyone around them. I can prove it. Soul suddenly let go of his hand and let his mental wave disperse. When his mental power swept over everyone, they could all feel that Soul's mental body was very stable at this time. Of course, after this large-scale spread of mental waves, Soul's mental body still inevitably oscillated slightly, but the fluctuation was very small and did not reach the level of abnormality. At the same time, everyone who was swept by Soul's mental wave heard his sentence. But they didn't know that others also heard it. The 4 people who heard this, whether it was the tense Monroe, the crazy Casiro, the cautious Mark, or the comfortable Conshaw, none of them changed their expressions. Sure enough, Soul smiled and asked everyone to check their status, but he kept saying in his heart, "No one is a fool. There may be some crazy people who can survive in the Elf Valley, but there is definitely no fool. Now you believe that I am fine, right?" Some people looked dazed, some hesitated, and finally it was Kong Sha who spoke first. "Of course, your mental state is more normal than most of us, and I believe you are not crazy. Then, can you tell us how we can enter the palace without dying in the siege of those white figures?" Soul said indifferently, "If we can't hold on until we enter the palace, then we can die here." He spread his hands. "I'm not really here to save you." A strange silence spread among the people, and finally it was still Kong Sha who spoke first. "Well, it seems that we have to rely on our own abilities. However, how can you prove that after entering the palace, we can leave the Elf Valley?" "It's very simple." Soul said, "The elves' treasure was stolen from the palace. If we go back to the palace together, we can bring the person who stole the treasure back, instead of spending a lot of time here to judge who is the thief and who is not." Mark shook his head after hearing this. "We have also thought about the method you mentioned. But as soon as we get close to the palace, we will be attacked. And who can be sure that if we bring back the person who stole the treasure, the people in the palace will let us go?" "Yes," Monroe also said, "when the thief stole the treasure, we were also in the palace, but he still escaped. The truly innocent people died in the palace. You want to run away, so you will die. But I have entered the deepest part of the palace and discovered the secret there." "What secret?" Monroe immediately became excited. "There is a pure white throne on the top floor of the palace. The person who ascends the throne can control the Elf Valley to a certain extent." Thor looked around at everyone and began to talk nonsense with a calm face. Chapter 375. Pure white throne? Monroe looked confused. He did not find any throne in the palace. So he looked at the other people again, and found that everyone had a complicated expression, and he could not understand their inner reactions. "I didn't see any pure white throne, and if sitting on that throne can control the Elf Valley, then why don't you sit on it?" Casiro immediately asked with a sneer. She obviously didn't believe it. Soul was not in a hurry. As long as the liar swears, the listener will inevitably doubt it. Besides, what he said was not completely false. He just put one hand on the throne, and saw the planet he was on. If he really sat on it, he might see other things. At that time, when Thor was curious about what was on the back of the planet immediately turned to the back to show him. Obviously, Thor had certain authority at that time. It's just that Thor is not sure whether this authority is good or bad, more or less. But this does not prevent him from using it as a pie in the sky. "Because I won't stay here. I came here just to collect a little bit of this." Soul raised his arm, and his skin suddenly cracked, and something invisible squeezed out from under the skin. He looked at Kong Sha. "Kong Sha can prove this." Kong Sha narrowed her eyes. "That's true. But if you don't want to stay, is there anyone else who wants to stay?" "It doesn't matter." Soul slowly moved his muscles to put the transparent cryptocrystalline back against the bones. "If none of you really want to sit on the pure white throne." He raised his hand and pushed Aegon next to him forward. "If none of you really want to sit on the throne, I will sacrifice one of my men. One of them has already died anyway." The few people who just said they didn't want to stay had their eyes flickering again and fell silent. Soul continued, "When the time comes, let the person sitting on the throne open the passage out of the valley, and the rest of us can leave safely." Then he spread his hands. "Of course, you don't have to believe it. Anyway, I came back to find my 2 men and sell this news for a price. Whether you join or not, I will go there tomorrow to open the passage. But what if the strange existence in the palace starts asking us for the lost treasure again?" Monroe asked. Thor said indifferently, "It's not me who took it anyway. If I can go in once, I can go in a second time. As for others who want to follow me in, they can pay the money. If they want to find the throne by themselves, they can go alone. I won't stop them. As for the stolen treasure, if you have the ability, take it out. If you don't have the ability, you will die in it. He showed that he didn't care about the treasure at all. Sol said it so frankly that those who had originally thought of secretly looking for the throne hesitated. Although I don't want to go back to that palace. After a long time, Kong Sha said quietly, but we have been trapped here for more than half a year. Maybe what Sol found is our last chance to escape. The remaining 3 people expressed their opinions. If we stay any longer, we will go crazy. Monroe looked at Casiro and said, okay. Mark also nodded, maybe this is why Kong Sha called you here, you can always find something new. Lastly, it was Casiro. She stood in a trance, and suddenly murmured, if we can't escape this time, we will die in there together. I want to become a lamp, not a chair. Several people reached an agreement, and Thor took the 3 consciousnesses to find a house to rest. After he sat down, he suddenly looked up at Agu. There should be no problem here, so I ask you again. What else did you encounter in the palace? Agu forced a smile on his stiff face. Master, after you went upstairs, I was also forced to enter a magical space. Morton and Herman looked at Agu. They didn't expect Agu to have such an experience. When they met again in the forest, he didn't mention it at all. I was sent to a normal staircase, but when I went up to the 2nd floor, I entered a black space. There were many voices talking there. I listened for a long time before I figured it out. Agu faced Thor, and suddenly shuddered. They gave me something and asked me to promise to take it out and give it to a half-elf, and they would guarantee that they would not hurt me. Everyone was surprised. Thor immediately asked, what is it? Agu squatted down in front of Thor, pointed at his head and said, they stuffed something into my brain and said that if I failed to fulfill the oath, the thing would turn me into a chair or a grass, forever holding up people's thoughts and becoming a dead object that cannot move. And those 2 cryptocrystallines were given to me by them. They said if you doubt me, let me give you the cryptocrystallines, and I can dispel your doubts. They also said that if I need cryptocrystallines, I can kill my companions at will, and the valley will soon grind their souls and bodies into new cryptocrystallines. Crystals are made by humans? Herman exclaimed, and then he clenched his teeth, afraid that his voice was too loud and would be heard by outsiders. Sol was not so surprised, but felt relieved that it was as expected. Since he picked up the cryptocrystalline at the place where Leon disappeared, he had a vague suspicion of the origin of the cryptocrystalline. The 2 cryptocrystalline you gave me were probably made by the people who died in the palace. He leaned forward slightly, holding his chin with his hand. Why don't they look for me? It's obvious that I, who was protected by you, should be the one who is more likely to leave the valley, right? When Morton heard this, he hesitated and said, perhaps it is because you, the master, chose another path first that they can't choose you. Agu offered another guess. I think it may be that your spiritual power is very high, high enough to offset the influence of their oath power. Sol thought that both of them made sense, but he also had his own ideas. In fact, I was the first one to make a choice. But the reason why I had the opportunity to make a choice was because my spiritual power was stable enough to pass the test of the 9th floor room. Sol did not specifically mention what he experienced on that strange and twisted staircase, so everyone did not know the conditions for climbing the stairs. The White Throne is not hard to find. Just walk to the last circular hall, climb the twisted staircase, and walk to the end, and you will see the throne. But judging from their reactions today, at least 2 of them did not know the existence of the White Throne. Agu nodded repeatedly. That means not everyone can see the twisted staircase. I can see it, probably because I was following you, my master. That's not necessarily true. Thor smiled slightly. Your spirit bodies have actually been reinforced, and you may be able to see the twisted staircase if you enter alone. Then Thor stopped smiling. There is such a strange staircase, and there is a faint call from inside. Anyone who comes to the palace with a purpose will most likely choose to enter the twisted staircase first. Thor gently stroked his chin. I have another question in mind. If the first person to enter chooses the twisted staircase, will the people behind never see it again or be unable to choose that staircase? In this way, there will be at most only one person who knows the White Throne. But according to you, if the spirit body is not stable enough, there is no way to climb the stairs. Herman said doubtfully. Yes. Thor nodded, but those people are not ordinary 2nd-level apprentices. They are all powerful apprentices, who are invited by Kong Sha to enter the valley, but they have no hope of promotion. He paused and said, and Kong Sha, when I first entered the tower, was known for her extremely stable spirit body. 3 years ago, she could cast 4 or 5 first-level witchcrafts in a row without worrying about the shock of the spirit body. Thor looked at his consciousness bodies, so I think Kong Sha is definitely qualified to step onto the twisted stairs, so she took the head of the Elf King from the White Throne. Thor clenched his fists. So, she took the elf's treasure, and none of the other apprentices knew about it. Morton nodded and agreed, that's right, and the treasure can help her blur other people's cognition, so she will put the thing on her head in a high-sounding manner, so no one will find out. Aegu raised his hand and touched his head, and asked hesitantly, then Master, do you think I will be the only one who is tied to the dark space, and swore to hand over the thing to the half-elf? Of course not. Thor smiled, I think you will have many companions. Chapter 376. Originally, Thor said he would rest for a night to prepare for the battle outside the valley, but he actually didn't rest for the whole night. He even meditated for a while before the sun was about to rise to recover from mental fatigue. When he and his consciousness bodies walked out of the white wooden house, they found that the other four were all standing at the edge of the forest. Apparently, they didn't sleep well either. After being trapped in this hellhole for half a year, even if their magic power improved by leaps and bounds, they had long wanted to leave after entering the 3rd level. But every time they wanted to leave, they were chased and killed, and even more people died of mental disorders. This made the survivors even cautious in escaping. Now there is finally a new possibility, so they are naturally excited. Thor walked to the edge of the woods, holding 2 scrolls in his hands. The other wizard apprentices looked at him with envy. After being trapped in the Elf Valley for so many days, the scrolls they prepared had long been used up. In the end, they had to rely on witchcraft to survive. Although they have figured out several ways to restore mental shock, if they use that method a few times, people will become neurotic, which is similar to chronic suicide. But although they envied it, no one thought of asking Thor for it. When everyone was present, Kong Sha, who was vaguely the leader of the apprentices, chuckled, if we enter the forest together, we will definitely be chased by the pale humanoids. Whether we live or die, and whether we can escape, depends on our own ability. Everyone was silent, and even the most abnormal Kasiro bowed her head quietly. In this silent atmosphere, Thor took the first step. The 3 consciousnesses followed closely. As expected, they had just entered the forest for less than 100 meters, and the trees around them changed. The tree trunks kept switching between human skin and tree bark. When the last wizard apprentice also stepped into the forest, vines even began to actively block Thor's way. Run! Faced with the branches that suddenly stretched out, Thor had no intention of paying attention to them. He shouted and ran first. The 3 consciousnesses were well prepared and ran away. The people behind him didn't expect Thor to run so resolutely, and they were stunned for 2 seconds. In just these 2 seconds, they opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing that Thor was about to disappear from sight, several wizard apprentices became nervous and hurriedly ran after him. Thor immediately sped up his pace. The apprentices behind him began to run wildly, almost forgetting their original vigilance and nervousness. There was no way. Every time Thor went to a place, the trees there began to change strangely. If the people behind him did not keep up, they would definitely be blocked behind by the pale human figures that appeared. Being blocked behind might mean that they could not enter the palace in time, and lost the opportunity to compete for the pure white throne. Although they may not necessarily sit on that throne, they can't give up the chance to choose. Moreover, if the pure white throne really exists, there may be other equally valuable things. Under Thor's leadership, everyone threw away their doubts and concerns and ran as fast as possible. But even so, they were surrounded by a group of white figures before leaving the forest. Those figures stood at the edge of the woods, as if they had known they would come and waited on Thor's path. Looking at the human wall in front of him, Thor frowned slightly. Go straight ahead, Thor ordered. Aegu and Morton immediately cast a spell, using the flash dust. However, this time, the white figures did not flicker and disappear like yesterday. Only a few figures that were hit the most disappeared into the air. Not good, they have begun to adapt to the flash dust and no longer regard it as an attack. These pale humanoids are not villains, who don't use their brains. They also have consciousness, division of labor, and even learn to change strategies. Switch to Fireball, try to open a passage first. Soul ordered without hesitation, and the scroll in his hand disappeared and reappeared in an instant, changing from flash dust to a scroll of secondary flame bead in a short time. This scroll is much more expensive than flash dust, and Thor felt painful for a while every time he threw a scroll. And now, in order to break out of the siege of the white figure as soon as possible, Thor activated the secondary flame bead scroll without hesitation. 3 large fireballs rushed into the pale figure, instantly smashing 7 or 8 strange humanoids. A gap suddenly appeared in the human wall, and then Thor threw out another scroll, breaking through the human wall. Then 3 consciousnesses guarded Thor and plunged in. However, these pale figures obviously did not want them to pass through so smoothly. When Thor passed the first layer of the human wall, they flashed and appeared behind the human wall. Only the pale figures, who attacked them, and were scattered did not continue to appear. Thor did not stay at this time. The touch of torture immediately drilled out from his palm, attacking those figures, who wanted to resist their advance. In order to prevent them from moving forward, these figures would frequently launch attacks, so they were easily hit by Thor. After several head-on collisions, the original white human wall was turned into a cone shape by Thor, and the people who surrounded them on both sides just happened to collide with the wizard apprentices, who came from behind. When the people behind had to fight back the besieged human figures, Thor had already rushed to the black land of the dead season first. As soon as he stepped onto the dead season, Thor immediately gathered his overflowing mental power, disabled all magic power, and then ran quickly towards the palace of the elves along the edge of the dead season. However, at this moment, a sharp ice blade suddenly pierced into the ground under Thor's feet. The cold light blue ice crystals exploded bang at the moment they were half submerged in the ground, and then a strong water element particle spread out. Thor turned around, and saw Kongsha rushing out of the pale human figure for the second time. She smiled at him and said, "Sorry, I can't let you enter alone." Thor narrowed his eyes, and before he could speak, the ground under his feet began to undulate like waves. Thor lowered his center of gravity, and stabilized his body. When the first black tentacle pierced the ground, he suddenly flipped forward and rolled directly back to the forest. In this way, Kongsha was the only one standing on the dead season. Thor did not look back to check on Kongsha. When he rolled back to the edge of the forest, he was immediately attacked by the strange humanoid. He crossed his hands on his head and resisted the attack. Then the spirit armor technique was instantly activated close to his body. The next second, 2 balls of secondary flame beads flew over and hit the figures around Thor. Several figures were attacking Thor, and were hit by the 2 balls of flame. They dissipated into white smoke in a silent roar. Thor took advantage of this gap to stand up and swung his arms to shake off the frost on his sleeves. Then he broke through to the right and entered the dead season again. At this time, there were already 2 wizard apprentices in the dead season, one of whom was Kongsha. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. Although tentacles had begun to appear on the ground, Kongsha moved forward carefully, trying to avoid being noticed. The other person ran even faster. It turned out to be Kasiro, who looked the craziest. At this time, her eyes were wide open, with bloodshot eyes, and the corners of her mouth were still twitching with a smile. Her arms swung back and forth like the pendulum in a clock, and her legs ran very fast, but they looked a little bloated. Now she was less than 100 meters away from the palace gate. With her suddenly abnormally strong lower limbs accelerating, it seemed that she could enter the palace in just a few seconds. Kongsha moved her eyes over and happened to meet Sol, and then she found that Sol still had a smile on his face, and was not angry because Kongsha tried to stop him. Sol was closer to Kasiro than Kongsha, but he did not try to stop Kasiro, and even shouted a warning. Kasiro, enter the innermost part of the hall, remember to go up the twisted staircase. While saying this, Sol kept staring at Kongsha. Now, someone is going to go in before you. Will you still be indifferent? Chapter 377. However, Thor did not wait for Kassa to make a move. The incident happened in the forest that was already densely covered with white figures. Ah! A scream made Thor's face change instantly. He looked back and heard Monroe's exclamation at the place where the pale figures were besieging. Did Monroe fail to rush out? Although he said before coming that everyone had to rely on their own abilities, he actually did not think that 4 people who could survive in the Elf Valley for half a year would die easily. Who would have thought that there would be casualties now? Thor's consciousness bodies have not suffered any casualties yet. Someone couldn't hold back and took action. Thor could not tell whether he was excited or nervous. He licked his dry lips with his tongue. The tip of his tongue was deep red, like a demon that had just drunk human blood. Why would Mark attack Monroe, who had not yet rushed out of the forest? The next second, Thor suddenly felt the diary in his spirit body move, and it turned out that Herman had returned to the diary. Before he could ask Herman the reason for his death, Kasiro, who was at the front, had already put her palm on the palace gate. Thor immediately looked at Kongsha. He wanted to know whether Kongsha, who was holding the head of the Elf King, would give up the pure white throne in order to leave the Elf Valley. Thor was sure that these people did not completely believe him, but he was even more sure that even if what Thor said was only 10% likely to be true, they would never risk giving the pure white throne to others. At this time, Kongsha was quietly watching Kasiro, and did not catch up or launch a witchcraft attack. The silence around her was unusual. Perhaps sensing Thor's gaze, Kongsha's left eye slowly turned to Thor. While her right eye was still staring at Kasiro, Kong Sha opened her lips and silently uttered, "Did you find out?" Bang! The palace gate was suddenly knocked open, and Kasiro, who was standing in front of the door and about to open it, suddenly jumped back at the moment the door opened. Her legs were like two springs, compressed, and then suddenly stretched straight. Just as she jumped away, a sharp stone pierced out from the crack of the door. Bang! The door slammed against the walls on both sides, and Sol, who had just turned around, also saw what was behind the door. It turned out to be the pillar of the display shelf in the third hall. Sol remembered that when he passed by the third hall, he saw the furniture lying on the ground, including this display shelf. The sharp pillar seemed to be violently destroyed by someone and lay sideways. But now, this pillar was stuck in the gap of the wooden frame of the display shelf, stabbing Kasiro fiercely. Just like a swordsman, holding the rapier in his hand, he stepped forward and thrust. Kasiro seemed crazy, but her reaction was not slow at all. She jumped high into the air, relying on the fact that she had escaped from the soul-devouring swamp, and held her hands in front of her chest. A ball of light as dazzling as the sun gathered between her palms. Kasiro's major was not light, but fire. Sol, who was closest to Kasiro, could already feel the heat, which almost singed his hair. Kasiro's palms were also obviously red and swollen, and the palms were even charred and carbonized. However, just before the burning ball of light was thrown out, a black tentacle suddenly pierced Kasiro's chest. Kasiro stared blankly, her spell was interrupted, and the surging spirit twisted her face in an instant, and Kasiro's skin began to soften like oil. Soul-devouring swamp. Sol was shocked. Kasiro had clearly stepped into the palace, and the soul-devouring swamp would not attack her again. But everything happened so suddenly, and the soul-devouring swamp actually broke the unspoken rules of the Forest of Four Seasons first. The soul-devouring swamp tentacle did not stop attacking after piercing Kasiro's chest, but turned around urgently in the air, returned and pierced Kasiro's head again. Kasiro, who was still struggling to save herself, trembled all over and then, boom, turned into a ball of fire, and the black tentacles on her body burst into flames. As soon as he saw this, Thor's pupil shrank suddenly, and then he pounced forward and rolled on the ground for several rounds, and then a ball of gray mist. Bang! The ground exploded on him, instantly covering the surrounding 3-meter area. At the same time that Thor rushed out, a black tentacle fell from the sky and pierced into the softened ground with a puff. Then came the second and the third. These tentacles chased Thor like machine guns, almost brushing against his shadow and piercing into the ground. If Thor was a second slower, he would have been pierced with a big hole in his body like Kasiro. When he was covered by the thick and unclear gray fog, 5 or 6 tentacles continued to pierce into the gray fog. Puff! 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 When the 5th tentacle penetrated, the sound of flesh being pierced came from the gray fog. After the 6th and 7th tentacles penetrated after finding their positions, the same trembling feedback sound came. Kong Sha chuckles, laughed, her body trembled slightly, and she was very happy. The soft tongue stretched out from her red lips, gently swept across her snow-white teeth, and the tip of her tongue was forked like a snake's tongue. She did not rush over, but commanded dozens of thicker black tentacles to surround the gray fog that had not yet dissipated and wait for battle. Kong Sha glanced sideways at the forest. At this time, Thor's other 2 black turban guards had not yet rushed out of the white figure. They were still focusing most of their attention on Thor, helping him to clear the way and resist damage, so they were unable to follow Thor and be besieged by the pale figure. Humph! Kong Sha rolled her eyes contemptuously. It seems that your master came back to pick you up just to be a shield and scapegoat for himself. There was some commotion among the pale figures besieging the 2 black turban guards. It seemed that they had discovered that their master was in danger, and were desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. But these loyal guards probably didn't expect that there were more terrifying black tentacles waiting for them in the dead season. Kong Sha slowly walked towards the gray fog that enveloped Thor. She believed that Thor would not die so easily. But at the same time, she believed more in the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp that was temporarily controlled by her. This was not a force that a wizard apprentice could resist. In fact, in such a large scale of the ancient soul-devouring swamp, even the official wizards can only run for their lives. Mark seems to have discovered my secret. But he is smart. He knew to kill Monroe and leave immediately. Did he also kill one of Thor's guards? He stopped when he was ahead. No wonder Mendricus likes him so much. Kong Sha didn't care about Mark's desertion. Anyway, if the Elven Valley was not opened, he couldn't really escape. As long as Kong Sha dealt with Thor and asked about the secret of the throne, he could easily catch the escaped little mouse and crush him to death. At this time, Kong Sha had already walked to the gray fog. She held the black tentacles beside her, gathered her extra thoughts, and stared at the gray fog intently. Even though she had captured Thor, and even seriously injured him, Kong Sha did not dare to underestimate him. She raised her hand and waved, and a small tornado swept over, sucking away a large amount of gray fog and flying high into the sky. As the tornado left, everything in front of her became clear. However, when she saw the person lying on the ground in front of her covered in blood, Kong Sha's expression changed from astonishment to anger in a second. "Why is it you?" The man lying on the ground with 5 or 6 tentacles piercing his chest and limbs was a tall guard with a black scarf covering his eyes. Ahem. Aegu spat out a sticky red liquid and smiled brightly at Kong Sha, with some meat stuck on his scarlet teeth. "Surprised? Are you surprised?" Beside Aegu, there was a crying golden coin reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Chapter 378. Last night, when Thor explained today's battle arrangements to Aegu, he specifically taught him a sentence. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" And he asked him to wait until the attacker found that he and his master had swapped positions before saying this sentence. At that time, Aegu didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. This sentence can't play a positive guiding role in the battle. But when he said this sentence with a grin today, looking at Kong Sha's angry face, he suddenly felt that this sentence is really asking for a beating. Lord Thor must be punishing me for my hesitation yesterday. Just when Aegu thought of this, he saw a black tentacle with a diameter of 1 meter swooping down quickly towards his head. Snap! When the black tentacle rose again, Aegu's head had turned into a ball of meat paste. "Thor!" Kong Sha's chest kept rising and falling. "Thor, we must catch him back." Thor was the most important part of her plan and her last struggle. She could not care if Mark left, but she would never let Thor leave. At this moment, Kong Sha suddenly noticed that the commotion of the white figure had moved from her side to the front near the palace. "He's there!" Kong Sha reacted immediately. The commotion of the white figure just now was not because Thor's black turban guards saw Thor being restrained and wanted to rush over to rescue him. Instead, they saw that the scapegoat attracted Kong Sha's attention, so they had to speed up, hide in the white figure, and continue to approach the palace. Kong Sha grinned and said, "Stop him." A white figure suddenly rushed out 3 meters away from the palace. Thick white frost condensed on his hair and clothes. It was Thor who had exchanged positions with Aegu. At this time, he could hear the sound of breaking through the air behind him. He no longer cared about hiding his magic fluctuations, and flew up directly. As if repeating the scene just now, the black tentacles chased Thor's afterimage. When it was about to catch up with him, another person suddenly blocked the black tentacles. It was Morton. He pressed his hands down on the ground, and a huge black wall suddenly rose from the soft ground. Bang, 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 bang. The black tentacles pierced into the temporary wall made by Morton like sharp arrows. But this temporary barrier only lasted until the 6th tentacle, and then it was broken and collapsed. Alas, the magic power of this body is still not enough. Morton sighed, and was then pierced by the tentacles that broke through the wall. But in Morton, devote your life. With no resistance from the ground, Thor had already entered the castle. Because Casiro had already opened the castle gate, Thor did not need to waste time opening the door. Of course, he still had to face the furniture guarding the door. "Get out of the way, I'm sending the Elf King's head back." The shelf opposite trembled in a humane way, and actually stepped aside when seeing Thor rushing towards him. Thor had originally prepared a magic to break in, but he did not expect the other party to make way so easily. Instead, he couldn't stop, and almost crashed into the wall of the circular hall. When Thor finally stopped, he immediately hid in the blind spot of the gate and looked out. He saw the black tentacles slowly withdraw from Morton's body, and Morton looked up, looking at Thor with a look of death. The next second, Morton's body fell heavily to the ground, and Kong Sha's long legs crossed Morton's body and walked to the palace gate. The black tentacles stopped outside the palace with some concerns, twisting and wriggling constantly. Thor brushed off the dirt on his body, and slowly walked to the gate. "I thought you would take action halfway, but I didn't expect your helper to be so powerful." Sol had a look of admiration on his face. Kong Sha's expression was cold. She walked to the gate, and lowered her head to pick up a transparent object from the ground. "Crystal?" Sol looked sideways. The place where Casiro's body was lying outside the door was now empty. "Now, I think you have guessed it." Kong Sha stretched out her tongue, and rolled the transparent thing into her mouth. "Yes, cryptocrystalline is transformed from the corpse of the apprentice, but it also requires many other auxiliary conditions. For example, cognitive collapse. I found this thing when I first entered the valley, and it can help me advance to the 3rd level apprentice. Thor, do you know? When I found that I could finally advance, I was so happy. Thor thought for a while. So, the 2 people who entered the valley with you at that time were killed by you. The first one wasn't. He went crazy on his own. It's a pity that my experiment failed for the second one. He just turned into an ordinary corpse. So you called more people in the second time, just to serve as your experimental subjects? Of course not all of them. Kong Sha smiled, raised her hand, and gently stroked her beautiful face. Her ring finger just pressed on her left eyeball, gently pressed down, and the eyeball gave a very resilient response. Finally, it was no longer cold glass. She smiled even more happily. I also got a more precious treasure because of it. Then why did you deliberately pull me in? Kong Sha tilted her head. Do you want to know? If you want to know, just come out. Soul was silent. Go out, and then be skewered by the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp. If Soul hadn't used the double-sided coin he got from Machamochi in time to exchange positions with Agu, he would have been the one stabbed into honeycomb coal. What's more, the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp doesn't seem to be able to enter the palace now, so Soul will naturally not give up this geographical advantage. Not only did he not go out, he even moved a few meters inside, almost entering the next hall. After all, although those tentacles have never entered the palace, it does not necessarily mean that they can't enter the palace. If you don't want to say it, forget it. One of my strengths is that my curiosity is controllable. There are still furniture in the palace that are staring at Kong Sha, but they seem to be afraid of the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp outside, and did not attack Kong Sha, who was already standing in front of the door. Kong Sha was not surprised to hear what Thor said. If prey would obey and enter the trap, then there would be no need for hunters in this world. She waved her hand at Thor in the palace and said in a cold voice, "Catch him." The huge black tentacle hesitated for a moment, and the tip of the tentacle probed, but did not immediately execute Kong Sha's order. Thor was also shocked. He immediately looked at the furniture surrounding the door. Hey, your old house is about to be raided. Why don't you stop it quickly? At the same time, he was thinking, the palace wants to find the lost treasure, which is the head of the Elf King, but I have brought people here, and they still don't seem to have any reaction. Do I have to bring the head of the Elf King to the pure white throne? If the enemy was only Kong Sha, Thor would still have some confidence, but now that terrible ancient soul-devouring demon swamp with main tentacles like a hill obeyed Kong Sha's command, Thor himself really had no confidence that he could defeat Kong Sha and take back the head of the Elf King. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? The elves have disappeared. Can a little bit of remaining will scare you to stop moving forward? Kong Sha suddenly raised her voice. She looked up and stared at Thor. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lost their pupils. This is the king's order. The thief issued a final ultimatum to the monster as a head. The ancient soul-devouring demon swamp suddenly threw its tentacles into the sky, and then pierced into the palace like a sharp arrow. When the black tentacles penetrated into the palace gate, the invisible vibration spread out with the palace as the center, spreading to the entire Elf Valley. The long-standing balance was suddenly broken, and the white figures, who were standing at the edge of the forest with their hands hanging down, suddenly took a step forward. Then, as if awakening their consciousness, they continued to move forward, and their pale toes stepped on the charred land. Frost condensed under their feet. Snowflakes began to float in the air. Huge black tentacles continued to grow from the ground, and then swung fiercely at the white human figure who stepped into its territory. The latter was not to be outdone, and they attacked the black tentacles. Tentacles twitched and broke, and the human figures turned into white mist and dissipated. The Forest of Four Seasons was completely in chaos. Chapter 379. Kong Sha's attack was more terrible than Thor had imagined. So far, Thor found that he did not underestimate Kong Sha, but underestimated the head of the Elf King she had attained. She seemed to have borrowed the power of this head, and forcefully ordered the ancient soul-devouring swamp to attack the palace that it should not have set foot in. Those furniture that suddenly came alive in the palace rushed forward to resist the attack of the tentacles. But how could they be the opponent of the huge tentacles several meters thick? After a few hits, many pieces of furniture fell apart and fell to the ground. The palace gate could no longer accommodate so many black tentacles, and one tentacle directly broke through the wall next to the gate. The solid wall collapsed under the huge impact force, and the active furniture decorations were crushed. Soon, almost the entire wall at the palace gate was collapsed, and Kong Sha, who had been standing outside the door, finally stepped forward and entered the palace again. No matter how fiercely the tentacles and furniture around her fought, Kong Sha's beautiful eyes were always fixed on Thor. There was no movement at all. Seeing Kong Sha enter the palace, Thor immediately retreated, took off directly, and rushed straight to the next hall. Behind him, furniture kept appearing to block the tentacles that were flying towards him, but with the ability of the furniture, they could only help him delay for a few seconds. Fortunately, Kong Sha has the soul-devouring swamp, and I have found a helper. With the resistance of the furniture in the palace, Thor finally flew to the last hall. However, when he arrived here, he was stunned. The 2 staircases in the last hall disappeared. The stairs disappeared. So you still want me to bring the treasure? Soul thought it was ridiculous. Fortunately, I never put all my hopes on others. He landed on the ground and turned around. At this time, Kong Sha had walked slowly to the 8th hall. The 2 looked at each other through the archway. Kong Sha looked at Soul's calm expression and found it funny. In her eyes, Soul was desperate at this time, but he still had to stay calm. She wanted to see Thor's horrified expression, just like when he knocked on her bedroom door. Do you know why I took the elves' treasures, but still managed to stay here for more than half a year? Thor silently mobilized his spiritual body, and magic surged throughout his body. It seems that I underestimated the treasure you stole. With the help of the ancient soul-devouring swamp, Thor couldn't fight Kong Sha head-on. He stared closely at Kong Sha and the ancient soul-devouring swamp that was looking around behind him, trying to attack, but being restrained by Kong Sha, and his magic gathered in his hands. Now, if he wanted to defeat Kong Sha, he had to find another battlefield. However, just as Thor was about to cast a spell, the pressure in the air around him suddenly increased dramatically. He seemed to be underwater for hundreds of meters in an instant, and all the bones and muscles in his body were protesting against the heavy load. At the same time, the walls around the hall collapsed outwards, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The wall above Thor's head suddenly rose high and flew to an infinite distance, and could no longer be seen. Kong Sha, who was confronting him in the 8th hall, disappeared with the black tentacles behind her when the smoke and dust dissipated. In a moment, Thor's front, back, left, right, and head were all replaced by darkness. However, even though there was no light, he could see everything clearly. His feet were still on the brick floor of the 9th hall. The patterns and cracks had not changed at all. In the darkness around him, it seemed that there were eyes projected from far away. Thor was shocked again. This 9th hall suddenly turned into a place he was very familiar with, the consciousness platform. If he hadn't closed his hands yet, if the platform under his feet wasn't different, if there wasn't no starlight above and around him, Thor would have really thought he had entered the consciousness platform in advance, but he knew that this wasn't it. As Thor was observing his surroundings vigilantly, countless overlapping voices rang in his mind. The moment he heard those voices, Thor's head hurt as if it was about to explode. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell to one knee, barely holding on without falling. Those voices were still desperately pushing into his brain, just like pumping air into a balloon that had obviously expanded to its limit. Thor felt that his brain was about to be squeezed into paste. Fortunately, those chaotic and disordered voices were gradually adjusting, and the chaotic rhythm was gradually returning to order. Thor finally understood the meaning of those words. That was the language of the High Elves. He had not learned this language. It was the owners of the voices who forced this language into Thor's brain through thousands of repetitions and guidance. Take the king. Leave the valley. Find. Half-elf. Take the king. Leave the valley. Find. Half-elf. But even though Thor was forced to learn an extremely complex witchcraft language in a few seconds, the speaker's mind was not completely normal. Although Thor could understand every word, he did not quite understand their intentions. Do they want him to leave the valley with the head of the Elf King, or with Kong Sha? If they wanted the head or Kong Sha to leave from the beginning, why did they close the valley and trap these apprentices for half a year? And who is the half-elf? Where is he? The most important point is, what will they do if Thor doesn't agree? Brother Thor. Suddenly, Penny's voice also sounded in Thor's mind. It spoke the same High Elven language. Its voice sounded very far away, as if the two were communicating on a phone with very poor signal, and Thor was forced to wear a pair of earplugs. Penny! Thor tried to respond. Brother Thor, can't take out. Absolutely not. Penny's vague voice sounded anxious. Are you saying that we can't take the Elf King's head out? However, Penny didn't respond to Thor. Take the king. Out of the valley. Find. The half-elf. Take the king. Out of the valley. Find. The half-elf. There were only those chaotic, uneven voices around Thor, which continued to sound like issuing orders. He opened the diary in his mind, endured the huge pressure around him, and asked Agu, who had turned back into a black page. Is this the same black room you were taken to? Agu saw the outside world through Thor's sharing, and he immediately wrote excitedly. The room I went to was completely dark, and I couldn't see anything. But master, I recognized those voices. This is definitely the room where I was taken to issue orders. This room disappeared after I chose the twisted stairs. It seems to be deliberately hiding from me, but why did it suddenly appear now and issue a task that is completely opposite to the pure white throne? Thor's mind flashed with the scene of Kongsha leading the black tentacles into the palace. The two sides were obviously in a confrontation. Could it be that the elves of the Forest of Four Seasons were also divided into two factions, and now the power of the pure white throne was suppressed by Kongsha's invasion, so the black room appeared and issued me a task forcefully? Thinking of this, Thornton felt a headache. In other words, even if I lured Kongsha here, the pure white throne would not be able to take back its treasure? You ordered a dish, I cooked it, and then you asked me to feed it to you? Thor was almost speechless. If that's the case, I might as well accept the mission in the black room directly. Of course, Thor was just complaining. His intuition told him that the Elf King's head should never be taken outside. At this moment, the darkness around Thor was suddenly stained with white. The black and white sides actually devoured each other in front of him, and the space was shaking and becoming extremely unstable. Crash! It was like the sound of a mirror breaking. The next second, the background world of black and white intertwined turned into fragments and disappeared. Thor returned to the 9th circular hall of the palace. But the next second, a cone-like ice spike suddenly pierced his left arm. Thor, who had not yet recovered from the virtual world just now, was knocked down. The ice spike continued to move forward and directly pierced into the brick and stone ground, nailing Thor to the ground fiercely. Chapter 380. Sol had just come to his senses when he found himself pinned to the ground. He didn't need to look up, as he knew who released the ice spike. The next second, there was another sound of breaking through the air. Sol waved his right hand, and the black touch of torture wrapped with the translucent soul fishing directly met the second ice spike. In midair, the ice spike collided with the black tentacles, and the ice spike shattered instantly, but the black tentacles were also cut into several pieces by the fragments. However, although the black tentacles were blocked, Sol's hidden soul fishing was completely unaffected by the ice spikes and approached Kongsha directly. Unexpectedly, Kongsha's eye sockets suddenly widened. Her eyeballs were shaking in them. Her pupils were as thin as needles, and she stared at Thor's tentacles fiercely. Then, Thor's soul fishing was like being restrained by an invisible big hand, hovering between Kongsha's eyebrows, unable to move for a while. In the stalemate, Thor noticed that the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp that was originally following Kongsha had retreated to the hall 100 meters away at some point. And it was covered with a thick layer of frost. Although the frost would be shattered and fall off when it moved, a new layer of frost would soon condense. The frost seemed to be trying to freeze the tentacles in place. Frost should be those white figures in the forest. It seems that the pure white throne did not do nothing. It was just a little slow. With the pure white throne holding back the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp, Thor was more confident in dealing with Kongsha. Of course, Kongsha's mental strength and magic power were far beyond her normal self. Obviously, the head of the Elf King she was holding provided her with a very powerful boost. Otherwise, Kongsha would not be able to stop Thor's soul fishing. Even the regular wizards could not stop it. Thor endured the pain and pulled his left hand out of the ice. Then he did two things at once, controlling the soul fishing to retreat and attack again, while quietly gathering magic power on his hands. Facing the powerful head of the Elf King, Thor had to use his trump card that he had not yet fully perfected the battlefield of consciousness. Kongsha's mind turned into a wall to resist the attack of the gray translucent tentacles, but at the same time, her other eye also shifted to Thor. Seeing the other party's small movements, Kongsha narrowed her eyes. She felt threatened. Although the other party's witchcraft had not yet taken shape, Kongsha's intuition told her that she must not let the other party's magic power condense. So the next second, Kongsha's left eye suddenly jumped out of the eye socket and ran towards Thor. Thor just raised his head and saw an eyeball approaching him. As soon as the two looked at each other, tons of eyeballs immediately appeared in front of him, falling from a high place, with a weird look, rolling or jumping, and constantly approaching him. He seemed to be swallowed by the ocean of eyeballs. Hallucination? Sol immediately half closed his eyes and observed the world again with meditation, while his hands did not slow down. The magic circles engraved on the palms of both hands were already slightly glowing, and the construction of magic power and the entanglement of mental power were about to be completed. But under Sol's semi-immersive meditation, he could still see countless eyeballs jumping towards him. One of them rolled to his feet and stopped. His feet even felt the touch of something hitting him. In order to open the battlefield of consciousness, Thor could not move temporarily. His palms moved inwards, and were about to overlap. However, in an instant, the eyeballs rolling around him exploded together, and the explosion of each eyeball blew up a small ball of Thor's mental power. Unbearable pain instantly penetrated Thor's whole body, and his skin exploded like fish scales. The magic power that was flowing through his body and gathering in his palms was immediately disturbed and difficult to form. Thor opened his eyes with difficulty, and the corners of his eyes were cracked, and blood drops fell on his clothes. Are you going to die?" he asked Kongsha hoarsely. What Kongsha had just detonated was nothing but her own mental power. In order to stop Thor from using the consciousness battlefield, she even blew up her own mental power. "It doesn't matter." Kongsha's voice also became extremely hoarse, like a 90-year-old woman. "Anyway, I don't want those eyeballs anymore." Although she had just detonated her mental power, Kongsha acted as if nothing had happened. And Thor on the other side couldn't be as calm as she was. He was covered in blood. His skin had undergone a transformation from a witch body, and was also the carrier of his spiritual power. Therefore, the injuries on his spiritual body were fully displayed by his skin. Swoosh, swoosh. Kongsha waved her hand, and two more transparent and sharper ice spikes appeared out of thin air, approaching Thor in an instant, piercing his hands, which were still unable to move. Not only that, the cold air attached to the ice spikes also quickly spread to Thor's arms, making his upper body almost unable to move. Although Thor's forehead was twitching with pain, he still kept a tight face and sneered. "You have blew up your own spiritual power and borrowed the spiritual power of the elves. You have been polluted, Kongsha." Kongsha was also under great pressure at this time, but she laughed happily when she saw Thor sitting on the ground unable to move. She waved her hand again, and two more ice spikes broke through the air, piercing Thor's calves, nailing his lower body to the ground, and quickly spreading a thick layer of ice. She twisted her waist, and walked over slowly. When she came in front of Thor, she suddenly kicked him down. Thor fell to the ground and groaned. But when Kongsha raised her foot, Thor realized that she was not wearing shoes. Her long and slender legs were exposed when her robe was flipped. It seemed that under the wide wizard robe, Kongsha was naked. Kongsha stepped on Thor's chest, and blood instantly soaked through her robe and seeped out from the gaps between her toes. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Thor, who was at a disadvantage, and even showed him her beauty intentionally. She put one arm on the knee of the leg that was stepping on Thor, leaned down, and had a twisted smile on her face. "Am I beautiful?" Ahem. As soon as Thor opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still said, "The Elf King is quite beautiful." The smile on Kongsha's face disappeared for a moment, but she soon laughed even more happily. "Ha ha ha, you don't think that the appearance of elves is in line with the aesthetics of the human race, do you? The beauty you see is completely the beauty in your own cognition. So you don't have to be so stubborn." Kongsha touched her face again. She also saw a very beautiful face from the reflection of Thor's pupils. It was the appearance she had always dreamed of. She was a little absent-minded. "Actually, I am very beautiful. If Gorza hadn't insisted on transforming me into that disgusting appearance, I would never have come to this point." She laughed softly, and her laughter was obviously not loud, but there was a sense of hysterical madness. Who wants that glass head full of eyeballs? Even if it can make my spiritual body extremely stable, what does it matter? The transformation of me was just a tool Gorza used to complete his resurrection experiment. When the experiment failed, he abandoned me. I couldn't accept this locator, so I could never be promoted to level 3. They all knew this, but no one cared. Kongsha's body began to tremble, but she was still smiling, while trembling. Gorza will abandon his apprentices as soon as they are no longer useful. Later, because of those eyeballs, I would see terrible things from time to time, but Gorza didn't care about me at all. He actually told me to find a way to overcome it myself. Ha ha ha, it's obvious that he forced everything on me. Kongsha lowered her head, and one eye suddenly turned to Thor's left hand. The left hand was secretly struggling, trying to pull it out of the ice spike. Kongsha waved her hand again, and another ice spike was heavily nailed on Thor's wrist. "Do you think I will let you close your palms?" She smiled extremely coldly. "My eyes can easily see through the disguise you cast on your palm. It looks like a very powerful witchcraft array." Chapter 381. Soul's face changed drastically, and his calmness collapsed in an instant. "You?" Kongsha retracted her foot and looked back at the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp that was still entangled with the frost. "It's a pity that I can only control part of the tentacles, otherwise I wouldn't have been blocked by this palace for so long." She continued to look down at Soul. "Don't struggle, just listen to me." Kongsha discovered the secret of his palms, And Sol didn't pretend anymore. He grimaced and shouted in pain. Hiss, you have to drag me to talk, not giving me a quick death. Do you want me to collapse my cognition and become cryptocrystalline? Kongsha nodded with relief. That's right. So I hope you can be as good as when we first met, and don't play tricks on me. In this way, I will definitely make good use of the cryptocrystalline you have become, so as not to let down such a special existence like you. Her eyes were full of madness. If Gorza knew that I used his things, he would be very angry. Ha ha. But in his current state, he didn't dare to come in to catch me, and could only jump in anger outside. I am so happy just thinking about it. Thor was a little confused for a moment, whether Kongsha wanted him to collapse his consciousness or pursue madness. But looking at Kongsha like this, Thor's heart was also cold. Kongsha smiled for a while, retracted her feet, squatted down and looked at Thor. But you don't have to feel sorry for him. Do you think he really trained you for your own good? Kongsha tilted her head and stretched out her hand to touch the bloodstains at the corner of Thor's eyes. Did he say that he would not interfere with your studies to avoid misleading your cognition? Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. Teacher Gorza did say something similar. I've heard this before, so I agreed to the final transformation. In fact, he just pretended to let you study yourself and make yourself more delicious. When his experiment really needs you, he will turn you into his material with tears of gratitude. Do you know Ivan? He studied very hard, meditated very hard, and completed the transformation of the witch body very hard. But do you know what happened to him in the end? His carefully transformed body was ground into paste by Gorza, and made into an elegant shadow coat for Mrs. Eula. Shadow coat? Sol immediately thought of Lady Euler, who was only a silhouette, and could blend into different media. It turned out that the shadow was made by Gorza using the body of a student. Kongsha took back her hand, put the finger stained with Sol's blood into her equally red lips, and said vaguely, Your spiritual power talent is so good, there must be something that Gorza has noticed. It is said that his resurrection experiment has made a breakthrough, and I think your soul will be used by him soon. Did he give you a 3 or 5 year deadline? That was just a lie to appease you to work for him obediently. Sol remained silent, but his face became more gloomy, his lips were tightly closed, and his lips turned pale. Kongsha knew that Sol was already nervous. He was nervous. Even if he could walk out alive today, he could not escape Gorza's clutches. Death might be the best ending. What's more terrifying is that the soul is taken away for refining, and lives in pain and torture forever. Wanting to die, but unable to, she felt that Thor's spiritual body, which had always been extremely stable, began to tremble. Because his long-standing concept and cognition were overturned by her overnight. Thor gritted his teeth, and his voice came out from the trembling teeth. I admit that we have a common enemy, so there is no need for us to kill each other. Your method of ascending through cryptocrystalline is actually very dangerous, so why not let me go? I am good at witch body transformation, and maybe I can help you. Kongsha shook her head, whether you are sincere or not, thank you, Thor. But it's too late. After I took the elf doll 3 years ago, I had already embarked on a path of no return. Elves are very stubborn. When I was influenced by the elves, I could not accept that transformed me even more. You know, the original me was also very beautiful and talented. Even if I didn't accept Gorza's transformation, I had the confidence to advance to the 3rd level apprentice. But I had to take another path. I gave up myself, but I had no future. So, I must find myself back, even if it means going against Gorza, even if I have to endure the pollution of the elves. She paused. At that time, my eyes were out of control. If it weren't for the suppression of the elves' relics, I would have been completely polluted. It was also from that time that I dared not stay in the wizard tower for a long time, for fear that Gorza would discover my problem. Kongsha suddenly pressed her hands on her left and right temples, exerted a little force, and took off the head with a poof. Under the beautiful head was a half-beautiful face that Thor was familiar with. But the glass cover on Kongsha's head looked different. The thick white slurry had turned into dried red mucus, hanging on the glass wall, half-dry. And those eyeballs that sometimes disappeared and sometimes appeared curled up weakly at the bottom of the glass cover because they'd lost their buoyancy. A thick layer of white hair grew on the eyeballs, like food abandoned in a garbage dump for months. As soon as he saw this scene, Thor's spirit suddenly boiled like boiling water. He tried hard to suppress the horrible riot of his spirit, fearing that the steam of the boiling water would lift his skull. Kongsha. Thor still gritted his teeth. You have been alienated. Unexpectedly, Kongsha didn't care at all. Yes, but it doesn't matter. After I get the cryptocrystalline substance formed by your collapse, I can borrow your high-quality spiritual power and replace myself with a locator. She patted the still beautiful head in her hand, How about the head of the Elf King? He. I will be the first person in the Wizard Tower to replace the locator. When I completely integrate the locator, I will be able to completely control the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp. At that time, I will personally avenge Gorza. Kong Shaw's head suddenly approached Thor's eyes. Even if Thor closed his eyes, he could see the white-haired eyeballs and stagnant plasma in the other's head. Kong Shaw also noticed that Thor's spiritual body was shaking more violently, and there was a sign of losing control. The fire was ready, and Kong Shaw smiled with satisfaction. The consciousness that was about to collapse, plus the special force field of the Four Seasons forest, and a little pollution from the soul-devouring swamp. She was about to get a perfect cryptocrystalline. Kong Shaw's mouth was wide open, and the elegance and charm just now were gone. No, I can only... Hold on here. Soul's breath was weak, and he suddenly opened his eyes in self-abandonment, looked directly at Kong Shaw's face, and shouted loudly, "Penny." Kong Shaw was stunned, and then chuckled, "I am such a beautiful woman sitting next to you, and you actually call other women's names?" However, just as she finished her words, she suddenly saw a flash of silver light, and then a silver butterfly appeared out of thin air and landed on Thor's forehead. What is this? All the knowledge she had learned flashed through Kong Shaw's mind, but none of them could match the appearance of this butterfly. Then, she heard the butterfly talking again. The emotion module is suppressed, brother Thor. Emotion. This time, Kong Shaw didn't have time to think about why she had to suppress her emotions. Then, she saw Thor suddenly open his mouth that had been tightly bitten for a long time and stretched out a dark gray and almost black tongue. On the tip of his tongue, he used some intricate method to draw a very complex magic circle. Kong Shaw had a good memory, and she immediately recognized that this magic circle was very similar to the magic circle in Thor's hands. And it was an advanced version of the magic circle in his palms. At this time, this magic circle was emitting a dazzling black light. Kong Shaw saw the black light, and her consciousness was dazed for a moment. But she quickly came to her senses, and pointed at Thor on the ground angrily. The shock of your spiritual body just now is not a precursor to the collapse of consciousness. Yes. Soul's voice suddenly became relaxed, he retracted his tongue, and countless gray translucent tentacles suddenly grew out of his back. These tentacles hooked Kong Shaw's arms, and wasted a speed that was completely impossible to avoid, and directly lifted her up. Kong Shaw tried to struggle, but found that she could not get rid of these tentacles at all. She could use her mental power to control these tentacles just now, but now they are easily bound by them. Soul, who had just been imprisoned by the ice spikes, got up from the ground with a neat movement. Kong Shaw was pressed on the head by the tentacles, and was forced to turn her eyes back to Soul. Then she was shocked to find that the man in front of her not only had no wounds on his body, but also his appearance had changed. Soul actually changed from a 15 or 16-year-old boy to an adult man, with a slightly similar appearance. Chapter 382. You, who are you? Kong Shaw heard her voice trembling. Everything that happened before her eyes was completely beyond her cognition. Not only did the person, who had been suppressed by her, get up from the ground unscathed, but even the surrounding environment was completely changed. The circular hall turned into an empty stone platform, and the stone platform was surrounded by the darkness of the starry sky. The stars twinkled, as if someone was watching her. Under the gaze of this strange starlight, Kong Shaw's whole body was trembling. She didn't know how she got to this place. The power here is even more terrifying than the elf's consciousness space. Kong Shaw thought her spiritual body would collapse immediately. But no, her spiritual body was more stable than ever before. She hadn't felt this kind of stability and peace for a long time. You should know me now. Seeing Kong Shaw's horrified eyes fall on him, Thor's facial muscles began to wriggle and deform. A few seconds later, he became the familiar appearance of Kong Shaw. But the boy was now a head taller than Kong Shaw. Thor? Seeing the familiar face, Kong Shaw's fear faded a little, and the thought of survival emerged. She tried to use the power of the Elf King to break free from the tentacles that bound her, but found that the beautiful head was no longer around. The head that had been connected to her did not come with her to this strange and terrifying space. But she did not rush, but secretly mobilized her spirit to call. Finally, large patches of flashing black began to appear around her body, as if a pen was constantly blackening the air. But before Kong Shaw could be happy, she found that the black around her was rising rapidly, as if attracted by something. She raised her head following the flying black shadows, and suddenly saw a huge thick leather book floating above her head. The book was spread out, dozens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide. She had never seen a book that big. But the area of a book did not surprise her. What really surprised Kong Shaw was that the book was actually absorbing the spiritual power of the Elf King she had summoned with great difficulty. What's even more terrifying is that Kong Sha only read the book for a few seconds and felt that her mental power was being sucked away. She quickly retracted her gaze and looked at Thor in disbelief. "Who are you?" She didn't dare to look above her head again, and she didn't even dare to ask Thor what the existence above her head was. "Do you remember that when I killed Sid, you asked me why Sid spent so much money to deal with me?" Kong Sha's eyes widened. So, it turned out to be. She didn't dare to say anything about the existence above her head. She had already felt a huge fear. But if Thor had such a terrifying trump card, why did he allow himself to be heard just now? If he took out the thing above his head directly, I'm afraid even the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp would not dare to move again. And how could an apprentice control such a terrifying power? Kong Sha certainly didn't know that the power of the diary that Thor could use was limited. Only in his consciousness platform could he feel the power of the diary. But this power can only scare people, and cannot be used by Thor at all. Just like those golden pages, they are just beautiful to look at. But it is very convenient to use it to intimidate the enemy. Without the power of the Elf King's head, Kong Sha is no match for Thor. Ordinary level 3 can't beat Thor, not to mention that Kong Sha is still a level 2 apprentice in order to replace the locator. And Kong Sha also understands this. Her legs softened, and she was suppressed by the tentacles around her body, and she sat on the ground powerlessly. "So when I was tempting you to lose control, you were preparing to drag me to this horrible place. Oh, no wonder you kept clenching your teeth and refused to open your mouth." She looked a little absent-minded. "I kept chattering in order to wait for you to lose control. I made a fool of myself." So villains are easily killed by talking too much. Soul thought expressionlessly. Although Kong Sha talked too much to tempt his mental body to vibrate and then lose control, Soul would not give Kong Sha a chance to turn the tables. He knew that although the woman in front of him seemed to have given up, her mental strength was still active. She was still trying to escape from here. "Kong Sha." Soul asked Kong Sha to look up at him. Then, he stretched out one hand, and a mercury dressing mirror appeared in front of Kong Sha. "So you look like this?" The mirror clearly reflected Kong Sha's soul. Her soul looked only 18 or 19 years old, which was the most youthful and beautiful. Kong Sha looked at herself in the mirror, and opened her mouth a little wider. She stroked her face in disbelief. Unlike the action of stroking the face of the Elf King just now, her fingers were cautious and trembling slightly, as if she was afraid that if she used too much force, it would break the mirror in front of her. Now, she had no intention of escaping, turning the tables, admitting defeat, and begging for mercy. She just wanted to look at herself in the mirror, and see the self that was forcibly wiped out by Gorza. While Kong Sha was obsessed with the reflection in the mirror, the suckers of the octopus tentacles that bound her open mouth with sharp teeth. Kong Sha didn't notice the murderous intent coming from all around her body. Maybe she noticed it, but she chose to remain indifferent because she knew she was powerless to resist. It wasn't until several tentacles bit into her soul that Kong Sha's lips trembled slightly, but her eyes never left the mirror. Thor stood behind the mirror, watching Kong Sha's soul fade and become thin with an expressionless face. He raised his right hand, and the diary above his head quickly shrank and fell, quietly floating above his palm. At this time, the diary was still open, and there were actually several more lines of prophecy on it. When leading Kong Sha into the palace, the diary had issued a death warning to Thor. But Thor only took a glance and put it aside. In his plan, he also prepared several countermeasures, some of which were just able to avoid Kong Sha's killing moves. Seeing that there were no new reminders on the diary, Thor moved his fingers, and the diary closed with a snap. Swish, swish, swish. 4 figures appeared behind Thor, and they looked at Kong Sha, who was fading and disappearing, with a hint of fear in their eyes. The longer they stayed in the diary, the more they feared it, and the more unpredictable they felt towards the owner of the diary, Thor. What kind of person could control such a terrifying existence? Seeing that Kong Sha's figure was almost fading, Thor suddenly retracted his tentacles. He let the 4 consciousnesses return to the diary, then closed his eyes, and opened them again, leaving the consciousness battlefield that he had finally built. In the real world, Thor was still nailed to the ground by several ice spikes, and Kong Sha, who was squatting beside him, had fallen down. After absorbing Kong Sha's spiritual energy in the battlefield of consciousness, Thor's originally oscillating spiritual body has returned to stability. The magic power is running in his body again, and he shook his whole body, and shattered the ice spikes that pierced his hands and feet, and were no longer controlled by the owner. Then a witchcraft scroll appeared out of thin air between Thor's fingers, which was a secondary healing spell for treatment. The white light flashed, and with Thor's own healing ability, after a few seconds, he was able to stand up without any stagnation. But Thor did not stand up immediately, but sat down beside Kongsha, who fell to the ground in a relaxed manner. The black tentacles and white frost in the distance were still entangled, and the palace collapsed in pieces. And the ancient soul-devouring demon swamp seemed to have discovered Kongsha's failure, and had a vague intention to retreat. Suddenly, a click sound came from his side, drawing his attention back. Half of Kongsha's glass head beside him suddenly cracked, and several eyeballs rolled out. However, this person who looked deader than dead spoke. "Am I good-looking?" His voice was weak. Thor sighed, and his arms, which had not yet fully recovered, rested on his knees in a relaxed manner. "You are the most beautiful." Chapter 383. Kongsha's red lips have turned purple, but they are still slightly raised. "There is one eye in my eyes. The most special one. It is the eye of a half-elf. If Gorza wants to make you into material, you will. Eat it. Half crazy is better than dead." Sol was startled, and he suddenly remembered the long-term prophecy in the diary. Could it be that the thing that the diary asked him to find in the Elf Valley was not some treasure here, but Kongsha's eyes? Then why didn't he remind him when he met Kongsha last time? Is it because something has changed? Sol reached out and pushed aside several eyeballs with white hair. Without Kongsha's spiritual power, they were just a little disgusting. From the innermost, he found an eyeball with a black pupil and no hair at all. This eyeball felt very hard, like it was made of crystal. At this time, the diary in Sol's mind was opened. New Moon Calendar Year 317, April 6th, Sunny. This is an eye that combines hardness and fragility. This is the power abandoned by the half-elf. It can make you see the false and the real, but it can also pollute you, the chasing eye of exile. Hush, don't look at them. At this time, Kongsha spoke again. "Heh. You deliberately left me a breath, just to want to find it. Little liar." Kongsha's lips began to tremble uncontrollably, and her lower body suddenly shattered into pieces, like an ice bottle being thrown to the ground. "All right. I hope you can deceive Gorza too. The Glorious family is the best at using people. Let him taste the taste of being used." At this time, the cracks on Kongsha's body had spread from the lower limbs to the chest and abdomen. Kongsha suddenly shouted desperately, "Gorza, I can't advance to the 3rd level, and you can't advance to the 3rd level either. I'm in the abyss, waiting to see your mutation." Crack! As if exhaling her last breath, Kongsha's whole body cracked, turning into transparent ice crystals, and soon turned into a pool of dirty water mixed with impurities, flowing on the ground. The most powerful 2nd-level apprentice in the Wizard Tower, the madman who once dared to use the head of the Elf King, just completely disappeared from the world. Suddenly, there were more snowflakes in the air, swirling around inside the palace. Silver butterflies flew through the wind and snow to Thor. "How strange, Brother Thor. Why is it snowing in the Elf Valley? There is no winter here. Could it be caused by the residual influence of Kongsha?" This is what Thor thought at first. But when he saw snowflakes floating in the halls ahead, he denied this conjecture. Kongsha's power could not affect such a large area. "Brother Thor, the stairs have appeared." At Penny's reminder, Thor hurriedly turned back, and sure enough, the twisted stairs appeared in the hall again. "Let's quickly send the Elf King's head back to the pure white throne." Thor stood up and picked up the still beautiful head from the ground, and then he found that the Elf King's face was actually a beauty with black hair and black eyes in his eyes. "Penny, what do you think this head looks like?" Penny immediately answered crisply, "Silver eyes, silver long hair, it really looks like our nightmare butterfly." Sure enough, the appearance of this Elf King completely changes according to his own aesthetic taste. Thor turned the head in his hand. He remembered that Kongsha had put this head directly outside his head. So this head should be hollow. As he was thinking, he had seen that there was indeed a hole under the head, but it was obviously not as big as Kongsha's head. It should also be the effect of witchcraft. This Elf King looks so good on the outside, why is he so disgusting inside? Thor only took a look at the wound on the head, and immediately looked away with disgust. He didn't dare to recall the scene he just saw. As soon as he recalled it, he couldn't help vomiting. So how can such a thing be taken outside? Thor took a deep breath. "Let's go." Before leaving, he looked at the water stains on the ground again. The water stains were half dry, and the original human shape could not be seen. Going up the twisted stairs, Thor found that there were disorderly floating snowflakes in the 2nd floor space. Then the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor. After the 5th floor, Thor began to close his eyes, but even so, he could feel the slight coolness of the snowflakes falling on his face. When he reached the 9th floor, white light penetrated his eyelids, letting Thor know that he had successfully reached the 9th floor. He opened his eyes, and saw the red carpet, and the pure white throne at the end of the red carpet. Penny flew to Thor's side. "Master, just put the treasure on the throne." Thor nodded, and he walked step by step to the front of the pure white throne, but he did not put the head in his hand on the throne immediately. "Penny, I'm here, brother Thor. If I return the elves' treasure to them, will they really open the passage to the Elf Valley?" Penny was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Brother Thor, in fact, the passage to the outside of the valley has never been closed. The people here are actually imprisoned by their inner desires. You can see it clearly. Tell me the reason." Thor was stunned. He didn't expect this to be the case. Penny gently landed on a carved flower on the back of the pure white throne. "Brother Thor, can you see it too?" Thor imitated Penny and placed his hand on the throne, and then the room became dark. Thor looked back and saw, without surprise, a black, white, and gray planet behind him. This huge planet was still slowly rotating. When it appeared, the 3 continents of State, Nephilit, and Iskepper were still facing Thor. Thor's heart moved, and the planet instantly accelerated its rotation and came to the other side with a huge depression. That side was as deep as ink, and seemed to be in darkness forever. Only the tip of the tsunami that occasionally stirred up had a hint of light white. The deepest part of the depression seemed to reach the ground, or even deeper. Thor didn't know if the depression would continue to deepen. If it continued, would it suddenly come out from the other side of the continent one day, surge out a black wave, and swallow everything? "Are you talking about this depression?" he asked softly. Penny flew up and landed on Thor's shoulder again. "Yes, brother Thor, I also saw this depression and entered the world of elves, and then I understood why they suddenly disappeared from the world." Thor paused. Penny actually entered the world of elves. Did she really see the elves? And Thor didn't know whether he should understand the secret behind the disappearance of the elves. But when he thought that he had already got the half-elf's eyeball and had close contact with the head of the Elf King, wasn't it too late to talk about taking shelter now? He took a deep breath and checked his spirit body. In good condition, suitable for going crazy. So what happened to the elf? Why did this depression make them disappear? Brother Thor, the scene you see now is actually a fragment of the scene that the Elf King saw at that time. At that time, the old king had just died, and the new king took the throne. The original Elf King only had the strength of a peak 3rd level wizard. With the blessing of the Elf King's identity, he squeezed into the 4th level world. Originally, this was not a bad thing. But he should not have used the spiritual power community of the whole tribe to observe the one-sided truth of the world when his strength was unstable. Penny sighed. Maybe he just wanted to prove that he was no worse than the old king. "You mean the new Elf King led his entire tribe to destruction after seeing the depression? What exactly is that depression?" Thor asked. Penny smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know, brother Thor. If I knew, I would be crazy now." Chapter 384. Penny didn't know what the depression on the back of the planet was. Thor opened the diary and asked other consciousnesses. But even Agu, who had the most extensive experience, never knew the existence of the depression. Is it possible that someone is deliberately controlling the information about the depression? Thor touched his chin and thought, sure enough, the information that can make the elves extinct is not that simple. He asked, "So what did the Elf King do later?" Penny said, "The elves told me that after the Elf King ascended the throne, he started a plan involving the entire tribe." Oh! Soul thought he was about to hear the key point. But this plan. "You should come and see it yourself." Penny flew up again, circled in front of Soul, and landed on the woven painting on the back of the pure white throne. The moment the silver butterfly landed on the painting, it disappeared. At the same time, a small silver dot appeared on the woven painting. "Do I have to enter this painting too?" Soul raised his hand and stretched his fingertips towards the woven painting. During this time, the diary did not respond. His fingertips touched the screen, but nothing happened. At this time, Penny's voice continued to ring in Thor's mind. "Brother Thor, do you know that the nightmare butterfly is actually a product created by a powerful wizard?" Unexpectedly, Penny actually talked about another thing. The great wizard who created us is actually a half-elf. He is very powerful, very powerful. But after all the elves disappeared from the world, he didn't last long and died. Or, it was not tolerated by this world and was destroyed. Brother Thor, I didn't know why my father died at that time. But today, after seeing these poor elves, I finally understood. This world does not allow consciousness to exist independently. The world does not allow consciousness to exist independently? Hearing this, Thor suddenly felt dazed and had to hold the back of the chair with his hands to avoid falling. He blinked and shook his head, suddenly remembering a question that Mentor Gorza had asked him. Can the soul exist independently? Will I hear the answer directly today? Penny didn't seem to notice Thor's abnormality, and was still excitedly telling her own discovery. The underlying logic of our world seems to be the combination of consciousness and body. Even if you can leave the body for a short time, you can never cut off the connection with the body. So no one has ever been able to achieve the independent existence of consciousness. No matter how close they are to success, they will soon die from pollution. Listening to Penny's words, Soul began to think, if the consciousness cannot exist independently, then what is the consciousness in the diary? It should be that with the diary attached, they are not completely independent individuals. And Mrs. Eula, although she is also a spirit, according to Consha, her silhouette is actually a body, and even so, Gorsha still needs to create a more stable container for her to maintain her life. Penny understood that Soul needed some time to think after hearing her words, so she did not interrupt him immediately. After a few minutes, Penny continued, Brother Thor, please put the seam on the woven picture. Seam? Thor subconsciously pressed his wrist. Are you asking me to observe the world of elves through the seam? The seam is a very special curse. It has no killing power or defense power. It can only be used for people to hide or peek at a picture with only sunshine and grass. The hiding ability is very useful, but the peeping ability is really meaningless. No matter when and where Thor observes the picture in the seam, it is the same sunshine and grass. Unexpectedly today, Penny let Thor use the observation ability of the seam here. Could all this be a coincidence? Penny, why do you know that the seam can observe the world of elves? Because the seed of evil thoughts grew into the seam with the joint efforts of me and the elf whisper. Penny's voice was a little cautious, fearing that Thor would be angry. Although Thor didn't expect Penny to hide this from him, he was more surprised than angry. At that time, Whisper of the Elf was about to die, and you were still a sealed egg. How did you manage to transform the seam? At that time, I was indeed in a state of not inheriting consciousness, but I also had instincts. You were also affected by my instincts at the time. Yes, the wizard apprentice who kept dreaming of death made me think that I was sleepwalking and killing someone. Thor couldn't help but complain. Penny's voice was a little apologetic. Well, anyway, it was dominated by Whisper of the Elf. Because it wants you to see the elf's current situation, it may hope to get your help. Ask me for help? Let me, a third-level wizard apprentice, save a group of races with the highest level of fourth level? Are the elves crazy? Oh, they are indeed crazy. Now almost all topics related to elves will be stained with crazy colors, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the elves are crazy. I understand, Brother Thor, but although the elves have become synonymous with madness, Brother Thor, you don't have to be afraid, don't you have? Penny was referring to the diary. Thor shook his head. If the diary really helped him unconditionally, he would definitely dare to provoke even a fourth-level wizard. But the diary didn't. The more Thor grew up, the more he understood the power of the diary, and the more he felt the overwhelming power on it. But such power refused to be transformed into real combat power, and only served as a signpost. What to do still depends on Thor's own choice. How to go still depends on Thor's own steps. Ah, they're coming! Brother Thor, please take a look for yourself. After you see it, you can make a better choice. Thor did not hesitate, and directly took off the curse on his wrist, and threw it on the woven painting behind the pure white throne. Just look from here, right? Yes. Penny did not expect Thor to be so straightforward, and she was stunned for a moment. The diary does not warn, you can look at it. And I also want to know why the elves have such a strong polluting power. Thor took a deep breath, put his hands on both sides of the crack, and leaned forward to put his left eye closer. The world inside the crack was finally no longer a sunny meadow. He saw a strange world. He seemed to see many colors beyond his cognition. These colors twisted and changed, never still. It was bright red in the previous second, and turned into a rich blue in the next second. Thor thought he saw a picture, but it turned into a line in the next second. The world in the crack did not seem to exist in the form of matter. All the changes in color were irregular. Just when Thor didn't know what knowledge he could get from these colors, he suddenly saw several white outlines in an unknown distance. Those outlines had absolutely nothing to do with human appearance, and they couldn't be said to be any animals. They seemed to be just a fantasy, like a child's random graffiti. But they were approaching Thor, although it was a bit difficult, like a carp swimming upstream, but they were still moving forward. In the blink of an eye, the white outlines disappeared, and in another moment, they were right in front of him. Is this a world where only consciousness exists? Thor thought silently. At this moment, he received a signal. Not by seeing, not by hearing, Not by smelling, not by tasting. It was a signal that suddenly appeared in his mind. I want to go back. Chapter 385. I want to go back. This thought suddenly appeared in Thor's mind and became a deep-rooted obsession. Thor's left eye instantly turned red. At the same time, the eyes of the puppet hanging on his waist also turned from red to black in an instant, from black to rich, from black to deep, and then, snap, shattered into powder, and in Thor's consciousness, four figures suddenly appeared on the empty consciousness platform. They looked at each other in horror, wondering why they suddenly appeared when Thor didn't come in. But what was even more terrifying was that the starry sky around them began to repeat over and over again. I want to go back, I want to go back, I want to go back. Herman was horrified. What's going on? Morton said angrily. Someone is trying to influence the master's consciousness. And Aegon narrowed his eyes. It's not an influence, it's something that is modifying the master's consciousness. The word modify immediately made everyone nervous. Modify means to erase and add, but what was erased, and what was new, the four consciousnesses had no idea. At this moment, the diary above their heads suddenly turned a page lazily. The sound was so loud that it startled several consciousnesses. They all looked up, with fear flashing in their eyes. Compared with the fear now, the uneasiness just now was nothing. In the outside world, Thor relied on his strong willpower to support his hands and let his eyes get out of the gap. There was a dark red mark on the outline of his left eye, which would take a few days to disappear. At this time, a bit of silver broke away from the woven painting and flew to Thor's shoulder uneasily. Master, are you okay? Penny's wings were shaking irregularly. It was afraid. The nightmare butterfly entered this world of elves with only consciousness twice and never encountered an attack. The consciousness of those elves was chaotic and disordered, without self, without thoughts, and development and extinction were all in a thought. However, it did not expect that when the master's sight was cast into this world, the chaotic consciousness of this world actually launched an attack on the master. Yes, in Penny's view, their behavior of projecting information to the master's consciousness was an attack, because this kind of projection is overbearing and does not allow resistance. If the owner has no protection, he will agree with the information in an instant and think that he is born with such thoughts. This change is very scary. It is equivalent to tampering with a person's cognition of his own history. If the information emitted is more contrary to common sense, it may directly erase a person's cognition of his own existence. Even Penny cannot correct these cognitions, thinking that she can only observe history, not change history. Master, are you feeling uncomfortable? Penny called cautiously. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was afraid that her master would raise his head and ask, "Who are you?" But what was even more terrifying was that she had no way of judging which of her master's cognitions had been changed. The tampered past might only be exposed at a critical moment. That could bring a devastating blow to her master. Sol turned his head, smiled slightly, and reached out to flick Penny. He had never been able to touch Penny, but this time he actually flicked the nightmare butterfly. Hey! Penny turned in the air and cried out in surprise, Master, how could you touch me? Why don't you go back to your diary first? After saying this, Thor did not give Penny a chance to refute, and took it back into the diary, turning it into a silver hollow bookmark, quietly sandwiched between the pages. The diary closed with a snap, and a few wisps of smoke and dust dispersed from the pages, and were swallowed up by the starry night. Seeing this, Thor said helplessly, this nightmare butterfly, he didn't even know that he was affected, and he still cared about me? Just now, he was indeed invaded by some abrupt consciousness for a moment, but those consciousnesses went too deep, encroaching on the space of the real boss, and were fanned back by a page of the diary. Thor woke up from it without much effort. Moreover, he found really useful information in those out-of-control consciousnesses. When the Elf King saw the depression, he obviously discovered deep information that I could not discover. So he actually thought of escaping from the material world and creating a consciousness world that belongs entirely to the spirit. The elves are not high-level, but their spiritual talents are extremely strong, so they really created a similar world. The principle is a bit like my consciousness platform, but the complexity and perfection are much higher. Well, although I only got a little knowledge, it is enough for me to upgrade the consciousness platform and consciousness battlefield again. Now the consciousness battlefield is still a bit abrupt, and it has no effect on people with stable spiritual bodies and strong wills. However, if I can build the consciousness battlefield into a small world like the elves, I can gradually pull people's consciousness in without encountering too strong resistance. No wonder the diary didn't stop me. It was robbing the robbers. Thor's hand was still on the pure white throne, so the black and white planet behind him was still slowly rotating. But this is just a side benefit. The really important knowledge is about the elves. They created a new world. And then, it seems that they angered our world or planet. Thor didn't know if his description was accurate. But this description was the most vivid. It was as if this world had its own consciousness. After discovering that someone had opened up a new territory in his territory, he angrily drove all of them into the new territory, regardless of whether the new territory could accommodate so many people. And he even locked the door from the outside. This caused the consciousness locked in the new world to suffer huge and endless pressure, so that it became a chaotic and mixed existence. It seemed colorful and dazzling, but in fact, it was completely irregular and chaotic. This is the most horrible punishment for those elves who are proud of their strong spiritual bodies. At the same time, the world consciousness also erased the elves' bodies. In Thor's view, this is a proud way of saying, "Don't you want it? Then destroy it." So when the elves tricked Thor here, they urgently conveyed their desire to go back. But there is only one thought: they will definitely not be able to go back. These elves must have other preparations. Thor lowered his head. Just now, in order to observe the gap, he put the head of the Elf King at his feet. Now he held up the head of the Elf King again. According to Penny, he should put the head on the pure white throne, which was equivalent to returning the treasure to the elves. But now, he suddenly didn't want to do that. But we can't take it out of here. Taking it out would fulfill the wish of the black space, and putting it on the throne would fulfill the wish of the white space. Now think about it, I'm afraid neither of them is a good thing. Although Thor also sympathized with the elves' experience, they probably didn't expect that just one innovation would destroy the entire race. But he understood even more how strange and terrifying these elf consciousnesses that were compressed to the extreme and completely perverted were now. If they were really released, what came out would definitely not be the beautiful elves they once were, but another life form. From what they had just done to him, it can be seen that these new life forms are extremely corrosive and can easily wipe out people's thoughts and cognition. At the same time, in order to survive in this material world, they must need a carrier. Haha, what could be a more suitable carrier than a human? And the wizards among the human race are the best alternatives. You can't take it out, nor can you leave it here casually. After all, the Elf Valley is not a truly closed place. Soul's fingertips quickly tapped on the Elf King's head, making a dong 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 sound. My current strength can't destroy it. Where should I hide it? Leave it to me. A voice suddenly sounded behind Soul. Thor was startled and immediately turned around, and suddenly found a figure at the end of the red carpet in this room. Who are you? Thor asked with difficulty. There was no way, the person opposite was too beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was not easy to maintain a stern expression. The person who walked in answered expressionlessly. You can call me half-elf, anyway, other names will be blurred. Behind the half-elf, flakes of snow floated in through the door. It was as if this beauty brought winter. Chapter 386. Half-elf? Soul refused with difficulty. I can't give it to you. The consciousness in the black space once asked Soul to take Konsha out and give it to the half-elf, but he didn't expect that the half-elf would take the initiative to enter the valley at this moment. Don't worry, I will take him out. Unlike ordinary people like you, I can never get out after entering the valley. Soul was stunned for a moment, but after thinking carefully, it seemed to be true. From the information he just got, this elf valley is like a filter, the outermost layer of locks that imprison the elves. Wizards can still enter and exit the mesh with difficulty, but elves can only enter and cannot exit. Although the man in front of him is a half-elf, unless he can shed half of his elven blood, he will spend the rest of his life here. But despite this, Thor can't just give him the head of the Elf King. The half-elf obviously understood Thor's concerns. He thought for a while and said, if I say I want to destroy it, you won't believe it easily, right? In this way, you hold it, and I can destroy it without touching it, and then you can dispose of the remains at will, and there is no problem taking it out of the valley. How can I be sure that you have destroyed it? The half-elf was not angry at Thor's several questions. Some things are like the sun. Even if it is covered with dark clouds, you will still know that it is behind the dark clouds. Thor lowered his eyes and looked at the head in his hand. It is strange that the Elf King is not as good-looking as the half-elf. Is it really a miracle of mixed blood? Can I ask why you want to destroy it? Didn't you want to destroy it just now? The half-elf stepped closer to Thor, but stopped 3 meters away from him. This distance is enough. The snowflakes floating around him became denser and denser. Since you want to destroy it, you should have understood its danger, right? Although life is hard, I like this world very much. And the return of the elves will definitely bring irreversible pollution to this world. In addition, the world will inevitably be destroyed. Thor looked at the half-elf with a serious face. What did he just hide? Will it be depression? Although this is the first time we meet, but I am willing to believe you. Thor stretched out his arms, and placed the Elf King's head on the carpet in front of him. Please. Seeing Thor so straightforward, the half-elf was stunned. After coming to his senses, he actually asked Thor, "Are you Thor? How do you know me? When I came in, Gorza told me to send you out before I died." The half-elf clapped his hands lightly. "When I came in, I met a wizard apprentice, and I asked him if he was Thor. He said yes. I sent him out." Thor immediately guessed that it must be Mark who escaped. Unexpectedly, he who killed Monroe and Herman on the way was lucky enough to leave early because of the half-elf. Thor smiled slightly. "Teacher Gorza still cares about me." Looking at Thor's slightly cold smile, the half-elf said one more sentence. "Some things look similar, but they are not necessarily what you think." Thor restrained the smile on his face. In front of this half-elf, he didn't know why he actually revealed his true emotions. "That's what I said, but the understanding can be turned around in many ways, and in the end, I still know nothing." He calmed down and replied. The half-elf didn't say anything else, just raised his hands, and his 10 fingers turned into colorful lights and shadows. He then waved at the head of the Elf King on the carpet, and a colorful silk thread was pulled out from the top of the Elf King's head by an invisible force. Sol watched quietly, without making a sound, and without interfering with the half-elf. He could see that as the colorful silk thread was pulled away bit by bit, the originally beautiful face gradually changed. From the image of a black-haired woman that was in line with Thor's aesthetics, she became a neutral beauty with silver hair. She was also very beautiful, but her facial features were completely different from before. The colored silk thread came into the hands of the half-elf, and he continued to pull it. More and more silk threads were pulled out, and the beautiful head also underwent further changes. It began to become shriveled, old, and lost its vitality. Finally, as the tail end of the silk thread left the head and entered the palm of the half-elf's hand, the head completely dimmed. "It's dead." Thor sensed this clearly. Thick frost began to condense on the half-elf holding the silk thread, and his color was also fading, retreating little by little to his palm. Thor opened his mouth and watched the half-elf lose all his color. His beauty was gone, and he turned into a pale human figure. It was actually very similar to those strange human figures in the forest, but he didn't have the illusion of those strange human figures. He was real. Maybe this was the blessing given to him by his other half of human blood. Finally, the colors gathered completely at his fingertips, forming a constantly changing sphere. "You can take the head away. Although it no longer has the support of spiritual power, it is still a good material for witchcraft. It has strong tolerance, and is suitable for various transformations." Thor bent down, touched the shriveled head with his fingertips, and easily put it into the compressed bag. "Thank you." The half-elf nodded and accepted Thor's thanks. Then he held a colorful ball of light, and approached the pure white throne step by step. Thor stepped aside automatically, and for some reason, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. The diary did not warn him, and it was obvious that the half-elf was really going to die calmly. The half-elf walked to the pure white throne, and knelt on one knee. His movements were delayed for a moment, but in the end, he slowly and firmly handed the colorful ball to the woven painting. The next moment, the seemingly ordinary woven painting suddenly generated a suction force, sucking all the colorful balls into the painting. Then, the half-elf fell powerlessly under the throne. The ice crystals on his body began to fade, and the snowflakes floating in the room also disappeared. Just like the magical power began to collapse, everything returned to normal, everything returned to peace. He turned his head to look at Thor, and finally smiled for the first time since they met. "Fortunately, I can still send you out through the power of the throne, otherwise I will break my promise." Seeing the half-elf climbing up to the throne with difficulty, Suodo stepped forward and wanted to help him up, but the other party shook his head and refused. "Are my eyes on you?" Thor thought of the Eye of Exile he had just obtained and nodded. The half-elf had already climbed up to the throne and sat down. For a moment, he seemed to have regained some strength. He said to Thor in a serious tone, "The Forest of Four Seasons is just one of the settlements of elves. Elves once lived in other places. No matter when or where, do not respond to the elves' requests." Thor nodded. "I know." The half-elf closed his eyes. "Okay, I send you out now, and by the way, I give you everything I can't use." The next second, countless snowflakes suddenly surged under Thor's feet, directly blocking his vision. At the last moment when his vision was blocked, Thor saw the pale body of the half-elf rotting rapidly. When the snowflakes dispersed, Thor found himself still standing in the forest, where he met Mark on the first day. He failed to bring back the 4 containers lost in the Elf Valley, but he gained a lot from this trip. Because in the process of leaving the valley, He realized what the half-elf had given him. The half-elf actually gave all the remaining pure magic power in his body to Thor. Thor didn't know how he did it. After all, in this world, magic power is not like internal strength that can be passed around. Now Thor's magic power value is actually very close to the minimum requirement for a formal wizard. Next, he only needs to concentrate on further study for a year or two, and he can be promoted to a formal wizard. Thor looked back into the depths of the forest. Thank you, half-elf who didn't even have a name. Chapter 387. Whoa! The sound of crying rang in Thor's mind. Thor, who was walking out of the forest, said helplessly, Penny, why are you crying again? Woo-woo, I almost hurt my master. Soul tried to persuade her, but it was useless, so he simply changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to find the meaning of existence? How did you find it? Unexpectedly, Penny cried even louder. I thought I found it, but it turned out that my cognition was just tampered with. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Thor was full of black lines. Although Penny has always had a baby voice, she has never been so emotional. It is probably the sequelae of tampering with cognition. Perhaps only time can heal it. But why are you looking for the meaning of existence? Are you still confused about something? Thor asked curiously, and at the same time, he also wanted to get himself out of the depression just now. Woo-woo. Brother Thor, do you know, nightmare butterflies are not created by nature. We are actually created by a wizard. What? Soul was shocked. The nightmare butterfly that can observe history is also a creation of wizards? Fortunately, he has absorbed too much knowledge recently, and soon calmed down. What about the wizard who created you? He went crazy. Well, okay. How powerful is the wizard who created you? I only know that before I left him, he had become a 4th level wizard for a long time. Can a 4th level wizard create a nightmare butterfly that is between consciousness and entity, can observe history, and enter dreams? Brother Thor, there is a difference between wizards and wizard apprentices. The strength of wizards at each level varies greatly. Penny told Thor what she knew about the difference in wizards' abilities. Wizard apprentices can only attack point to point, but formal wizards can attack in range. This is because they can already affect the flow of magic within a certain area. And their witchcraft attacks can also carry certain attributes of their own locators. That is to say, for the first time, the locator has taken off the title of full-time defense and can make a difference in offense. The 2nd level wizards can compress their own magic and mental power, which greatly increases the power they can store. At the same time, they can also have stronger resilience, which can help them resist pollution and withstand more power released to destroy themselves. The 3rd level wizard is even more terrifying. He can already turn the locator into a converter that can convert and use external power. Therefore, a 3rd level wizard can destroy a city with one blow. The 4th level Penny didn't say that what she understood might not be correct. If she said it wrong, Thor might be polluted. It seems that Penny felt guilty because of the mistake she made today, otherwise she would not be so proactive in imparting knowledge to Thor. What about you, Penny? What was your strength at your peak? Poor, about level 2. But there are also level 3 ones among our nightmare butterflies. Just not in the western continent. Less than level 2? No wonder Kismet chased them so hard. As they talked, the two had already walked out of the forest. The carriage they parked outside the forest was still there quietly, and there was even a pile of fresh grass next to the horse. When Thor walked near the carriage, several black tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground and jumped towards Thor. But when they wanted to merge into the back of Thor's neck, they were blocked back as if they hit glass. Several tentacles swayed on the ground aggressively, and Thor had to pick them all up. Shalazeo hasn't woken up yet, you guys wait outside first. When Thor continued to approach the carriage, one of the tentacles suddenly opened its mouth and bit his clothes. Thor paused, thinking, sorting out his emotions, and then stepped forward to open the door. In the car, Gorza, wearing a brown cloak and wrapped in pink bandages, raised his hand, which was also wrapped in bandages, and greeted Thor. You're out? Thor immediately bowed and greeted Teacher. His greetings came to an abrupt end, because he saw a head next to Gorza's hand. Mark's head. Mark's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was slightly open. He did not expect that he would die at all. Thor's heart beat twice fiercely. He suppressed his breathing, and slowly looked up at Gorza. Gorza's eyes were still smiling. He used her name, and asked the half-elf to send him out. It might cut off your life, so I killed him to vent your anger. Thor opened his mouth wide, and screamed in his heart, Who are you venting for? Seeing that Thor believed it, Gorza's eyes curved even more. I lied to you. He reached out and gently patted Mark's bloodless head. This guy has eaten too much cryptocrystalline and has begun to mutate. If he is allowed to live, he will continue to cultivate others into cryptocrystalline, which is not conducive to the development of the wizard tower. Gorza's silver eyes swept over Thor, and suddenly asked with interest, "How many did you eat?" Thor immediately shook his head. "I didn't eat any." "Good boy." Gorza's smile deepened a little. "I don't think you need to. Come up, I take you back. And by the way, tell you about the new progress of Kaz and Rum's resurrection experiment this time, which is a very gratifying result." Thor didn't dare to delay, and quickly climbed onto the carriage. He was about to ask Gorza about driving when he saw Gorza throw out a magic scroll. The scroll fell outside, and turned into a person without facial features. He saluted Gorza and Thor, then climbed onto the carriage and flicked the reins. The carriage moved under the control of this coachman, who didn't even have eyes. Thor closed the door, and the noise outside suddenly became much quieter. He looked at the head opposite that Gorza used as a cushion, and slowly moved his eyes away. The carriage was quiet for a while before Gorza said, "Kaz and Rum discovered a new dark material. They named it Blue Water Soul." "Blue Water Soul?" Thor asked in surprise. "Is it the material found in Blue Water Bay?" Gorza smiled and said, "So you've been there too. It's a rare and good material. But it's a pity that it was made with human lives. The soul tied in Blue Water Bay is indeed very dangerous for ordinary people, and the soul fragments inside are also special." Thor and Byron studied it for a while, but they couldn't find the cause. Gorza reached into his arms, and pulled out a small transparent ball from the gap in the bandage. There was a misty existence in the ball that was swaying slowly. "This is a semi-finished product. Rum found a material that can reduce the toxicity of the blue water spirit, and thus increase the strength of the soul. The toxin currently developed by Gudo can also paralyze the body and soul, so that both sides have a kind of stickiness. In short, if this experiment is successful, we can create a container for Eula that can last for 10 years without causing alienation. Following this line of thought, the experiment is expected to extend the time to 50 years. Soul listened carefully. This plan was somewhat similar to his idea, but the direction was different. It was also to reduce the frequent replacement of the body, and the body's own pollution to the soul by prolonging the time of the soul in the container. While Soul was still thinking about this new plan, Gorza looked up, and his silver pupils were unusually obvious in the slightly dim carriage. "That's good. I don't have to take the risk of activating the backup plan. After all, the backup plan has only been studied for a few years, and it is still not very safe." Soul suddenly felt his spine swish, as if something cold swept across it. Chapter 388. The backup plan Gorza mentioned made Thor tense up, but the other party didn't seem to make his point clear. He played with the blue water spirit in his hand, letting the small ball bounce between his fingers like a toy. "Did you see an elf?" He suddenly changed the subject. Thor's voice was still a little frozen and stiff. I don't know if what I saw counts as an elf," Gorza said. "If we follow the original definition of species classification, it shouldn't count. But since there are no pure-blooded elves in this world, it is okay to call them new elves." He lowered his head slightly, as if he was looking at his hand, and seemed to be looking at other things through his hand wrapped in pink bandages. "So someone asked that question for us a long time ago. The soul can't exist independently of the body." Thor didn't say anything. He was just a little surprised. "Do you know what happened to the elves? Didn't he say he didn't know before?" "Half-elf? He mentioned a few things to me before he went in, and the rest of the information is my guess." Gorza blinked at Thor. "I guess that the elves who are born with strong spiritual power chose to throw away the burden of the flesh for some reason. To this end, they opened up a back garden for themselves. Unfortunately, this exploration angered the underlying rules of a certain existence, so they were sent to the back garden they created by themselves, and then found that this back garden had become an abyss prison. Is my guess right?" Gorza was asking Thor. Thor also wanted to compare his answer with Gorza to see if his thoughts and ideas could be recognized. The elves, after seeing the huge depression on the back of the world, decided to abandon their bodies and hide in a world composed entirely of consciousness. This is my guess based on what I saw and heard in the valley. Unexpectedly, Gorza frowned a little bit. Specifically, the bandage on his forehead wrinkled. The back of the world. The depression. Gorza fell into deep thought. It looked as if he had heard of the depression for the first time. Wasn't it said that the Tower Master came from a very powerful wizard family in another continent? Why didn't he know about the depression on the back of the world? Could it be because of this? Gorza whispered to himself. When he saw Thor's puzzled look, he suddenly restrained his expression and didn't say more about his thoughts on the depression. It seems that the body is actually our natural locator. Although it is not as powerful as the locator we chose later, it is safe and stable. Unfortunately, many people just regard it as a burden. Golsa leaned back and rested comfortably on the soft cushion, with his elbows just on top of Mark's head. Thor, you can complete 2 witch body transformations without hurting yourself, which is pretty good. Faced with the Tower Master's praise, Thor could only bow his head and accept it guiltily. Unlike Senior Byron, his transformation still relies more on external forces. In Thor's opinion, Senior Byron, who could transform his body into a locator through his own efforts, was a true genius. It was only because of the excessive degree of transformation that Senior Byron was promoted to a 3rd-level apprentice when he was nearly 30 years old. I must praise him well when I go back. While thinking about it, Thor suddenly noticed the red-eyed puppet on his waist. At this time, both eyes of the puppet were already 2 empty holes. Thor then remembered that when he was observing the elf world, the puppet's eyes seemed to explode. He quickly took off the puppet from his waist and handed it to Golsa. Teacher, this puppet's eyes are broken. You won't have to pay for it yourself, right? Sol said carefully. It seems that the elf once tried to influence my mind, but the puppet blocked part of the mental attack. In fact, more of it was blocked by the diary. However, Golsa didn't know how powerful the elf's mental attack was anyway, so he attributed most of the credit to the puppet. Who knew that after seeing the puppet, Golsa suddenly showed a funny and distressed expression. Don't ask how Sol saw it. Oh, it's so bad. The person who left a mental mark on it will suffer now. Mental mark? Sol asked back. Anyway, from Gorza's tone, he knew that the person who left the mark was definitely not him. It was Yura's. Gorza immediately revealed the answer. She is very good at identifying malicious mental attacks, and this puppet was made with her ability. After a pause, he said, It doesn't matter. I sent her back to the Wizard Tower yesterday. She is always safe in the tower. 1 hour ago, Wizard Tower. I heard from Kaz that you also found the blue water spirit. In the dim room, Teacher Rum, who was sitting in the corner, was looking at Byron, who entered his room for the first time. Byron stood 5 meters away from Rum's head. He lowered his head, and was careful not to let the meat mud at his feet flow onto the upper of his shoes. Yeah. As if he felt that it was not good to answer the teacher's question with one word, Byron's throat opened and opened his mouth. I named it Gray Matter. Hee hee. Rum couldn't help laughing. Kazi must have complained about your ugly name, right? Byron actually thought that Gray Matter sounded much better than Blue Water Soul, but he was just a bit straightforward, not stupid. Yeah. Rum couldn't help laughing again. Now when he laughed, his fat wouldn't shake back and forth. Just like the deepest sea, the rapids under the sea surface would not affect the calmness of the sea. Of course, discovering it is nothing. What really surprised me was the formula for the potion you submitted. The idea here is very interesting, and judging from your state, it has been verified, isn't it? Byron nodded, but he didn't ask why the potion formula he submitted to Teacher Kaz in exchange for promotion materials fell into the hands of Teacher Rum. Tell me about your application ideas. Byron didn't speak immediately this time. Rum was not angry either, and smiled and said, I won't let you talk in vain. As long as your ideas are fine, I will recommend you to join the resurrection experiment when the Tower Master comes back. When the time comes, you can ask for any material you want with just one word. Byron's eyes lit up. Is Sol also in this experiment? Rum nodded yes. If you also want to join this experiment led by the Tower Master, then show me your knowledge. Byron cheered up, put his hand into his mouth, and took out a thick notebook from under his skin. This notebook is much thicker than the one he gave to Sol at the beginning, and it records his experiments and conjectures on gray matter. And Sol's book is the essence of the edited version. When Byron was about to start his performance, a thick black shadow came in from the crack of the door of Minter Rum. Eula never knocks on the door. Rum tilted his head, half of his face squeezed in the fat, revealing a smile. Wait a minute, we have guests. The black figure like a paper cut slowly walked in. I heard that someone also discovered Lon Shippo. Yes, it seems that he is a genius that we have overlooked. Rum pointed at Byron in front of him and said. Then he introduced Byron, this is the person we want to resurrect, and the wife of the Tower Master. You can call her Madame Eula. Byron saluted Eula expressionlessly. Eula turned her head to the side, and her expression was completely invisible. That's great. She sat leisurely on a laboratory table, crossing her legs like a little girl. Golsa attaches great importance to this experiment, and it is estimated that formal testing will begin within half a year. Eula reached out and rummaged on Rum's laboratory table, and found a small transparent ball with clouds and mist inside. Let me listen in. Do you have any new ideas? Eula tossed the blue water spirit in her hand. Byron looked at the small ball in Mrs. Eula's hand, thought for a while, and took out a small bag from his pocket. This is the original state of blue water spirit. I call it gray matter. Take a look at this. It is more in line with my research report. After saying that, he took out 2 gray matters from the small pocket and handed one to Mrs. Eula and Teacher Rum. Chapter 389. Therefore, I found that gray matter has a certain effect on strengthening the soul, but I haven't studied the specific components of gray matter yet, but I can filter out the harmful substances found in it. Byron introduced his theory and verification results to the two. Of course, he didn't say too much about the details, which required credits. Well, even the mentor can't get it for free. However, Eula and Rum are both very powerful wizards. Even if Byron only talked about the basics, they could understand the principle and rationality. But Byron hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his concerns. I seem to have discovered a hidden danger after taking the medicine made of gray matter, but I am not sure how serious it is. Eula and Rum looked at each other, and they were obviously more interested in Byron's research. What hidden danger, ah? Eula just asked with interest, and suddenly screamed in pain. Eula! Rum immediately looked over with concern, and stretched out his 3 thin arms to check Eula's condition. However, the pain did not end immediately. Ah! The pain in Eula's voice increased again, making her appearance a little unstable. The edge of the black silhouette rolled down, with a sticky oily substance, like wax. Rum immediately stopped approaching and said sternly, "Your spiritual body has been attacked, calm down." Eula crushed the blue water spirit in her left hand with extraordinary skill, and then a white smoke with a faint glow floated out and drilled into Eula's head. Byron, who was standing aside, was stunned. He didn't expect that the blue water spirit was used in this way here. He was still thinking about the principle and composition of the smoke. Eula's condition was obviously better, but the shape of the edge was still not very clear. Her consciousness seemed a little fuzzy, and she raised her hand to crush the gray matter that Byron gave her in her right hand, and then the same glimmering smoke floated out from it, which was exactly the same as the smoke of Lon Shippo just now. This time Byron lowered his head, retracted his sight, and tried to empty his mind. After absorbing the smoke and the gray matter, Eula's condition improved again. At least, it was a silhouette of a beautiful woman. Rum breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Byron. At the same time, Eula, who had regained his stability, looked sideways, and in the darkness, he seemed to reveal a pair of wooden eyes. The room suddenly fell into a terrible silence. Just before Byron's skin began to react to the stress of being stared at by the two, Professor Rum finally spoke. "You go back first, and when the Tower Master comes back, I will report your research results to him. Whether you can participate in the resurrection experiment, you still need the Tower Master's approval." "Yeah." Byron nodded quietly, and then left obediently. When Byron walked out of Mr. Rum's room and gently closed the sliding door behind him, his footsteps became heavy for a moment. But then, he returned to his original rhythm and walked out calmly. He went all the way back to the dormitory, closed the door, walked through the messy room, sat down at the desk, gently took his hands out of his sleeves, and placed them on the table in front of him. His hands were shaking slightly. If other people saw the scene of Eula absorbing the blue water spirit and gray matter just now, they might just be a little confused. But Byron was different. He had been studying gray matter for almost half a year. There was no difference between the way Euler used gray matter and the way Blue Water Soul used it. Most importantly, Byron suddenly understood what the smoke he had never discovered was. It was an extremely terrifying evil thought, something that was enough to drive ordinary people's souls crazy. He seemed to understand what the hidden danger was that he had never been able to figure out. But in the room of Teacher Rum, he didn't dare to show it at all, because the skilled movements and understanding expressions of the two people also frightened him. A substance that hides extreme evil thoughts at its deepest part. Can it really become a medicine to stabilize the soul and bond the body and spirit? Will it not have very dangerous hidden dangers? A headache similar to a warning of danger kept stimulating Byron, making him want to leave those two strange people as soon as possible. After stabilizing for a while, Byron immediately took out paper and pen from a pile of materials. He began to write quickly. The feather pen left some messy handwriting on the slightly yellowed paper, but the content left behind was several complex three-dimensional coordinates. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are really sharp. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded behind Byron. Byron's writing motion froze. He raised his head and moved his eyes to the side and back of his body, and suddenly found that Eula was sitting on the back of his chair. The black silhouette could not see the head, but only the neck stretched out more than 1 meter long. From this angle, the head connected to the end of the black shadow's neck, should be on top of his head. You, Mrs. Eula. The black head slid from the top of Byron's head to his ear, and the voice entered his ears along with the cold breath. I don't know what you're writing, but you're writing these strange things right after you come back. Are you sending a message? Byron was thankful that there was a layer of skin between them, so his fear was not so obvious. So he tried to calm himself down and answered Eula's question as calmly as possible. I just suddenly thought of a question that needs to be... Schwa. Byron was forced to stop talking halfway. He seemed to see something suddenly pass through between his eyes. Then, he saw Mrs. Eula, who moved from behind him to the table in front of him. He stared at the other person's thin voice, unable to say a word. Eula sat on the long table in front of Byron and sighed softly. It's a pity that Billy doesn't want to come forward, and you know too much. You can't let the good blue water soul transformation formula go out. Eula stretched out her hand and gently stroked Byron's outline. It's hard to find an honest person like you in the Wizard Tower. She retracted her hand. A strange sound came from Byron. It was a bit like peeling wall paint, a bit like a hemp rope being stretched and broken. In front of Eula, Byron's body was slowly split into two. The cut on his body was black and smooth as a mirror, but it was soft and could soften like leather. Byron slowly slid to the ground from the left and right sides of the chair. Eula retracted her hand and raised it to the side of her face, stroking her own outline as well, and looking at the scene in front of her with great enjoyment. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the door. Eula chuckled, jumped down from the long table, walked to the door in a good mood, and stretched out his hand to open the door. Outside the door, Luokai was smiling. Senior Byron, I have a few questions to ask you. Yes. Byron's voice came from the shadow of Eula. With the permission of his master, Luokai walked into Byron's dormitory and closed the door with his backhand. He came to the long table and found Senior Byron in two halves, not surprisingly. He just glanced at it, and then turned his attention to the long table. This should be a symbol invented by Thor. Eula came over and asked, Can you understand it? I can't understand it, hee. Luokai was very happy, but it doesn't matter, as long as the recipient of the information can't see it. He picked up the paper, and quickly turned it into ashes with a simple fire spell. Then, he looked down at Byron's table and laughed again. Hee. Eula tilted his head and looked over. What are you laughing at? Senior Byron wrote so hard that it was printed on the table. After saying that, Luokai gently stroked the tabletop with his hand. The originally flat and slightly nicked tabletop immediately became bumpy and rough. Chapter 390. Golsa did not activate the teleportation, and went back to the Wizard Tower directly. Thor suspected that it was because this place was too far from the Wizard Tower, which had exceeded the maximum teleportation distance. As for why Golsa did not teleport back piece by piece, Thor thought that either Golsa's physical condition did not support him to use long-distance teleportation many times, or he was lazy. Although high-level witchcraft is cool to use, it also puts a greater burden on the spiritual body. Therefore, it is rare to see anyone using witchcraft in daily life in the Wizard Tower. Not using mental power is already a rest for the apprentice. On the way, the two did not communicate much. Although Gorza was Thor's mentor, he did not seem to be interested in teaching Thor. He did not even ask what happened in the Elf Valley, or who died. Most of the time, Gorza closed his eyes, and rested against the wall like a mummy. And the head next to him kept shrinking, and shrinking during these 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it was only the size of a walnut. It looked like a walnut, but its color was different from that of a walnut. It was burnt black with a little dark red. After Mark's head became like this, Gorza put it away. He didn't mean to explain it to Thor. Thor was still tense at first, but later he had to digest and absorb the magic power given to him by the half-elf, otherwise he would feel like vomiting all the time. When Gorza closed his eyes to rest, Thor also closed his eyes, but his mind did not rest at all. He manipulated the huge magic power in his body unskillfully, allowing it to blend into his skin and organs bit by bit. If the magic power given by the elves was not very pure, and not contaminated by the half-elf's mental power, Thor would not dare to use the magic power for himself. Until the spire of the Wizard Tower appeared on the horizon, Thor finally began to gather the excessive magic power. The magic power given by the half-elf has been evenly distributed around his body. The next task is to integrate this magic power with his own power, and make it completely obey his mental power. Then he applied for a 3rd level witchcraft, and through the understanding and practice of power, he helped himself to truly enter the level of a formal wizard. However, the rapid growth of magic power and mental power makes Thor's elemental affinity seem too weak. If you rush to advance without making up for this, your foundation will be weak and unstable. Fortunately, Thor currently has many ways to improve elemental perception. Thor thought about it, and took out the gray matter notes, given to him by Senior Byron from the compressed bag. In addition to improving soul strength, the potion developed by Senior Byron can also improve a certain degree of dark attribute element perception. By the way, when I went to Luo Kai's exchange meeting last time, I also exchanged 10 shadow feathers from Ku Jin. This thing can improve dark attribute element perception. I wonder if he has any extra, so I can exchange it for the black amber he needs. Seeing that the carriage was about to drive into the wizard tower, Gorza closed his eyes, but seemed to be very clear about Thor's situation. Have you absorbed the magic power of the half-elf? Thor didn't think that his little trick could be hidden from the mentor, so he nodded honestly. Gorza then slowly opened his eyes. You can enter the Forest of Four Seasons when the half-elf decides to close it, so the timing is still good. Speaking of half-elves, Thor remembered something else, teacher. Did you know that Kong Sha had used the head of the Elf King? Gorza could learn these things through Mark. After all, the latter's brain was still in Gorza's hands. Well, Kong Sha is usually timid, but I didn't expect that he was so bold before his death. Gorza smiled, as if he was still happy that his student could muster up the courage. If he knew that Kong Sha mustered up the courage completely out of hatred for him, I wonder if he would still be happy now, or is he happier? When I saw the Elf King, I just thought he was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. I was even affected and forgot Kong Sha's original appearance. But when I saw the half-elf, I found that he was too good-looking to be real. Compared with the half-elf, the Elf King is like an ordinary person. Why is a half-elf more beautiful than the Elf King? The Elf King is not a beauty contest, Golsa said, as a matter of course, and the two people's states are completely different. The Elf King's body has long been dead, and I don't know if his spirit is crazy or not. Half-elf. Gorza crossed his fingers. He just had bad luck. Bad luck? Thor didn't wait for the answer. He was also thinking. You mean, he became so beautiful, it's actually an additional effect like a curse? Gorza nodded. Although the elves have always been beautiful, they don't pay much attention to their appearance. But the appearance of half-elf is different. In the era when all elves were sealed, the remaining influence and power of the elves would move closer to those who could withstand it nearby. The power of the elves is out of control. Gorza laughed in an ambiguous way. It's like pollution constantly gathering towards you, but the huge power it adds constantly makes you stronger. If you can see, you will find that the inside of the half-elf is like a highly rotten corpse, while the outside is supported by the concentrated power of the elves, so it will be so beautiful that it can't leave a clear impression. His beauty has become a concept. After listening to the words of Mentor Gorza, Thor thought carefully, and found that he really couldn't recall the details of the half-elf's appearance. I only remember that the other person was too beautiful to be real. Unfortunately, such beauty is built on extreme pain. Of course, as the only remaining hope that the elves can grasp, high charm also helps his actions. Thor did not dare to agree with this statement privately. Charm, appearance and other external things are not useful to everyone. Especially for Gorza. Lady Eula and Kong Sha are actually beautiful women, but didn't he cut off half of their heads without hesitation? Just as the two were talking, a long whistle suddenly passed overhead. A loud bang fell in the direction of the carriage. The driver, who was transformed by witchcraft, reacted quickly and stopped the horse. The sound of metal collision came from far away. Thor seemed to hear the sound of high-heeled leather shoes stepping on the marble floor. But he knew that it was not high heels, it was real metal. Click! The door of the carriage was opened unceremoniously, and Kira, who was fully armored, appeared outside the door. There were some bright red, not completely dried blood stains on her silver-gray armor. Kira didn't get on the carriage, but stood outside and stared at Golsa fiercely. You suddenly gave me a marked location and asked me to rush over, just to let me deal with the people on the land boat for you? Unlike Thor, who was sitting upright, Golsa still leaned on the carriage. His posture was stiff, but his expression was extremely relaxed. Didn't you complain that you haven't fought for a long time? Aren't the opponents I found for you good? Kira leaned on the frame and casually inserted the big sword into the ground. They are all apprentices and first level. I want to fight with second level. Where is Wild? Why isn't he on the ship? I wanted to hand him over to another person, but unfortunately he ran away. Gorza shook his head, but he is also contaminated, and it won't come out for a while. Why do you suddenly want to kill him? Kira looked over. Aren't you afraid that someone will use the Western Treaty to restrict you? One of the third-level wizards, who formulated the Western Treaty, died, and the other left. Who will jump out to restrict me? Don't forget that the dead one still has students in Baidong College. Golsa turned his face to the side and smiled with his head tilted. Do you think he dares to come to me? Kira pouted. You are so powerful, let's fight? Not now. Golsa closed his eyes and leaned back. I'm afraid I can't control myself and kill you. Kira rolled his eyes and suddenly turned to look at Thor. When will you advance to the second level, so we can have a fight? Thor quickly turned around, pursed his lips, and smiled embarrassedly. Soon, Master Kira. Chapter 391. Suddenly, Kira's eyes widened by a full centimeter. She was just teasing Thor, but she didn't expect this little guy to really dare to answer. She looked at Gorza with some doubts, but found that although this guy had his eyes closed, the bandage at the corner of his mouth was rising. TSK. Kira finally couldn't listen anymore and turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, he stopped again, turned his head and asked with his back to the two of them, Naz's Aruba is about to try to advance to the second level again. Do you want me to kill him? But Gorza just said leisurely, you just attacked the land boat, and the Bidong Academy must have reacted now, and is nervously protecting Nath. Haha, after all, if either of you is destroyed, it will affect their status and their ability to make money. The proposal was rejected, and Kira finally left on her bird in a huff. But Thor noticed that Kira did not mention her sister at all this time. I wonder if she has already learned about the progress of the Tower Master's resurrection experiment, or if there are other reasons. After another half day, the carriage finally returned to the Wizard Tower and drove into the exit passage on the first floor. A normal carriage would stop here, and the car and the people would leave after registration and inspection. So according to the rules, a second-level wizard student came up to register the car and the people in the car. Thor pushed the door open and went down first, and took the initiative to explain to the apprentice who came to greet him. After learning that the person in the carriage was the Tower Master who had hardly seen him, the apprentice who came over was stiff all over. His left hand holding the pen kept shaking, and he was afraid to write in the register. Thor smiled and expressed his understanding, but he could do nothing to help. Who would have thought that the Tower Master would suddenly go through the main gate today? Fortunately, someone else came and rescued the second-level apprentice. Is the Tower Master back? Mentor Gudwa hurried over and pushed the apprentice, who was blocking the way away. The apprentice took the opportunity to hide in the corner, with a relieved expression on his face. Thor immediately noticed Kelly, who was jogging behind Gudwa. When Gudo came to the carriage and braked suddenly, Kelly also stopped half a meter behind him at the same frequency. She was obviously very accustomed to her mentor's quick temper. Noticing Thor's gaze, Kelly, although expressionless all the way, looked at Thor and blinked her right eye suddenly and quickly after stopping. Then she returned to her cold and hard face like metal, and stood stiffly behind Mentor Gudo. Kelly is back again. Did you finish the experiment this time? Thor was somewhat happy, and somewhat strange. She had just been to Black Castle 2 days ago. Could something have happened? What happened? Gorza bent down and got out of the carriage. The moment he came out, the entire first-floor carriage passage fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the absolute master of the Wizard Tower. Master of the Tower. Gudo suddenly wanted to vomit again, but facing the Tower Master, he held back. My students have made a new breakthrough in their research on adhesives. He pushed Kelly in front of him without hesitation, showing his pride with an excited look. Kelly looked up at the tall Tower Master, and could only see a little pink chin from under his cloak. Even though she was always bold and individual, she could only move her lips, and could not speak in front of Golsa immediately. Golsa was not in a hurry. He looked around and found that almost everyone was in a state of stillness. He smiled and said to Gudo, "Go to the 19th floor." Gudo nodded, and then the figures of the 3 people disappeared together. Thor, who was left behind, was stunned. He also participated in the resurrection experiment, so why not teleport with him? Or was Gorza's load capacity limited to 2 people? Thor, who was left behind, recalled what Gudo said. The adhesive was probably the medicine that Gorza mentioned on the way to help Eula's spirit, and the new container combine. I didn't expect that Kelly, who was devoted to studying metal radioactive toxins, would participate in the resurrection experiment for this reason. Thor stood in the passage that was gradually becoming lively again, rummaging in the compressed bag. He found the necklace that Kelly gave him, and was a little curious about how this thing could be used in adhesive. At this time, he saw the gray matter notes that Senior Byron gave him. In fact, the gray matter solution can also help to improve the strength of the soul, which is also a good choice to improve the strength of the soul. He planned to go back to the second warehouse later, verify it himself, and then ask Senior Byron if he was willing to hand over this note to the Tower Master in exchange for some credits. But Thor did not intend to let Senior Byron participate in the resurrection experiment. For some reason, he always felt that this experiment might not be a good thing if it was mixed too much. Just look at Kong Sha and Ivan. Among the students of the Tower Master, only Haywood seems to be alive normally. Even Thor himself can't guarantee what form he can live in if he really has no value. Of course, he is still very confident about his own ending. It's a pity that Kelly has been recommended to the Tower Master by Goodo. But a glue should not cost Kelly anything. At this time, another carriage passed by Thor, and then stopped at the exit, waiting for the Master. As soon as the car stopped, two people in cloaks came out from the side passage in a hurry. When the first person got on the car, Thor happened to look over unconsciously, and saw a familiar face under the shadow of the cloak. Senior Byron? Thor was stunned. Is he going out? He walked over and just wanted to say hello, but he saw the second person hiding under the cloak. It turned out to be Jiro. Thor remembered that Byron and Jiro had almost no intersection. Byron was not interested in the senior members of the Mutual Aid Society. He was a lone ranger who never took the initiative to communicate with the Mutual Aid Society. Thor had a bad feeling in his heart, and the strange feeling in his intuition made him speed up to see clearly. However, at this moment, a third person suddenly walked out of the passage and blocked him. Thor looked up and saw Luo Kai's smiling face. Hello, Thor. Good afternoon, Senior Luo Kai. Thor nodded and walked around Luo Kai without stopping. Luo Kai raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind Thor. Byron, are you going out? Sol came to the carriage and stretched his neck to ask the people who were already sitting inside. The first one to turn around was Jiro, who still had a smile on his face that looked like he was asking for a beating. We have a mission to go out. Why, you want to join too? Of course I have no problem. Sol ignored Jiro and looked at Byron. The latter slowly turned his head to look at him and nodded slowly. Yeah. It looked normal. And Jiro took the initiative to pat the seat next to him and said to Thor, although you are not registered for this outing, if you want to come, just get in the car. Sol didn't see that Luo Kai's smile froze behind him, and he looked at Jiro with a sinister expression. Unfortunately, under normal circumstances, Thor should not leave the tower again in the short term. He just got the magic power of the half-elf, and although it has been fully absorbed now, it still needs to be stabilized. He was still a little short of mastering it and feeding back to himself. But seeing Byron unusually following the two people he used to hate the most, Thor's intuition stimulated his brain like a needle, making him feel uneasy. However, just as he was about to jump into the car, Byron shook his head gently at him. Thor was stunned and stood there without moving. Chapter 392. Not coming? Seeing that Thor was still not coming, Jiro shrugged his shoulders, his face not so excited. We are in a hurry, let's go first. Luo Kai did not get in the car, still standing behind Thor. It seemed that he appeared here just to see them off. He smiled and waved goodbye to Jiro and Byron. Jiro waved his hand without interest, but Byron had already turned around and had no intention of greeting Luo Kai at all. This behavior is in line with Byron's character. Thor's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Okay, then I go ask questions when Senior Byron comes back. Byron, who was already hidden in the shadow of the cloak, nodded slightly. The carriage gradually drove away under the gaze of Thor and Luo Kai. Thor, how come your strength increases so much every time you go out? At this time, Luo Kai seemed to notice the changes in Thor's magic fluctuations, and the smile on his face suddenly became much more bitter. Thor was not in the mood to greet Luo Kai, but just nodded, unexpected. I go back first, Senior Luo Kai. Such a perfunctory answer made Luo Kai raise his right eyebrow. But before he could say anything, Thor had already turned and left, his black apprentice robe slightly undulating in the air. Until Thor went up the passage, Luo Kai still stood there. He withdrew his gaze from Thor's back, turned his head, and continued to look at the direction where the carriage left. When the carriage was covered by the woods and could not be seen clearly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sol hurriedly returned to the apprentice dormitory on the 12th floor of the West Tower. Because he was lazy and had not lived in the dormitory for a long time, Thor did not change his dormitory after he was promoted to the 3rd level apprentice. This time, he did not go to the second warehouse to sort out his gains and experiences. Instead, he casually threw his compressed bag, outer robe, and other things on the ground after entering the door. He sat down on the high-backed wooden chair with a thump. Then, without stopping for a moment, his soul left his body. The spirit that could not be seen by the naked eye emerged from his body. The spirit on Thor's face shook like water ripples for a moment, and then turned into the current appearance of his body. The spirit's feet left the ground and flew upward. Since completing the second transformation of the witch body, Thor rarely took the initiative to leave his body. Firstly, there was the warning from the Tower Master, and secondly, he was afraid of the experience of Eula and others. He often warned himself not to get carried away, because he could leave his body at will. But today he had to leave, because when he saw Byron in the carriage, he thought there was nothing wrong with his behavior at first. It was just that his actions with Jiro and Luokai made Thor feel something was wrong. So Thor subconsciously activated his habitual action, semi-immersive meditation. Because this action has become his muscle spirit memory, when it is activated, even people around him will not feel any difference in his state. But it was this look that froze Thor's blood. Under normal circumstances, the normal overflow of magic and mental power he felt from Byron turned into black thin lines of worms drilling out of his pores, from the perspective of semi-immersive meditation. On Byron's face, from the middle of his head to the neck covered by the collar, there was a thin black line. After seeing this line, all the uneasiness and doubts in Thor's body disappeared. He did not raise his fist, did not frown, and even let his tense muscles relax slightly. Under his calm appearance, the surging blood in his body was as quiet and invisible as a whirlpool under the deep sea. He could even say goodbye to Luokai politely and distantly as before. But when he entered the dormitory and was out of sight of others, the suppressed tension in his body made him tremble from the inside out, and his movements became messy. Despite this, he still successfully completed the soul leaving the body in one go, and quickly flew to the upper floor. Except for some special places, there are no partitions for spirits between the floors of the Wizard Tower. Thor came to Byron's dormitory smoothly, and saw a messy room. This mess was not abnormal. Thor had been to Byron's place several times, and his dormitory had always been messy like this. Even the debris dumped on the ground that he saw last time still maintained its original distribution pattern. As Thor walked, his eyes swept across the room. There was almost no change in the room. Senior Byron should not have left the Wizard Tower recently. He usually conducts experiments in the dormitory. The dormitory has a defensive magic circle, and ordinary apprentices should not be able to break through. Didn't he have an accident here? But if Byron didn't have an accident in the dormitory, it would be difficult for Thor to find where he was attacked. But anyway, this is where he appears most often. If there is no clue here, look for it somewhere else. Thinking, Thor walked inside. Then he saw Byron's long table and laboratory table, which were messy around but had a neat area in the middle. There are some signs of damage in the center of the table. He would not do experiments on the desk. Sol immediately realized that he had discovered something unusual. He bent down, leveled his eyes with the table, and carefully observed the uneven marks. It should be a kind of magic with corrosive properties. Sol stretched out a translucent finger and gently outlined an area along the traces of corrosion. This size should be the range of a book. Sol stood up, looked down at the table, and laughed at himself again. Aren't the things on the table normally books? If it was the books or papers that Senior Byron destroyed himself, there was no need to corrode the tabletop. And this power is not quite the same as the witchcraft that Senior Byron usually uses. Someone destroyed the things here, and even wiped the surface of the table without leaving any traces in order to eliminate the things left on the table. To penetrate the table, it should be a piece of paper. And it is a piece of paper that has just been written on it. Saul stood there and closed his eyes. Byron took out a piece of paper, and then wrote some words or symbols on the paper. Then something happened, the paper disappeared, and the slight trace left under the paper due to the force was easily wiped off. Saul opened his eyes. Did the senior find something? So the things were taken away or destroyed, and he? Saul was reluctant to continue thinking. But when he recalled the Byron, who was covered with black nematodes, and had a black crack in the middle of his head, he had to face a reality. Senior Byron in that state could not be a living person. Saul's hand slammed hard on the long table, on the slightly corroded tabletop. But as a spirit, he could only let his fists pass through the wood and fall powerlessly into the air. Just like the powerlessness he felt at this moment. Luokai, Jiro. Senior Byron's death must be related to the two of them. They killed Byron and took his body away. Saul's translucent eyes were stained with gray bloodshot, and the skin around him gradually softened. Slender tentacles, like octopuses, protruded from under his skin, entwined and twisted, as if to turn Saul into a terrifying monster. Although his appearance was no longer human, Saul's heart was not as twisted as it appeared on the outside. On the contrary, because of the outward release, his mind became clearer. They deliberately took him away. It must be to conceal the death. After all, if you leave the Wizard Tower, you will be considered dead if you don't come back for at least half a year. Senior Byron, did you find some information, or did you want to pass on some information to me, and were silenced? The transparent hands, which were still barely maintaining their human form, slowly pulled out from the wood, and at the same time wiped a feather pen lying on the side. There was some ink on the tip of the feather pen, and there were also a few drops on the table, which seemed to be splashed by the pen falling on the table. Although Byron's dormitory was messy, it was not dirty. The ink should have come out when the quill pen fell when Byron was in trouble. Soul stared at the pen, sadness and anger stubbornly trying to break through his rational bottom line. After the quill pen fell, there was no sign of movement. The person who took action almost instantly. Solved Byron. This person must not be an apprentice. Is it a Minner or Gorza? Looking at it, Soul suddenly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to see some traces on the quill pen holder. The tentacles on his body began to shrink, and Thor once again dropped to a height parallel to the table. The feather pen was thin, and not very hard. Thor saw a character that seemed to be carved with a fingernail at the place where the thumb held the pen. No magic was used, and the mark was very shallow. If it was not someone who carefully examined the items here, they would never notice it. There was a character written on the pen, Gray. Chapter 393. What is Gray? Why did Byron write this word on the pen? Soul pondered woodenly while sinking rapidly. After returning to the dormitory, he immediately picked up the compressed bag and pushed the door open. Gray. What Senior Byron and I have been dealing with recently is gray matter. Could it be that he found something abnormal in the gray matter? But just like this, it shouldn't attract a sneak attack from a powerful enemy. Unless he told the person who heard him about his research on gray matter, and the gray matter will have some important effect. Thor walked quickly to the ramp and then turned up. 2 first-level apprentices were coming down from above. When they saw Thor, they took the initiative to make way, but they didn't dare to say anything. Thor had been squinting since he left the dormitory, looking listless as if he hadn't woken up yet. At this time, he passed by 2 juniors, and his pupils only moved slightly, and then quickly returned to their positions, as if he looked down on them. The 2 first-level apprentices saw that he didn't pay any attention to them at all and left quickly, and they were relieved and quickened their pace to the next level. But they didn't know that Thor had been carefully observing their mental fluctuations through semi-immersive meditation. The frequency of mental fluctuations is very high, but the magic power is not much dissipated. They are very nervous. Are they using low-level apprentices to monitor me? Thor came to the floor of Byron's dormitory, but immediately looked at several nearby dormitories. Just as he stepped into the corridor, Byron's neighbor on the left opened the door and came out. He was stunned when he saw Thor, but still nodded and greeted him. Although he is also a 3rd-level apprentice, he is also the kind of person who borrows others' positioning formula to advance. His talent and strength are average, and he is the kind of person who can only help the mentor or other powerful 3rd-level apprentices. Thor squinted and saw that the other party's mental power was well restrained. But it doesn't matter. Who told you to come out of the room just when I came? Every time I go to a place, someone happens to pass by. These coincidences are too coincidental, right? Thor took a step sideways and blocked his way out. Senior, do you live next door to Senior Byron? Oh yes. The other party was flustered for a moment. I have something to ask Senior Byron. He seems to have gone out. I saw him leaving with his luggage today. Soul smiled, I know. But I want to find him as soon as Senior Byron comes back. Then, if I see him coming back, I will inform you. No need to bother. Soul raised the compressed luggage in his hand and shook it. I will move to your room. The 3rd-level apprentice on the opposite side was immediately stunned. But Thor did not give him a chance to refute. He directly pulled the other party's sleeve and pressed his hand on the door handle. Open the door. The 3rd-level apprentice was completely stunned by Thor's operation. But, you can find a new room to live in, and you can go to the registration office to get the corresponding supplies. Just put it in my account. But I don't plan to move. The 3rd-level apprentice wanted to refuse, but when he saw Thor's eyes, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. He was surprised to find that the Thor in front of him had changed. His height had increased, his forehead had widened, and his skin had changed from gray to sallow. All the new features were so familiar. He had actually changed into his own appearance, little by little, right in front of him. Go to the registration office now to find a new room. Or, I can use another way to live in your place. Thor's voice also gradually became lower, and finally became the voice of the 3rd-level apprentice himself. The 3rd-level apprentice's legs went weak, and if Thor hadn't been holding his arm, he would have probably fallen to the ground. He couldn't take his eyes off the face opposite him, but under Thor's pressure, he could only stiffly and forcefully open the door. As soon as the door opened, Thor let go of the 3rd-level apprentice's arm and walked directly into the other's dormitory. The third-level apprentice could only watch Thor go in and immediately change the room permissions. Bang! The door closed in front of him, and the third-level apprentice turned around silently and walked towards the east tower like a sleepwalker. I need to change dormitories. Yes, if there are expenses, they can be charged to Soul's account. He repeated this sentence in his mind over and over again, and walked forward in a daze. Soul didn't care whether the people outside went to the registration office to change dormitories first, or went to Luokai to report what he had just experienced. As soon as Soul entered the new dormitory, he immediately looked around. Nothing valuable. It seems that the apprentice usually stays in the laboratory. A silver butterfly flew out of Soul's eyes, and landed on his right shoulder. Brother Thor, why didn't you let me erase his memory just now? Just before entering the door, Thor gave Penny permission to cooperate with him to blur the other party's consciousness. If he refused to compromise in the end, Thor would not mind helping him change his identity directly. No need. While taking out witchcraft materials and props from the compressed bag, Thor said to Penny, no matter how secretly I entered this dormitory, Luokai, who was watching me closely, would definitely find out. Since I saw them taking Byron away, Luokai will not let down his guard against me. Instead of acting in a covert manner and making them more alert, it is better to be straightforward, which will make them feel a little more at ease. After saying that, Thor picked out a few materials that could be used at the moment and dumped them on the long table in the room. The long table of this third-level apprentice was clean. Soul processed the materials quickly and then picked up a hanging brush from the table. He spread out his left hand, palm facing up. The skin on the palm of his hand automatically split open into a wound 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep. Bright red blood gushed out of the wound. But the blood only overflowed until it filled the concave palm of his hand, and then stopped flowing out. Then he came to the equally clean and tidy front hall, and used a brush, dipped in his own blood, to draw a witchcraft circle on the ground. The silver butterfly flew up and asked in disbelief, Brother Soul, what are you doing? Drawing a soul extraction circle. This room is closest to Senior Byron's room, just enough to cover his dormitory. Thor had drawn this magic circle several times, and was very familiar with it. It was just that the situation was urgent this time, and he didn't have time to slowly prepare the materials for drawing the magic circle. However, his blood could also store special magic power after the second witch-body transformation, so he could use it now for emergency. He quickly drew the magic circle for soul extraction, then placed the corresponding witchcraft materials on the corresponding nodes, and finally placed enough magic crystals at the energy supply location. After putting down the remaining materials, Thor shook his palm to let the wound heal, and then stood in the center of the magic circle. Senior Byron, since you have been able to stay in the morgue for more than 10 years alone, and you dared to integrate evil spirits into your body to enhance the strength of your soul in order to be promoted to a formal wizard, you should not die like this. It doesn't matter if only your soul is left. Let me condense the 5th black page, and we will take revenge together. Soul closed his eyes, his spirit body began to vibrate, and a large amount of magic power poured into the magic circle. The blood-colored magic circle instantly rose with pale flames. These flames flowed throughout the entire magic circle like flowing liquid, and the flames stretched out in all directions, lightly burning the surrounding objects, but did not ignite anything. Some scattered fragments fell into the magic circle, but none of them were Senior Byron's soul. As time went on, the magic power supporting the magic circle was gradually exhausted, and the flame inevitably began to shrink. The expression on Thor's face also changed from serious to unbelievable. No spirit? Why is it so clean? Did the person who did it not even let go of the soul? There should be soul fragments. As Thor waited anxiously and unwillingly, the white flames finally became smaller and smaller until they went out. But in front of him, there was no black page. Thor's hand slowly dropped. Brother Thor. Penny hovered in front of Thor, and her voice became cautious. How about I try to enter the dream of that Luokai and see what they did? No need. Thor suddenly opened his eyes. He must have a formal wizard watching him all the time. With your current recovered strength, it's easy to get yourself trapped. Penny found that the frustration on Thor's face suddenly disappeared, and there was even a faint light in his eyes. Brother Thor, are you okay? Penny's voice became more cautious. She was afraid that Thor was so angry that he would not care about anything and would go crazy. The corners of Thor's mouth gradually rose. Too clean. What? Penny was puzzled. I mean, Senior Byron's room is too clean. Chapter 394. Soul came out of the dormitory next to Byron with an expressionless face. He went back to his own dormitory first, repacked his luggage that had not been unpacked, stuffed a note into the crack of Kelly's door, and moved into the room next to Byron. At night, the third-level apprentice, who was forced to move out, and whose name was still unknown, knocked on Sol's door carefully. He wanted to take some things away. Sol, who was in a good mood, did not embarrass him at this time and let him in to pack his things. After the third-level apprentice came in, he didn't dare to look up and just walked into the bedroom and desk to pack some necessities. However, before he left, his expression suddenly froze, and he walked to Thor, who was standing against the wall with his hands and feet, opened his mouth, and said something mechanically. There are traces of casting, but the defense array in the dormitory has not been destroyed. After he said this, he walked back to the position he had just been in a trance, and then his expression returned to a cautious look, and continued to walk out. When he left and closed the door, a silver butterfly floated out of his eyes, and flew to Thor's shoulder with a giggle. Thor just crossed his arms the whole time and watched this person perform in front of him. After the third-level apprentice, who came to check on the situation, left, Thor stood up and walked to the center of the room. You didn't alarm him, did you? Thor asked. This was the first time he let Penny do whatever she wanted. Don't worry, brother Thor. I didn't change his cognition. I just asked him to rehearse what he wanted to do most next. And he won't have any memory, hee. Thor nodded and chose to believe Penny. Anyway, the nightmare butterfly is indeed very strange in the rumors. Since its mature body can easily deceive the formal wizard, even if its current strength has not recovered, it should have no problem dealing with a trash third-level apprentice. Of course, even if the other party finds out that Thor has done something to the third-level apprentice, he is not afraid. In the Wizard Tower, Thor is known for his caution. He will not reveal his true purpose when testing a third-level apprentice. After all, Thor didn't ask the third-level apprentice to do anything next. Well, they shouldn't send anyone over in the short term. Too much probing will only expose their guilty conscience. Thor picked up his bag and walked out. We've been here long enough. Let's go to the second warehouse first. Penny looked at the spirited Thor and was very happy, but she didn't quite understand why Thor suddenly came out of his sadness and anger. Was the sadness and anger he showed when he was told that Byron might have died all just an act? What are you thinking about? As the owner of the diary, he could naturally feel the complicated mood of the diary's captive at this moment. Penny didn't think much about it and asked directly, Brother Sol, why are you suddenly not sad anymore? Sol closed the dormitory door, maintained an expressionless and indifferent state, and walked quickly to the east tower. Didn't I say it was because it was too clean? This is not the state a room where someone has just died should be in. After seeing Byron being taken away by the manipulator and his lifeless body, Sol really thought he was dead. But he then explored Byron's dormitory twice, and after confirming that it was the crime scene, he failed to find any fragments of Byron's soul. If it were someone else, they might think that they just didn't find the soul of the deceased, but Sol used the diary to collect Byron's spirit, but still found nothing, not even a fragment of Byron's soul. There can't be any omissions in the diary. This gave Thor a glimmer of hope. I'm afraid that Senior Byron's spirit and body are separated now. Thor recalled the last time he saw Byron, and the behavior of Luo Kai and Jiro beside him. They should want to secretly move the body and cover up his death. So they should not know that Senior Byron's spirit has not dissipated. So Senior Byron's spirit may have left his body like me. I just don't know whether he escaped by himself or was caught by someone. Even with a little thought, he knew that his current situation was definitely not good. Thor had to find him as soon as possible. But Thor knew that his every move was definitely being watched closely. If he looked for Senior Byron's spirit too obviously, it would easily expose him to the enemy. Thor's current plan was to use his soul to leave his body to find Byron, who was nowhere to be found. But the soul leaving his body was not completely hidden, and the coverage was limited. He might have to leave his body in multiple different places, which was also very dangerous for him. Penny suddenly flapped her wings and waved in front of Thor. Brother Thor, Penny is very good at finding people. How do you find them? Thor asked halfway through his speech, guessing, do you want to find them in dreams? Yes. Finding a person's dream is much more hidden than finding a person's existence. But, can you enter people's dreams at will in the Wizard Tower now? Hee, I need to borrow the Master's power. How do I borrow it? Brother Thor, although I was misled last time and let you enter the Elves' consciousness world, you finally came out safely, so you also benefited from it. Penny said carefully, your mental power is more stable and more resistant to pollution. I can transform into your wings and let you travel in your dreams. I think if Byron sees you, he will definitely come out on his own. Thor was immediately moved, but he had never entered another person's dream. This sounded too unreal. Even if I am more resistant to pollution, Dream Parade is still dangerous, right? The nightmare butterfly fluttered its wings. In dreams, we may indeed encounter things that we cannot explain or resist, but Penny is the best at escaping, and she will definitely be able to take Brother Thor away. Then, Penny explained the principle of Dream Parade to Thor again. At this time, Thor had walked quickly to the bronze door on the first floor of the East Tower. He looked at the tall and strange bronze door in front of him, and slowly pushed open the one on the left. Okay, let's try it tonight. He made up his mind, but he had to wait for a good time. Wait until night, when the most people are asleep, when the dream power is the strongest, and they can search the widest range. One person and one butterfly walked into the second warehouse. Thor first checked Hayden's condition to make sure that this guy's spirit was still stable, and then immediately took out the gray matter notes that Byron gave him. Although Thor also got the gray matter, he had not studied it in depth because of limited energy. Later, he got Byron's gray matter notes, but because he was about to enter the Elf Valley, he didn't even try to prepare it. Now that Senior Byron left behind the word gray, the first thing Soul thought of was gray matter. Before finding or discovering Senior Byron's spirit, he had to be prepared. At least he knew why Luokai and the others wanted to attack Byron. Soul had all the materials at hand, and he quickly prepared the gray matter potion according to the instructions in the notes. It looks like it has been successfully prepared, and there is no big problem with the properties. It is indeed as stated in the notes. It can increase the strength of the spirit. Thor saved the prepared medicine, but at the same time, Senior Byron actually hasn't studied the composition of gray matter clearly. Thor's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Penny flew to the solution bottle, feeling a little bored. She was not interested in these things. The only thing that could excite her at the moment was cryptocrystalline, but Thor strictly controlled the amount. Penny now only hoped to do more for Thor in exchange for more cryptocrystalline. Seeing Thor start calculating again, Penny began to fly around him idly. When it came behind Thor for the third time, swish! Suddenly, a black shadow stretched out from behind Thor's neck and rushed straight towards the silver butterfly. Penny didn't react at all this time. When she noticed the black shadow, she only saw a big mouth with jagged teeth. You again! Penny was sealed in the black big mouth just halfway through her words. Soul turned around and said with some surprise, Xiao Zhao, are you awake? Xiao Zhao turned around innocently, with his mouth still bulging. Thor was startled and immediately looked at the place where Penny was originally. There was no silver butterfly there. The nightmare butterfly did not penetrate from Xiao's head as before. Thor immediately stood up. Xiao, spit out the thing in your mouth. Xiao spitted out a silver butterfly covered with saliva and fell to the ground. Thor's nervousness when studying the gray matter was destroyed by the scene in front of him. Amid Penny's crying, he said in surprise and joy, Xiao, you can actually encounter a nightmare butterfly. Chapter 395. Xiao Zhao, who had just woken up, didn't know what had happened. He just played with the invisible little butterfly as usual, but who knew that he could bite it this time. Looking at the nightmare butterfly lying on the ground with its wings twitching, he turned to look at Thor in a bit of bewilderment. Thor touched Xiao Zhao's head. It's okay, Penny. Maybe he just has some trouble thinking. After Xiao Zhao swallowed the cryptocrystalline and fell asleep, Thor thought that it might change a bit. Being able to touch the nightmare butterfly was unexpected, but reasonable. After accepting the gift from the half-elf, Thor also gained the ability to touch the nightmare butterfly. But other than that, no other uses have been found yet. Okay, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiao. Thor picked up Penny from the ground and found that although she was wet, she didn't feel sticky like saliva, but rather like small drops of condensation on the window in winter. To compensate you, I give you half a cryptocrystalline. Upon hearing this, Penny flew up from Thor's hand and screamed, 1. Thor smiled. Okay, half a pill deal. Penny changed her mind instantly. However, for tonight's dream tour, Thor did not let Penny absorb the half of the cryptocrystalline substance immediately, lest it eat too much and fall asleep like algae. At night, Thor returned to the dormitory next to Byron and fell asleep. Sleep is a waste of time for many wizard apprentices. Only after accumulating fatigue for a long time, the apprentices will take a nap to balance their own state. Although there is no difference between sleep and meditation in the degree of recovery of the spirit body, and meditation is even more efficient, waking up from a deep sleep always gives people a feeling of physical and mental pleasure. Therefore, every apprentice will choose to sleep once in a while. In addition to the housekeepers and servants in the lower level of the wizard tower, Thor is not worried that the power of dreams in the wizard tower is too scarce. When Thor opened his eyes again, for a moment, he could hardly confirm whether he was in a dream. Because he was still lying in a strange dormitory, and everything around him was the same as before. But when he sat up from the bed, he found a pair of silver butterfly wings behind him. The wings looked like silver metal that had been processed and carved, but when Thor reached out to touch them, he felt a layer of fine fluff on them. Sensing the information in his mind, Thor controlled the wings behind him to flap slowly, and when he felt that he could control it freely, he immediately flapped his wings at a high frequency. He didn't feel himself moving, but the scene around him was rapidly receding. It was like sitting on a high-speed train, watching the railings and trees outside the window quickly recede. The wings suddenly stopped, and he fell into a strange world. There was a halo of light everywhere, fluctuating and intertwined. Apart from the halo of light, only a few children could be seen sleeping in the halo. These children with human forms were probably the consciousness of the dream owner, and they looked harmless. Thor flapped his wings slowly this time, and his body began to move, slowly approaching the babies in the glow. When he got close to the group of babies, he found that each of them had no face. Their bodies were normal, only their faces, as if they were erased by something. Perhaps Thor's consciousness fluctuated in shock, or perhaps he got too close. One of the babies moved, and then turned its head without facial features to Thor. Not Senior Byron. Thor immediately made a judgment from the other party's mental fluctuations, and then flapped his wings quickly before all the babies turned their heads. Flapping wings quickly means jumping between the dreams of different people and different consciousnesses. Flapping wings slowly means moving in the same dream. Although the legend of nightmare butterflies is mysterious, they are not without restrictions, otherwise they would not be chased by second-level wizards. They harm or hurt people, mainly by subtly changing people's memories bit by bit. The main thing he relied on was the dream tour. When the scene around him stopped again, Thor saw two huge faces facing each other. The two faces were standing upright, and Thor flew for a while, but only flew from the mouth to the nostrils. With such a big face, it's hard to tell what it looks like. When Thor was thinking about how to influence the other party, one of the faces suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have discovered Thor's existence, and his eyeballs were raised hard. Then he suddenly opened his mouth, and a strong airflow directly dropped Thor to the bridge of the nose of the opposite face. The face on the other side also woke up. This one is not either. After confirming that the other side was not Byron, Thor immediately flapped his wings. The two huge faces facing each other immediately retreated into the distance. Then Thor changed dozens of dreams. He even suspected that one of them was the dream of a vengeful spirit. Tonight, Thor did not encounter too dangerous existence, but at the same time, he did not find the consciousness of Senior Byron. Despite Penny's assistance, after exploring dozens of dreams, Thor was kicked out of the dream because of the fatigue of the consciousness. This time he quickly fell into a deep sleep without any dreams. For the next 3 days, Thor studied the gray matter potion during the day, looked for people in the first half of the night, and slept in the second half of the night. Unfortunately, the distance between dreams often has nothing to do with the distance between its creators, so even if Thor slept next to Byron, he still couldn't find any trace of the senior's spirit. The longer the time interval, the more anxious he became. On the morning of the 4th day, someone suddenly knocked on the door of Thor's dormitory. Thor, who was still sleeping, opened his eyes immediately and jumped up from the bed. He hurried over to open the door and was delighted to see Kelly standing outside. "You are finally here." Thor breathed a sigh of relief and quickly let Kelly in. Kelly still had 2 half-moon-shaped dark circles under her eyes. After coming in, she sat down on the only chair in the living room. "I am so tired. I have made 10 batches of high-quality adhesives in the past 2 days. I did it in front of the Tower Master. My legs are weak now." Although Kelly was frightened to the point of weakness when she first met Golsa, after 3 days of contact, she was much more natural when she met Golsa. This time, she was really weak because she was tired, not frightened. Sol had originally wanted to ask her about the adhesive, and he had left a note in her dormitory for this purpose, so he hurriedly and attentively brought water and food. "Can you give me a formula for a high-quality adhesive?" Kelly was drinking water, and when she heard this, she put down the cup and looked at Sol. She hesitated for a moment. "Okay, anyway, the instructor didn't tell you that this matter needs to be kept secret." After that, she stopped drinking water and took the pen and paper on Sol's desk to start copying. Having already made 10 batches of high-quality adhesive, she could recite the formula by heart. Sol watched as she wrote out the entire preparation process bit by bit, still wondering if there were any hidden dangers in putting these materials together. It's just that this formula is more based on the formulas of other elemental properties, and many of them are in Sol's blind spots. So after Kelly finished writing, Thor asked about all the parts he didn't understand. Although Kelly hadn't been promoted to a third-level apprentice yet, she had a very profound knowledge and was familiar with adhesives and various toxins. She immediately explained to Thor. Kelly, do you think there are any hidden dangers in this potion? Hidden dangers? For example, if this potion is added with materials of certain properties, it will become a highly toxic substance or something like that. Chapter 396. Kelly didn't think too long before answering Thor's question. If you call this a hidden danger, then there must be one. Kelly counted on her fingers with a familiar look, listing a total of 7 witchcraft materials. That's all I can think of at the moment. So many? Sol originally just wanted to start with the adhesive used by the blue water spirit to reversely infer the possible problems in the gray matter. After all, Minter Gorza had already told him that gray matter was the main component of the blue water spirit. Senior Byron might have been killed by gray matter, and it was hard for Sol not to associate it with the resurrection experiment. He had heard before that an alternative plan for the resurrection experiment had suddenly made a breakthrough, and many mentors were busy with it. Although Sol was a little curious, he did not study it in depth. That plan was probably based on a field of knowledge that he was completely unfamiliar with, so it would be better to continue to improve his own experiment than to relearn it. But now, Senior Byron was suddenly killed, and he had to consider whether there was any conspiracy in this resurrection plan. Facing Thor's doubts, Kelly shrugged her shoulders. I just gave an example based on my understanding of this formula. There are many witchcraft materials that can completely change the properties of the potion. She frowned at Thor, picked up the cup, and put it to her lips, but just tilted the water. She didn't drink it. The knowledge in the field of poison attributes is like this. Maybe just adding a certain material will greatly increase the toxicity of the entire potion. Its internal composition and external influencing factors are numerous. If you really want to harm people, you can do anything. Kelly's voice hit the water in the cup, creating ripples and sounding a bit muffled. But after hearing this explanation, Thor relaxed. He thought to himself, yes, poisonous potions are prone to problems, but that's why the Tower Master can't ignore this part of the experiment. And with his ability, he can definitely prepare this potion himself, and Goodo and Kelly only need to come up with a potion formula that can pass the test. In this way, the focus of attention returned to the blue water spirit. If he wants to know why Senior Byron is being targeted, he still has to find out the secret of the blue water soul. Or the secret of the gray matter. Gorza once said that the blue water soul was discovered by Teacher Kaz, and then Teacher Rum studied and added new materials, and finally became the blue water soul. In this way, both of them may know the secret of the gray matter. Teacher Rum seems to hate the Tower Master in his heart, which makes him more suspicious. But Teacher Kaz? Thor is not sure whether his attitude is the same as he shows, and he supports Gorza unconditionally. Because even Thor himself was not without reservation. He did not tell Gorza about the Eye of Exile he had obtained in the Elf Valley, and even glossed over Kongshaw's strong hatred for Gorza. He would try his best to participate in the resurrection experiment, and help Gorza complete a long-term resurrection plan by reducing the repulsiveness of the container. But if the other party still wanted to attack him in the end, then Thor would have no choice but to leave himself a way out. So, when he knew that there were other resurrection plans that might meet Gorza's requirements, he was quite happy. I just didn't expect that the purpose of this resurrection plan might not be pure. If they want to use this to deal with Gorza, will Thor watch coldly or choose to help Gorza fight back? Did you call me here just to ask about this? Seeing that Thor had been silent and thinking about something, Kelly looked down at her full stomach and finally put down the cup. I also want to ask you if you have developed the antidote for the Alpha necklace. Kelly rolled her eyes. Only a few days have passed. How can it be that fast? However, the improvement of high-quality adhesive was achieved by me through the catalysis of weakened alpha. It can be regarded as a good result obtained unintentionally. She squinted at Thor. Anything else? Thor was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, the birthday present is being prepared. After Kelly left with satisfaction, Thor immediately went to the second warehouse, and used the communication pin to inform the Tower Master Gorza that his resurrection experiment could be carried out for preliminary verification experiments. Although Gorza had just let Kelly and Goodo go, he still responded to Thor immediately. Bring the items you need to the 20th floor. After receiving Gorza's instructions, Thor asked Xiaozao to help him carry a corpse, and he took the raw materials and notes of the medicine in the warehouse, and went to the 20th floor along the ramp of the East Tower. It was already past 7 in the morning, when the corridor of the East Tower was the busiest. Sol was alone in front, and behind him, a black tentacle that looked extremely weird was holding a stiff corpse. This scene frightened many low-level apprentices, and they dared not look any further. Whether it was Thor or Xiaozao, the magical fluctuations emanating from their bodies were extremely strong. Even the motionless corpse had a strange aura. There were also 2 third-level apprentices who happened to pass by. At first, they were not as panicked as the low-level apprentices, but when they saw the appearance of the corpse clearly, their faces changed drastically, and they were stunned in place until Thor left. When they finally remembered to look back, their eyes looking at Thor were full of fear. In fact, Thor could also hold up the red candle and let the corpse move with him. But he was afraid that because of the red candle, all the corpses in the warehouse would be brought out. In broad daylight, it would really cause a riot. The onlookers were forced to stop when Thor entered the 19th floor, but then a huge discussion sounded. But soon Thor, who came to the 20th floor, entered the bronze door of this floor. In the huge circular laboratory, Gorza was sitting on the edge of a completely open sarcophagus. Opposite him, there was a notebook lying on the ground. The pages were facing down, piled up in a mess. It was as if someone was standing here holding a book, and then Gorza suddenly teleported away the moment he came in. Thor walked over and picked up the notebook naturally, handing it to Gorza. Throw it away, it's meaningless. Gorza didn't intend to take it. Thor put it on the round table in the middle of the room. When he put it down, his fingertips gently touched the cover of the notebook and lifted it up a little. He saw the words written on it. Discussion on the feasibility of electric shock to cleanse pollution. The font was very neat and elegant, and Thor immediately thought of his mentor Monica. Monica was also a beauty, and it could be said that she was the first person to amaze Thor in the Dark Wizard Tower. She was also the first mentor to show kindness to Thor. At the beginning, she seemed to see that there were some problems with the elements that Thor was majoring in, and secretly reminded him in the form of teaching. But usually Monica's presence among the mentors was very low. She has very few students and focuses on a very narrow field. At present, in addition to the third-level apprentice Jiro, Thor is not sure who else she will accept under her name. Perhaps this is the disadvantage of wizards, who are promoted point to point and forcefully. If you think about it carefully, both mentor Monica and Thor are now actually Gorza's students. But in terms of the degree of attention, Monica is really not as good as Thor. Now Gorza even wants to throw away the homework submitted by the other party. Monica, who is treated like this, will also have some complaints about Gorza. Thor turned around and looked at Gorza speechlessly, thinking, you really rely on your superb strength to make enemies everywhere. Chapter 397. No matter how Thor complained at his heart, Gorza always did his own thing. He was concentrating on the sarcophagus beside him at this time, and didn't care how Thor dealt with the notebook that fell on the ground. When Thor came back, he half raised his eyes. You are very energetic today. It seems that the experiment has made good progress. Thor directly pulled Bill behind him. Although Bill was only a second-level apprentice, he was still very famous in the Wizard Tower because he had a top-level third-level brother Billy. I show you directly. Sol didn't waste any words and used Bill's body to demonstrate to mentor Gorza. Sol's experiment was aimed at the special repulsive force of the container to the spirit. Although he has not figured out the source of this repulsive force, it does not prevent him from delaying the appearance of the repulsive reaction based on his own reaction and the reaction of the 4 consciousnesses in the diary. But Sol can't let his consciousness enter the container directly in front of Gorza now. After all, to bring the consciousness out, you need to enter the consciousness platform first. This is Thor's trump card, and it cannot be easily exposed. Although there is no conscious body directly entering the container to give feedback on the experience of using it, as the Tower Master, who has conducted resurrection experiments for decades and studied countless spirits and containers, as long as he understands Thor's experimental process, he can understand the general idea. Thor naturally would not let Gorza guess, and presented his research notes with both hands. Gorza read Thor's latest notes, and then used his special method to check Bill's body, and then fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. After a while, Thor himself began to wonder, thinking whether to change places to start Dream Tour tonight. Gorza finally spoke. I thought you would start with the spirit. His voice was a little tangled, obviously seeing the feasibility of Thor's plan, but at the same time coveting Thor's special spirit attributes. Sol naturally understood that Gorza had chosen him because he was attracted by the fact that after entering other people's bodies, he would be completely integrated and would not be rejected or polluted. This is probably the characteristic that all vengeful spirits and evil spirits want. He said directly at this time, I have tried to understand my own uniqueness. But you may also understand that the most difficult thing for a person to understand is himself. Gorza nodded. Self-awareness is as complicated and difficult to understand as exploring the void. Thor continued, I have also tried to study where my own uniqueness comes from, but unfortunately, I really don't know. In fact, I don't even remember how I entered this body. And before I came here, I was not a wizard either. Gorza nodded. I believe the last sentence. After all, ignorance cannot be covered up. Thor, So the Tower Master still has reservations about the previous few sentences. The reason why he didn't go into it in depth is probably because he didn't want to forcefully destroy Thor, the only sample. Because of this, Thor had to increase the weight of his own specialness. Before he has a certain ability to protect himself in front of Gorza, he should make the other party reluctant to take action. I have also tried to trace my history in various ways, but all ended in failure. I think it may be that my knowledge level is not enough. Hearing this, Gorza suddenly said, let me take a look. Sol was stunned. In an instant, he thought a lot in his mind. There is an ending where Gorza sees through his brain, and all his secrets are exposed. There is also a scene where he becomes an idiot because of the other party's toughness. But what makes Sol most excited is that when Gorza tries to explore his own history, he encounters the danger of the nightmare butterfly, and then, he is conquered by the diary and becomes his servant. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. Sol spread his hands directly, his whole body trembling a little. If you want. Just be careful, there will be a known backlash. Golsa almost immediately curved his eyes. Forget it. Then he lowered his head again and checked Sol's notes. Sol was left there. He felt exhausted all over, and he didn't know whether he was relieved or disappointed. But Golsa had already changed the subject. It can be seen that you have a lot of confidence in this experiment. It doesn't look like you just researched it. You came here so happily today, isn't it just to show me your achievements? The topic returned to the right track, and Thor stopped thinking about it. He admitted directly, yes, Mentor, I want to know the new resurrection experiment plan you told me. If you think it's suitable, I also want to participate in this experiment. After Thor finished speaking, he reached out and patted Bill beside him, and I think my plan is not worse than Lon Shippo's, and my plan has some advantages. What? The materials in my plan are basically what are recorded in the Wizard Tower. There are no materials, like Lon Shippo, that are obtained from other places, and have not been fully analyzed. Although such materials are novel, there may be accidents in the final experiment. Gorza was silent again. His silver eyes moved around Thor's face, the notebook in his hand, and the sarcophagus in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell back on Thor. How did you know I was going to start the final experiment? I guessed, but the main reason was the people on the land boat you suddenly cleared. The one called Wild is the captain of the land boat, right? Did you think about it at that time? At that time, I just thought that you might want to do something big. Golsa raised his hand and pressed his chest. The situation developed faster than I expected. He seemed reluctant to talk about these things. If you want to join. Anyway, except for the blue water spirit, I have tried all the most dangerous things. If your experimental plan is better, I can also adopt your method, or consider parallel. The goal was achieved, and Thor smiled more obediently. Thank you, teacher. Can I take the notes of the blue water spirit experimental plan back to read? Gorza waved his hand indifferently, and a pile of books half a person's height appeared at Thor's feet. Thor quickly put it into his compressed bag. Things from Bidong Academy? Gorza asked, looking at the compressed bag hanging on Thor's waist. Yes, I bought it on the airship, but it may not be as convenient as your storage method. They have been studying these little things for many years, but unfortunately, they have not studied much in the field of upper knowledge. Oh, wizard things are not suitable for popularization, and they may also bring disasters. Is this what Teacher Gorza meant? Thor kept this sentence in his heart. He also thought that maybe one day, a powerful wizard would build a magical modern world. But according to Teacher Gorza, things are not that simple. Witchcraft is still much more unreasonable than science. Chapter 398. After Thor got Gorza's consent to participate in the research of the resurrection plan of Lon Shippo, he was directly driven out of the 20th floor by the Tower Master. And this matter must not be hidden from the other participants of the experiment. Thor has been careful whether others will notice this and ambush him. But Thor found that the enemy seemed to be more patient than he thought. And the first person to come to Thor was actually his old rival Kelly. And she knocked on his door early in the morning, disturbing his sleep. Oh, no dream. Thor searched all night, and he almost doubted his previous guess. Could it be that the enemy really cleaned it up too thoroughly? Thor shook his head again. No, I want to shatter the soul body just to prevent the dead from talking. Thor had never seen any props that could absorb all soul fragments and remove evil thoughts in them like a diary. And even if the wizard apprentice died and formed a vengeful spirit, the probability of an evil spirit was very low. Basically, it would turn into an ordinary soul, wandering unconsciously, and then shattered bit by bit, and after a long time, it would dissipate into one of the world's energies. Kelly looked at Thor, who was thinking about something, and slapped him on the shoulder. Yesterday, Professor Goodo said that you also want to join the experiment of Blue Water Soul. I thought that you asked me about the adhesive yesterday, probably to join. Ha, so I came to stop you early in the morning. Why are you stopping me? Soul showed Gorza his experimental results yesterday and learned about Blue Water Soul's resurrection experiment, all just to understand the potential hidden dangers in the gray matter. He didn't really mean to do experiments with many people. After all, his current research direction was inconsistent with others, or even completely different. Actually, I still plan to. Come on, I treat you to a big meal. Kelly was unusually excited. At most, you can come over occasionally, otherwise how can I understand the progress of the experiment? Even though Thor was full of thoughts at this moment, he was amused by Kelly, treating me to a big meal. What to eat? Are you going to eat the food you made? Hearing that Thor suddenly stopped talking, Kelly immediately continued, you also know that Guda's major is poisonous elements. But in fact, the potions and materials we make are not completely poisonous. Many materials are good things. It is only after processing and proportioning that they will produce toxins. But Kelly didn't know that Thor's mind was no longer on Kelly's next words. He was thinking, does Kelly's big meal count as tasting delicious food? Although there is nothing delicious here, he inexplicably thought of the long-term warning given to him by the diary. Madness calls you, you choose to ignore it. Chaos invites you to dance, you shake your head and refuse. Pain brings you delicious food, you put down your napkin. Resentment takes off your clothes, you close your eyes. Could it be that the long-term warning in the diary is not only for Kong Sha's invitation to me? Invite. Summon? Soul has already associated madness calls you with Kong Sha, and now he has linked pain brings you delicious food with Kelly's invitation today. He suddenly felt that this warning might be for 4 choices. Will it be in chronological order? If so, has the sentence chaos invites you to dance already happened? Thor thought about things that could correspond to chaos and dance. If his choice at that time was wrong, the diary should have reminded him. But the diary did not come out, so his choice at that time actually met the diary's warning? If I give a blunt example, Penny asked me to observe the world of elves before, which can barely be considered a dance. Penny was affected by the elves' consciousness at that time, so it can be considered that she was confused at that time. Thor's eyes fell on Kelly, who was still talking seriously about the advantages and disadvantages of their laboratory. But why does Kelly respond to pain? Is it because she also participated in the resurrection experiment? Thor's heart gradually sank as he thought about it, but the expression on his face became more and more relaxed. Okay. He suddenly interrupted Kelly, who was a little talkative. Ah? Kelly was suddenly interrupted. Her train of thought was interrupted, and she forgot her original purpose. Then I will go to your laboratory first. But I have to say in advance that I have almost no research on poisonous witchcraft. That doesn't matter. In fact, many of the knowledge areas we are studying now have never been touched before. Kelly waved her hand and made it a deal. Then you can come today, at 2 p.m., to the laboratory of Professor Dong to Gudo. Do you know the place? Thor had also sent experimental materials to Gudo several times, so he naturally knew where his laboratory was. After making an appointment with Thor, Kelly turned around and ran. Her metallic hair fell on her shoulders and bounced up lightly, so happy. The smile on Thor's face disappeared in an instant after Kelly entered the ramp. He returned to the dormitory. Everyone who participates in the resurrection experiment may encounter danger, but the ultimate goal of this group of people is definitely the Tower Master. So this resurrection experiment is full of traps. The Tower Master can't not understand, maybe he is too confident. Or there is some trump card that I don't know. Soul knew very well how powerful Gorza was. He was a person that other second-level wizards were very afraid of. But why did such a powerful person seem to be completely unaware of his subordinates' intentions? Soul knew that he could use Gorza's banner appropriately, but he couldn't rely on him completely. No matter what Luo Kai and the others wanted to do, their actions have completely affected my interests. The first time was the sudden attack at the Black Castle. The group wanted to give Thor a hint, so that he would make the action of smashing it at a certain moment. The second time was when Senior Byron had an accident. Thor patrolled for several nights, but failed to find him. The third time was the warning about Kelly in the diary. At the same time, this shadow hidden in the Blue Water Soul and the resurrection experiment would never let Thor go just because he followed the hint. More likely, those who were kept in the dark were also the benefits that this group of people would reap in the future when they rebelled against the Tower Master. It is the spoils to be divided. Luo Kai and Jiro are already confirmed to be enemies. But even if Luo Kai and the entire Mutual Aid Association are together, they are not qualified to plot against Gorza. He must have someone behind him supporting him. Ans will definitely not be able to escape, and Rum, who lives in the dark, is also very likely. But now the attitudes of Gudo and Kaz, who are also participating in the experiment, are hard to guess. Tomorrow is a good opportunity to participate in Gudo's experiment and observe him and his experimenters carefully. Thor was tense, like a bow with a bowstring. But he was not afraid. Although he had to prepare to fight a group of mentors and senior apprentices, Thor had Gorza, a powerful weapon behind him. No matter how well prepared these enemies were, they could only act in secret. But Thor was sure that all their efforts would be in vain. He repacked his bag and came out again, his face calm. Let's start by terminating the Blue Water Soul experiment. Chapter 399. Teacher Gudo's laboratory is very large, and he has many apprentices. When Thor came in, he found it very lively. It seemed that all the apprentices with some ability were called by Gudo. This is a scene that is rarely seen in Teacher Kaz's laboratory. Even if Teacher Kaz called all of Thor's apprentices to the laboratory, everyone just did their own things, and they were considered to have a good relationship if they could communicate with each other once or twice. Unlike Teacher Gudo's place, it was like students who had just finished their exams gathered together to check their answers. Thor's arrival did not cause much commotion. He stood at the door, deliberately reducing his presence, and then used his mental power to eavesdrop on the conversations of the apprentices. These people followed Gudo, and no matter what element they originally majored in, their current research projects seemed to have some toxins. For example, Kelly, who was studying the properties of gold, insisted on studying the toxicity of metals, and finally, under Thor's suggestion, she actually found radioactivity. Kelly was also among this group of people, at the end of the room, mixing potions with great interest. I'm really getting addicted to it the more I study. Sol complained silently in his heart. During his observation, Sol also found that Kelly had a bit of a big sister's posture. Although she was only a second-level apprentice and had not yet been promoted to the third level, many people listened to her instructions and dispatched her honestly. Wizards all value strength, and knowledge is also a kind of strength. And the person, who had almost the same status as Kelly, was a third-level apprentice that Sol was not familiar with. This was a bit strange, because Sol also saw Billy sitting alone and gloomily in the corner of the room. There are many powerful third-level wizard apprentices in the Wizard Tower. Billy may not be the first, but according to Thor's observation, he is at least in the top 3. But why is he sitting alone in the dark corner of the room, as if he was exiled? At this time, the busy Kelly looked up and finally found Thor at the door. In fact, there were other people who had noticed Thor's figure long before her, but they didn't dare to come forward, just silently paying attention to Thor. How long have you been here? Why are you just standing at the door, and not coming in? I saw that Master Kelly was busy, so I didn't dare to disturb him. Kelly rolled her eyes. She knew that Thor was joking, so she didn't ask why he had been standing here for so long. Come in. We are just about to start preparing the adhesive to send to the instructor. You can come and watch first. Kelly pulled Thor indirectly, completely ignoring the expressions of those who saw Thor. The two stood on a laboratory table full of materials. I have already told Instructor Gudo. He means that you can follow me, as long as you don't deliberately waste the potion. I told him he wouldn't, or I'd beat you up. Kelly said this, but her hands didn't stop moving. She skillfully took test tubes, beakers, crucibles, etc., and began to prepare potions in front of Thor. What I'm doing now is optimizing the adhesive. Alas, the instructor didn't even give it a name, and just left it here. What if there is another optimization plan in the future? Is it called optimizing the adhesive again? Kelly was obviously happy, and she talked a lot more at this time. So much so that several wizards around the laboratory cast surprised glances, including Billy in the corner. That's called a better adhesive. Sol also cooperated with Kelly. What about the third optimization? The best adhesive. The fourth time? The best adhesive. While joking, the two of them completed the preliminary processing of the adhesive. Finally, Kelly held up a cup of bubbling fluid that looked really sticky like glue and said, "Actually, what I just took is a semi-finished product. It takes a long time to ferment from the initial raw materials to the semi-finished products. You can just look at the notes for those steps. I believe you can understand it." She carefully held the beaker and led Thor to the end of the room. People on both sides carefully avoided Kelly along the way. Or rather, avoided the beaker in her hand. I see that there seem to be a lot of toxic substances in the materials you process semi-finished products. Sol followed behind Kelly leisurely, almost pacing with his hands behind his back. Of course, it's called an adhesive, But in fact, you know, it's something that forces the soul and the body to merge. It's very domineering, and naturally there are a lot of toxic substances. If you haven't seen these things, there's a list hanging on the lab table just now. You can take a look. Sol had never seen most of the materials that Kelly used for her experiments. Although he had read a lot of books similar to material science in addition to basic knowledge of everything, many of the things here were semi-finished products that had been processed. There were so many that even the apprentices here had to make a list to avoid accidentally mixing up what was what. At the end of the laboratory were two huge spherical glass covers. Two glass covers were suspended on a metal control panel as big as a table. A rather complicated magic array was drawn on the control panel. Thor took a quick look and found runes that could not only block, open, or even explode, but also float. This is a magic safe. He sighed in his heart. The two spherical glass covers on the control panel were 1 meter in diameter, and the other was only the size of a football. Each contained a thumb-sized irregular copper metal. The outer spherical glass cover was also engraved with a complex magic array, and because it was engraved on the sphere, the runes and array diagrams of the array were obviously deformed. If someone who was not good at magic arrays came to see it, he might not be able to recognize the content on it. Thor was quite experienced in this area, and he immediately recognized that this array was an enlarged version of the alpha necklace that Kelly gave him. As expected, Kelly pointed to the small one first. Alpha. Then she moved her index finger to the large glass cover. Alpha weakened. She shrugged, but her arm held the beaker without moving. Well, I don't know how to name it. How about you give it a name? Actually, I don't know how to name it, and alpha weakened is easy to understand. Kelly looked over. Well, if you want, then call it beta. Seeing Kelly's eyes rolling over there, Thor quickly raised his hands. I can't name it anymore. I can't carry the rest. If I name it again, it will only be Shook Tom and Jerry. Okay. Kelly dragged out the words, giving up the idea of asking Thor to name all the poison potions she made. Then she turned around, still holding the beaker with more and more bubbles in her hand steadily, and shouted with her back to the crowd, "Open the lid." Sol suddenly felt like a tree fell. Then he noticed that some wizard apprentices around him took 2 steps back. Those who were doing fine processing work also stopped. Thor's back suddenly felt numb, but he resisted the urge to retreat. After all, Kelly was right in front of him. Instead, he focused his mental power on his spiritual armor, ready to activate it at any time. Under Thor's gaze, Kelly stretched out her little finger and drew a rather complicated pattern on the glass cover of the weakened alpha along the lines of the witchcraft array. The glass cover trembled frighteningly, then stopped and quickly turned red. Clear water also gushed out from the top, as if it was cooling down again. Kelly quickly withdrew her finger and placed the beaker in her other hand on the place where her little finger last stopped. The next second, a small hole appeared there. Sol noticed that the mouth of the beaker was not flat. When it was placed on the glass cover, it just matched the curvature of the sphere. Although the beaker was tilted, the gelatinous liquid inside only flowed down at a very slow speed. At the same time, Kelly's little finger moved to another place and began to draw patterns again. When she stopped her finger, the small hole exposed by the glass cover began to close rapidly. Kelly waited for a few more seconds to make sure that there was no gap in the glass cover before taking the beaker down. Then she held up the solution that seemed to have not changed and shrugged at Sol. There is no way. Radioactive toxins are so troublesome to use. Chapter 400. Is this the optimized adhesive? Thor took the beaker handed over by Kelly and looked down. The color is almost transparent and has a pungent smell. Yes, this adhesive is actually mixed with a lot of special materials, including the beta just now, which is toxic. Therefore, it will cause great pain to the spirit when using the adhesive. If the spirit resists too violently and causes a tearing effect, it is possible that both the spirit and the container will be damaged. Kelly stared at the beaker in Thor's hand, frowning, but most of the toxicity in it cannot be removed, or removing it may affect the viscosity. So our current research direction is to find a way to reduce the pain caused by the optimized adhesive to the spirit, while not reducing its viscosity. Kelly looked at Thor and took a deep breath. If we can complete this, we can start the final test. The final test is to let Mrs. Eula take the stage directly. If it succeeds, the resurrection experiment that has lasted for decades will be declared complete. Although it is not perfect, and a bit of a substitution of concepts, it can also remove the shackles on most people in the Wizard Tower. Looking at Kelly with sparkling eyes, Thor only said, "Come on," and turned his head away reluctantly. On the surface, the experiment is nearing its end, and even the experiment of delaying container rejection prepared by Thor may not be useful. But Thor knows it's not that simple. If the resurrection experiment can really be successfully completed, then the gray matter should not become the death warrant of Senior Byron. Sol felt a vague uneasiness from this seemingly smooth experiment. The calmness of the sea is just an appearance, and the wind and waves may be coming, because when Sol turned around, he happened to be facing another experimental table, and Kelly also came up. She thought Sol was looking at the experimental project here, and said excitedly, "This is my idea, to separate the spirit body and paralyze the consciousness body alone. But I don't know much about spirits." She patted Thor's shoulder. "It depends on you, young genius. No wonder you actively pulled me into the experiment. It turns out you had already arranged the work for me. I feel like I was tricked." Sol looked indignant, pointed at Kelly's nose. Kelly was not embarrassed at all. She picked up a pen from the table and put it into Thor's palm, which was pointing at her, and bent Thor's index finger to make him hold the pen tightly. "Please, please, if you can do it, I give you another surprise." "Then I take note." Sol stopped, turned around and sat down in front of the lab table, turning the pen while looking through Kelly's previous notes. In fact, he had already dabbled in the field that Kelly was trying to study, and had achieved certain results. But a large part of his results were based on the diary of the dead wizard. So when Sol saw Kelly's idea, he instantly thought of the black pages representing the consciousness, and the soul energy that he replenished for each consciousness through himself. It is also mentioned in the basic understanding of all things that the soul is not actually a single complete body. It can be further divided. From the morphological level, a person's soul can be broken into countless tiny soul fragments. From the energy level, after the soul is stripped of energy, there is still a consciousness body. And the consciousness body can also be further divided. It can even strip off a thought, a memory, etc. But the complete consciousness body cannot exist alone. It must rely on the support of soul energy to maintain the operation of consciousness. But the basic knowledge of all things ends here. It only has a simple introduction, and does not involve any knowledge of operation and application. And Thor, who has read books on spirits, has not yet found any method to separate the consciousness. Only the diary of the dead wizard can do it. The consciousness of a soul can exist in the form of pages, and turn the chaotic and complicated thoughts into clear sentences. The black pages can also integrate multiple incomplete souls, and unify the consciousnesses in them. Because the black pages also need to replenish soul energy regularly. Thor once thought that it was not a consciousness, but a special soul. But a normal and complete soul cannot replace all soul energy, like a full-body blood transfusion. So the black pages are also a way of existence of a consciousness that can absorb energy. In short, the more knowledge Thor learned, the more he awed the diary, and the more he could feel the horror of the diary. The diary is unreasonably powerful in many places. Just like the golden finger system in some novels, you can only use it, but you have no idea who wrote its code or what rules it runs according to. Sol stopped the pen spitting in his hand and looked up at Kelly. "You figure out the composition of the anesthetic, and I try to find a targeted drug for the consciousness." Anesthetic? Targeted drug? Kelly repeated the word she had never heard of twice, and quickly understood the meaning. "No problem." She gestured to Thor. Thor looked away, and caught a glimpse of Billy, who was alone in the distance, looking down and not knowing what to do, and asked Kelly through the method of communication. "I remember Billy was studying soul toxins. Didn't you discuss it with him?" Thor remembered that Billy had connections with Luokai and Jiro. The last time he was threatened by Haywood, the two of them had come out to help him out. Thor wanted to find out whether Billy played any role in this resurrection experiment. Kelly rested her elbow on the table, and answered Thor using the teleportation technique. "He won't participate. He's about to be promoted. Since he surpassed his mentor in the research progress of soul toxins last time, he has not participated in the experiments organized by his mentor much, and has been preparing for promotion. Billy is about to be promoted." Sol thought that apart from him, the third-level apprentice with the best hope of promotion was Haywood. But now it seems that the third-level apprentices are the same as the first and second-level apprentices. The most powerful ones may not be promoted first. Thinking of Kong Sha, Sol added another sentence in his heart. Even the most powerful people may not be promoted. He put down the paper and pen in his hand, and walked towards Billy under Kelly's slightly puzzled gaze. "I haven't seen you since I left Muffin Town last time. I heard that you haven't come back. Were you injured when you left last time?" Sol had a friendly smile on his face. Billy didn't stand up, but looked up at Sol, and the large white of his eyes looked a little creepy. He was more gloomy than the last time they met. "It cost me my life to escape, and it took me half a year to recover." He asked Thor again, "What about you?" I didn't see you come out of the city gate. Soul said sincerely. There are 2 gates in the town. Billy always felt that Thor didn't escape like him, with his spirit damaged and his body slightly contaminated. But he had no evidence. Did you meet Mrs. Eula when you came out? Well, actually I was able to get out thanks to Mrs. Eula's help. Why is she there? When Soul went to Mofin Town, he did not bring the red-eyed puppet with him, and he acted in a secretive manner. In common sense, Mrs. Eula should not know where he went. I don't know why she happened to be there. Is she alone? Billy was silent for a moment. If Mrs. Eula didn't tell you about this, I can't tell you. Soul raised his eyebrows and thought, do you remember to keep Mrs. Eula's whereabouts secret now? Only Soul nodded. I understand. A secret mission, right? It was expected that he could not get the answer. Soul glanced at the materials in front of Billy. Then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a promotion soon. Soul turned around and was about to leave when he heard Billy say behind him, Soul, don't get involved in too many things. It's unnecessary and dangerous. He also said this using the communication technique.